Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was the Prince of Asia? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku and the other royal families were inside the gates of UA, preparing to head back home after a fun week together. It has been a great week, Izuku. You should really visit us sometime. We could definitely throw a party, Jordan said with a laugh, while Merlin rolled her eyes. You make a party out of anything, she remarked, but Jordan just chuckled. I'll try to come by sometime, Izuku replied, returning Jordan's hug. Dwayne added, in all honesty, you should find some time to visit, especially with your new friends. Same here, mate. We could go croc hunting like we used to as kids, Mike chimed in, causing Izuku, Kureo, and Jordan to laugh, while their girlfriends looked a bit confused. You could do a round trip when you go to your second year, Kureo suggested, and Izuku nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye to each of his friends, Izuku promised he would visit before their next meeting. They all entered their vehicles and drove off in different directions, leaving Inko and Hisashi behind. Eri, always remember you can come by, Inko told Eri, who smiled and nodded happily. Oh, Grandma, I will. I love you, Eri said, hugging Inko, who was already tearing up. Please, no tears. We don't want you to faint from dehydration again, Hisashi said with a smile. But Eri, you're always welcome to visit us. So when you get bored with Papa, we will have fun, he joked, making Eri laugh. I will, Grandpa. I love you too, Eri replied, and Hisashi playfully scooped her up, spinning her around. Where will you be going, Mom? Izuku asked as he hugged his mother. Oh, we're going to visit Mitsuki and grab some coffee, Inko replied. Izuku chuckled. You haven't seen her in a while. It might be good for both of you to catch up. Hisashi, holding Eri, tried to hide his emotions but was not very successful. Well, we have to be going. Goodbye, Isun, he said, while Eri giggled. I can't, Grandpa. I want to stay with Papa and Mama, Eri insisted. Hisashi pretended to be hurt, but Eri hugged him one last time before running toward Mina. Bye-bye, sweeties. Don't be afraid to call, Inko called from the car as she and Hisashi drove off, waving back at Izuku and the others. Back at the dorm, Izuku felt the shift in atmosphere. Now, Mr. Fun is over. You know what that means, right? Nomuri said, and Izuku dropped his head slightly. Yes, but can I at least make a request? He asked. What is it? She replied. Can you be a cool teacher when we study? Izuku asked, which earned him a playful smack from Nomuri and a gasp. What are you saying? I am always a cool teacher. She laughed, and everyone joined in. In the dorms, everyone was busy studying hard. I'll get our books, Achiko said, but Izuku shook his head. No need, I already have them, he said, pulling out a scroll from his pocket. He rolled it out on the table, and with a puff of smoke, all the necessary books appeared. He had used the Maki Maki no Mi, scroll fruit. They began their study session. While Nomuri could have helped as a teacher, she chose to spend time with Eri, who was watching a movie on a laptop. Izuku was still catching up on his studies, but like Momo or Robin, he didn't need to study too hard. Most of the material was already familiar to him. Reviewing everything was beneficial, especially with the test exams Aizawa had given them for the weekend. Meanwhile, Inko and Hisashi had just arrived at their home. Inko skipped toward the door and knocked. When it opened, Mitsuki stood there, and they both squealed before embracing each other, thrilled to see one another after such a long time. Inko! Oh my gosh, why didn't you say you were coming by? Mitsuki exclaimed, hugging Inko tightly. I know, sweetie, but we were just at UA with all that royalty stuff, Inko replied, laughing. Mitsuki then greeted Hisashi with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, happy to see her old friend. I saw it on TV. Izuku has grown into such a good-looking young man, and that daughter of his, what a cute face. Mitsuki said. Yes, she is such a sweetheart. I also saw Katsuki, he really grew up with your attitude, Inko added, and they all shared a laugh. Mitsuki was about to invite them inside when Inko pulled her away. Come on, I want to stop by Old Man Iroha's tea shop again, she insisted, leading Mitsuki and Hisashi toward the shop. Inside, they began to chat. So, how is Masaru? Are you enjoying the time without Katsuki? Inko asked cheerfully, noticing a change in Mitsuki. About that, Inko, Masaru and I are divorced. We're still friends and working together, but the spark just faded, Mitsuki explained. Oh hun, how long has that been? I never knew, Inko said, concerned. It's been a while. I'm having trouble finding my place, though, Mitsuki admitted. How about you take our home? Nobody really uses it anymore with Izuku in the dorms. I insist, Inko offered. Only until I find a place for myself. You and your stubbornness, Mitsuki replied, knowing she couldn't win against Inko's determination. Speaking of Izuku, those girls are real beauties. I'm kind of disappointed his crush is gone, Hisashi said, chuckling. It's not over, I'm pretty sure he still likes you. Who knows, maybe you should ask him out, Inko suggested. Mitsuki laughed. That would be a joy for Katsuki, his classmate taking the spot of his stepfather. They all laughed together, but Mitsuki shrugged to herself. Who knows? She might just give it a shot. Izuku had always been the sweetest kid, and he had grown into a remarkable young man. The teachers of UA, now including Nomuri, gathered in a room. Alongside her were Mirko, Ryukyu, Miss Joke, and Elady, all seated together. In another part of the room, Endeavor and Best Jeanist shared words and laughter with all might. The pro-hero Hawks sat alone, occasionally glancing at Endeavor. Edshot was next to Kamui Woods and Gang Orca, and none of them, except for the UA teachers, understood the purpose of their meeting. Nezu entered the room and took a seat, drawing everyone's attention. Hello, and thank you all for coming today, he began. Each person nodded, signaling him to continue. You must have some questions about why you are here. The answer is quite simple. We at UA will be having our exams, and I would like to request your help with the practical exams. Mirko was the first to respond. So you want us to share some knowledge with the students? Not exactly, Nezu replied. Endeavor, unsure of the goal, asked, So what is it then? We want you all to fight Izuku Midoriya, Nezu stated, causing several faces to go wide-eyed. Excuse me, but do you mean the newly crowned next king of the entire world, Izuku Midoriya? Hawks inquired, with Kamui also speaking up. The same person who fought and defeated the old prince of Africa? Nezu confirmed. Best Jeanist, though confident, felt a twinge of panic. Why request this of us, Principal Nezu? What is the goal? As you all know, Midoriya has been enrolled in UA due to his exceptional skills. However, he has already faced off against villains. With his recent rise in rank, there is a greater chance of him being targeted by powerful villains from around the world. Gang Orca added, and you want us to fight him to prepare him in a way? Yes. We know Midoriya is powerful and can adapt to various situations in a fight. We've seen him battle without a quirk against Stain, engage in close combat against the Nomu in the USJ, and fight at long ranges during the entrance exam. His abilities range from flames to transforming into a beast, and even manipulating light itself, Nezu explained, prompting Nomuri to speak up. And there's more he has been holding back. I've asked him about his powers before and compiled a list of abilities that could pose challenges for you all, so you can think of counters and give him a real fight. No one backed down. This was a request from Nezu to help the prince. Give me my file, I will find a way to take him on. I've been training hard with my 6 powers, Mirko said with determination as she took a file from Nomuri and opened it. Her expression shifted from confidence to irritation. What? He can turn into rubber, so blunt force attacks won't work. Yes, but as far as I know, he can only use 1 power at a time. I suggest team attacks, 2 different types of attacks, like a flame attack followed by a kick, or a piercing strike followed by a punch, so he can't block both, Nomuri suggested with a laugh. Everyone began brainstorming together to devise a strategy to fight Izuku. It was a clear challenge for them, and their main idea was to rely on Aizawa and Best Jeanist, as both had abilities that Izuku didn't have a clear counter for. Nezu would also attack with salt water, which, according to Nomuri, would give them a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Izuku was unaware of the discussions taking place as he completed a math exam, focusing on leverage, something that could be useful in heroics if one lacked the strength to lift something in order to save someone. Although he didn't think he would need it, he understood the importance of being prepared for any situation. Little did he know, while he was concentrating on his test, a group of heroes was plotting against him. On another note, Inko was contemplating how to encourage Mitsuki to connect with Izuku. She wanted her son and her friend to find happiness together. Eri, on the other hand, felt joyful. She had met so many new people which had initially been frightening, but now she considered each of them friends or family. It made her happy to have so many trustworthy individuals in her life. Just half a year ago, she had felt isolated and fearful of everyone around her. Now, every new person she encountered was kind and friendly. However, she felt a twinge of sadness, not for any particular reason, but because she wanted to play with her family even though they were all busy with their tests. Man, I am happy that it's over. I hate taking tests, Kaminari said as they stumbled into the dorm. I felt really good about those tests. Guess it's all thanks to Zuzu, Mina replied, plopping down on the couch, exhausted from the tests they had been taking for the past 3 days. Unfortunately, they weren't done yet. They still had a practical exam coming up, which they assumed would involve fighting robots. After all the studying, that sounded nice. You did it yourself. All I did was help you stay focused on the task at hand, Izuku said as he headed to the kitchen to make lunch for himself and Eri. Eri had completed her own exams, ones that Nomuri had specially arranged for her. They had a day off before the practical exam on Friday, which meant some light training was in order. Izuku was determined to get in some serious workouts and tried to convince everyone else to join him. However, they believed they wouldn't need real training since they would be fighting robots. So while Izuku woke up early to train, the others enjoyed a day off. Around 11, the others finally joined in, but by then, Izuku was already drenched in sweat from his workout. Having started at his training wasn't just about strength or stamina, he was also honing his quirk and practicing with some of his weapons. At one point he pulled out Enma and Aim, but they were difficult to control, and he accidentally cut a building in half. The resulting rubble became part of his hockey training. When the others arrived, they were shocked to see Izuku standing in the middle of a destroyed street, punching pieces of the building. After he broke off a corner of a house with a powerful punch, he let out a frustrated scream. Around 2, the others returned to the dorm while Izuku continued his training. He focused on his hockey, not planning to use it during the exams since they would be fighting robots. However, he worried about what might happen if he had to use it against people. He didn't want to accidentally harm someone. When he finally stumbled back into the dorm at 4:30, completely drenched in sweat, Mina exclaimed, "Ew, not on the couch. Come on, let's get you cleaned up," Nomuri said, guiding Izuku toward the shower. She locked the door behind them and helped him undress. Izuku was so tired that he simply followed her instructions. Understanding how drained he was, Nomuri put him in the bath and scolded him for training too hard. Izuku fell asleep, utterly exhausted from pushing himself beyond his limits. When he woke up, he found himself in bed, with Achiko and Mina having prepared containers filled with food for him. After eating, he went back to sleep. When he woke again, he felt better, albeit a little tired. After eating his fill, he was ready for the exam. They headed to the location Nezu had requested, dressed in their hero outfits, and approached the teachers waiting for them, along with all the students from Class 1B. "Hello, students. I hope you all had a good night's rest. I assume you have an idea of what the exam will be?" Nezu asked cheerfully. Kaminari leaned back, grinning. "Bring on the robots." Nezu chuckled. "Well, yes, the exams used to be conducted with robots, but that will change." Mina blinked in surprise. "Used to?" "Yes, Lady Ishido. You will be fighting us," Nezu announced, and the heroes gave serious looks. Kendo raised her hand. "So, 40 of us against 12 of you?" "Incorrect. Today, 39 of you will be fighting 12 of us," Nezu clarified, glancing at Izuku. "I assume I am the odd one out?" Izuku asked, and Nezu nodded happily. "Sir, why is Midoriya left out? Is this preferential treatment?" Ida questioned, and Nezu laughed. "No, it's clear to us that Midoriya is very strong. However, given his ranking as the world's next ruler, he will likely be targeted by villains worldwide. I want to ensure he survives," Nezu explained, pressing a button that opened the gate behind him. "So, to ensure that he will be fighting us," the students murmured in unison. "You can't be serious, sir," Uraraka said. "Oh, I am Lady Uraraka. Prince Midoriya's fight will consist of facing All Might, Eraserhead, Present Mike, myself, Mr. Principal, 13, Gran Torino, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Cementoss, Hound Dog, Snipe, Mirko, Ryuko, Miss Joke, E-Lady, Endeavor, Best Genist, Hawks, Edge Shot, Kamui Woods, and Gang Orca." Most of the students looked confused and a little scared for their classmate, but Izuku appeared excited. "I hope the prince does not take offense, but we won't be holding back," Best Genist said, to which Izuku smirked. "I would be offended if you held back." Despite his confident demeanor, Izuku felt nervous about facing top-tier heroes. "But that fight will be at the end. First, you all will have to fight. First up will be Snipe versus Sankaibara, Taguru Kamakiri, and Shirhai Kur. That fight will take place now. If those named could please follow Snipe," while the others follow Recovery Girl and Miss Midnight to the viewing area. Nezu instructed before allowing the class to disperse. The three boys entered their exam site, and much to Kurwar's dismay, it was a well-lit area, with little to no shadows. They began brainstorming how to use their quirks effectively. Kaibara had the quirk Gyrate, allowing him to rotate any part of his body at high speeds, which was great for close combat but less effective against Snipe. Kamakiri possessed the quirk Razor Sharp, enabling him to produce blades from his body and alter their sharpness and size. Lastly, Kurwar had the quirk Black, which allowed him to merge with anything black, like shadows or paint. Start, Nezu announced over the intercom, giving them around 5 minutes to devise a plan, which they knew was crucial but challenging. Kurwar moved stealthily into Kaibara's shadow as he walked behind Kamakiri, who held his arms out in front of him, one above the other. Kamakiri's forearm was equipped with a large blade on the top side and an even bigger one on the bottom, providing a formidable defense against Snipe's shots. Snipe effortlessly fired 4 shots, hitting both of them in the knees and stopping them in their tracks. However, he felt it was unfair to take them down so easily, so he kept his fire focused on their shield. Meanwhile, Kaibara was not idle. He spun his hands at high speeds, striking the ground and gathering rubble as makeshift ammunition. As he got closer, he shouted out, rotating his shoulder to launch the rubble like a slingshot. Snipe fired a single bullet, shattering the rubble. But when Kaibara threw 2 rocks simultaneously, Snipe managed to hit one, allowing the other to strike him as he needed to reload. Suddenly, Kurwar leaped out from the shadow of the rock, grabbing Snipe's pistol and keeping it away from his friends, who rushed in closer, no longer needing to be cautious. Kamakiri jumped in, spinning as he sliced downward through Snipe's belt, causing his ammunition to drop. Kaibara resumed spinning his forearms, aiming for Snipe's stomach, but Snipe anticipated the move. He released his grip on his pistol, pulling Kurwar in front of him just as Kaibara's punch came flying. "Sorry man, I didn't mean to," Kaibara exclaimed as Snipe countered with a backward spinning heel kick, striking Kaibara in the face. Snipe rolled forward, releasing Kurwar as he dodged a punch and a slice from Kamakiri. Kamakiri and Kurwar believed they had the upper hand, standing between Snipe and his weapons. Kamakiri glanced back to check, but his eyes widened in realization. "That's right, cowboy. Always keep an eye on your opponent's weaponry," Snipe said in his American accent, revealing his pistol and 2 full clips. These bullets were specially designed to feel like being hit with a golf ball, as they contained less gunpowder and wouldn't pierce flesh. In rapid succession, Snipe emptied his clip of 24 bullets into both boys, hitting their legs, arms, and stomachs. As he reloaded, both boys charged forward, but they were just a moment too slow. Snipe had already reloaded and fired his last 24 rounds, ensuring they would feel sore the next day. Suddenly, he felt a click. Kaibara had cuffed his left hand, using Kurwar's body as a shield while rolling to block Snipe's line of sight. The team of Sin Kaibara, Taguru Kamakiri, and Shurhai Kurwar win. "Snipe loses," Nezu announced, his tone teasing. While Snipe was uninjured, the 3 boys were not so fortunate. He patiently waited for the Recovery Girl robots to arrive and assist them before heading to the teacher's area to rest up for his upcoming fight against Izuku. "That was a good plan considering the circumstances," Momo remarked, with Nomuri nodding in agreement. "But what could they have done to improve their chances of winning?" she asked the classes. Kendo raised her hand, suggesting, Kaibara should have used the rubble to take out the lamps, creating shadows for Kurwar to utilize his quirk better. "Correct, Miss Kendo," Nomuri acknowledged. Pony also raised her hand, asking, "Ma'am, can I inquire why you are here and not participating in the fights? I was told by Vlad that you weren't injured anymore." "That is correct, Miss Tsunatori. One reason is personal, but the other is that I am retiring from being a hero. I will remain a teacher here at UA," Nomuri explained. "Really? Why, ma'am?" Shota asked. "Because I want to focus on being a mom for my daughter, Eri," she replied. "So you will give up on your dream of being a hero?" Awaze inquired. Nomuri chuckled softly. "No, Awaze. Being a hero was never my dream. I wanted to help people, and being a hero was my way of doing that. But as I progressed in my career, I decided to become a teacher as well," she said with a smile, and the students nodded in understanding. Next up will be Hound Dog vs Achiko Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Awaze. "Please make your way to the exam site," Nezu announced over the intercom as the 3 stood up. "Guess I am first," Achiko said, and Izuku wished her luck, giving her a quick kiss before she followed Awaze and Kodai, already brainstorming a strategy to face Hound Dog. The three students arrived at the exam site with a plan in mind, though they knew luck would play a significant role. All three were close combat fighters, but they were up against Hound Dog, one of UA's best close combat fighters. His wild, beast-like fighting style made winning a challenge, even if he was holding back. Hound Dog's quirk granted him heightened senses of smell and hearing, making it incredibly difficult to evade him. Additionally, he possessed a unique skill that Gunhead had warned Achiko about during her internship. He had a knack for getting into the heads of his opponents. His experience as a school counselor and therapist only enhanced this ability. Exam 2, Hound Dog vs Achiko Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Aways starts now, Nezu announced through the intercom, signaling the beginning of the match. Hound Dog charged straight down the middle of the road, while the three students sprinted toward the right side and ducked into a nearby building for cover. Once inside, they initiated the first part of their plan. Here, Kodai, this should work perfectly, Achiko said, grabbing a barrel and bringing it to Yui and Aways, who were waiting by the door. Yui nodded and enlarged the barrel, making it twice its original size, just enough to block the entrance. Aways secured the barrel against the wall, making it difficult for Hound Dog to enter. This gave them precious time to escape while forcing Hound Dog to find another way in or track them without their scent. They repeated this tactic several times, hoping to buy enough time while keeping their distance from Hound Dog. Eventually, they reached a dead end, where Hound Dog awaited them, smirking at the slightly winded students. They had tried to outpace him, but it had backfired. "I have a plan," Aways said, his expression uncertain. He whispered his idea to the others just as Hound Dog lunged forward, his claw poised to strike. Yui and Achiko jumped aside, creating distance between themselves and Aways. "Run now!" Aways shouted as he welded Hound Dog's hand to his face, securing both of his hands to Hound Dog's chest and his feet to the floor. This immobilized Hound Dog, allowing Achiko and Yui to slip through the gate. Achiko Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Aways have passed the exam. Please make your way back. Can Ejiro Kirishima, Tetsu, and Rikido Sato please make their way to the exam site to face their opponent, Cementoss? Kirishima jumped up, grinning at Sato and Tetsu. "Hell yeah, bros. We're going to kick butt." Tetsu echoed his excitement, matching Kirishima's energy. "Heck yeah, man. We're going to show them how manly we are." Sato, unsure of the dynamic between the two, simply nodded as they made their way to the exam site, mentally preparing for their challenge. As they reached the exam site, Achiko hugged Izuku and Mina, beaming with joy at her success. "Wow, I did it. Did you see?" Izuku smiled back. "We did. Smart plan against Hound Dog. Too bad it didn't work out." He glanced past Achiko and noticed Yui standing behind her, looking at him. Can I help you?" he asked, only to hear Achiko let out a guilty laugh. "I kind of promised that you would go on a date with her after the exams." Yui smiled shyly and nodded before walking away just as Nezu gave the starting signal. Right off the bat, Kirishima and Tetsu hardened their skin around their fists, letting out a battle roar, while Sato threw back a sugar packet, making his muscles bulge as his quirk activated. They sprinted forward, but Cementoss calmly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground and sending wave after wave of cement walls their way. The three of them faced the challenge head-on, knocking down every wall that came their way. "Guys, this isn't working. There are too many walls," Sato called out, while Kirishima tried to encourage him. "We got this, bro." They continued their efforts, but as time passed, they realized they needed a new strategy. "Bro, I have a plan. Let's form a line and move together instead of separately," Kirishima exclaimed, his energy unwavering. They executed the plan and it made things easier, but it was too late. Sato's sugar rush was fading, leaving him tired and sluggish. Kirishima and Tetsu's quirks were weakening, causing their skin to bleed from the damage they had sustained. Eventually, the three boys collapsed, defeated and exhausted from the grueling exam. The spectators watched as their teamwork came too late. Rikido Sato, Ejiro Kirishima, and Tetsu have failed the exam. Can Mishiro Ojiro, Kinoko Komori, and Nairenjiki Shoda please make their way to the exam site to face their opponent, Power Loader? As the three of them walked toward the exam site, they realized they were in for a tough battle against Power Loader. No matter if they would win or lose, this was going to be tough. Not just because they were weak or because Power Loader was strong, but because Power Loader was incredibly smart. The exam site was an open field of dirt, which at first glance seemed to favor Komori. But right when the signal was given to start, power loader dove into the ground, making it clear that this was going to be more challenging than they had anticipated. We have to move now, or else we are going to lose, Ojiro urged, and the others agreed. The three of them nodded and began running, already noticing the ground starting to feel lighter beneath their feet. Spread out more, Ojiro called out as they adjusted their positions. Wait, let me use Hymenopellis radicata, the deep root mushroom. Komori began sprouting the mushroom seeds. The roots dug into the ground, making it slightly more stable as they ran. However, it didn't help much as Power Loader continued to dig around. They realized that this approach could lead to their defeat. I have a plan. I will throw both of you forward through the gate. That way, we can pass, Ojiro shouted before jumping toward them. Shota grabbed Ojiro's tail and Komori's hand, and with a spin, Ojiro flung them forward. They saw they were just short, and due to the force of the throw, the ground started sinking. Acting quickly, Shota threw Komori with a punch-like motion, adding a second push that got Komori over the finish line. Mashiro Ojiro, Kinoko Komori, and Nirenjiki Shota had passed the exam. Can Kami Atsushimi, Hantasiro, and Reiko Yanagi please make their way to the exam site to face Vlad King? This is going to be exciting, Kami said with a peace sign as they made their way to the exam site. How are we going to do this? Siro asked as they entered the exam site. Let's just trick him, Kami replied, and Siro and Reiko nodded, unsure of any other plan. When the starting signal was given by Nezu, the three of them rushed into an alleyway. Kami then copied the entire entrance with her quirk to the best of her ability. Vlad sprang into action. He looked around, not seeing any of the examinees, using his skills as a hero to deduce where they had gone. That was when he noticed one of the bricks didn't align with the corner. Realizing Kami had used her quirk, Vlad sprinted into the alleyway. Vlad was much faster than the three students, and when he spotted them, panic set in. They began sprinting in a different direction, moving away from the gate. This is very ineffective. Vlad King is far faster than us, Yanagi said as she floated along. What if we set a double trap? Yanagi, if you throw something at him to slow him down, Kami and I will trap him. Understood, let's do this at the corner, Yanagi replied. Around the corner, they sprang into action. Kami created a cover for the alley, while Siro began placing tape all over the alleyway. Yanagi started throwing trash and boxes toward Vlad King, who dodged or punched the attacks away. Yanagi, let go. Yanagi flew above the gate. Siro then used his tape to fling himself and Kami up high toward the roof. Vlad ran after them, hoping to catch them still in the alley, but the trap they had set sprang into action. The tape wrapped around him, trapping him like a fly in a spider's web. If the students had been waiting, they could have cuffed Vlad, but they weren't. Darn it, I will never hear the end of this from Mike, Vlad growled. He activated his quirk, his gloves allowing blood to flow from his hands. He turned it into a sword and sliced through the tape, freeing himself. Noticing the tape at the edge of the roof, he realized they had gone up high. Just then, Vlad sprinted toward the gate, taking the fastest route he knew. That was when he saw them, standing in front of the alley opening, smiling and waving at him, which annoyed him. I will show you not to be overconfident. He jumped toward them, only to crash face first into a wall that Kami had covered. Vlad fell back, holding his nose. That hurt. He wiped his nose and noticed he had a nosebleed. When he got up again, he was smirking. Smart plan, but oh so annoying. Vlad cursed, slightly irritated at having smacked his nose against the wall. He began running toward the gate, and by perfect timing he found the three of them just ahead of the gate. Vlad turned his blood into a small spike and threw it in front of them, causing them to stop and step back. Siro shot out a line of tape that Vlad dodged. Just run. Siro shouted, sending a flurry of new tape in a spray before sprinting toward the gate. He shot out a line of tape onto the gate before jumping forward, grabbing Kami and Yanagi. Around halfway in the air, Vlad shot out a second small shard of blood, cutting the tape and causing them to fall and roll through the gate, but just barely. Reiko Yanagi, Hantasiro, and Kami Atsushimi have passed the exam. Can Nami Niko, Mina Ishido, and Setsuna Tokage move toward the exam site to fight me? See you there, Nezu announced with a chuckle as he moved toward the exam site. Chapter end. Mina kissed Izuku before skipping away, her heart light with excitement. Wish me luck, baby, she called over her shoulder. Izuku smiled but felt a twinge of concern. I know you will give it your all. Good luck, Mina. I know you will do great, he replied, though he feared the outcome. Mina laughed as she joined her friends, Nami and Setsuna, their cheerful banter echoing as they walked together. They were on their way to the farthest site for the exam, a strategic choice to give them time to prepare against Nezu, who was known for his cunning intellect. The girls were so caught up in their camaraderie that they let their guard down, just as Nezu had anticipated. "This is going to be a breeze," Mina exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Setsuna smirked. "I just hope we don't hurt Nezu too much. Don't want to give the prince a bad look." Mina playfully retorted, "What, trying to steal my man from me?" "You know it, Pinky," Setsuna winked, and they all laughed together. As they arrived at the site, they expected to see Nezu waiting for them, but he was nowhere in sight. Instead, his voice echoed around them. "Hello students, welcome to your exam. I've made it quite simple for you to pass. You can try to find me, or you can just pass through the gate and win." Setsuna cheered, "Oh my, this is easy. Let's go." She jogged toward the other side, with Mina and Nami following closely. Meanwhile, Izuku shook his head, a sense of dread creeping in. "Midoriya, what's wrong?" Ida asked, noticing his expression. "They're going to lose this match," Izuku replied, causing confusion among his classmates. To them, it seemed like an easy victory was within reach. "You all know why Nezu is the principal of UA, right? He's not just older, he's incredibly smart. He has plans for every possible scenario," Izuku explained. "Some even say his quirk gives him an edge that makes everyone fear him." As he spoke, Nemuri and Recovery Girl nodded, their expressions turning serious as they worried for their classmates, who were blissfully unaware of the danger ahead. Meanwhile, Nezu was busy setting up his elaborate trap. "If I pull the wrecking ball back to 74 degrees, with a distance of 2,429 meters from the wall, and hit it at around 0.6 meters from the window, it should all work perfectly," he mused, sipping his tea. With a press of a button, the wrecking ball swung into action, colliding with the wall just as he had calculated. The wall imploded, debris flying everywhere. To the untrained eye, it looked chaotic, but Nezu had meticulously planned every detail. As the window shattered, shards of glass flew into the room, causing a chain reaction that created a maze of destruction for the three girls, who were now frozen in shock. "What was that? Is Nezu okay?" Nami asked, her voice trembling. Panic set in as she realized the gravity of the situation. "Run. Quickly, we need to run," she screamed, dashing toward the gate. Mina and Setsuna, still confused, followed her lead, sprinting as fast as they could. 3, 2, 1, Nezu counted down, still relaxed in his chair as explosions erupted around them. "Is he trying to kill us?" Mina cried, her easy exam turning into a nightmare. But Nezu had calculated their escape route, giving them just enough room to maneuver. "Quickly, melt here," Setsuna shouted in fear. Mina hesitated, but Nami urged her, "We need to go this way quickly, trust me." Nami took charge, trying to find a way out. They attempted to have Setsuna fly up, but Nezu had anticipated that move, ensuring their escape was thwarted. As the girls struggled to navigate the maze Nezu had created, time slipped away. Just as they were about to find a way out, a voice came over the intercom. "Nami Nico, Mina Ishido, and Setsuna Tokage have failed the exam. Mr. Principal has won. Please hold until Nezu is back." Nezu had recorded his victory, prepared for this outcome, leaving the girls in disbelief. The girls returned quickly, with Mina feeling down about her loss, but Izuku was there to support them. "Don't be sad. Fighting Nezu is a tall task, even for someone like All Might. Just be proud that you gave it your all," he encouraged the three girls. They cheered up slightly, but their spirits dampened when they heard Nezu's cheerful voice. "Well, that was enjoyable. Now, can cozy-eyed Tsuburaba, Kyoka Jiro, and Hiryu Rin make their way to the exam site to fight Present Mike?" Kyoka sighed, knowing this was going to be a challenging experience for her. Of course, the girl with sensitive hearing had to face the loudest teacher. She hoped the headache this would cause could be eased with plenty of aspirin and Recovery Girl's help. Still, she walked toward the exam site, discussing their quirks with her teammates. Kyoka explained her quirk, Earphone Jack, which enhanced her hearing, allowing her to detect conversations and footsteps from afar, and even heartbeats. She could also use her earphones to attack and send her heartbeat in shockwaves through amplifiers in her boots. Tsuburaba shared about his quirk, Solid Air, which allowed him to create solid air walls and platforms. While they were immovable at a certain density, they could block some sound, providing a defense against Present Mic's loud voice. Rin described his quirk, Scales, which enabled him to create protective scales on his body or launch them at long distances. While it wasn't particularly helpful for this exam, they devised a plan, hoping to win or at least put up a good fight. As the exam began, Tsuburaba took the lead, with Jiro right behind him and Rin following closely. They moved forward without breaking formation. Present Mike, bored while waiting at the gate, yelled at them, "Are you coming or what? Now!" Jiro called out from a distance, and Tsuburaba created a large air wall to shield them. Rin transformed his hands into scales and covered Jiro's ears and ear jacks, blocking out as much sound as possible. It worked. They pressed on, enduring the increasing pain with each step. They could see Present Mike from their hiding spot in the bushes, which prompted their attack plan. Rin leaped out, launching scales at Present Mike, forcing him to dodge. Meanwhile, Jiro sent out a blast of her heartbeat, which diminished the impact of Present Mike's voice, allowing Rin's and Tsuburaba's attacks to reach him. But they couldn't get close enough to the gate. Present Mike taunted them, "Come on, little listeners. At least give it some soul." Kyoka attempted to counter with her heartbeat again, but it was overpowered. She realized she needed to increase her heartbeat. In a moment of inspiration, she thought of herself with Momo and Izuku, which made her face flush. However, it also elevated her heartbeat to a level strong enough to counter Present Mike's voice. When she released it, it completely neutralized his attack, allowing Rin's scales to make contact, slicing through Present Mike's jacket sleeve. With Kyoka able to nullify Present Mike's weaker yells, he was forced to dodge their attacks. He jumped high and yelled downward, creating a sound blast that knocked Rin and Tsuburaba off balance. The next air wall was misplaced, causing Rin to trip, giving Present Mike time to retreat to the gate. He began to unleash short yells toward Kyoka's direction, forcing her to move and disrupting her focus, which slowed her heartbeat and gave Present Mike the advantage again. "You did well, kid, but you're outmatched. It's like a garage band against the Beatles," he shouted, causing Kyoka to wince as her ears felt overwhelmed. Just then, a small spider fell from a tree onto Present Mike's glasses. For someone with a fear of bugs, this was enough to startle him. He screamed in surprise before fainting and collapsing, prompting laughter from the students. Taking advantage of the moment, Rin and Tsuburaba grabbed Kyoka and rushed through the gate. Kyoka, Jiro, cozy-eyed Tsuburaba, and Hiryu Rin have passed the exam. Present Mike loses to a spider, which will be recorded and played repeatedly, Nezu announced cheerfully. As the three students made their way, the others continued to laugh at the sight of Present Mike, with Nomuri laughing the loudest at her friend's misfortune. Tokoyami, Tsuyu, and Pony made their way toward the exam site in silence. Tokoyami was naturally quiet, and while Tsuyu wasn't one to talk much, she never forced a conversation. Pony, on the other hand, enjoyed talking but struggled with her Japanese, making it difficult to connect with new people. When they arrived at the exam site to face Ectoplasm, they found him waiting, accompanied by several clones ready for battle. "Horn cannon!" Pony exclaimed, placing her fingers on the sides of her head and launching her horns at one of the nearby clones. Ectoplasm easily dodged the attack. Dark shadow surged up Tokoyami's chest as he prepared for action, just as Tsuyu leaped high into the air. Dark shadow moved into her path, allowing her to kick off it and execute a spinning heel kick that struck Ectoplasm's clone on the collarbone, shattering it. "Fumi," she called out, using her tongue to signal Tokoyami to reposition. He jumped, and Dark Shadow pulled him to the side just as a clone of Ectoplasm attempted a sweeping kick. Tsuyu and Tokoyami began to work in perfect harmony, exchanging a few words while instinctively knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Pony fought alongside them, trying her best to keep up despite the language barrier. Unfortunately, their teamwork was slightly off, and sometimes her attacks were inadvertently blocked by Dark Shadow or Tsuyu. Earlier, Nomuri had observed the situation and discussed it with Kendo. Why did they team up? Kendo wondered. "It's their communication," Shinso replied, prompting Nomuri to agree. "With Miss America, it's a clear issue. She struggles with Japanese, making teamwork challenging. Miss Azui and Mr. Tokoyami can act without speaking, but if they don't include Pony, it will create problems." Back in the present, Tetsu realized the significance of the issue. So far, the only cooperation they had shown was when Tsuyu assisted Pony. Despite this, Pony demonstrated her ability to handle herself, skillfully maneuvering her four horns to take down clones independently. However, every time she attempted to collaborate, it led to complications. Tsuyu's jumps off Pony's horns and Dark Shadow's interference with Tokoyami created frustration for everyone involved. The connection between Tsuyu and Tokoyami, which many admired, was now causing trouble. They had once accidentally shown that Tsuyu could leap off ponies' horns, a tactic that could challenge any pro. As the battle progressed, Ectoplasm stood with 3 large clones beside him. "You've made it to the final battle, I see," he remarked, noticing the 3 students at the entrance. "Fumi, let's do this," Tsuyu said confidently. Tokoyami nodded in agreement, but once again, Pony found herself isolated. Tsuyu leaped forward with Dark Shadow propelling her, her tongue wrapping around Tokoyami to flick him ahead. He landed and unleashed Dark Shadow to confront Ectoplasm, while Tsuyu attempted to unbalance him with her tongue. However, the larger Ectoplasm proved to be a formidable opponent. From the entrance, Pony began launching her horns, successfully taking down one of the larger Ectoplasm clones. Frustrated by her inability to communicate the need for teamwork, she struggled to convey her thoughts to her teammates. Ectoplasm delivered a powerful kick that sent Tsuyu flying, causing Tokoyami to lose his composure. "TSU," he shouted as he watched his girlfriend get knocked away, drawing Dark Shadow's attention, which left him vulnerable to an attack. Seizing the opportunity, Pony used one of her horns to catch Tsuyu on her belt, then shot another horn through the back of Tokoyami's cloak. With determination, she jumped onto 2 of her horns and soared through the gate, ultimately securing victory for her team. Team Pony Tsunatori, Fumikage Tokoyami, and Tsuyu Azui have passed the exam. My applause to Miss Tsunatori for her outstanding finish. Now, if Yuga Aoyama, Toru Hagakure, and Ibra Shiosaki could make their way to Phase 13, best of luck, students, Nezu announced cheerfully as the 3 students made their way toward the next exam, discussing their strategies. Meanwhile, Momo noted, "I guess we are the final 3 groups," glancing at the remaining students yet to fight, including herself, Kendo and Robin, along with Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kaminari, and others. "Who will team up with each other?" she wondered aloud. "I just want to blow something up," Bakugo declared, sparks crackling from his palm. As the 3 students entered the arena, they prepared for battle. "Let's start," Toru cheered, with Ibra nodding and Aoyama responding with a confident, "We." Aoyama fired a laser at 13, who used her quirk to absorb the attack before it could reach her. Ibra sent out her vines, but they stood no chance against 13's abilities. Toru, however, found herself at a disadvantage. Despite some extra lessons with Nezu about her quirk, she was still unable to turn visible or make any significant impact. Stuck behind 13's barrier, she resorted to throwing rocks in frustration. Most of the fighting came from Ibra and Aoyama. Ibra, who disliked fighting, focused on capturing 13. She attempted to wrap her vines around 13 to safely secure her and prevent any harm. Meanwhile, Aoyama repeatedly fired his laser, hoping to land a hit. 13 was holding back, using only one hand to defend herself, while keeping her other hand ready in case of an emergency. Amidst this chaos, Toru felt increasingly useless. There were moments when 13 didn't even block the rocks she threw, amplifying Toru's feelings of inadequacy. Toru felt like a non-threat, a burden in the fight. She thought of how Midoriya would have easily pinned down 13 while ensuring the safety of their teammates. Instead, she felt like she was causing problems for her team. "What's going on with them?" Mina asked, concerned for Toru. Izuku pondered for a moment. "It might be their fighting style. Ibra only captures people," he explained, and Kendo nodded in agreement. "Aoyama isn't the strongest fighter, and neither is Hagakure. This could be a chance for them to learn from their mistakes," Izuku added. Ibra's scalp began to feel irritated from the extensive use of her quirk. It wasn't painful, but her attempts to capture 13 were futile. "Forgive me for this," she thought as vines shot out from both sides, aiming for 13. However, 13 easily countered the attack. "I need help," Ibra called out as Aoyama continued to fire his laser, but 13's quirk made it easy for her to defend. Frustrated, Toru felt her team needed her, yet she felt powerless. In a moment of desperation, she screamed and charged at 13, who stopped using her quirk, concerned about hurting a student. Toru tackled 13, who braced for impact. Aoyama's laser struck 13 in the chest, knocking her over as Ibra's vines ensnared her. The vines first tied 13's arms, then wrapped around her chest and legs, rendering her immobile. Toru held on tightly. The winners are Ibra Shiosaki, Yuga Aoyama, and Toru Hagakure for capturing 13. Hagakure, I need you to speak with Mr. Hound Dog next week, as putting yourself in danger is unacceptable, Nezu announced, and many students expressed their gratitude. Their hearts sank when they saw Toru's shoes and gloves move toward black holes, a frightening thought that their classmate could be lost forever. Mina, You should talk to her soon, Izuku suggested, worried for his friend. He couldn't read minds, but he could sense her emotions through haki, which helped him understand her feelings during the fight. Toru felt sad and disappointed, though Izuku wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was about her fighting style. Even Kirishima struggled against 13, as one needed to attack from multiple angles to succeed. Yeah, I will, Mina replied, clutching her stomach at the thought of a world without her two best friends. Will Tenya Ida, Nico Robin, Jozu Hananuki, and Kojiro Bando please make their way toward the exam site to face my dear old friend, Gran Torino? Nezu announced as Ida and the others excused themselves. Just then Toru and the others returned, with Achiko and Mina rushing to Toru. Toru, what were you thinking? Why did you charge at 13? You know the warnings about her quirk. Mina exclaimed, concerned for her friend. I don't know. I just felt so useless and frustrated that I couldn't do anything. I realize now that what I did was reckless, Toru admitted, looking down. We were worried. I thought I might lose you, Achiko said, her voice filled with concern. Please don't do anything like that again. Toru nodded, pulling the girls into a hug. I promise, I won't do anything that dangerous again. Mina then took her hand, saying, let's go watch Robin kick some butt. Robin, Ida, Juzo, and Bando entered the area, uncertain about who Gran Torino was and what quirk he might possess. Juzo speculated, I assume he might have a speed quirk or a car quirk, since there's a car named like that. Robin added, I think it's a speed quirk, as we all have something to do with speed. Suddenly, they heard a voice from in front of them. Oh, we've got ourselves some smarty breathes, do we now? They turned to see a small old man, about the size of Nezu, with gray hair, walking shakily with a cane. Are you my opponents? Gran Torino asked, pretending to have trouble seeing them. Ida, falling for the act, replied, We are too, sir. Are you aware we should be fighting each other? Shall I return you to a seat? Oh, would you be so kind? Gran Torino said. Just as Ida began a speech about the true essence of heroism, he received a swift kick to the face, cutting him off before he could finish his first sentence. The kick didn't hurt Ida too much, but it sent him flying back until Robin, using her multiple arms, stopped him. I believe that was an act, Ida. Are you okay? She asked. With her help, Ida got back up. Thank you, Robin. Yes, it seems I fell for it, but I won't fall for it again, he said, adjusting his glasses and putting his helmet back on. It seems we are quite serious now, aren't we? Gran Torino remarked before flying sideways as two sets of hands emerged from the ground, trying to grab him. A little slow, Missy. Now, are you three just here for decoration, or are you going to move and try something? He challenged the boys. Ida took a sprinter's stance, wanting to rush the old man and end it quickly with speed rather than violence. But Gran Torino was quicker. He shot toward Ida, aiming a kick at his ribs. Bando, seeing this, jumped at Gran Torino, but the old man easily stopped him midair before landing a powerful stomp on Ida. Taking a stance in front of your enemy is a good way to get yourself killed, Gran Torino said, flying away again as Juzo attempted to grab him. Juzo, start working on softening the walls around us. Give him nowhere to land. Bando, try to get him stuck, just don't hit any of us. Ida, you're on chase duty. Wherever he goes, you go, Robin commanded. The three nodded, making Gran Torino chuckle. The woman in charge, let's see what you're made of, he said as Robin crossed her arms and began creating arms all around. Gran Torino flew around at incredible speeds while Ida pursued him on the ground. He struggled to match Gran Torino's speed, having to turn and slide with each movement, while Gran Torino could stop on a dime. This unpredictability made it difficult for the four students to anticipate his next move. Robin, though lacking speed, kept her eyes open. But even when he passed through her path, he was too fast to catch. You need to think bigger, Juzo said, growing frustrated that nothing he did seemed to affect the old man. He sprinted toward the gate, only to be kicked to the ground the moment he turned around. You don't leave your elders, son, Gran Torino said, pressing his foot down. Robin's arms uncrossed momentarily, a twinkle in her eye. Robin, are you all right? Ida asked, pulling her from her thoughts. Oh, I am more than fine, Ida. I have a plan. Keep him busy and away from here, she replied, and Ida nodded. I shall try my best. He then took a runner's stance, engines roaring to life. Recipro burst, he shouted, putting his engines into overdrive. Blue flames erupted from the exhaust as he zoomed forward, with Gran Torino in his sights. Let's see if you can keep up, snail, Gran Torino taunted before flying off with Ida hot on his tail. Juzo, Bondo, please keep him away from me for a minute. I'm coming up with something to capture him, Robin instructed. Why try? The old man is far too fast for that. He'll just slip away, Juzo replied. Don't worry, my plan should work for that, Robin assured them before closing her eyes and crossing her arms. Robin began to visualize her arms merging together. Many arms fused into one giant limb, a massive arm capable of grabbing Gran Torino with no way for him to escape. The limbs slowly formed, building from the bottom up as hundreds of arms came together into a single, powerful appendage. Back at the viewing area, Cammy exclaimed, "Wow, is she doing what I think she is?" Her mouth hung open in awe. "I think so," Nemuri responded, equally shocked. How is she doing that though?" Kendo asked, not recalling seeing this during the sports festival. Izuku spoke up, "It seems she's growing multiple arms and fusing them together to create a larger arm." How interesting. He had a similar power to Robin but had never tried merging them together or making them bigger. His main use was for holding extra items. Back at the match, Robin called out, "Now Ida's legs gave out as he dropped to the floor, sliding forward. He wanted to speak, but all he could do was breathe. Gran Torino returned, a slight sweat on his forehead. That was quite a race. "If only you could last longer," he said, feigning confidence to hide his surprise at the young boy's speed. Just as he was catching his breath to fuel his quirk, he was suddenly grabbed by two massive arms. They held him tightly, leaving only his head exposed and no way to escape. "I surrender," he declared. "It's time for my nap anyway," Gran Torino said in his very old voice as Nezu announced the results. Gran Torino has forfeited. The winners are Tenya Ida, Robin Nico, Jozu Hananuki, and Kojiro Bondo. The next match features Eraserhead, and those fighting will be Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Itsuka Kendo, and Hitoshi Shinso. Please make your way to the exam site, Nezu cheerfully added, informing the last team of their upcoming match. "Guess we are the last team," Kaminari remarked, glancing at Bakugo, Shishida, and Manga. "And the only teacher not yet to fight is All Might," Shishida noted, with Bakugo smirking. "Princey, better keep your eye open. I'll take down All Might so badly he won't be fit enough for your fight," Bakugo told Izuku, who chuckled in response. "That would just make me grateful," Izuku replied, realizing he would have to fight soon. As the door to the exam site opened, the four students were greeted by the sight of a massive city. Izuku was crouched on one of the cable towers, observing them without the use of his quirk. "So how are we going to do this?" Shinso asked, looking toward Kendo, who turned to Momo. "Why are you looking at me?" "He is your teacher," Momo replied. "Well, first we need to understand why we are facing him. That way, we know the weaknesses he will try to exploit," Shoto explained. Kendo asked, "But we don't have similar quirks." "True, but we all use our quirks a lot when fighting," Shoto pointed out, and they all nodded in agreement. It made perfect sense. They were up against the hero who had a reputation for neutralizing quirks. Well, standing around won't help. "Hey, has the match started already?" Shinso shouted at Eraserhead, who chuckled as he stood up and jumped down into the street below, making them lose sight of him. "Let's sprint for the gate. There's no way we can win this," Kendo said as they all began to run. "We should split up too, that way he can't fight all of us." "Wait, let's first do this," Momo suggested as she dashed into a building. "Todoroki, please close us up." "Sure," he replied, stomping his foot down. Ice shot out, blocking the doors and windows. "So we're stuck. Now what?" Shinso asked, watching as Momo pulled out multiple skates from her bag. "Now we should be faster," Momo said, while Shoto asked for a scooter. "I could still use my ice without getting too stuck," he added. "Oh, of course, I didn't think of that." "Sorry," Momo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You're fine, Yaoyorozu. This will save us time in the long run," Shoto reassured her. "Yeah, and it's fun. I haven't used skates in forever," Kendo said with a smile as she happily put on the skates, while Shinso nodded in agreement. Shoto, now on a scooter, used his fire to melt the ice away, while Aizawa waited above the door. He expected them to run out but was surprised to see them all rolling down at high speeds. Momo was the first to spot him. "Behind us, quickly," she shouted. They took the signal and shot out in different directions. Aizawa jumped after them but noticed a small clank and saw a flashbang inside a toy. He quickly covered his eyes, nullifying the blinding effect, but his ears were still ringing, leaving him without a sound cue as to where the students had gone. Shoto had stopped pedaling, realizing it wasn't as fast. He placed his foot on the back of the scooter and began blasting fire out of it, propelling himself forward. The others skated toward the gate, hoping to win quickly. However, as they came into view, Aizawa was already waiting in front of the gate. Wasteful. You should have kept 2 or so behind to keep me busy, he remarked. That isn't needed, Shoto replied, attempting to shoot ice, but Aizawa used his quirk to stop him. He threw his scarf at Kendo, causing her to crash to the ground. He pulled the scarf back and did the same to Shinso, who managed to lower his body to reduce the impact. Momo, however, was prepared. She created a bow and arrow and fired it at Aizawa. Though it wouldn't hit him, it forced him to dodge and throw his scarf at Shoto, wrapping it around his head. As he tried to focus on Momo, he realized he needed to move. He barely jumped out of the way of Momo, who was wearing a rocket pack, and flew past him through the gate, crashing into a large pillow she had created just before impact. Eraserhead has failed. Momo Yaoyorozu, Itsuka Kendo, Shoto Todoroki, and Hitoshi Shinso have passed the exam. Can Katsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Jurota Shishida, and Manga Fukudashi please make their way to face All Might? Nezu announced as the others congratulated Momo and the team. Kirishima, eager to know, asked, "How did you think of that amazing move, Yamamo?" Momo looked embarrassed, pressing her index fingers together as she spoke softly. "I might have seen Midoriya watching something with Mina and Eri, and it gave me the idea." "Wait, you mean the jackass?" Momo, that is awesome." Mina laughed, and soon everyone joined in the laughter, which only stopped as the next match began. The 4 students preparing to face All Might stepped out of the watching area, each feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. They were first-year students, about to battle the #1 hero, a figure renowned in Japan and beyond. Kaminari felt particularly nervous. He knew he wasn't the strongest fighter, and now he had to face All Might alongside Bakugo. "What's our strategy?" Kaminari asked Shishida and Manga, expecting Bakugo to do his own thing as usual. To his surprise, Bakugo chimed in. "We have to fight together. You too, what are your quirks?" Both Manga and Shishida exchanged glances, slightly offended but willing to explain. "I'm Manga Fukudashi. My quirk is called comic. Whatever I say appears in giant kanji. For example, if I say rush, the kanji for rush will rush forward. Or if I say glue, the kanji for glue will appear and stick things together," Manga explained. Shishida added, "I'm Jurota Shishida. My quirk is called Beast, which has mutated my body. I can also transform into a more beast-like state, enhancing my strength, speed, and durability." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. "To what level?" "Not strong enough to take on All Might, if that's what you're asking," Shishida replied. Bakugo sighed, then said, "So, what do you think our best course of action is?" "Running," Kaminari suggested, but Bakugo shook his head. "Here's the plan. The Mutt and I will try to stun All Might for a second or two. Then Comic will trap him with whatever he can. Finally, you'll shock him, hopefully stunning him long enough for us to sprint for the gate." The others looked at him skeptically. "You really think that will stop him?" one asked. "Of course not, it's All Might. Just improvise and do your best," Bakugo replied, cracking his knuckles as he walked through the gate. The others followed, their hearts racing. As they entered the small, created city, they didn't see All Might anywhere. "What? Just run for the gate. Forget fighting him," Kaminari urged, and the group began sprinting. Suddenly, they heard a booming voice. "Running is futile." All Might laughed, appearing before them. He threw a punch, and the sheer force obliterated the street, sending the students flying back. Bakugo managed to catch himself but was still shaken. "Get up quickly," he urged the others, but a gust of wind swept past him, and All Might's voice echoed ominously, "Have fear, students, I am here." Bakugo felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to retaliate, but All Might kicked him, sending him crashing into an alleyway. The other 3 were frozen in fear. "Not running away, how foolish," All Might taunted. Manga, trying to act, shouted, "Rush, rush, boom." The words manifested and struck All Might, pushing him back slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "We aren't done," Bakugo yelled, using his explosions to propel himself toward All Might. He spun, gathering sweat in his hand, and threw it at All Might's face. Howitzer impact. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves. That knocked Shishida and Manga away. The blast staggered All Might, but he quickly recovered. "Sticky glue, sticky freeze," Manga shouted, creating a sticky substance that trapped All Might. Now Dunce face! Kaminari yelled as he leaped onto All Might. 1,000,000 volt, he screamed, directing a surge of electricity at All Might. As Bakugo and Shishida sprinted toward the gate, Kaminari stumbled away, his head spinning but giving manga a chance to attack. Boom, boom, rush, explode, storm, wind, rush, boom, rush. Manga shouted, his voice hoarse from the effort. All Might absorbed the hits, but the ice began to weaken. You think this will stop me? All Might laughed, flexing his muscles and breaking free from the ice. Run harder, Mutt. Bakugo shouted, his explosions propelling him faster. Just then, All Might's voice rang out, running away already? I expected more. Bakugo felt a powerful chop to his back, sending him crashing into the ground. Run, he yelled to Shishida, who obeyed. All Might leaped forward, tearing up the ground as he landed. Fight me, hero. Show me true heroism, he challenged, preparing to engage Shishida. Meanwhile, the students watched in awe. He's really scary like that, Toru whispered. Eri looked up at Izuku, her eyes wide. Papa, will you have to fight him? She asked. Izuku smiled at her. Yeah, do you think I can win? Can Papa beat All Might? Eri nodded vigorously, raising her arms in excitement. Papa is the strongest. Of course, you will win. Namuri smiled, giving Izuku a quick kiss on the cheek before returning her focus to the fight. All Might does love his acting, she remarked, recalling past moments when he roleplayed as a villain for the students. Back at the fight, All Might caught Shishida's wrist and swung him away toward Manga and Kaminari, the battle far from over. As Bakugo returned to the fray, he declared, I'm going to scorch you so badly you won't be able to fight the princess. A smirk spread across his face as explosions erupted beneath his feet. Big words for someone who has spent more time eating dirt than fighting me, he retorted, his expression shifting from a smirk to a glare. With a powerful jump, he activated his quirk, launching himself higher and higher into the air. An rising star can easily be shot down, All Might said, raising his hand and preparing to unleash his power. He infused his quirk and released a powerful air blast aimed directly at Bakugo. The force of the blast caused Bakugo to stop using his quirk and plummet back toward the ground. However, he quickly adapted, spinning downward with increasing speed. Aiming both gauntlets at All Might, he unleashed his ultimate move, Zar Bomb. The attack struck All Might with tremendous force, pushing him down to one knee while Bakugo felt the strain in his shoulders from the impact. Ah! Bakugo yelled in pain as he landed hard, struggling to rise again. But All Might was quicker, darting behind Bakugo and pressing down on a nerve cluster in his neck, knocking him out. With super speed, All Might gently placed Bakugo near the gate, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed further, before returning to face the remaining challengers. As All Might engaged with Shishida, Manga grabbed Kaminari. You good? He asked. I need power. Get me to the lamppost, Kaminari replied, and Manga quickly dragged him toward it. Just then, Shishida was thrown in their direction. Yo, help us open this, Manga called out. Shishida, relatively unscathed from the throw due to his beast-like skin, used his claws to rip open a small door. Kaminari, in a burst of energy, stabbed a power cable with metal, causing a shock that startled his classmates. Oh, I'm back, baby, he exclaimed, feeling invigorated. With newfound energy coursing through him, Kaminari shouted, Let's take him down. He charged toward All Might, with Manga and Shishida following closely. They reached All Might just as he regained his footing. Bakugo did some good work, now it's my turn to shock the world, Kaminari said confidently. As he approached All Might, the hero remarked, Going for a new light show won't work. Kaminari laughed. I know, but this will make you ecstatic. Standing before All Might, Kaminari focused his power. 2,000,000 volt shock burst, he yelled, and as he struck All Might's abdomen, it initially seemed ineffective. A failure, All Might remarked, lowering his guard. But then, a surge of electricity coursed through All Might, shocking him. Meanwhile, Shishida transformed into his beast-like state and sprinted toward the gate, taking advantage of the distraction. Although All Might was not seriously hurt, he was momentarily disoriented. Kaminari, however, felt the effects of his own attack. His mind was foggy, and he clung to All Might's leg with a goofy grin. Juratura Shishida has escaped the exam site. All Might has failed. Juratura Shishida, Manga Fukudashi, Denki Kaminari, and Katsuki Bakugo have passed the exam. Please stay with Bakugo and Kaminari until one of the recovery robots can bring them here. The next fight will happen in approximately 10 minutes. Can Prince Izuku Midoriya please prepare for his match? Nezu announced, preparing for the upcoming battle. Guess I'm up next. Wish me luck, Izuku said with a smirk as he walked away to prepare, leaving the others to discuss the fight. Good luck, Dad, Eri shouted with a bright smile. I hope Midoriya can win this, one of his classmates remarked. Kendo turned to the group, asking, what do you all think? You've known him the longest. I believe he will win. Even if not in the fight itself, he can transform into a being capable of moving at light speed. While All Might and Mirko are fast, they can't match that, and Shota can't keep his eyes open forever, Namiri stated, with Achiko and Mina nodding in agreement. We'll have to see. But my money is on the prince. That fight against the Prince of Africa was incredible, Aways added, uncertain if that was his best performance or if he had more surprises in store. Bakugo was taken to Recovery Girl, waking up in pain. Did he already fight? He asked, clearly focused on the match. No, dear. Nezu gave a 10-minute break for everyone to prepare. Let me fix you up so you can watch, she replied. With a gentle touch, she popped his arms back into their sockets, earning a groan from Bakugo. After a kiss on the forehead to ease the pain, he expressed his gratitude. Thanks, he said, rising to his feet, eager to witness the upcoming fight. Bakugo walked into the viewing area, his arms still sore from the recent match. Hey Baku bro, are you good? Kirishima asked, concern in his voice. Bakugo scoffed in response. Of course I'm good. Did you really think All Might could do anything to me? Didn't he dislocate your arms and knock you out? Kirishima pressed. Bakugo scoffed again. He didn't do anything to me. I did that. He just got lucky with that last hit. If I hadn't hurt myself, I would have kicked his butt. I thought you looked really cool, Eri chimed in with a smile, causing Bakugo to hold back a grin. Thanks. Now, when is the princess going to fight? He asked, changing the subject. It should start soon. Look, the pros are already on the field, Siro said, pointing at the screen where heroes were spread out, preparing for battle. Multiple cameras captured the scene from different angles, showing the heroes in action. The first group of heroes was stationed in the main street, ready to face the prince head-on. In front were All Might, Cementoss, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Gran Torino, Endeavor, Mirko, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Hound Dog, Miss Joke, and Lady. Each hero stood poised for the confrontation, with Mirko at the front, eagerly waiting for Izuku. Elsewhere, Aizawa was hidden within a building, creating an opening to move stealthily. Present Mike was near the edge, planning to force Izuku into the group of combat-focused heroes. Snipe was on a rooftop, ready to direct Izuku's movements. Power Loader was busy in the sewer system, keeping his actions a secret. In contrast, Hawks was flying high above, focused on sending out fast attacks and relaying information to the other heroes. Best Genist was positioned high up, while Edgeshot hid in an alley, ready for sneak attacks. 13 stood near the gate, blocking entry. Nezu, however, was nowhere to be seen, leaving the students in the dark. The gate opened slowly, and Mirko nearly vibrated with excitement at the thought of facing a strong opponent. Izuku walked through in his hero costume, sleeves rolled up and a smile on his face. He turned his head toward one of the houses. Hiding really has no use. It's pretty easy to sense such strong opponents, he said as the gate closed behind him. You ready, Your Highness? Ryukyu asked, to which Izuku nodded. Just waiting for the signal. That signal came immediately. The fight may begin. Mirko charged forward with a horizontal kick. Tempest Moon, she called out, sending an air blade flying toward Izuku at high speed. Izuku flattened his hand, using it to deflect the blade. Although Mirko's kick was powerful, it was redirected. Mirko crouched and leaped high into the air. Rabbit Tempest Barrage, she shouted, unleashing a flurry of kicks toward Izuku. Using the Kira Kira no Mi, Izuku transformed into Diamond, rendering Mirko's attacks ineffective. A cloud of dust and smoke rose, obscuring the view of Izuku, who had yet to take a single step. Suddenly, the dust cloud exploded as Izuku shot out. His legs transformed into springs, propelling him toward Mirko. Her eyes widened in surprise. He aimed to land a punch, but a feather from Hawk struck his hand away, leaving him open to a knee strike from Mirko that hit him square in the chest. Edgeshot then folded himself thin, aiming for a sneak attack, but just as he got close, Izuku's legs returned to normal. Snipe fired 6 shots at Izuku, and Mirko followed up with a front kick that sent him crashing back toward the gate. Ha, easy. Don't hold back now. Rumi shouted, eager for a real fight. Let's just finish this, Present Mike said, rushing toward Izuku, who was seemingly trapped at the gate. But when Present Mike reached him, he found Izuku waiting. Izuku had initially used the gum-gum fruit to absorb damage, but now he employed another ability. A bubble of silence formed in front of him using the Nagi-Nagi no Mi, blocking out all sound. He jumped forward, landing an open palm strike on Present Mike's chest. He quickly blocked a left hook with his elbow and countered with a strike to Mike's neck. Izuku then aimed for a spinning back kick toward Mike's ribs, but he had to jump back as a large water balloon landed where he had just stood. Hello, Nezu called from atop a large robot resembling a turtle, equipped with cannons. Don't tell me. Oh yes, this is fresh seawater, Nezu continued. According to Nomuri, it's even more effective at numbing you. Izuku smirked. Let me guess, you're going to weaken me while they block me from destroying that toy. Not only that, Nezu said, lifting his radio. Now please. Suddenly, multiple sprinklers activated, drenching the area. Izuku jumped high, using Haki to slam his hand into the gate. Hiding doesn't save you, Hawks said, sending feathers toward Izuku. He used Haki on his other hand to block the feathers, then dropped down, allowing the water to weaken him slightly. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he crouched and placed a hand on the floor, activating a different power, the Hi-Hi no Mi, Ice Age. Izuku declared, turning the seawater against the heroes as ice rapidly spread out from him. The large robot, completely filled with water, had frozen solid, its strength now a hindrance. The sprinklers were also frozen, resembling spiky ice flowers. Izuku stood up, exhaling a visible breath in the chilly air. Sorry if it's a little chilly, but I aim to win. He dashed forward, using Sora to appear next to Present Mike, landing a powerful neck strike reminiscent of All Might's technique against Bakugo. He leaped again, aiming for Mirko, but a large foot stomped down, nearly crushing him. He managed to evade just in time. Sorry, not into being stepped on, he quipped, trying to throw the women off their game. However, it seemed Nomuri had warned them, and they flirted back. Now here I thought we could experiment a little, Yui said, advancing toward Izuku again. He continued to use his ice powers, but it overwhelmed him. Oh no, you killed him! Kamui exclaimed, worry etched on his face, while you panicked. I didn't mean to kill him. I'm going to be executed now. Nope, but you will be knocked out, Izuku said from behind you, who had shrunk down to her normal height. He placed her in a sleeper hold, startling her. In her shock, she didn't use her quirk and tried to claw at him. The other heroes prepared to attack, but Izuku used his Haki to read their intentions and aimed you in front of him. However, she was quickly knocked out, and he laid her down gently before jumping toward another target, not intending to use a human shield. He shot toward Nezu with Sora. Oh, I give, Nezu said, recognizing he wasn't a fighter. Izuku wrapped some tape around him before dropping down from the side, blocking Aizawa's view. Just then Endeavor charged in. Jet Fist, he shouted, his punch going through Izuku's chest and destroying the robot. Izuku, however, grabbed Endeavor by the head and delivered a headbutt, pushing him back. Fire Fist! Izuku yelled, but nothing happened, realizing it was Aizawa's doing. He attempted to grab a piece of rubble but had to jump away as Mirko and Ryukyu landed right where he had been. While I love spending time with you beauties, I really want to get this over with, he said, relying on his skills. He stepped into Mirko's personal space, and as she went for a kick, he ducked and caught her, one arm under her kicked leg and the other around her waist, linking behind her. Sorry about this, he quickly said before slamming Mirko down hard, knocking the air out of her. Izuku tried to finish the fight, but Ryukyu's tail struck him, sending him crashing into a building, where he was then tied down by Best Jeanist. Surrender peacefully, he said. Izuku knew that wouldn't happen. I really hope Recovery Girl can fix this, he replied, using the Pika Pika no Mi to fire beams of condensed light at Best Jeanist, hitting him in the leg and arm, which stopped the use of his quirk. He then moved at light speed toward Aizawa, kicking him out of the building and right into Mirko. They both landed hard, knocked out by the impact. Izuku ceased using the glint powers and began to transform into his hybrid dragon form. He faced Ryukyu, who was in her full dragon form. Jet Fist! Endeavor shouted, launching flames toward Izuku. He crossed his arms to protect himself, but Ryukyu's tail struck him again, pushing him back several meters. He began to laugh uncontrollably, influenced by Miss Joke's quirk. In the viewing area, Sato commented, he is having it rough. Yeah, he's holding back to not hurt. Them too much, Nomuri observed, noting how Izuku was restraining himself. Even the powerful kick he used on Aizawa wasn't full strength, which could have caused severe damage. Despite this, he still moved with ease, as if he wasn't exhausted. I really hope he isn't going to get that hurt, Achiko said, concerned for Izuku's safety. Don't worry, dear. If he gets too banged up, I can always help him out. By the look of Best Jeanist, I will for once have to work for my money, Recovery Girl reassured her, with Nomuri adding, I know such an effort. They both continued to watch the unfolding battle. Izuku was caught up in laughter, his thoughts and movements slowed. He ignored Ryukyu and Endeavor, focusing instead on Miss Joke, who needed to stay close for her quirk to work effectively. Izuku charged at her, throwing a simple punch that Miss Joke easily blocked. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a low kick to the side of his knee, causing him to bend it. This overextended her, allowing Izuku to land a spinning hammer strike to her midriff. Miss Joke retaliated with a quick combo of jabs and hooks, but Izuku managed to step back just in time to avoid the final uppercut. Still laughing, Izuku moved sideways, narrowly missing her first attack. He swung his arm over her shoulder and under one arm, maneuvering behind her to put her in a chokehold. As he tightened his grip, he took a moment to assess his remaining opponents. All Might stood alone, making him an intriguing target. Izuku spotted Snipe on a rooftop, Power Loader still missing, and Hawks high in the air. He also needed to contend with Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, and Kamui Woods, while 13 remained hidden from view. Among the other fighters, Cementoss had limited range due to the number of heroes present, while Vlad King was someone Izuku was still avoiding. Ectoplasm added to the overwhelming number of heroes, and Gran Torino was likely planning sneak attacks. Endeavor was a formidable opponent, and Ryukyu had size and strength on her side. The final two, Gang Orca and Hound Dog, rounded out the list of challenges Izuku faced. He began devising a plan to defeat them all. First, he needed to eliminate the support heroes. After Miss Joke lost consciousness, Izuku set his sights on Hawks. Transforming using the Tori no Mi, Model Falcon, he gained enhanced strength and green feathers, sprouting 2 large wings. He leaped into the air, flapping his wings to pursue Hawks, who was trying to escape. The chase became a game of cat and mouse, with Izuku soaring higher as Hawks slowed down. Suddenly, Izuku stopped flapping his wings and aimed them back, diving at high speed toward Hawks. The impact sent them crashing into a building, bringing it down on top of them and taking Hawks out of the fight. Amid the rubble, Izuku quickly scanned for his next target and spotted Edge Shot hiding in an alleyway. He transformed back to his human form and used the DOA no Mi to open a door in the debris, leading him to Power Loader, who was surprised to see him. Seizing the moment, Izuku activated the Jiko no Mi, magnetizing Power Loader's robotic suit. The suit began to rip apart, and Izuku formed 2 large metal hands from the debris. Power Loader, realizing he was outmatched, cuffed himself, acknowledging he wasn't a fighter. However, Izuku now had 2 powerful metal hands to use against the other heroes. Finding a good position, Izuku jumped and punched the ground, breaking through to an alleyway right behind Kamui Woods. He swung one of his metal arms at Kamui, breaking through the wall and nearly knocking him out. Kamui managed to stay upright, but Izuku quickly gathered the remaining scraps and jumped above him, delivering a powerful punch. The force sent Kamui crashing into the basement of the building. Just then, Izuku felt a barrage of rubber rounds hit his back. He turned to see Snipe, who had taken aim. Izuku caught the bullets in one hand and, using the Pika no Mi, fired them back at Snipe with incredible speed, demolishing the building he was hiding on. The second shot struck Snipe in the face, breaking his mask and leaving a mark. Izuku then turned toward Best Jeanist, firing the last 2 bullets at him. One missed, while the other was blocked by his forearm. Before Izuku could react, he found himself wrapped in his own clothing, unable to escape. Just then, Ryukyu transformed into her dragon form and struck him with her tail, sending him crashing down the street into Vlad King. Vlad used a blood bag to create a massive hammer, slamming it down on Izuku. Stuck in his own clothing, Izuku considered his options. Breaking free would leave him exposed, which he wanted to avoid, especially with his daughter likely watching. Instead, he decided to use a clever tactic. He activated the Gasu no Mi, removing oxygen around Best Jeanist just enough to render him unconscious, allowing Izuku to regain control of the situation. Izuku transformed into gas, allowing him to seep out before becoming whole again behind Vlad. With a swift punch, he knocked Vlad out, feeling the weight of the battle ahead. You're really making me work for this, he muttered, glancing around to see only 10 opponents remaining. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku knew he needed to conserve his powers for the final showdown with all might. He activated the Machi Machi no Mi, summoning various Machi donuts from his arms that spread out across the area. Machi Barrage, he shouted as the Machi transformed into fists, launching high-speed punches enhanced with Haki. The barrage was meant to tire out his opponents, but it did more than that. It knocked out both Hound Dog and Edge Shot, who had attempted a sneak attack. The fists rained down, slamming them against the ground until they lay still. Flash Fire Fist. Endeavor shouted, sending a large fire fist toward Izuku, burning away the Machi and singeing his left sleeve. But Izuku was determined to give it his all, and a burn wouldn't deter him. Facing the remaining opponents, Izuku compressed his fist, turning it square and black with Haki. He pulled back for a punch, but Gran Torino zoomed past and kicked him in the side of the head, causing him to lose focus. Keep up, slowpoke, Gran Torino teased before vanishing again, just as Endeavor launched a second punch. Izuku managed to dodge it, but it struck a sonar blast from Gang Orca, stunning him and giving Cementoss the opportunity to encase him in cement. Now needing to SWH tactics, Izuku transformed using the Uo no Mi model Suryu, entering his hybrid form for increased strength and resistance. He easily broke free from the cement and took a deep breath, a red tint escaping his mouth. "Billow breath," he exclaimed, unleashing a beam of fire toward Cementoss. Endeavor jumped in front to block with his own flames, but the attack was too powerful, pushing both of them back and knocking out Cementoss while slightly injuring Endeavor. Izuku redirected the breath toward the others, but he couldn't land more hits before the attack ended. He leaped toward Ryukyu, who swung her tail at him. Izuku dug his feet into the ground and caught the attack, using Ryukyu as a weapon. Though he didn't achieve the full power he desired due to her size, he managed to drop her on Gran Torino, taking him out. Jumping over Ryukyu, Izuku covered his hand in Haki and, with all his dragon might, punched Ryukyu on the head. Dragon King Destruction Fist. The punch sent shockwaves through the arena, and as he landed he used Soru to dash forward, delivering a clothesline to Ectoplasm, only to discover it was a clone. Thinking quickly, Izuku stomped on the ground, cracking the floor, and spun around rapidly. His tail launched rocks toward Ectoplasm, destroying all the clones. Rocket Punch. Endeavor shouted, propelling himself forward with flames and striking Izuku in the chest. Izuku was pushed back but quickly jumped forward, linking his fingers above his head. With all his strength, he brought them down on Endeavor, slamming him into the floor and finally knocking him out. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, Izuku sensed Ectoplasm hiding behind Gang Orca. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed Keifu, sending small blades of wind that struck Gang Orca, who could only defend himself from the onslaught. Both Gang Orca and Ectoplasm fell as Izuku dropped to one knee, reverting to his human form. "Guess it's just us now," All Might laughed, standing tall as Izuku knelt. "Yeah, guess it is," Izuku replied, catching his breath. "Do you need a minute? I don't want to rush you." "No, it's fine. I have to push past my limits, right? But I have a question for you." "Well, what is it?" "Your quirk absorbs sunlight for power, right?" "That's correct. My quirk allows me to absorb sunlight and infuse my muscles with it, making me stronger." "Nothing, just gave me an idea," Izuku said, taking a deep breath and biting into his forearm. Izuku took a deep breath, inflating his forearm as he prepared for battle. All Might watched in confusion, as did the others around them. "Infusing the power all over your body, right?" Izuku said, moving his arm with the large bubble of air aimed at his chest. As he continued to infuse Haki into his body, he struck a pose. Gear 4th Bounce Man. Now slightly larger than All Might, Izuku bounced lightly on the floor. "You ready?" he asked, waiting for All Might, who cracked his back and got into a fighting stance. "I will not hold back. You deserve to face me at my best. I hope you can do me the courtesy of the same." Izuku nodded in agreement. "What is happening?" Achiko exclaimed in shock as she watched her boyfriend grow in size. "I have no idea. It's the first time I've seen that," Nemuri said, equally astonished. "Does he really think he can keep up with All Might?" Kaminari asked, moving closer to the screen, excited for the upcoming fight. Bakugo and Shoto joined him, eager to see how Izuku would fare against the #1 hero, respected worldwide. Both fighters stood ready, waiting for the slightest movement from the other. All Might shifted his foot, signaling the start. Izuku bent his legs inward and propelled himself forward like a rocket. He flew toward All Might and threw a punch. All Might blocked it, but the force pushed him back slightly. Izuku quickly retaliated, landing another punch, but All Might responded in kind, sending Izuku flying down the street like a pinball. Yet, Izuku flew forward again, their fists clashing repeatedly. This is going nowhere, Izuku thought. I need a better strategy. Just then, All Might landed a punch on Izuku's chin, sending him soaring upward. Perfect distance, Izuku realized as he pulled his hand back into his forearm, preparing for a powerful attack. He dove down like a rocket, releasing his fist to strike All Might in the chest. The punch surprised All Might, sending him crashing back toward the gate. All Might coughed, a bit of blood escaping his lips. Are you okay, All Might? 13 asked, concerned. I'm fine, he replied, nodding. But watch out, Midoriya has a new technique. With that, All Might charged at Izuku again, throwing punches at blinding speeds. Izuku struggled to keep up, getting pushed back once more as he fought to control his new form. Pushing both arms back into themselves, Izuku shouted, Kong Gatling Gun! He began moving his fists in and out of his arms at high speeds, unleashing a barrage of punches on All Might, who could only cover up and absorb the hits, waiting for an opening. In a split second, Izuku lost focus, and All Might seized the opportunity. He slipped past a punch, grabbed Izuku's waist, and executed a powerful suplex, slamming him into the ground. The impact caused Izuku to deflate, landing a few meters away. Struggling to rise, Izuku felt exhausted from using the gum fruit. Already done? I didn't think the Prince of the World would give up that quickly, All Might teased. Izuku chuckled tiredly as he got back on his feet. Nah, I'm fine. I'll bounce right back, he joked, tapping into a different power. He activated the Yami Yami no Mi and let it spread around him. Raising his arm, he pulled All Might toward him, causing the once mighty hero to deflate into a thin, tired-looking man. Instead of attacking, Izuku decided to tie All Might's hands. Are you alright, All Might? He asked. All Might nodded. I am, young prince. If you must know, it's due to an injury I received. But I can tell you more about it after you make it out of here. There's still one hero you will need to face. Izuku nodded and walked away. Just as he released All Might, the hero regained his strength and broke free from the restraints. However, he had given up, allowing Izuku to move toward the gate. Feeling drained and hungry, Izuku wanted to finish this quickly. He found 13 waiting at the gate, ready for a fight. Excuse me, 13, if you want to fight, can we do it without quirks? I don't want to deal with a black hole, he suggested. No can do, sir. I plan to outlast you for the next 5 minutes, 13 replied, creating a wall with her quirk. Frustrated, Izuku slowly moved his hand forward, pressing down. 13 suddenly felt an increasing weight on her shoulders as Izuku used the Zushi no Mi to amplify gravity around her. He was straining to maintain the pressure, running out of energy quickly. He barely had anything left in him. He knew he got lucky with All Might, otherwise, it would have been over for him. Just as the force knocked out 13, it also took down Izuku, who had used too many powers that day and had no stamina left. In the end, it resulted in a draw, with both teams defeated. Oh my gosh, what an incredible fight! Kirishima exclaimed excitedly, and many others shared his enthusiasm. However, a couple of them felt differently. There's so much distance between us, Katsuki said, clenching his fists in frustration at his own weakness. It seems I still need to grow, Shoto remarked, his eyes closed as he reflected on the battle he had just witnessed. Ding, Todoroki, your dad had some moves. That was awesome. Mina cheered happily, while Eri tugged on her hand. Can we go check on Papa? Nemuri nodded. Of course. Anyone want to come with us? The girls smiled and ran toward Izuku with Eri. You all can go back to the dorms, Nemuri said as they made their way. Halfway there, some of the Class 1B girls spoke up. Hey, you know we like to set up dates with the prince, right? Kendo said, with Nemuri nodding. Well, I'm already dating someone, it kind of happened in between, she replied. That's fine, sweetie. He won't ever force you to do anything, Kendo assured her as they continued toward Izuku. Izuku was sitting in a chair, half asleep. Hey, sleepyhead, you good? Nemuri asked. Izuku tiredly moved his head. Now I'm just so tired. He smiled and Nemuri gave him a gentle smack on the cheek. You just need food, you big crybaby. Come on, let's get you to lunch rush. He can WHP you up a buffet. Izuku nodded and stepped forward, but he stumbled and fell into Nami, who caught him. As they made their way to get food, Izuku transformed back into his usual self, energized and ready to move on his own. Now this is good. Did we get the results yet? He asked. Nope, that will be given later. We can chill in the dorms a little before then, Nomuri replied. Oh, chill you say? Mina said with a playful giggle. While I wouldn't mind that, I'm still rather tired, and there are other girls here. Oh, they wouldn't mind. Well, most of them wouldn't, Nomuri said, giving a knowing look. Oh, I would like to join, Yui said, liking her lips as she gazed at Izuku. But we can do that when you're more energized. We might even get some dates set up, Nomuri suggested, and some of the girls nodded excitedly. I can't wait for our date, I'm going to ruin you, Setsuna said, sticking her tongue out, which made the three women laugh. Oh, sweetie, keep thinking that, Nomuri teased. What do you mean by that? Explain it to me, Izuku said, glancing at Pony and Ibra, who were playing with Eri. He leaned closer to Yui. It means I'm the one who's going to ruin you. I'm going to destroy you, if that's what you want at least. He let go, and Yui returned to her previous position, her cheeks flushed and breathing heavily. Oh, I don't just want that, I need that, she said, causing Izuku to chuckle. Eri, want to go back home? He asked, checking his watch. Rem and Ram should be getting on Minecraft soon, and I don't want to keep them waiting. Wait, it's already that late? Eri exclaimed, sprinting away with Izuku laughing behind her. Sorry, Ibra Pony. We're still learning everyone's names. Please forgive me for the rudeness. Ibra shook her head. It's no problem at all, she's such a sweetheart. Yeah, total angel, Pony added. Now please excuse me, if I don't help her, I'll be in trouble. Izuku took off running to catch up with Eri, who was calling out not to be late for her playdate with Rem and Ram. Back at the dorms, Izuku had set up Eri's laptop to play, and from that moment on, Eri was in her own world. Being a good dad, Izuku went to the kitchen to get her some healthy snacks. A bowl of grapes and some apple slices, her favorites. Afterward, he settled down on the couch to browse on his phone. He came across some interesting news. South Africa was undergoing significant changes, with many leaders embracing new ideas and hiring talented individuals. However, there were those who resisted this change, particularly the many who had lost their jobs due to being hired solely for their physical strength. Next, he read about a group of famous people supporting a free energy initiative, donating substantial amounts to the cause, which Izuku had also contributed to. It was uplifting to see so many people rallying behind a positive movement. Then he stumbled upon a humorous post claiming he was the new head of the Illuminati. Izuku chuckled at the comments, some suggesting he was a leader while others believed he was merely a pawn for the true leaders, the so-called lizard men living beneath the cities. Just then, Kaminari entered the room. Hey Midoriya, send a message to the lizard men that I'm more than happy to help them in their cause. Izuku decided to have a little fun and used his quirk to change his eyes to flick sideways like a lizard, which startled Kaminari. Izuku laughed heartily. That wasn't funny, dude. It freaked me out, Kaminari said, as the others joined in the laughter. Wait, is there really such a thing as the Illuminati? Achiko asked with a puzzled smile. Izuku shrugged. Mina jumped on Izuku. Why would you want to know? A secret organization that runs the world. Do you work with them? She asked. Serious? No such organization exists as far as I know. I'm not part of any secret group, Izuku replied. The day passed without incident, but the next day, they gathered in class, waiting for Aizawa to arrive, which he did right at the bell. Good, you're all seated. We will go over the battles from yesterday. Today's focus will be on how you could have approached the fights differently or what you did well as reviewing those who failed the exam, Aizawa said, and the students nodded in agreement. He pulled out a sheet of paper from his scarf. Those who failed are Sato, Kirishima, Mina, Nami, and Midoriya. Each of you lost your fight, but that's not the complete list of those who failed the exam. Nami and Midoriya both passed. Nami did her best, and if her teammates had worked together, there might have been a chance. Midoriya's real test was to defeat half of the teachers, and he succeeded. However, Hagakure will be part of the losing group. Putting yourself in harm's way is unacceptable, and if I see that happen again, you will be expelled. Toru nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. She realized she could have been seriously hurt. Now, one more thing, you all will be going camping. We will spend an entire week working on your quirks. This will be hard work, not a fun trip. The week will be spent in the woods, so I will provide you with a list of necessary items. Please make sure you have them. Other items are allowed, but don't pack too much, Aizawa explained. The class spent the rest of the day focusing on their fights, and the following day, they went shopping as a group. Let's split into teams to get things done quicker, Mina suggested, grabbing Ochiko's and Izuku's arms as she smiled and ran ahead with them. As they approached the high-end shops, Ochiko said, "We are on the wrong side for me." Izuku hugged her closely. "Oh, my sweet Machi, nothing is too expensive for you," he replied, making her blush. "But Izuku, I don't want people to think I'm with you for your money," she said, looking a bit concerned. Izuku looked at her, puzzled for a moment. "You aren't." He lifted her and kissed her on the lips. "My Machi, it doesn't matter what people think. I love you and love to spoil you. So please let me," he said, placing her down. He then took Mina's hand and walked toward a high-end store. As they walked, Izuku spotted something he had wanted for a while. "Hey, go ahead without me for a second, I'll be right there." He kissed both of them on the cheek before heading into the shop. When Ochiko and Mina entered the high-end store, the staff initially looked at them with irritation, judging their appearance. But then it clicked, they were the girlfriends of the Prince of the World. The manager straightened his suit and adjusted his glasses as he approached them. "Hello, ladies. How can we assist you on this fine day?" he asked in the kindest voice he could muster, surprising the girls. We were just looking," Ochiko replied, not used to such attention. In the past, she had walked in only to be treated poorly. "Please, it's our pleasure to help in any way we can. Whatever you need, we can provide," the manager said. "We just need to get some items for our school camping trip, like sleeping bags and such," Mina said, showing her list. The manager offered his hand. "Please allow me. You can take a seat and I will take care of it." Just then, Izuku entered the store. "Don't worry, we can handle this ourselves, but we appreciate the thought," he said, knowing the manager was simply trying to impress them. The man knew better than to confront the king, so he simply nodded and excused himself. "Thanks." "He was strange," Ochiko remarked, prompting a chuckle from Izuku. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Now, my Machi, my spicy alien, let's get ourselves some supplies, shall we?" Izuku said as they ventured deeper into the shop to gather everything they needed. This was just one of many stores they would visit. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the store, a man spoke on the phone. "Boss, I see him right here. He's in a shop with 2 girls. Want me to take him out?" "But boss, I've got him right here. I can just fire my bone needle in his neck and rush out with the rest of the crowd." The man received a harsh reprimand over the phone. "I understand, boss. Want me to keep tailing him?" He hung up and followed Izuku from a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku was being followed by another figure lurking in the shadows. Using a quirk, this figure sent a message to his boss about Izuku's location. After gathering everything from that shop, Izuku and the girls moved on to another store. It took 4 shops in total for them to collect all their supplies. "Let's take a quick trip to my house. I need to grab something," Izuku suggested, and the girls agreed. Nomuri had taken Eri out for a relaxing day with some of her friends. "Hey, you all can head back to school. We'll meet up soon, I just need to pick up a few things," Izuku called out. "Cool, bro, we'll see you there," Kirishima replied with a thumbs up as Izuku nodded. They got into Izuku's car. He preferred driving to public transport due to the dangers of the world. As they drove, Mina and Ochiko chatted and laughed in the back seat while Izuku enjoyed their banter. It didn't take long for them to reach the mansion, which left Ochiko in awe. They parked right in front, unaware of another car parked in the garage belonging to Mitsuki, who was currently living in the house. The 3 entered the house, oblivious to anything unusual inside. "It's upstairs," Izuku said, and both girls happily followed him. "Maybe we could have some fun, you know," Mina suggested with a laugh, playfully nudging Ochiko, who gasped before joining in the laughter. Suddenly, the door next to them swung open, and Mitsuki, holding a lamp, jumped out in a state of surprise. Izuku, caught off guard by his first crush's unexpected appearance, was momentarily stunned. The lamp swung toward him, and he was knocked out cold. As he lay on the floor, blood trickled from his nose, and his eyes were unfocused. "Who are you?" Mina and Ochiko shouted at Mitsuki, taking defensive stances. "Wait, aren't you dating Izuku? What are you doing here?" Mina exclaimed. Mitsuki looked down, realizing she had just knocked out Izuku. "Oh no, I can," she cried, rushing to him and shaking him gently. This brought Izuku back to consciousness, only to find Mitsuki's flustered expression right in front of him. He stumbled back, overwhelmed. "Mitsuki," he managed to say before she quickly covered herself with a towel she had grabbed from the door handle. "Can I dress myself?" she called out, embarrassed. Meanwhile, the girls helped Izuku to a nearby room, where he regained his composure just as Mitsuki entered. She sat on the opposite side of the room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mi-chan, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, his own cheeks reddening as he recalled her previous state. Your mother offered me a place to stay. I was having some trouble finding a place of my own, Mitsuki explained. Mina chimed in, oh, you're Mitsuki, Izuku's crush. Izuku quickly silenced her, trying to maintain some dignity. Nothing. You're my nothing, he stammered, but Mitsuki laughed. I know you like me. You used to tell me you wanted to marry me every time you saw me. Do you still want to? She asked, half joking. I do, Izuku replied, surprising both Mitsuki and the girls. They had been aware of his feelings for her over the years. Mi-chan, I still like you. It might be a little strange since my classmate is your son, but that doesn't change how I feel. I would be more than willing to date you. Mitsuki felt a flutter in her stomach at his words. I need time to think about it. If you give me some time, I might have an answer for you. Izuku nodded. Mi-chan, I've already waited for you. A couple of weeks won't change my feelings. A group of students sat waiting on the bus, which had been driving for around 3 hours. They were on their way to a camping trip, and boredom was setting in. Are we there yet? Eri asked, her excitement barely contained. She and Nomuri had come along to provide moral support and help look after everyone. Izuku had suggested staying home, but both insisted on joining, having already received approval from Nezu, who wanted to see the positive impact Eri could have. We are almost at the stop point, so don't worry, Nomuri reassured them, glancing at Aizawa for confirmation. The bus drove for a few more minutes before coming to a halt. Everyone get out. Aizawa called, and the students eagerly exited, relieved to stretch their legs. Oh man, being able to walk feels great. That bus was stuffy, Kaminari exclaimed, cracking his back and pacing in small circles. Just then, a small black sedan pulled up, its tinted windows obscuring the view inside. The door opened and 2 figures jumped out. The first was a blonde-haired woman in a blue and white outfit, complete with cat-like features. Next to her was another woman with dark red hair and similar attire. Your feline fantasies are here. Your potastic heroes have arrived, the wild pussycats. Eri squealed in excitement. Oh, a fan, the blonde-haired woman said, her smile widening as Eri nodded enthusiastically. I love your group. You're Pixie Booby, you're super fun, and Mandalay is like the mommy of the group helping everyone. You're all so cool. Eri shouted, her admiration evident. Eri, sweetie, calm down, Izuku said gently, noticing the 2 heroes were now staring wide-eyed at him. Their expressions were a mix of surprise and awe as they took in the sight of the prince standing before them. Wake up, kiddies, Nomuri said playfully, dragging her nail across their necks to bring them back to reality. Oh, your highness, they stammered, wanting to bow but unable to move as Nomuri held them in place. Nope, keep up, kiddies. He isn't a prince here, he is Izuku, she clarified, revealing another reason for her presence. Oh, Mandalay said softly, glancing at Izuku. Are you sure? She asked, receiving a nod from Nomuri. Yes, you're a teacher. Don't worry, he will listen perfectly. Izuku held Eri in his arms, smiling as she excitedly listed all the hero jobs the pussycats had done. Okay then, yes, we are half of the wild pussycats, Mandalay, Pixie Bob added, striking a cute pose alongside Eri, who was practically glowing with excitement. Who is that? Izuku asked, pointing toward the car where a small boy, slightly younger than Eri, stood wearing a red cap with golden horns. Oh, that is Koda. He is my nephew, and I have to look after him. Hope that isn't a problem, Mandalay explained. Well, Eri, come on, let's get in the car. Oh, we are going again? Siro asked, glancing at Nomuri, who stood beside Aizawa. They are, but you, however, will have to find your own way there, Mandalay said, walking toward the railing and pointing toward the base of the mountain. There at the base of the mountain is our camp. It's 9 now, so you all should arrive around 1-ish, just in time for lunch. And don't worry, it's all our property, so you can use your quirks freely. Izuku raised his hand. Are you sure? Oh yes. As far as the eye can see, it's ours, so you're free to use any, Mandalay. Confirmed. Great. So I can just bring everyone there? Izuku asked, a mischievous grin on his face. Huh, do that, and I will do anything you want, Pixie Bob joked. Okay, let's set up the date, Nomuri said, and Izuku smirked. He extended his hand, and a light blue donut appeared. Room, he declared, and the donut expanded, covering the entire area. With a flick of his hands, he said, "Shambles," and in an instant, everything suched places. Leaves, twigs, rocks, and even the bus and students were now in the middle of the camp, leaving the two heroes and students astonished. "What just happened?" Pixie Bob asked, bewildered. "Izuku, bring the group back. Keep it fun," Nemuri instructed. "Fine," Izuku replied, using Shambles again to teleport his classmates back to the road. "Ah, damn it," Kaminari muttered, not thrilled about the sudden run. Izuku jumped down from the height without hesitation. "Come down, it's only about 6 meters high." "Only if you catch me, lover boy," Nami teased from above, laughing as Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki prepared to jump. "Okay, drop one for one and I will catch you," Izuku called out. First was Achiko, who used her quirk to slow her descent. "I don't need your help," she said confidently. Robin and Tsuyu also made their way down without issue. Robin gracefully lowered herself, while Tsuyu crawled down. Nami leaped down toward Izuku, who caught her in a princess pose. "Oh, thank you, sweetie," she said playfully, daring to kiss him on the cheek before standing up. "Me next. Me next," Toru shouted, and Izuku gave her the go-ahead. She jumped down, and despite her invisibility, Izuku easily caught her, thanks to his keen senses. "I caught you," he said happily, continuing to catch the rest of the group, Kami, Kyoka, Momo, and Mina, one by one. With that, everyone stood ready. "Well, let's get hiking," Izuku said, thinking of it as a fun adventure. A loud roar echoed through the woods, causing everyone to look around in confusion. Suddenly, a large beast emerged from the rocks. "Ayu," Mina exclaimed, stepping back. Izuku shook his head. "Nope, I can't bail you out over and over again." He stood back as Bakugo and Kirishima stepped forward. "Bring it!" Bakugo shouted, launching an explosion that struck the beast in the face, causing it to stumble. But as one fell, two more appeared, followed by even more. Izuku shook his head, using the Poki Poki no Mi and grabbing one of his swords, Enma, and placing it at his side. "You guys got this," he cheered as they all began to fight. Mina sprayed her acid over the monsters, melting them apart. Toru and Kami pointed out targets, while Tsuyu and Kyoka incapacitated the creatures by removing their legs. Achiko lifted them, and Momo either broke them with a slingshot or let them drop again. Robin used her powers to pull people away from attacks or block off areas from the monsters by grabbing their legs. Those like Todoroki and Bakugo didn't need help, they fought the monsters alone. Bakugo's explosions tore through the dirt, while Todoroki's ice froze it or his flames melted it. Kaminari's lightning shattered the dirt, Siro's tape immobilized them, and Sato used his strength to break the dirt monsters into nothingness. Kirishima's hardness made quick work of the weak dirt as Tokoyami and Dark Shadow faced the dirt without effort. However, the sheer number of monsters became a problem, as dirt monster after dirt monster appeared, blocking their path and preventing them from advancing even 100 meters. While everyone was getting tired, Izuku walked slowly behind them. To anyone else, it seemed like he was taking it easy, but he was actually giving them a chance to grow. "Aoyama, on your left," Izuku called out just in time for Aoyama to fire off a laser at a monster. Meanwhile, the teachers observed from 2 drones, following each student group. "Are you sure we should leave the prince alone? I can mess with him a little, right?" one teacher suggested. "You could, but that has very little use. He has already defeated many heroes, so I doubt your dirt toys would do much," another replied. "But you can always try, why not send 10 or so toward his back?" Nemuri added, glancing back at Eri and Koda, who sat next to each other. "So your dad is the prince, huh?" Eri nodded. "Yeah, but he isn't my real dad." "Really? What happened to him?" Eri looked down, sadness washing over her. She had always been told she killed him, but she never remembered it that way. "He died," she said softly. Koda nodded, understanding her sadness. "Mine died too. Mine was murdered, all because of stupid quirks." Eri didn't quite understand. "What?" she asked, but Koda continued, "All because they were heroes, they died." "But why is that the quirk's fault? My papa is a hero and he saved me. I was taken by a very mean man who hurt me, but papa saved me," Eri explained, while Koda listened, trying to comprehend. Suddenly, Pixie Bob sent 10 dirt beasts toward Izuku. He was still walking toward the back, giving his friends calls of encouragement when a dirt monster approached. "Izuku, behind you!" Mina shouted. Izuku turned slowly, seeing 10 beasts advancing toward him. He pulled out Enma, its blade shining as he prepared to strike. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy to maintain control. As the first beast got close, he slashed downward, cutting it in half, then moved forward to slice another beast behind it. Flash slash. Izuku took a breath and struck at incredible speed, delivering a dozen slashes in the blink of an eye, each attack cutting through the beasts and even the trees around them. Do we need to train him? Ragdoll asked, unsure of what to do. She didn't fight, she just advised others on how to best combat their opponents. Oh, it will be a blast. Also, Kitty, when do you want your date scheduled? Nemuri asked Pixie Bob, whom she had been calling Kitty since their second year with Ryukyu. What? That was a joke, right? Pixie Bob replied. Oh no, that date is happening. I need some other ladies to keep him entertained, he has a lot of energy, Nemuri said with a laugh, causing Pixie Bob to swallow nervously as they waited for everyone to regroup, which they did 2 hours later than expected. That was a good hike, huh? Watch it, mister. I will mess you up. Mina pointed angrily at Izuku, who raised his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, but if I did anything, it wouldn't have been training. Yes, but don't think you're getting off easy, the intimidating fighter of the wild pussycats said, standing over Izuku with his hands on his hips. Oh hey, Tiger, right? Izuku asked. Yes, your highness. I'm going to be informing you that I will handle your training, and I will not allow you to slack off. Izuku shook his head. I would never dream of it. Izuku had been contemplating a sensitive topic and decided it was time to discuss it with Tiger. As they entered the building, the others rested outside, weary from their journey. I need to talk to you about something that might be a bit personal, Izuku said, glancing at Tiger, who nodded in understanding. What is it? Tiger asked, curiosity piqued. I hope you don't mind me asking, but you were born a woman, correct? Izuku inquired, gauging Tiger's reaction. Tiger stepped back, surprised and confused. Yes, but why does that matter? If you're open to it, I would like to help you with something, Izuku replied earnestly. Tiger's expression shifted, a mix of defensiveness and concern. There's nothing wrong with my choice. Don't care that you're royalty, that's unacceptable. I was born in the wrong body. Izuku raised his hands in a calming gesture. I understand, and that's exactly what I want to help you with. Tiger paused, his anger subsiding. What do you mean? If you want, I can help you transition to a biological male. It would be my pleasure and honor to assist you, Izuku explained. Tiger's brow furrowed in confusion. How would you do that? Izuku revealed his abilities, showcasing his needle-like hands. I can inject you with testosterone and other hormones that would help you become your true self. Tiger considered this for a moment before asking, why would you want to do this for me? You inspire so many people with your journey, Izuku said sincerely. But I also believe you deserve the chance to have children of your own, and this could make that possible. After a moment of contemplation, Tiger nodded. Izuku carefully administered the injection, and though nothing seemed to happen at first, Tiger soon felt a profound change within himself. He felt right, complete. Without a word, he dashed toward the restroom to see the transformation for himself. Izuku walked back outside, puzzled. What just happened? Nothing happened, don't worry. Just a small misunderstanding, but we fixed it right up. So, what now? More training or maybe some food? Pixie Bob replied, a hint of concern in her voice. Well, the plan for you is to start getting your sleeping area ready while we prepare food for today. Tomorrow, you'll have to cook for yourself, Izuku said, nodding happily. The bus had already been unloaded by Tiger, Aizawa, and Vlad as they waited. Let me guess, you didn't do anything for our bed, did you? Nemuri giggled. Of course not. I'm a princess. That sort of work is not suited for someone like me. Keep that in mind, she replied playfully. My apologies, princess. Let me help, Izuku said as he grabbed the extra items for the bus spot. Where are we sleeping? Follow me. I will show everyone where they will be sleeping, Aizawa instructed, while Vlad waited for his students. You all will sleep on the west side of the Pussycats compound. It will be split by boys and girls, which means those dating will not sleep together. Is that a problem? Tsu and Tokoyami shook their heads, as did Izuku and his girlfriends. Nemuri preferred sleeping next to Izuku, enjoying resting her head on his strong chest. Izuku first moved toward the girl's side to help Nemuri set up her sleeping area. He had gotten her a nice thick air mattress, which he filled up using his quirk. Oh, what will you sleep on? Nemuri asked, concerned since they had only brought one bed. Don't worry, I could sleep on spikes. But I'm prepared, he assured her as he walked toward his sleeping area shared with the boys, who had all taken their spots and left one open for him. I forgot my futon. I shall ask the teacher if they have one. Ida exclaimed, standing up. No need, Ida. Sometimes you just have to improvise, Izuku replied. He used his quirk to create a simple bed frame large enough for himself, then made a bed of straw to sleep on. See? Perfect. I've slept on far worse, Izuku said, lying down with his bag as a pillow. You've slept on worse? Sato asked, surprised, as Izuku kept his eyes closed. Yeah, when I was 7, my teacher dropped me into the forest during a helicopter trip. Or that time I was thrown into the mountains to train, he explained casually. What? Yeah, they had strange ways of training me, but it made me stronger, I hope, he added, while everyone exchanged glances, wondering about his past. Izuku stood up, adding an extra layer of straw before putting his bags under the bed to keep it neat. Nemuri walked in to tell them to get ready for a full explanation of their activities, but she noticed his bed. Really? You have a bed and I'm sleeping on the floor? She laughed. Nemuri didn't say more, just chuckled. I assume we should follow you? Ida asked, and Nemuri nodded as her laughter faded. Yes, Class 1B has also arrived and rested slightly, so they want to go over the activities. Everyone nodded in agreement as they followed her. Izuku held Nemuri back for a moment. Did you talk with Fuyumi before we went? I forgot, he asked. Nemuri nodded, earning a quick kiss from Izuku. Thank you for that. They quickly joined the class as the wild pussycats began explaining the camp's purpose. Hello students, I am Mandalay, one of the 4 members of the Pussycats. We will be in charge of your training this week. Tiger will train those with strength quirks in hand-to-hand combat, she said, pointing at Tiger, who stood intimidatingly. Pixie Bob will create a perfect training ground for everyone, setting up multiple targets for those who use ranged abilities, Mandalay continued, as Pixie Bob winked and smiled at the students. The last 2 will be Ragdoll and me, Mandalay added, while Ragdoll gave a playful peace sign. Ragdoll will use her quirk to gather information on everyone, which will help you all grow. Don't be fooled by her sweet looks, she will cause most of your challenges this week, Mandalay warned, as Ragdoll giggled mischievously, making Izuku laugh as he recalled his own teachers. I will provide everyone with tips using my quirk, Mandalay said, demonstrating how she planned to assist them. Our goal is to make you all leave here stronger than you entered. However, we understand that you will also need to relax for real growth. For that, we have some fun moments planned, such as hot springs you can use each night to soothe your muscles. These will be divided by gender, so please follow the rules. We also have fun activities like a scavenger hunt and a trek through a spooky forest, Mandalay explained. Today, we will cook for you all, but tomorrow you will be expected to prepare your own meals, understood? Everyone nodded enthusiastically, clapping in agreement. Then you can spend the next hour doing what you want, getting to know the area a little while we start cooking, Mandalay concluded, and everyone dispersed to explore their surroundings. Izuku decided to visit the Pussycats. Excuse me, but do you need help with cooking? He asked Mandalay, who looked startled for a moment before shaking her head. No, my lord, there really is no need for you to burden yourself with such a task. We shall handle it. Shino, there's no need to be formal, Nemuri chimed in, knowing Mandalay would act this way even back when they were at Ua. The girl could never relax. Sweetie, you entertain Eri while the adults talk, Izuku said with a groan as he walked over to Eri, who was playing with Koda. Hey there, Eri. Who is your new friend? Izuku asked as he crouched down. Oh, Papa, this is Koda. He is my new best friend. Eri exclaimed, smiling brightly. Izuku noticed Koda looking down, embarrassed. Koda, this is Papa. He can do a lot, Eri introduced. Mister, you were really cool with the sword, Koda said shyly. Well, thanks. I'm still learning how to use it, though, Izuku replied. Papa, want a sword fight? Eri yelled, spotting 3 long sticks nearby. Sure. Izuku agreed. Eri allowed Koda to pick a stick first, and then she handed one to Izuku. Engage! Eri shouted, making everyone who understood what she meant smile at her cuteness. She swung at Izuku, who blocked her strike. Bring it, he encouraged. Eri continued swinging, and Izuku expertly blocked her attacks. Koda, Papa is unfair. Eri called out. Koda nodded and ran over, trying to hit Izuku as well. Despite the onslaught, Izuku managed to block all their attacks effortlessly. Oh, very good swordsmanship, Koda. Really impressive, Izuku praised as he played with the 2 of them. Meanwhile, the adults were discussing Izuku. There's really no need for formality with him. He's a nice man who doesn't enjoy the title, and you're the boss here. You can order him around, it's fun to do, Nemuri said. I don't know Nem. It just seems so weird to me. He is the ruler of the world, what he wants goes, Shino replied. Pixie Bob added, she does make a point, Nemuri. It doesn't really seem right. There really is no need for it. I mean, you're going on a date with him, you can at least speak to him using his first name, Pixie Bob suggested, blushing slightly. Please tell me that was a joke. I don't think I can handle that, Shino said, shaking her head. Oh, the mighty Pixie Bob can't take a silly prince. Nemuri teased, and the three women blushed before returning to their cooking. Izuku, instead of helping, continued to play with Koda and Eri, with others joining in. Kirishima loved playing around with Eri, and Tetsu was more than happy to join as well. As the hour passed, food was ready, and everyone sat down at tables outside to eat their plates of curry. It wasn't gourmet, but it was tasty enough. As everyone enjoyed their meal, Izuku held back. Nemuri noticed and said, Izuku, here, eat dinner for real. She placed a large pot of rice and curry in front of him. Why does he get that much food? Shishida asked, genuinely curious. Midoriya burns a lot more calories than normal people. He needs more food than usual, Aizawa explained as he ate his own plate. Izuku smiled softly at Nemuri, then began to eat. Everyone watched in amazement as he quickly finished the pot of food. Oh wow, that was absolutely tasty, he exclaimed. It was Mandalay's cooking, so thank her. He bowed to Mandalay in gratitude, causing her to gasp in surprise before fainting. My bad, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. You really just knocked out the leader of the wild pussycats without trying. What skill? Shinso joked, while Nemuri worked on waking her friend. That won't happen often, right? Ragdoll asked with a smile. I don't think you should stay too close to her for a little while, but it should be fine soon. Why don't you all go to the hot springs to relax? Tomorrow will be a hard day. Oh yeah, let's go Izuku. Let's steam. Mina exclaimed, grabbing Izuku's arm to pull him along, only to be stopped by Nemuri. No, dear, men and women are separated, remember? Nemuri reminded her. Mina sighed, I guess for now then. They all moved toward the hot springs area. Once there, they got into the water. Oh man, this water feels so warm. Kirishima said happily as everyone quickly joined him, except for Izuku, who stood hesitantly at the edge. Please make sure I don't drown, Izuku said as he stepped into the water. He instantly relaxed when it reached his waist. Water takes you out, weakling, Bakugo said, grabbing Izuku by the neck and lifting him up, placing him safely at the edge. Thanks, didn't want to die, Izuku replied, grateful as he settled against the edge. Why are you in here if you can't swim? Bakugo asked. I feel so weak, my senses dull and my entire body goes slack. It's great, Izuku admitted, sinking further into relaxation. The girls were enjoying themselves as well. Ah, it's so nice swimming. It feels so nice on my skin, Mina said, swimming around before playfully showing off. Please, ladies, cover yourselves. We're so close to the men's side, Ibra urged, while Nemuri laughed. Oh, they wouldn't dare peek, Izuku would kill them, she joked. But we could peek, Setsuna said, her head bobbing above the water. Tokage, stop. You don't want to get in trouble, do you? Ibra warned. Oh, the prince can totally keep me in his dungeon, him spanking me until I'm a good girl, Setsuna laughed, while Ibra blushed and tried to cover herself with her hair as she sank into the water. Mina and Nemuri continued to laugh heartily. After a refreshing shower, everyone settled into bed, eager to wake up early the next day. However, a few stayed up late, playing games in small, quiet groups while the others slept. They enjoyed a round of truth or dare, with Siro daring a ways to shock himself on Kaminari and Tsubura asking Kirishima about his crush. The girls had their own fun too, with Setsuna daring Mina to reveal her biggest fear and asking Pony about her crush. Eventually, both groups drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 6:30, the heroes and Eri arrived, banging pots and pans outside the door. Eri had woken up early to train with Izuku, who was already awake. What is all that noise? He asked, peering around Pixie Bob, who reacted by swinging at him in surprise. Izuku deftly dodged. Good morning to you too, Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob's heart sank as she realized she had just tried to hit the prince. Midoriya, what are you doing awake? She asked. Oh, I woke up 30 minutes ago and decided to start the day with a brisk walk through the forest. Hope that's alright. I didn't notice any dangerous wildlife, Izuku replied, and Aizawa nodded as Nemuri calmed the apologetic Pixie Bob. Slowly, the other students emerged, each one looking tired and irritated. Listen up, everyone. Today marks the beginning of a tough training regimen. You may hate us, but we will get you into better shape. Tiger announced, his voice booming. You will start with 5 laps around the compound. Any complaints, and that will turn into 10. Now move. Izuku, already fully awake, began jogging, encouraging the others to follow. Come on guys. We've got this, he called back to the sleepy group. Kirishima groaned, I'm so tired. Izuku slowed down to jog alongside them, using his quirk to give them a little boost of energy by hitting their necks with ice, prompting them to pick up the pace. After completing the 5 laps, the exhausted group collapsed on the ground, but Tiger was relentless. Good job everyone. You made it through the warm-up. Now, we'll do some light work before breakfast. I want to see 20 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 25 burpees. Now get to it, he shouted. The students groaned but began to move, and with the help of those who were more awake, they managed to finish the workout. Breakfast was simple, rice and fish, which everyone enjoyed as it replenished their energy. Has everyone eaten their fill? I hope your bellies are full, Mandalay said with a kind smile, and everyone nodded, including Izuku, who made sure to eat enough. Now, we're going to split everyone into groups for training. Those with strength quirks, please go toward Tiger for training. The rest will stay here to figure out their groups, Mandalay instructed. Izuku was pulled aside by Nemuri, who was there to train him. Eri, do you have your training stick? Nemuri asked. Yes, mommy. Kota and I are ready. Eri replied, holding a large kendo stick. Izuku, if you fail, my little helpers will give you a good whack. Understand? Izuku looked at Eri and Kota, who shook their heads. I have to, Papa. Mama said she would give me candy apples, Eri said, and Izuku braced himself for the training ahead. For the first hour, Izuku was made to run in place, with Eri and Kota swinging their sticks at him if he didn't lift his knees high enough. After that, he did burpees for another hour, followed by jumping jacks, repeating the CY seal until lunchtime. Exhausted, Izuku collapsed on the floor. Why am I so tired? He groaned, and Nami stepped over him, telling him not to complain. Sit down, Izuku. You need to rest, she said. I can't, he replied, rubbing his sore backside from the kendo strikes. Ah, weakling. I'm all for spankings, Setsuna joked, but Nemuri shook her head. Oh no, you're not. Those two are little troublemakers, she said, pointing to Eri and Kota, who were now snacking on apples. Be grateful, Tiger is a madman. He spent 5 minutes just tossing me around like a toy, Sato said, rubbing his arms. You're lucky. Pixie Bob is a tough trainer, he added. Toru wiped dirt from her face as she recounted her adventure. She just chased me for 15 minutes in the woods with massive dirt monsters. Izuku nodded, his mouth full of food as he tried to regain his stamina. Well, you're going to work with Tiger for the second part. We need to focus on your fighting skills. They're good, but you rely too much on your powers. Bakugo, overhearing the conversation, was next in line for training. Oh, we get to play with Uncle Cat-chan, Eri chimed in with a smile. Who? Bakugo asked, slightly annoyed. Cat-chan, Eri insisted. That isn't my name, kid. But I heard that you give people nicknames if you like them. That was said on TV, Eri replied cheerfully. Fine, but only you get to call me that, Bakugo conceded before walking off, while Kaminari and Kirishima began calling him Cat-chan as well. Midnight approached Bakugo, her expression serious. Why am I training with you? It doesn't make any sense. It's understandable, Bakugo. Much like Izuku, you have enough strength to fight multiple villains. We can slow down on strength training to focus on other issues, like your anger and behavior. I don't mind your colorful language, but you need to tone it down. Make it your thing. Your training will involve helping others. Bakugo looked confused. What? You'll walk around and help everyone without cursing or getting angry. To ensure you stick to that, my 2 little helpers will follow you and give you a light smack if you slip up. Bakugo took a deep breath and nodded. Fine. Midnight smiled and wished him luck as she settled into a chair nearby with Mandalay, picking up a book to read while keeping an eye on the students. As Bakugo walked around, he first encountered Shinso, who was training with Tiger. Your foot's wrong, idiot, Bakugo said, observing Shinso's stance. Kota smacked Shinso lightly. Goddamn. Eri followed suit, giving Shinso a gentle smack as well. Why is my foot wrong? It's too far back. Your center of mass is too far forward, leaving your punch weak and slow, Bakugo explained, with Tiger adding, he's correct, Shinso. Work on that. Tiger dodged a sloppy punch from Shinso and said, fail. 20 jumping jacks. Bakugo smirked at the scene. Continuing his rounds, Bakugo approached Kyoka, who was focused on her training. Focus on the weak points, Jiro. Go for the eyes, throat, joints, and groin. Not even a princess can handle that if you kick him in the nuts, he advised, and Jiro nodded, adjusting her technique. Suddenly, Bakugo shouted, Dunce face, you idiot. Keep that lightning under control. You nearly hit the kids. He jumped in front of a lightning attack that had come too close to Eri and Koda. Sorry. Kaminari exclaimed as he hurried away to practice without endangering anyone. You two okay? Bakugo asked, and both Eri and Koda nodded. Eri dropped her stick and hugged Bakugo's leg. Thank you, Uncle Kachan. It's no big deal, kid, but I cussed, so smack me, Bakugo said, standing still to let Koda give him a gentle smack. Meanwhile, Izuku was training with Tiger, struggling to land a hit without using his quirk. Tiger's agility made it nearly impossible. The only time Izuku managed to hit him was when Tiger allowed it, letting Izuku uppercut him and slam him to the ground. Your intuition is top tier, Tiger. How did you get that far? Izuku asked, breathing. I've fought for years. You're going against experience, Prince. Try to predict my movements, then strike. Tiger replied, delivering a double palm strike to Izuku's chest, sending him flying back into Shinso and Sato. Fail, Prince. 40 burpees. Tiger shouted, and Izuku nodded, getting back up to help the others before starting his burpees. Nomuri watched with amusement. It seems Tiger is as aggressive as always. How fun it is for us to watch. Yes, he doesn't hold back against the prince. I hope he forgives us, Mandalay added. Oh, stop that. He would rather date you than hate you, Nomuri teased, causing Shinso to gasp and share the comment with everyone around, prompting laughter. Don't joke about that, Shinso replied, flustered. It wasn't a joke. Izuku has a big crush on heroes. I can already imagine the fun. Izuku walking in to see you, Tomo, and Ryu in your hero outfits. He would faint. Nomuri chuckled at the thought. Unbeknownst to everyone, a small raven perched atop a mountain, observing the area. This raven had a single camera instead of 2 eyes, sending information elsewhere. It wasn't alone. A small rat with a microphone for a nose and a squirrel with a camera in its chest were also gathering intelligence on the heroes and students. It seems we could move soon. Our plan will soon be enacted for the new world order. The chapter ended. It was a good day of training for the students, but Mandalay reminded them they still had cooking to do. With a cheerful smile, she explained that they had all the necessary items, but they would need to prepare everything themselves. After all, a hero must be able to take care of themselves while looking after others. She encouraged them to push on, as there would be games after dinner. Everyone nodded, eager yet tired, looking forward to the food and hot springs. Momo suggested they form teams to share the workload, noting that many didn't know how to cook. Most admitted their mothers usually handled it. Izuku, Achiko, and Bakugo, however, were among the few who knew their way around the kitchen. Gradually, everyone found their groups. Shoto teamed up with Momo and a few others to light the fire. They gathered sticks to heat the pots, and Shoto ignited them with flames while Momo crafted a simple lighter. Meanwhile, Bakugo was chopping vegetables at an impressive speed, surprising Achiko, who hadn't expected him to be such a skilled cook. Izuku took the opportunity to give a quick lesson on peeling potatoes. Setsuna asked him how he knew how to do it, and he chuckled, explaining that his mother believed a real gentleman should be able to cook. He shared that he had spent an entire day in a restaurant mastering the basics, which included cleaning and cutting vegetables. The group was taken aback by this revelation, but Izuku encouraged them to keep going. As they worked, they realized they had forgotten about the meat. Izuku offered to barbecue it, but Mandalay informed him they didn't have a grill. Without missing a beat, Izuku used his Doru Nomi powers to create a wax barbecue, which was surprisingly strong. He then gathered some wood and lit the barbecue with his Mera Nomi flames, cooking the meat while keeping an eye on the others. Once the food was cooked and plated, Kirishima exclaimed that it was horrible, but he didn't care because he was hungry. Many others were in the same boat, including Izuku, who was busy eating. After the meal, they all sat around, their bellies full. When the question of who would do the cleaning arose, Izuku volunteered, and Mina and Yui jumped in to help. They devised a plan where Izuku would wash while they dried. During the cleaning, a small accident occurred when some water splashed onto Mina and Yui's shirts. They playfully acknowledged the mishap, but Mandalay interrupted, blushing as she informed them that Aizawa had something to discuss. Izuku nodded, and Mandalay hurried away. Following her, Izuku arrived at the open area where Aizawa awaited them. He wrapped his scarf around the students who had failed the exams, explaining that they would spend the next few hours studying. Despite their protests, Aizawa was too skilled for them to escape. Nami shouted that Izuku had failed too, but Aizawa pointed out that Izuku had performed well, only losing to 13. Aizawa then informed them they could spend the rest of the night as they wished, whether in the hot springs or relaxing outside. Izuku decided to head to the springs, seeking a moment of relaxation. Robin questioned why Izuku wanted to feel numb, and Nemuri explained that Izuku had constant power running through his mind, scanning the area. Being in the water provided him a break from that constant vigilance. While this information might not seem useful to most, it was valuable for a small dragonfly with a microphone on its tail, which recorded everything and sent it to a man in a dark room. He smiled as he planned an attack during bath time, confident they could handle the situation swiftly. His skin was adorned with diamond patterns, and his eyes were as dark as the night. He spoke to a computer screen that appeared unusual, but a voice came through from the other side. "That sounds good. Perhaps we can test our new squad. They are a promising group." "Yes, sir. They are all looking promising. The last of their gear should be in now as well. They will be ready for action tomorrow." The man let out a chilling laugh. He opened a document displaying detailed notes on Izuku and his family. "With this information, we should have enough to take down the royal families for good. You can finally take your place not only as the leader of the criminal underworld but also as the ruler of the entire world." The man laughed again, a sinister sound. "Yes, after plotting for years, I will finally achieve my goals." The scene shifted to the man, dressed in a dark suit, his face disfigured, connected to multiple machines in a room devoid of light. "What a world it would be under my rule. It's even better that I can use that foolish king's army. Revenge is such a powerful motivator." He chuckled deeply. His plan had begun years ago, but it had only started to gain momentum a few weeks prior. When Izuku entered UA, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. He had taken on the most dangerous tasks, so it seemed likely he would meet his end. However, that prince proved to be stronger than mere thugs, forcing the man to rethink his strategy. During the confrontation with the royals of Africa, he initially considered attacking the entire area, but the presence of so many powerful figures made that approach too risky. But when Izuku defeated the other prince, doors opened for the man. He was able to rally fanatics to his cause, planning to eliminate them later, of course. "It will all be for me. The world will be mine. One god." He erupted into maniacal laughter. While his boss laughed, a man with a diamond-patterned appearance reviewed another file. This one contained details about the soldiers who would be sent to eliminate the prince. First was the strongest member of the group, a man named Muscular, who resembled All Might in size. His quirk allowed him to enhance his strength by increasing his muscle fibers. The man had been recruited with the promise of fighting and freedom. Next was a young-looking individual, fully dressed in a school uniform, with 2 tanks on his back and a gas mask. His name was Mustard, and his quirk enabled him to emit gas that could put people to sleep and was slightly toxic. The leader of the group was a man known as Pyro, who was covered in burns and smoked a large cigar. His quirk allowed him to increase his strength 4-fold when he caught fire, making him a formidable opponent. Then there was the only woman in the group, Himiko Toga. Although she had no confirmed kills, she was suspected in numerous murder cases. Her quirk allowed her to transform by consuming others' blood, making her skilled in infiltration and assassination. AFO planned to use her to eliminate the current king and queens. There were others, including a masked man named Compress, whose quirk allowed him to store anything he touched in small spheres, even severing limbs with ease. He had committed various robberies and had a few murders on his record. Then there was Twice, a man with a dangerous quirk that allowed him to create perfect duplicates of himself, enabling endless infiltration possibilities. Finally, there was a duo, Magna and Spinner, both judged for their appearances. Magna, a woman in a man's body, had the ability to magnetize objects and people, while Spinner, resembling a lizard, could climb walls. As he reviewed the team, he felt confident in their plan. They would infiltrate the camp while Izuku was occupied, take control, and eliminate him, allowing their MSTR to rise to power. No one would stand in his way, Not All Might, not the prince. The world would bow to him as it should, and it would all begin tomorrow. The diamond-patterned man glanced back at the surveillance crew monitoring the camp. Tomorrow it will start. It was the next day, and training was coming to a close. Everyone had spent hours working on their skills, both individually and as a team. They were focused on perfecting their teamwork, with friends collaborating and already familiar with each other's moves, fine-tuning their timing. Izuku often teamed up with others, taking on a support role while allowing his partners to take the lead. He knew how well he could work with Kirishima and Ida, and he expected Kamakiri and Kendo to perform well together. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how effectively he and Bakugo worked as a team. Both had incredible battle instincts, and Bakugo was now not only focused on fighting but also on collaboration. They faced off against Tiger, and while they still struggled in hand-to-hand combat, they managed to land a few hits, which was seen as a significant achievement. This earned them a half-hour break, but neither of them chose to rest. They were determined to grow stronger. As Izuku and Bakugo fought Tiger, they began to learn his movements, which made it easier for them to anticipate his attacks. Their success rate improved significantly. Meanwhile, the other students took a break, with the girls gathering around Nemuri, who was looking after Eri while Aizawa kept a watchful eye on her. "So, what do you ladies want to talk about?" Nemuri asked, addressing the group of girls, excluding Tsuyu, Kendo, Reiko, and Komori. "Miss Kiyama, we don't want to wait for our dates. Is there a way we can speed that up?" Setsuna asked, her interest in Izuku evident. Many of the girls nodded in agreement, each with their own reasons. Nemuri tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I do have an idea, but it might be a bit much." "I'm okay with it," Yui said, with Mina, Pony, and Setsuna agreeing. Mina chimed in, "But we're already dating him," causing Ochiko to laugh at her pout. "What is it?" Ibra asked, intrigued. "If you all trade in some favors with the guys, you might be able to join Izuku in the hot springs, which should definitely convince him," Nemuri suggested. Some girls blushed at the thought, while others seemed excited. "Is that really something we should allow him to see before marriage?" Ibra asked, her cheeks turning pink. "Oh, he has seen my form plenty," Nemuri replied with a smile, causing Ibra to blush even more. "Is there a different way around it?" Momo asked, wanting to date Izuku but feeling shy about revealing herself. "Well, you can always wait until your date, but that might take a while with everything coming up," Nemuri said. Nami shrugged and suggested, "Why wait? Let's just do it." "But ladies, it's not like you're selling yourselves. He's too smart for that. It's just to show him that you like him," Nemuri explained. "Can't we just tell him we like him?" someone asked. Nemuri clapped her hands, signaling the end of the break. "Alright, break is over. Back to work, everyone." The students resumed their training, with each girl trying to negotiate with the boys for a chance to join Izuku in the hot springs. They agreed to take on cooking duties for a day and handle cleaning in exchange for their time in the hot springs, which they felt would be worth it. Izuku was now training with Shinso, who smirked as Reiko, who he had recently started dating, advised him to stay clear of the bath for a while since the other girls had something planned. As training wrapped up, Nemuri attempted to persuade the wild pussycats to join them in the bath, but they were too shy about the idea. After training, Izuku decided to play with Eri and Koda before dinner. They wanted to play tag, and Izuku was more than happy to oblige, enjoying the fun of running around with the two kids. Meanwhile, the girls were busy cooking, keeping their end of the deal. They prepared curry with potatoes, rice, carrots, and tofu, ensuring everything was perfect. Robin used her quirk to manage the cooking, while others chopped and washed the ingredients. Unbeknownst to everyone, deep in the forest, a group of villains was plotting an ambush. They had found a cave within a small hillside, the perfect location to launch their attack. They waited patiently, preparing their gear. "Can we just go already? I want to take that guy down," Muscular yelled in frustration. "Just wait, Big Oaf," Pyro replied, standing with a cigarette in hand, reviewing a file on the wild pussycats. "Spinner, Magna, you two take out the blondie and redhead. They're weak. Compress, you get the green-haired one for the boss. I'll handle Tiger, and Mustard, you're on the kids and Midnight. The rest of you take out everyone else. And leave that weak prince to me, ha." Muscular laughed, his demeanor shifting as he spoke. "Let's hope our little group succeeds," one of his companions said. "Yes, Jester, it will work out fine. We've accounted for everything, even if All Might shows up." "Prepare for teleportation," FO commanded, and shadows began to swirl around them. "Right away, Jester," Kurogiri responded, and they vanished into the darkness, ready for the night's entertainment. Izuku made his way back toward the hot spring, whistling a happy tune as he patted his stomach, satisfied with the delicious food he had enjoyed. Izuku found himself arriving at the hot springs later than the other ladies, shaking off thoughts of peeping. He realized that his sensei had influenced him in more ways than one, not just in combat but also in some of his more embarrassing behaviors. As he opened the door to the hot spring, he was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the slippers already on the ground. Walking forward with a towel draped over his shoulder, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The women were all present, each at different stages of undress. Mina and Setsuna stood proudly, while Robin and Nemuri were comfortable in their own skin. Nami and Kami sat in the water, not hiding but also not fully revealing themselves. Momo and Kyoka attempted to cover up, though Momo's efforts were futile given her figure, and Kyoka struggled as well. Ibra, on the other hand, wore a towel adorned with vines for modesty. All eyes turned to Izuku, who suddenly realized the situation. "What?" he exclaimed, quickly pulling the towel in front of himself. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to walk into the ladies' area." He closed his eyes tightly and turned to leave, only to find Ibra's vines blocking his way. "It's not a mistake," she stammered, her face flushed. Robin nodded in agreement. "We were just tired of waiting and thought this would be the best course of action." "For what?" Izuku asked, his mind racing. "To show that we like you," Kyoka blurted out, immediately covering her mouth. "Do you accept their feelings?" "It's not like they would go ND for just anyone," one of the girls chimed in. Izuku opened his eyes, half expecting them to be hiding again, but instead, he saw them relaxing. Momo and Kyoka were no longer hiding, and Nami had shifted, revealing more of herself. Ibra had joined the others in sitting comfortably. "Come on, Izuku, give them an answer. Do you like them or not?" Mina urged, wrapping her arms around him. I do like you all, so I guess so," he replied, and the girls erupted in excitement. Energetic as ever, some jumped on him, but Nemuri intervened. "Let's take it slow. The first kiss should be magical," she suggested, and the others agreed, allowing the three ladies to settle down. "Now, Izuku, hop in. The water is really nice," Mina encouraged. He nodded and stepped into the water, followed closely by the girls. Once in the water, they all joined him. "Now we just need to talk with Kiana, since we passed that silly number 5, Mina laughed. Suddenly, Izuku slipped under the water. What the pony screamed, and with Ibra's help, they pulled him back up. "I'm fine. Just slipped," he coughed, and the girls treated him as if he were fragile. They all huddled closer to Izuku, but Robin spoke up. "We should head out, girls. Some of you have lessons, and we promise to do the cleaning." The girls nodded in agreement. "You stay in, honey. You've earned it." One by one, the women exited the water, and Izuku couldn't help but watch, feeling a mix of admiration and longing as they dried off. Soon, he was left alone in the water, his senses dulled as he tried to relax. He briefly used his powers to elevate himself, ensuring he wouldn't drown, and leaned back, allowing his mind to quiet, only remaining alert for Aries' well-being. Meanwhile, back at the base, Kurogiri created a portal, and Pyro gathered his crew. "It's showtime," he said, stepping through the portal and emerging from a dark cave into the light. The group stood on a hill, the camp and hot springs visible in the distance. "Let's hold up here for a minute, let the water tire him out, and then we'll rush in," Pyro instructed, a smirk on his face as he ignited his finger. "Their flesh shall burn brightly tonight, hopefully brighter than most heroes. Let's take action now." "I'm tired of waiting," Pyro said, his impatience evident. "Yes, but we need to be strategic." "They are still heroes," came the reply. "You head down the road toward him and attack when we give the signal, understood?" Muscular scoffed, "I just want to fight." "Then Toga, you go after Eraserhead. Don't try to take him out just yet," Pyro instructed. Toga pouted but nodded, pulling out a knife. "Mustard, you handle the rest of the students. Whether you take them out or not, they aren't our priority. The rest of you follow me," Pyro commanded. The group nodded and moved out, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Muscular, eager for a fight, raced ahead toward Izuku. Just before he reached the road, FO called out a warning. "Not yet, Muscular. The pain and fear will be much more enjoyable if you kill his loved ones first." Muscular's dark smile returned as he paused to wait. "Why not let him fight?" Muscular asked, but AFO remained silent, anticipating the unfolding events. "It seems the princess and Midnight aren't with the others," Spinner noted, and the others nodded in agreement. Pyro spoke into his earpiece. Toga, after you get Eraser, go find the princess and Midnight as well. Toga stalked through the woods, spotting Aizawa with a stack of papers. She lifted her knife, aiming for him. Now let's get this done, Pyro said, igniting his arms in flames. He leaped forward, launching an attack on Tiger, his flaming fist striking the hero in the neck and slamming him to the ground. The other villains emerged from the woods, targeting the strongest heroes first. Twice used his quirk to create a duplicate of Pyro, who rushed at Vlad King with a flaming punch aimed at his throat. Vlad managed to block it with his forearm, but the impact still hurt. Twice then jumped toward a group of students, wielding a measuring tape made of blades, whipping it toward them. Kirishima blocked the attack with his forearm, sustaining only a scratch. What are villains doing here? Sato shouted as everyone sprang into action. Now! Pyro yelled, and a thick pink mist enveloped the area. The heroes initially thought it was Midnight coming to their aid, but soon they began to feel sick and faint. What is happening? Momo asked, quickly crafting a gas mask. Before she could react, Compress struck her down, causing her to fall. Refrain from using your quirk, young lady, he said, striking her again, making her scream in pain and inhale more of Mustard's gas. Yamamo! Sato cried out, seeing his classmate in distress. As he rushed forward, he stumbled due to the effects of the gas, giving Pyro the opportunity to kick him down. The villains, taking advantage of the surprise and speed, gained the upper hand in the fight. The main force was engaged with a small group of heroes and students, and they were winning. However, they knew they couldn't maintain this advantage for long, so they had to act quickly. The students faced numerous challenges, with only a few being real fighters. Kirishima, Kamikiri, and Ojiro attempted to reach Mustard to neutralize him, but each time they were thwarted by Magna's magnet or Spinner's blade attacks. The villains worked together seamlessly. Just as Kamikiri grew two large blades to block Spinner's attack, Bakugo swooped in, launching an explosion that forced Spinner to drop his weapon. Tetsu then charged in, delivering a powerful punch to Magna, causing her to lose her magnet and stumble back. What is happening? Mustard shouted as ice began to cover his body, courtesy of Todoroki. We heard Sato scream and noticed the smoke, Todoroki said, standing beside Kendo. Suddenly, dark shadow shot forward, slamming into the frozen Mustard. However, the two Pyros ignited their chests, bringing forth light that weakened Dark Shadow. The real Pyro lunged at Dark Shadow, but Todoroki created an ice barrier just in time to block the attack. Frustrated, Pyro realized the fight was shifting. With most students already incapacitated by the gas, it was time to escalate their plan. Start Plan B, he shouted, initiating a full-on assault. Kurogyri, send in reinforcements. Let's execute the plan, he ordered. Kurogyri nodded and teleported a group of 20 additional villains, each dressed in suits with the mark of the African royal family. They landed with a battle cry, for Prince Shiki, and began attacking the heroes and students. The new force overwhelmed the remaining students, leading to a brutal scene. Meanwhile, Toga had just finished with Eraserhead, her knife stained, and she set off to find the princess and Midnight. Muscular, thanks to the chaos of Plan B, was now free to confront Izuku. With a powerful leap, he cleared the wall and landed on the weakened Izuku, slamming him into the water and breaking the stone beneath him. Struggle for air like the pathetic worm you are, Muscular taunted, standing over the nearly unconscious Izuku. You can't die yet. We have a show to attend, but first, let's have some fun. He lifted his foot slightly, allowing Izuku to take a breath before unleashing a flurry of punches. The blows landed with tremendous force, causing tremors as they struck Izuku, who was too exhausted to defend himself. It didn't take long for him to lose consciousness, his body battered and bruised. Muscular seized Izuku by the head and hurled him into the air. He leaped after him, catching Izuku's leg and sending him crashing down to the ground. Izuku landed hard, creating a crater as Muscular landed on top of him. It seems you weaklings need help, Muscular laughed, reveling in the chaos of the ongoing battle. Nami, witnessing the scene, gasped, Izuku! Her voice trembled with fear as the reality of the situation sank in. The students and heroes around them were stunned. They had always seen Izuku as an invincible force, capable of taking on even the strongest foes. But now, he lay broken and bloodied on the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Now, just get those two filthy scum, and our revenge for Prince Shiki will be complete, Muscular ordered. At that moment, Toga appeared, holding Nemuri by the neck and Eri in Nemuri's arms. I got them, she said, stepping closer to Izuku. Let's show them how pathetic he is. Toga stood over Izuku, a wicked grin on her face. Bleed him dry while he is still alive, Pyro commanded, pressing his foot down on Shishida's elbow. Toga shoved Nemuri to the ground, leaving her too stunned to move. She pulled a large needle from her hip and plunged it into Izuku's chest. The remaining heroes gasped in horror, pleading for her to stop as they watched their friend suffer. Some tried to rise, unwilling to let their friend perish, but each attempt was met with forceful resistance. They were forced to watch helplessly as Toga prepared to inflict more pain. Just then, she leaped out of the hole, shouting, "Now!" 2 knives flew from the woods, striking the fake Pyro in the neck and Compress in the side. Aizawa emerged, using his scarf to free as many as he could. Eri, in tears, tore off her necklace and threw it away, desperate to help her father. Miraculously, Izuku sprang back to his feet, still injured but determined. Eri cried out for him, and everyone watched in awe as a flash of yellow light illuminated the scene. The entire red-haired platoon appeared, their fury palpable. What the hell is going on here? Shanks demanded, but Toga quickly responded. This is an attack from a villain known as All for One, focused on killing the prince. I've been undercover for over a year to infiltrate this group. Shanks remained silent, his expression hardening. Kill anyone who fights back. Stop! Izuku shouted, his voice filled with rage. Save my friends, but don't kill any of them. He wiped blood from his nose and drew the kanji for 10 on his stomach. The villains had only seen something like this once before, but Shanks recognized what was happening. A dark substance began to seep from Izuku's stomach, enveloping his body. Men, free them now. Shanks ordered, and the red-haired platoon, along with Toga, used their speed to rescue their allies. Muscular, unwilling to let them escape, charged forward, his fist pulled back and aimed at Eri and Nemuri. However, he was abruptly halted, as if he were pushing against an immovable wall. It was Izuku, his expression blank, his skin pale with dark markings. What is that? Spinner stammered, dropping his sword in fear. Before Muscular could react, Izuku struck his arm with such force that it was severed. Muscular fell to his knees, rage and pain consuming him. I will kill those, he began, but Izuku's punch sent his head flying, transforming it into a mist of red. Those who witnessed the act screamed in terror. Don't you dare speak about my family. Beg for mercy, and you might be spared. Izuku's voice echoed, deep and menacing, as if a dark force had taken control. Spinner and Magna fled, terrified, while Compress stood frozen in place. Let's run. Let's kill them. Twice shouted, attempting to escape. But Izuku's voice cut through the chaos. Fleeing isn't an option I allow. A black sphere materialized, morphing into a rod that shot past Twice's legs. Beg or die. We need everyone out of here, now, Shanks instructed his group. They nodded and began to SRT all the students and heroes away, while Izuku stood defiantly between them and the villains. Shanks felt a knot of worry in his stomach about how this would all end. Shanks was confident that Izuku would win. There was little that could harm him now. However, he knew the real cost of using this form. The stamina drain would hit him hard the moment he reverted back, and any injuries he sustained would remain. This move was a last resort, meant for dire situations. Izuku was currently unleashing his ultimate technique, merging the powers of the beasts into one formidable entity, the 10 Tails. Its strength and special ability, the Truth Seeker Orbs, were filled with haki and the elements of the 9 beasts. In Shanks' knowledge, it was unbreakable. We have to go back and help, Aizawa insisted, but Shanks shook his head. If we go back now, we would only hinder him. We need to get everyone to safety first, and then Beckman and I will head toward the prince. Beckman nodded in agreement, even as they reluctantly moved away from the fight. Most wanted to return and assist, but Shanks knew that in Izuku's current form, he could do more harm than good. Will he get in trouble for defeating that villain? Nami asked, concern etched on her face for Izuku's safety. Shanks shook his head as Lucky Roo chimed in. These villains attacked royalty, which means lethal force is permitted. They've endangered multiple royals. Tokoyami interjected, but who is she? She was with them but is now helping us. Shanks nodded, explaining that she was undercover in an underground villain organization suspected of being behind the USJ incident. Meanwhile, Izuku faced the remaining villains. Beg or die, he declared as he struck twice in the legs with the Truthseeker orbs. The League of Villains was thrown into confusion. One of their members lay headless on the ground, while 2 others had already surrendered. Those who remained, however, were undeterred. "For our prince, Sheik!" they shouted, charging at Izuku. The Truthseeker orbs around him transformed into a staff. With a single swing, Izuku sent the large group sprawling. They managed to survive thanks to their hockey skills, but the impact against the trees left them injured. Fighting back isn't an option either. Beg or die, Izuku warned, his glare fierce. "Forget your rules. I'm going to burn you alive." Pyro shouted, preparing to charge, but a purple portal opened. "Leave with me now and survive," a voice commanded. The portal began to pull others in, ignoring those who had already given up. "I can't. He has to pay." Pyro protested. "Fine, I'll give you 2 Nomu in this." A tube emerged from the portal. "A quirk enhancer," the voice added. Pyro took the tube, a smirk spreading across his face. This way I can rip his smug head off." AFO, watching from a distance, was skeptical about Pyro's chances, but he saw the potential for gathering information on Midoriya. 2 Nomu emerged from the portal, towering over 3 meters each, their skin a dark blue. "Enjoy," AFO said as the portal closed, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet. Izuku had just finished off the last of the old African regime, each one broken and beaten. Magna and Spinner lay on the ground, begging for their lives, while Pyro and the 2 Nomu prepared to attack. Pyro injected himself with the enhancer, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it, a burning sensation coursing through his body. A scream of agony escaped his lips as he fell to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. The Nomu stood still until AFO issued a command. "Kill Izuku Midoriya." They roared and charged at Izuku, their fists drawn back to strike. Izuku lifted his staff to block the attack, the wind pressure from the punch shaking the trees but leaving him unscathed. He pushed back, sending both Nomu flying toward Pyro. Pyro lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, lifeless from the injection. Back with AFO, he laughed heartily. "It seems our new product works perfectly. Activate Subject 001, doctors." Pyro began to shake violently before his skin darkened. He stood up, his eyes turning white, blood smeared across his chin. "Kill, kill, kill," he muttered repeatedly, the same mental message echoing in his mind. "Kill you." Pyro's body ignited in flames as he charged at Izuku. His punch landed on the staff, but flames erupted against Izuku and the trees behind him. Izuku moved the staff forward, kicking Pyro back before spinning it above his head and slamming it down in front of him. One of the other Nomu attempted to attack, but the force of Izuku's strike was like a meteor crashing down, obliterating the Nomu's skull and crushing its body. The wind from the impact extinguished the flames. Izuku dashed forward, his first real movement, swinging his staff left and right to knock the Nomu away. However, both it and Pyro grabbed the staff, shattering the bones in Izuku's arms. He wanted to strike again, but the 3rd Nomu had regenerated and was now on his back, biting into his neck and drawing blood. "Ah!" Izuku exclaimed, grabbing the Nomu by the head and tossing it to the ground. "Regenerative abilities," he noted, his voice dark. Closing his eyes, he summoned flames that engulfed his staff. "Burn to ash." He moved the staff into the chest of the Nomu, blue flames consuming it before turning black. The Nomu writhed in agony, its flesh slowly incinerating, even its regeneration unable to save it. To Izuku's surprise, the other 2 Nomu reacted as if they were in pain themselves. They began to grow, towering to 4 meters, while Pyro doubled in size, his flames intensifying. The Nomu engulfed in black flames began to shrink until it was nothing but a skeleton, the flames still consuming it. Izuku pondered the situation and realized that all 3 Nomu were interconnected. When one fell, the others grew stronger, which could pose a significant problem. Suddenly, one of the Nomu lunged at Izuku with incredible speed, striking him in the shoulder. He was sent flying through the air, crashing into a cluster of trees that splintered upon impact. In the midst of the chaos, Pyro leaped into the air, flames swirling around his hands. "Kill!" he shouted, hurling a fireball at Izuku. The flames enveloped him, and as the other Nomu descended, they unleashed a barrage of punches. Izuku could only defend himself. For the moment, the Truthseeker orb soared upward before crashing down onto the Nomu, a sickening crack echoing as it struck its spine. The Nomu collapsed, unable to support its weight any longer. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a powerful upward kick, severing the Nomu's head and causing its massive body to fall backward. He then jumped off the ground, moving the Truth Seeker orbs into the Nomu's body, anchoring it to the ground as he prepared for the final confrontation with Pyro. Just as the last Nomu was pinned down, Shanks and Beckman emerged, weapons drawn, Beckman wielding a gun fashioned like a bat and Shanks brandishing his sword. "Prince, are you okay?" Shanks asked, noticing the strain on Izuku's face, sweat glistening on his brow. "It's hard to hold on, but just one more." Izuku replied, determination etched across his features. Shanks and Beckman nodded in agreement. As Pyro swung a punch, Beckman attempted to block it. The force of the blow sent him staggering back a few meters. "He hits hard, Cap," Beckman remarked, and Shanks nodded, leaping into action. His sword, infused with haki, slashed across Pyro's chest, narrowly avoiding another punch. "Prince, I'll focus on defense. You and Shanks work on offense." "No, I can make them better. Just focus on dealing as much damage as you can," Izuku insisted. Beckman nodded, and they pressed forward, blocking and countering Pyro's relentless attacks. Izuku used wind pressure to part a fire attack aimed at him while Shanks and Beckman unleashed their own powerful strikes, each one landing with precision. As the battle raged on, Pyro grew stronger, and the last Nomu transformed into a skeleton as well. Each punch from Pyro sent Izuku reeling, but he could feel their strategy slowly taking effect. The wounds inflicted by haki remained open, and Pyro's arm was broken, his chest and legs cut. "Give me an opening, I will finish him once and for all," Izuku urged. Shanks and Beckman nodded, both striking the final Nomu's chest with their weapons. Izuku pulled his hand back, covered in Truth Seeker orbs, forming a massive spike. He moved it forward, piercing Pyro's chest. As the spike entered, it exploded outward, striking all parts of Pyro and ultimately defeating him. But the victory came at a cost. Exhausted, Izuku collapsed to the ground, his body reverting to its normal state. The moment he hit the ground, his wounds began to bleed again. Shanks and Beckman rushed to his side, quickly opening their first aid kits to tend to him. "Doc, get here now!" Shanks shouted. From the woods, a trained medical professional rushed out. They worked diligently on Izuku, who lay unconscious. The doctor was hopeful that Izuku would survive, but he worried about the lasting injuries. Izuku had sustained multiple serious injuries, particularly on his hands. Soon, the heroes emerged from the woods, and the first to reach them were Izuku's girlfriends, accompanied by Eri, all of them tearful and anxious. Shanks and Beckman stepped in to prevent them from getting too close. "I'm sorry, everyone, but let the doctor work. I promise you he won't die today," Shanks assured them, his gaze focused on Eri. She nodded, tears in her eyes. "Papa is super strong, and he said he would never leave me." Achiko hugged Eri tightly, trying to comfort both her and herself. "Yeah, he will be fine, Eri." Mandalay was the first to ask, "Is he going to be okay?" Receiving a nod in response, Aizawa approached. "I contacted Nezu through the satellite phone. Medical personnel and police are on their way." The group nodded, some visibly relieved. "We need to ensure these Nomu don't survive. They might have answers for us," Aizawa stated. He began to apprehend Magna and Spinner while the others worked to keep the remaining Nomu alive, ensuring they would face justice. As the doctor from the red-haired group worked diligently to treat Izuku's wounds, the other members of the group were tending to the criminals. Many of the African members held ranks similar to their own, serving as the primary protectors of the royal family. Witnessing the brutality inflicted upon their comrades made them feel sick. Meanwhile, the students stood by, watching their friend fight for his life, feeling helpless. Shanks, however, knew that something needed to be done. "Excuse me, Mandalay, correct?" he asked. Mandalay nodded. "I need a secure and private location for." He paused, glancing at Magna and Spinner. Questioning. Mandalay swallowed hard and pointed to a small cabin nearby, typically used for storing supplies but now empty. Shanks nodded and took hold of Magna and Spinner, dragging them toward the cabin. Bakugo and Todoroki intended to follow but were stopped by Beckman. "You don't know what will happen," Beckman warned. Both Bakugo and Todoroki glared at him, with Bakugo speaking up, "Of course I do. He's about to get answers from those two, and I want to be there." Beckman was taken aback. Bakugo had never reacted this way before. "We understand what will happen, but you don't grasp the gravity of the situation. We just stood by while our friend fought for his life. We need to help in some way," Shoto said calmly. Aizawa then wrapped both of them in his scarf, pulling them down to the ground. You two sit down and be quiet. You won't do anything except wait. As they waited for the heroes to arrive, Shanks stood in the small storage cabin with Magna and Spinner tied up in front of him. You will tell me everything you know about your leader. Or else. Shanks was determined to get the answers he sought. However, Magna and Spinner were just pawns in a larger game. All we know is his name and his goal, Magna began. Let's start with those then, Shanks replied, stepping back to give them some space. After Stain was said to be working with the group that attacked Hosu, we wanted to join them. Fighting for a world where we could be accepted sounded appealing. Magna continued, thanks to an underground recruiter, we joined a group called the League of Villains. Shanks had anticipated this. It was why he had placed Toga in that group. His name is All for One. Under him is a strange-looking doctor and Shigaraki. Shanks was already aware of this information, and it was beginning to frustrate him. What is his goal? His goal is to take the place of the royal family, to kill them and become them. That's all we know. What is his quirk? Shanks pressed. Which one? This caught Shanks off guard. What? His quirk allows him to steal and gift quirks. It was the main reason we joined him. We either lost our quirks or could gain one in the end. I see. Start remembering all the quirks you know he has used, Shanks instructed, noting down the quirks in hopes of finding something useful. Meanwhile, the other heroes arrived. Nezu and Recovery Girl were the first, accompanied by All Might, who carried 3 large bags filled with medical supplies. Recovery Girl immediately began working on Izuku, collaborating with the doctor from the red-haired group. Unable to use her quirk on Izuku due to his lack of stamina, she relied on her medical skills, which were still impressive. Nezu approached the students and remaining heroes, who were watching as the red-haired group cuffed and restrained the remaining villains. I understand today has been traumatic for you all, seeing your friend, classmate and leaders so close to death. Please explain to me what happened here. All Might stood behind him, providing a sense of safety that the students desperately needed. Took a deep breath and began recounting the events as he had witnessed them, aware that he didn't have all the facts. Shortly into the explanation, the police and medical services arrived. The medics brought a helicopter to transport Izuku. As they prepared to take off, Eri ran toward them, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by the sight of him being loaded into the helicopter. Nemuri held her back, crouching down, her own eyes filled with tears for her loved one. Eri, I know you want to cry, but remember, Papa is super strong, and he said he would never leave you, right? Eri nodded, tears still flowing. So for Papa, be a strong girl just a little longer and help your mommies here, okay? Eri wiped her tears and put on a brave face. Yes, I've got to be strong like Papa. Nemuri hugged her daughter tightly. The embrace grew as Achiko and Mina joined in, followed by the other girls. Is there some way we can help? Kirishima asked, with Tetsu nodding in agreement. Beckman spoke up, the only thing we can do right now is create a safe location for the princess. They might still be watching us. It was a troubling thought, but one they had to consider. Kirishima nodded, putting on a brave face and flexing his arms. Let us look for it. We are 20 strong, counting just the guys. Let us search. The boys quickly rallied together, eager to assist in any way they could, even Bakugo willing to pitch in. Nezu nodded as he began to search for the source of the problem. He was the first to discover what they were looking for, using his keen intellect to devise the best possible spy technique. His efforts led him to uncover a bug. They have been monitoring us through the use of quirk bugs, he announced. They are extremely hard to recognize, so we need to eliminate all of them. With this information shared, many bugs were quickly dispatched. Bakugo and Todoroki used their quirks to eliminate the robotic bugs with ease. Even though they had removed a significant number of bugs, they couldn't be entirely sure the area was clear. The group decided to conduct a thorough sweep. Koda, eager to help, was kept at a safe distance by Mandalay. However, he managed to find one near the campfire. With a single blast of water, he destroyed the robot, causing several others nearby to malfunction. Mandalay felt a surge of pride at Koda's contribution. As the search continued, Shanks emerged, dragging Magna and Spinner, both showing signs of recent struggles. He tossed them onto a pile of captured villains before joining Beckman. We need to get the princess to a safer location. Minato, you're up. Mufasa Mansion. I'm not leaving without my other students, Nemuri insisted. Students, join Miss Midnight right now. It's best if you all head to a safe location while we clean this mess up, Shanks instructed. Eri sniffled, calling out for Koda, while Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob joined the group as they moved out with him. In an instant, they transitioned from the dark woods to the garden where Izuku used to live, a place that held memories of the girls' first date. The sudden brightness startled Mitsuki, who was still inside the house. She quickly emerged, weapon in hand, dressed in pink sleepwear. Upon seeing her son, Mina, Achiko, and Nemuri, she relaxed. What are you doing here? Bakugo asked, confusion evident in his voice. Mitsuki noticed the scuff marks and realized someone was missing. Where is Izuku? She asked, concern creeping into her voice. Eri began to sniffle, prompting Shanks to speak up. Miss Bakugo, could we please move this inside? He suggested. Mitsuki stepped aside, and as Shanks walked past, he commented, you should be careful with what you grab. This weapon is not something to use lightly. She swallowed nervously but managed a shy smile as they entered the house, where Mitsuki began recounting the events that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, the villains were also discussing the recent events. Defo sat on his self-made throne, speaking to the doctor. Start acquiring more of subject. Its strength and obedience were impressive, but we need more potency. Its performance was underwhelming. Yes, sir. What should we do with this? The doctor asked, gesturing to Muscular's lifeless body. Let's give that one to our latest project. Perhaps he could create something useful from it. His design could use an overhaul. Nezu, we really need to revamp our current security system. This is the second time it has failed and caused harm to the prince, Toshi agreed. It's not just a bad reputation that a student has been attacked twice, it's a total PR nightmare. I think we should take a break from studies to upgrade our systems. Perhaps you could reach out to David and Island for support. I will do that right away. He always expressed a longing to help you. This will fit perfectly, Nezu replied, moving to speak with Tiger to understand how the breach had occurred. Back with the class, Shanks was making a difficult call. Sir, I have bad news. The prince has been attacked and is in critical condition right now. What? Rayleigh's voice was filled with panic and anger. The League attacked again. God damn it. Rayleigh was furious, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. I know, but please listen. Could you request the king and queen to either pull the prince out of this school or assist with training? This has happened too often. Rayleigh took a moment to think. We won't pull the prince out of the school, but I will come by to help train them in hockey. Kakashi and Izuku will also join to assist with quirks and combat. They need to be better prepared for this. Perhaps Vegapunk could also help with some security upgrades. Shanks felt a sense of relief. Yes, sir. I will look after the princesses until the prince is back on his feet. Rayleigh nodded, pleased to know Eri would be in good hands with Shanks. The helicopter sped toward the hospital, the pilot radioing back as soon as they lifted off the ground. Home base, we have a VIP with us in need of medical attention. Call the head doctor on duty, we need our best. Air Care 5, what are you talking about? Who is the VIP? The pilot glanced back. We are carrying the next king of the entire world, Prince Izuku Midoriya. Sorry, Air Care 5, I believe there was some static. Did you say Prince Izuku Midoriya? Yes, home base. So get some help on deck and quick. Back at the hospital, tension filled the air. The moment the call was received, they contacted the head doctor, who was at home with his wife. George, what is wrong? I'm in bed with my wife. Sorry, Theo, but you need to come in now. What is going on? We just got a call. Prince Izuku Midoriya has been injured. On my way. The head doctor hung up and jumped out of bed. Theo, what are you doing? Saving royalty, I guess. Without getting dressed, still in his sleepwear and slippers, he dashed downstairs and hopped into his car, speeding down the street. Once Izuku arrived, still unconscious, Recovery Girl and the red-haired group's doctor worked diligently on him. Most of his external injuries were under control as they awaited on the helicopter pad with a prepared team, blood tested multiple times, and all necessary supplies. They rushed to assist Izuku as best they could. As they worked, Nezu began to grasp the full extent of what had happened. Everyone involved was either arrested or still receiving care, but one detail troubled him. The group had taken their deceased members with them. Now everyone here, wish to ask you all not to speak about what happened. I understand some of you may want to share what happened with the prince, but please keep it private for now. What, do you want to protect your reputation or something? One of the officers called out, prompting Nezu to shake his head. No, I am ashamed of my failure to protect our ruler and a student. But it has happened, and hiding that will only cause more problems. What I wish to do is give Midoriya some time to recover. The officer accepted this. Then we will leave the rest to you all, Nezu said as All Might picked him up, and they sped back toward you. Nezu planned to spend the night reviewing all protocols, contemplating every way to strengthen them. In his mind, if he couldn't break them, others wouldn't be able to either. He called Power Loader back in to assist him. Back at Izuku's house, everyone sat in the living room, feeling a bit out of place. So this is where the Prince of the World used to live, Aways remarked, with Beckman nodding in agreement. Yes, but don't worry. It's fine. You all need to rest, it's late and you've been through a lot. It was true, they were all feeling the effects of the day's events, with adrenaline starting to wear off. Eri had already fallen asleep in Nemuri's arms, who was being watched over by Shanks. Sitting outside the room, Shanks had his observation hockey activated, keeping a close watch as all the girls slept in the main bedroom with Eri. Shanks grabbed his phone and called the group sniper. Yasip, I need you to head toward the hospital and tell me the status of the prince. Alright, Cap, I'll head out right now. I'll first do a quick run of the surroundings. Shanks gave the okay, and Yasip left immediately. The others settled down to sleep, choosing either the ground or the couch. One person who didn't sleep yet was Bakugo, who was in a different room talking with his mother. Mom, what are you doing here? Bakugo asked. Mitsuki took a breath. After your father and I split up, I lived with you for a while, but I wanted to live on my own as well. Inko offered me to stay here for a bit while I look for my own place. Bakugo nodded. Mom, I need your honesty right now. Are you dating Midoriya? Mitsuki blushed. Ever since he had come by and told her he still had a crush, she had been thinking about that. No, but I want to. She expected him to yell or be upset, but instead he chuckled. Then asked him, I know you want to, so ask him as soon as you can. You're not mad. Bakugo shook his head. While he annoys me a lot, I know he won't mistreat you, and you deserve happiness too. If he does anything, though, I will take care of it. Mitsuki hugged her son. Thank you, brat. But that can wait. Now just sleep, it's been a long day. Quickly, everyone fell into a deep sleep. As night turned to day, they awoke in the morning, each worried about Izuku's condition. As everyone gathered in the common area, Shanks walked in, just finishing a phone call with Yasip. I know you all want to know how Midoriya is doing. Tell us, Nemuri urged, and Shanks nodded, knowing he needed to be straightforward. My apologies, but at the moment, he is in a coma. Everyone gasped, alarmed for Izuku. While it sounds serious, it's due to his low stamina. All his injuries have been treated, but the severe beating he took caused many broken bones, a fractured skull, broken jaw, 7 cracked ribs, and 3 broken ribs. Several of his organs are bruised. They assumed he also had a concussion. Even with Recovery Girl's quirk, they wouldn't be able to fully fix him up, especially since he had no stamina at the moment. Can we give him something? There has to be a quirk that can help, right? One of them suggested. There is one known, another replied. But she is currently working in Africa. By the time she gets here, the prince will likely be up and walking again. They nodded, not liking the situation but feeling helpless. When can we see Papa? Eri asked, looking at Shanks, who was unsure how to respond. Nemuri stepped in. Soon, baby. But Papa is sleeping right now. You know how lazy he can be sometimes. Eri gave a sad giggle and nodded. Back at the hospital, the doctors were able to breathe a little easier after working on Izuku. He wasn't out of the woods yet, but they had a doctor monitoring his vitals to ensure there were no complications. Yasip approached them. Oi, docs, we need to get some food into him. I have a feeling that's why he isn't healing, he said. Well, his jaw is broken, so solid food won't work. But we will pump something in him right away, the doctor replied, giving a nurse the order. It took a full day for Izuku to wake up. He wasn't back to his normal self, barely had any strength, and was covered in bandages. Sitting up in his bed, he saw his girlfriends and daughter in front of him, tears in their eyes. Normally, he would reassure them, but he was unable to speak. Nezu is still deciding what to do with the school. He's considering a small break, so get better so you can take the girls on their dates, one of the doctors said. Izuku let out a breath through his nose and nodded. But first, you need rest. You need your stamina back, Robin said, with the girls agreeing. Izuku didn't want to sleep. He felt bad for the girls. So, Nemuri used her quirk to help him drift off. It took another full day for Izuku to wake up with some energy. Recovery Girl kissed him, healing his jaw before he fell asleep again, hoping he would feel better by morning. The next day, He was told he could leave if he wanted to. However, he wasn't allowed to walk since his right leg was still broken and his spine was slightly damaged. He decided to leave, sitting in a wheelchair pushed by Yasip, with Eri on his lap. Not a great start to our relationship, huh? Izuku joked, looking at the girls from Class 1A and 1B he had started dating. So, Prince, where to? Yasip asked. I need some real food, Izuku chuckled. Everyone piled into the bus that Shanks had waiting in the parking lot. As they drove toward food, Nezu was on a video call with David Shield and other researchers from I-Island, along with a blacked-out screen representing Dr. Vegapunk, a top researcher known for his incredible inventions. They were working together to better protect all the students and the prince. Nezu began sharing their current safety protocols, and they discussed improvements. Vegapunk quickly understood the program and flooded them with ideas, each one a potential enhancement to the existing system. He was determined to not just improve it but to perfect it. They discussed various options, including relocation, the amount of force that could be used, detection, and capture. While Izuku had to take it easy, the others were training hard under Beckman. Compared to Tiger's training, this was both torturous and relaxing. Beckman pushed them to their limits, sparring with Kirishima and Tetsu without regard for their safety, forcing Ida to speed up to dodge attacks that could take down villains. They had asked for this, and they were not going to give up. As news of Izuku's condition spread, he transitioned from being the Prince of Asia to the Prince of the entire world. The information about his injuries spread quickly, and much of the blame fell on UA for not protecting their students. Nezu felt the weight of failure as a principal. However, Izuku took to social media to clarify that he did not blame Nezu, UA, or the heroes. The fault lay solely with the villains who chose to attack them, which led to high-ranking figures placing a bounty on the villains' heads. Izuku pulled himself out of bed, his body still filled with pain from his injuries. He felt a bit more awake today, and he knew that Recovery Girl would help him heal completely. Beyond that, he was set to be one of the teachers for the students' training. The girls would focus on hockey, while the boys would work on the 6 powers. They were all eager to improve so they could help and protect their friend. Despite knowing the training would be tough and painful, they were ready for the week-long challenge that would set them apart from other heroes. As he entered the common room, he found the others already waiting for him. Midoriya, you really shouldn't be walking, you're still injured, Ida said, concern evident in his voice. Cammy brought a chair for him. I know, but I'm going to be one of your teachers today, and I've rested enough. He attempted to get up to make food but was gently pushed back down by Robin and Nami. You should stay put. We're all worried about you. Izuku was puzzled. He thought he had spoken to everyone. They shook their heads, and Achiko stood up. You're hungry, right? I'll make your breakfast. What do you want? Just then, the door swung open, and in walked a man with a large, braided mustache that nearly reached his hips, wearing a chef's hat taller than even All Might. He walked with a wooden leg and had a robust build. Your Majesty, Izuku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Chef Zeph? What are you doing here? Your mother sent me, Zeph replied with a chuckle. She knows you're too stubborn to rest, so I'm here to help, along with Rayleigh. The members of Class 1A looked confused, their curiosity piqued. Who is this, Izuku? Mina asked as Zeph bowed. I apologize, Lady Ishido. My name is Zeph, the royal head chef. Before this, I was known as Red Leg Zeph, the right-hand man in the royal guard, alongside Rayleigh. The revelation left everyone in awe. Zeph moved into the kitchen and began cooking with impressive speed and skill. He prepared 6 sunny-side-up eggs, 6 deviled eggs topped with eggshell powder, and 9 perfectly toasted slices of bread, all placed in front of Izuku. Should I make something for the ladies? He asked Izuku's girlfriends, who had already eaten. I'll be back for lunch and dinner to feed you. Dinner will be a set meal for the next 2 weeks. Why is that? Ida asked, puzzled. It's a special medical recipe from an ancient island called Kamabaka Kingdom, known for its healing properties, Zeph explained before leaving the dorm. The sudden appearance and departure of the chef left everyone bewildered. Now we should get going for training, Izuku said, but Robin still wouldn't let him move. Just then, Momo appeared in a wheelchair, with Kirishima helping her. Izuku was finally allowed to roll himself toward the training area, where both Class 1A and 1B were gathered, along with several teachers and pro-heroes he had met before. Mirko, Ryuko, the Pussycats, MT Lady, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Fat Gum were all present, accompanied by their sidekicks to assist in training. Prince, you have arrived. How are you doing? The lady asked, concern etched on her face as Recovery Girl stood up from her seat. Let's get you all fixed up, shall we? Recovery Girl said, kissing Izuku on the forehead. His skin glowed green for a moment before returning to normal. He stood up, supported by his friends in case he stumbled, but he felt much better. The soreness and pain had vanished. Thank you, Recovery Girl. I feel reborn. Now, let's get to training. Rayleigh stepped forward with a smirk. Yes, if the prince could be so kind, would you please train the others while I train those in hockey? Izuku nodded, knowing he would take it easy on his friends. He approached the larger group. What we're going to do will be painful. We are training Iron Body. What is that? Boaz asked. It acts like Tetsu's quirk for defense at its base level, Izuku explained. Alright, so how do we train it? Just working out. Tetsu inquired. In simple terms, I'm going to condition your skin by slapping you, Izuku said with a chuckle. Excuse me, what? Endeavor asked, raising an eyebrow. To clarify, Izuku explained, to train it, you have to condition your skin. The lowest level involves slaps, flesh on flesh, which gradually increases in intensity. Won't my quirk help? Kendo asked, showing her large hands. It's not about size or power, it's about speed. So, who will be first? Bakugo stepped up, a determined look on his face. Do your worst, princess, he said, removing his shirt. Izuku turned Bakugo around and, with a swift motion, delivered 50 slaps to his back in a matter of seconds, leaving it red. Bakugo bit down on his lip, holding back a pained expression. It's not as easy as it looks, he grunted, allowing Awais to step up next. I've been slapped before, it's not that bad, Awais said confidently. However, after receiving his 50 slaps, he fell to the floor, yelling in pain. No matter how strong a person is, conditioning the flesh is essential, especially for those trained in the 6 powers, Izuku explained as he continued through the group, moving on to the teachers afterward. Aizawa was the first teacher to step up, managing to take the slaps without showing any signs of pain or irritation, having already undergone some training. After the teachers completed their training, the pro heroes took their turn. Mirko pushed Endeavor out of the way and quickly grabbed Izuku, looking him over with a relieved expression. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried, she said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she turned to face away from him, her leotard accentuating her figure. Do your best. Izuku playfully smacked her shoulder. She grunted, taking a deep breath before getting back into the training. The next round of slaps began, with Ryuko blushing as she felt the impacts, which were more like gentle taps due to her quirk. Lady, who was still untrained, felt the slaps more intensely, bringing her to the ground. They continued to take turns, slapping each other on the front and arms repeatedly, until their skin was bright red and sore. Is this some twisted version of karma? Bakugo joked, wincing from the pain. I'm not that mean, Izuku replied with a grin. But now we'll let your skin rest as we move on to punching. Just punching? Someone asked, surprised. Yes, but focus on technique and speed. Line up and punch forward as fast as you can. The more enthusiastic members of the group jumped right in. Kirishima was throwing punches wildly, and Rumi and Bakugo followed suit, but Izuku quickly intervened. Focus on technique. Watch me. He demonstrated a proper stance, feet shoulder-width apart and knees slightly bent. Rest your arms here, keep them relaxed yet firm. Then, with as much speed as you can muster, punch forward in a straight line. Breathe in before you hit and release at the end. We'll repeat this until we go back to slapping. And so they did, with Izuku moving around to adjust their stances and techniques with each punch. The training took him back years, reminding him of his own early days. He corrected Mirko's stance, adjusted MT Lady's posture, and helped Kirishima refine his punches. As the training continued, some noticed that Nemuri was not participating. Why isn't midnight training? Emi Lady asked, a bit frustrated. Don't worry, it's fine too. Tell them now, Izuku said, his smile growing wider. Well then, I'm very happy to announce that Nemuri and I are expecting our first child. The announcement brought the training to a halt as everyone processed the news. Wait, does that mean? Present Mike stammered in shock. Yes, we're having a baby, Izuku confirmed. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Rumi exclaimed, jumping toward Nemuri and enveloping her in a hug. The others quickly joined in, congratulating both Nemuri and Izuku, who couldn't contain his joy. Some, like Nezu and Recovery Girl, already knew, with Recovery Girl being the one to conduct the test and Nezu, as always, being in the loop. Eri, filled with excitement at the thought of becoming a big sister, hoped her family would teach her how to be a good older sibling. Everyone was eager to help, and the news ignited a renewed determination within the group. They trained harder, striving to become stronger and create a safer world for the new addition to their family. As they trained, Izuku focused on sensing their behaviors before mistakes occurred. He read their emotions and physical states, pushing them to their limits while offering encouragement. For Bakugo, Mirko, and Endeavor, he challenged their pride, telling them they were capable of more. For Kirishima, Sato, and Kendo, he used positive reinforcement, reminding them they were setting an example for others. While Izuku trained the group, Rayleigh took charge of the ladies, ensuring they too were growing stronger. The girls had moved inside the gym with Rayleigh. Recognizing that hockey was a secret technique not suited for open training, Rayleigh began to explain. Now, while you are all in relationships with the prince, understand that what I will do right now does not mean dislike or anything other than that I care for you all. There are two ways to awaken hockey. One is quite dangerous. I would attack you repeatedly until either you awaken it or, well, it could be fatal. The girls stepped back wide-eyed. They all wanted to learn this technique, but the thought of danger was unsettling. But that method hasn't been used in at least a couple of 100 years. The way we will do it is much safer and quicker. I will flow my hockey into you all, like this, Rayleigh said, demonstrating by channeling his hockey into a stick, which turned black, similar to what they had seen before with Izuku. This way, your bodies will become accustomed to it, and all you will have to do is recreate that feeling. Once you have felt my hockey, I will beyond FLDU and walk around you. From time to time, I will hit you with this stick. It will hurt as I will make it hurt. Your job is to sense the hit, to sense my intent to harm you. Dodge before I hit you, and you will avoid the strike. Dodge too late, and you will get hit. This will give you all the basic version of what we call observation hockey. Momo raised her hand. And what can that do? Rayleigh chuckled, noticing her notebook. It depends on the person. For me, it allowed me to sense danger whenever something was nearby. It showed me threats, which quickly became a strength, giving me a clear picture of how strong and dangerous someone is. But it can also be used like an old friend of mine, who senses emotions and intentions. He is blind and uses his hockey to perceive the world around him, unable to judge based on appearance. The girls nodded in understanding. There is a slight chance, though I don't believe it will happen, that instead of awakening observation, you might awaken armament hockey, which is the second type we can learn. Why is there a chance of that? Kyoka asked. Good question, Miss Jiro. Some people have different aptitudes. It could happen that you are better at using armament than observation, much like me. My specialty is armament, Rayleigh explained as he approached them. So, who is first? Achiko stepped forward, eager to get it over with. Good, just relax and focus on sensing the hockey within you, Rayleigh instructed. He placed his hands on the top of her head, and she felt the hockey wash over her, a strange yet powerful sensation. Then just as suddenly it was gone. Rayleigh moved on to the next person, and one by one, they experienced the same feeling, trying to recreate it. Momo fashioned BLNDFLDS for everyone while Rayleigh walked around them slowly. They stood a few feet apart, allowing him to maneuver without getting too close. He used the stick without hockey, giving each of them a gentle smack as they attempted to dodge. For the first half hour, they struggled, but then Robin managed to dodge an attack. However, the success was short-lived, and the smacks continued. The girls found themselves at Rayleigh's mercy, dodging only occasionally. So far, only Momo, Yui, and Ibra had not dodged a single attack, leading Rayleigh to believe they might be more suited for armament training. You three, come with me. You'll get a short break until I return, he said, and they nodded happily, relieved to rest after the rigorous training. Rayleigh led Momo, Yui, and Ibra a few feet away. Now, you ladies might just be like me, without the dashing good looks, he joked, making himself chuckle. To learn this, you need to remember the feeling of hockey, and focus that feeling on your fists. Channel all your willpower into your fists, as if wearing it like a glove. Keep practicing that for now. With the three girls focused on recreating the feeling of hockey, Rayleigh returned to the others, continuing his training with them. The work was hard, and it didn't happen overnight. For an entire week, they followed the same routine, training with Rayleigh in the morning, having lunch, training again in the afternoon, and then dinner before resting. By the end of the week, each girl had unlocked their basic version of hockey, each developing their unique skills. In armament, the girls divided into two groups, those who excelled at infusing hockey into weapons and those who infused it into their bodies. Ibra proved to be the best at the latter, while Momo and Yui excelled at infusing hockey into objects, with Momo quickly mastering the creation of hockey-infused items. As they successfully covered their respective training tools with hockey 3 times in a row, Momo and Yui were ready to take the next step, striking targets. For them, the target would be a wall, or in Izuku's case, he would take on a Logia form for their training. Their goal was to strike Izuku repeatedly, and if they could land 10 solid hits in a row without damaging their weapons, they would progress to the next level of their training. However, observation hockey required a different approach. Unlike the physical training, they couldn't engage in direct combat. Rayleigh had provided various training methods, and the simplest involved the girls, Achiko, Robin, and Pony, working on their danger sense. Their task was to endure sneak attacks without seeing them coming. Though they weren't particularly fond of this method, they understood that to grow stronger, they had to face these challenges. Meanwhile, Toru and Mina focused on emotion sense, honing their ability to perceive the true feelings behind actions. This was akin to the lie sense that Kami possessed. Their training involved navigating through real lies for Kami and emotional deceptions for Mina and Toru. Nemuri gladly participated in their exercises, providing a bit of acting to enhance their experience. While they didn't enjoy this training, it was preferable to the physical hits they had endured previously. The final group, consisting of Kyoka, Nami, and Setsuna, practiced their radar skills by playing hide and seek. Initially, they thought Rayleigh was joking, but after consulting Izuku, who was busy training the boys and the pros, they learned that this was indeed part of his training regimen. When he was a teenager, his training had included scenarios where he was kidnapped in the middle of the night and left in the forest, tasked with finding his teachers within 2 hours. Throughout the week, while the girls trained diligently, the boys were equally committed. Izuku, mirroring the intensity of his teachers, pushed them hard. On the second day, as they began working on Iron Body, Izuku employed a straw WHP for their training. He was relentless, and while some managed to endure, others, like Zero, struggled to keep up. The sharp sting of the WHP against their skin was a harsh but necessary part of their training. At the end of the second day, Izuku noticed he was receiving more than a few disapproving looks from his peers, and he understood why. After his training sessions, he often had the same expression of exhaustion. To make amends, he decided to cook for everyone. Some, like Bakugo and Rumi, took the grumpiness in stride, acting as if nothing had happened. Each day, like clockwork, the heroes would show up, and Izuku would prepare lunch and dinner for them. His culinary skills, honed under Chef Zeph's guidance, had become a hit, especially among the ladies, who had developed a fondness for his cooking. By the third day of training, Izuku had begun to forge friendships with the heroes. He found himself joking with Fat Gum and teasing Rumi about her strength. Most notably, they had stopped referring to him by his titles. He was simply Midoriya now. Best Jeanist, however, still added Sama at the end of his name, wanting to show Izuku the respect he had earned, not just from his rank, but for his bravery in protecting his friends and defeating Sheik. Rumi had given him a nickname that sounded a bit cheeky, Marimo, which meant moss head. Izuku found it amusing and decided to call her Luna, inspired by her appealing white hair that reminded him of the moon. This compliment made her blush, much to his delight. Yu was affectionately dubbed Minnie, although she initially protested, claiming, "There isn't anything Minnie about me." Izuku smirked, acknowledging her point, and soon she embraced the nickname. As the week came to a close, training wrapped up for the time being. The girls still looked forward to their dates, but they agreed to wait until vacation, which would come shortly after the provisional licensing exam. Izuku understood he wouldn't be participating in that exam. It was deemed too dangerous for him, given the potential for infiltration from various schools. Despite this, many believed in his ideals and that his will was law. With the week over, UA returned to its usual routine, and classes resumed. Izuku entered the classroom with a smile, feeling like everything was back to normal. He was fully recovered, had done some more training, and was ready to get to work. He had arrived a little early to sit in silence, brainstorming ideas for hockey and the 6 powers. Suddenly, Momo jumped out from behind a desk, bat in hand, and swung it at Izuku's head. Reacting quickly, Izuku coated the back of his head in hockey, and the bat dented deeply, almost wrapping around his neck. "Momo, the goal is to coat your weapon in hockey, not just to hit me," he said, trying to keep the mood light. Momo nodded, sitting down with a pout as she began to make a smaller bat, focusing on coating it in hockey. "Aizawa is at the door," Kyoka announced with a smile, pointing toward the entrance. However, her smile faded as Present Mike walked in. "What's wrong, little rocker? Your spitting English teacher isn't a hit anymore." Present Mike said, causing Eri to giggle. Instead of sitting next to Izuku, she had moved to sit next to Momo at the back. At least one little rockstar is still a fan of mine, and that's alright. Now, let's get this English lesson started. If you're ready, give him a phew. Only Eri cheered, her enthusiasm brightening the room. Izuku smiled, happy to see his daughter so joyful. With that, the English lesson began, and everyone participated, with Eri working on her own assignments related to the same subjects. Present Mike was particularly enthusiastic about teaching. He provided Eri with a song to listen to, along with the lyrics, and challenged her to find and fix the mistakes he had hidden within. Although it kept her busy throughout the lesson, Eri enjoyed the challenge. After Present Mike, Ectoplasm entered the room to teach math. Math was a subject that Eri found challenging. While she could handle basic calculations, word problems often confused her. For example, she could easily solve 10 plus 10, but struggled with scenarios like Oliver had 10 pairs of socks, and for his birthday, he got 10 more. How many pairs does he have? Ectoplasm dedicated his attention to helping her, guiding her through the problems. Following Ectoplasm, Cementoss came in to teach modern literature. For Eri, this meant reading stories and writing small reports on them. She could choose any book she liked, comic books, manga, or children's literature. Her reports focused on her opinions about the stories and her writing skills. Occasionally, she was tasked with writing her own story, often featuring herself as a heroic princess mermaid who saved her father from a fearsome monster. Next, Snipe entered, focusing on the written aspects of heroics. Initially, Eri felt intimidated by him due to his mask, which reminded her of past fears. However, as time passed, she grew accustomed to him and appreciated his quirky accent. As was customary, Snipe made eye contact with Eri. They shared a moment of silence before both rushed to their sides, Snipe fumbling with the toy gun on his belt while Eri pulled out her own. Eri aimed and shot, hitting him in the chest with a small dart. He dramatically dropped to the ground, pretending to be shot. "Why you win again?" he exclaimed, feigning defeat as Eri and the girls cheered. He eventually got up with a laugh, complimenting her skills. Snipe also had a lesson for Eri, asking her simple true or false questions about heroics. Eri answered them correctly, enjoying the opportunity to learn what it meant to be a hero. Her smile lit up the room, making it a good day. After Snipe, Nemuri entered, Eri's favorite teacher. During school, Eri took on the role of a teacher herself, helping distribute papers, reviewing student work, and even assisting with grading. She would write encouraging notes on each paper, motivating her classmates to strive for better grades. The day ended on a high note as they walked back to the dorms. Eri sat on Toru's shoulders while Izuku carried Toru on his own. When they reached the door, Izuku playfully tossed Toru off, who in turn tossed Eri. He caught both of them before they hit the ground, and they all laughed together. Once inside, Izuku grabbed his phone to text some friends he had made during the week. Most of them were heroes, and he had formed friendly connections, particularly with the women. Rumi and Yu were both quite chatty, each reaching out for different reasons. Rumi often sent him photos and videos showcasing her strength and skills, demonstrating her dedication to training. Izuku appreciated her commitment and was always impressed by her progress. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at how much Yu had trained. However, much like a pre-workout, as they got to All Might's class, it started working fully. This meant that Izuku would train them with All Might in the 6 powers. All Might apparently already knew them but had never needed all except Iron Body, which, to Izuku's surprise, was well above his level. All Might also spoke a little about what had happened during the fight against Izuku. "Like you all saw, this form of mine, unlike my buff version, is my real body. It all happened due to an injury I sustained during a fight against an evil man. A man Midoriya has problems with now. I just know him as AFO. During our fight, he inflicted severe injuries on me, and I barely lived that day. I thought I had defeated him, but it seems I failed. Because of that, I can barely hold my form and live my life." This was heavy news for everyone to hear. The number 1 hero was nearly dead. But Eri, with small tears in her eyes, walked up. "I will train my quirk and help you. Papa said I might be able to, so I will train really hard to help you, okay?" All Might laid his hand on her head. "It's all right, I am fine. But I would be honored if you could save my life, Princess Eri." Eri smiled with pride, determined to do so. "I will call some of my teachers, maybe they will be able to help you. They are really smart. Kakashi-sensei really knows his quirks, so he could help." Eri smiled even more at Izuku's words, only for him to grab a straw bundle. Now for Iron Body, who is first? With that, the hard training began, and Izuku wasn't spared from it. He needed to train himself as well. All Might took the straw bundle and swiftly grabbed Izuku, playfully smacking him until he was bright red. You could have warned me. That tickles. Izuku exclaimed. One by one, the other students stepped in front of All Might, receiving similar treatment. Their skin was bright red and sore, but that was just the beginning. After their playful smacks, they were kicked into weight training, strengthening their bodies while enduring the tough workout. The lesson consisted of lifting weights and enduring the playful smacks repeatedly. By the end of the session, each of them struggled to walk, collapsing on the ground as they made their way back to the dorm. Only Eri was still on her feet, happily walking to her computer to play Minecraft with Rem and Ram. Despite his exhaustion, Izuku managed to reach the kitchen. Izuku grabbed an apple and used the Supa Supa Nomi, dice fruit, to cut it into smaller pieces, perfect for Eri to snack on. That was all he could manage before he too collapsed onto the floor, tired and sore. Izu, can we ban that kind of workout from now on, like a princess? Mina whined from her spot, half on the couch and half on the floor. No, Mina, you can't ban a workout just because it tired you out, Izuku replied with a laugh, while some of the other girls echoed Mina's complaint. Just then, Fuyumi knocked on the door and walked in, looking confused at the sight of all 20 students sprawled on the floor. Bad time? She asked Shoto, who was sitting against the wall. Oh, sister. Hello. What are you doing here? Shoto replied, unable to get up. I came by to see how you were doing. It seems like you all aren't doing that well, she observed. What are you talking about? I am absolutely fine. Bakugo shouted from the floor. Yes, it seems All Might worked us a little too hard. But we'll be fine in a bit. By the way, that's a very nice skirt, Izuku added with a laugh from his spot on the ground. Suddenly, he jumped up, startling Fuyumi, and quickly swallowed 3 apples whole. Just the boost I needed, he said, heading toward the fridge to grab 2 steaks for lunch, along with a large amount of food for everyone else. Do you want something too, Fuyumi? I might not live up to your soba, but I can try. She nodded. I can help. Cooking that much is a bit much for one person, no matter how well trained. Izuku chuckled as Mina chimed in. So, already trying to flirt with our boyfriend? Fuyumi blushed and shook her hands. No, absolutely not. I would never dare to impose myself in such a manner. Please forgive me. She playfully used the bara nomi, chop fruit, to remove Izuku's hand and tickle the back of Mina's neck, who was too sore to fight back and just squealed an apology. Don't worry, Fuyumi. Just ignore her, she's just mad she can't stand up. Now let's give her the smallest portion, Izuku said, while Mina whined again. They started cooking, preparing a great snack and energy booster for the group. As Fuyumi sat down next to Eri, she became interested in Eri's enjoyment of the game. To Fuyumi, it looked like Eri was just watching things fall repeatedly, but she asked, What are you playing? I don't really know, Rem made it. She is really smart. All I know is that monsters keep popping up and they fall, giving us small nuggets. It's really cool. Ram turned them into blocks of gold and created a large golden pyramid that we live in. Eri explained excitedly. Oh really? Yeah, it's through this purple door, and then you go in a boat on ice and go really fast. It's really cool. Though I like flying more, Fuyumi smiled as she listened to Eri's enthusiasm. So, sister, when will you confess your feelings for Midoriya? Mother told me that you have a crush on him, Eri asked innocently. The room fell silent at her question. Fuyumi quickly stood up, rushed over to Shoto, and pulled him out of the room by his hair. He returned 5 minutes later, holding his mouth closed. I apologize, that was a lie, and I will not speak for the rest of the day, he said. Fuyumi walked back, her face red, and resumed eating in silence. So we won't talk about that, Nami said, and Fuyumi nodded as they continued their meal in quietude. Izuku sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone in the common room. It was early and he wanted to let the girls sleep a bit longer. As he browsed social media, he remembered Mina's suggestion about creating a page for himself. His thoughts were interrupted when his phone vibrated multiple times. The first message was from Yu, who sent a sleepy picture of herself working out at the gym. Izuku smiled and replied, Nice and early, good work, with a winking emoji. The second message was from Rumi, who proudly displayed a photo of a dummy she had destroyed during her workout. I totally wrecked it, haha, she exclaimed. Izuku was taken aback by the destruction. Wow, Rumi, ever heard of taking it easy? he replied. Rumi shot back, going weak is for the weak. I give it my all. Izuku laughed at her enthusiasm before moving on to the next message. The third message was from someone he didn't recognize. Hey motorbike dude, the drone is fully functional. Got any new toys for me to play with? It read. Confused, Izuku replied, who is this and how did you get my number? The response came quickly. Oh, it's me, Mei Hatsum. I hacked your info, hee. Izuku remembered her as the eccentric mechanic and Nijire's sister. Right, the inventor extraordinaire, he replied. Mei continued, sorry for the mix-up. Before we get into gadgets, how about we get to know each other a bit? I owe you an apology for the other day. Izuku recalled their last encounter, where he learned about her connection to Nijire. I don't know what you're talking about, Mei replied, clearly wanting to avoid any embarrassment. Izuku chuckled and suggested, how about I give you some cool tools to make new gadgets? Mei's excitement was palpable. Yes, please. Let's talk later. Power Loader is finally opening the workshop, she typed before likely rushing out of her dorm. With that, Izuku found himself alone again. Having completed his bodyweight exercises, he resumed scrolling through his phone. Soon, Robin, Ida, and Momo joined him. Ida quickly left for his morning jog, while Robin and Momo prepared breakfast. As more people woke up, Eri entered the common room, her backpack filled and her clothes neatly arranged, ready for school. Eri was thrilled about her new teacher, Fuyumi. Unlike before, she now received full attention from Fuyumi, who was dedicated to helping her grow as a student and a person. They had real one-on-one lessons, and Eri was rewarded for her progress, which often involved drawing at school. She created adorable drawings for her friends, some resembling characters like Kirby, while others, like Bakugo, took on a more fierce appearance, which he appreciated. Once everyone was ready, they headed to class. Some were more excited than others, including Bakugo, who was eager to discuss an upcoming exam against other classes. Why can't we just take out those extras now? He grumbled. Izuku reminded him, we as heroes shouldn't resort to such things unless absolutely necessary. Bakugo nodded, and that's so those weak extras know not to mess with me. Eri laughed at Bakugo's enthusiasm, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Upon reaching the classroom, they found Aizawa and Fuyumi waiting for them. Hello, students. Please sit down so we can start right away, Aizawa instructed. They complied, and he continued. Today, we will have the Provisional Hero License Exam, or PLE for short. This will take place off school grounds, where you will face off against other classes to earn your license. He noticed some students eager to cheer and added, that doesn't make you heroes, it means you can act in a crisis. Normally, this test would be next year. He then looked at Izuku. Due to certain outside factors, we've decided to expedite this process. You will be at a disadvantage, missing one student and potentially being a year behind in some cases. However, along with all the teachers, have faith that you will succeed. Kaminari cheered, heck yeah we will, while Siro added, yeah because we are Class 1A, and we're the best. Izuku nodded, keeping quiet about his own plans for the exam. He had agreed to participate but intended to stay out of harm's way, launching distractions from a safe distance. While that's happening, Eri and I will stay here and learn. Do your best and bring home some good news for Eri, Fuyumi said, with Eri smiling and nodding in agreement. The bus ride to the exam location felt longer than expected, but they arrived just over an hour later. As they stepped off the bus, they noticed other students from different classes milling about, and they received quite a few stares, especially Izuku and his friends. Suddenly, a voice called out, Eraser! Hey, how are you doing? It was Miss Joke, a cheerful hero, causing Aizawa to sigh and silently request a bubble from Izuku. Miss Joke playfully touched Aizawa's shoulder, exclaiming, marry me. Aizawa simply replied, no. Curious, Nami asked, sir, who is that, and why did she ask you to marry her? Aizawa, looking unamused, explained, this is Miss Joke. She teaches a group of second years. Izuku had a playful thought that he might be seen as someone who wishes to marry a certain girl. Well, I think you make a cute couple, he joked, earning a glare from Aizawa. However, Izuku was used to dealing with Izumi Curtis from his childhood, so it didn't faze him. Ah, Prince, how nice to see you, she greeted him. Izuku nodded. Midoriya is fine. I wasn't aware you would be joining us. I won't be participating, just observing as a supporter for my fellow students, she replied. The classes stood before each other, engaging in a silent staring contest. It's an honor to meet the class with the next king of the world in it. I hope we can perform well against you all. Some of the girls who had unlocked the right type of hockey could sense the tension in the air, but Izuku understood it completely. He maintained a pleasant demeanor, not for himself, but to instill a sense of safety in his classmates. Bakugo, however, was quick to notice the underlying tension. Enough with the side comments, we won't be pushovers like the rest of the extras here, Bakugo retorted, his expression fierce. Izuku chuckled, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Could I take my seat now, sir? He asked Aizawa, who nodded in response. Good luck, everyone. I'll be watching over you, Izuku said as he activated his float fruit, soaring to the top of the dome. He settled down, his legs dangling over the edge as he surveyed the area with his glare fruit, acting like a drone to monitor everything below. Okay, everyone, we've got this. Let's show Izuku and the rest how strong we are. Someone shouted, and the group echoed a loud, plus ultra. Suddenly, a larger boy with a big smile entered the scene. Sorry for that. I just really wanted to cheer, he exclaimed before headbutting the floor, causing a minor injury. Yurashi, get back here. You can't just join another group's cheer, one of the students called out, who was dressed similarly to him. Apologies, they said before walking away. Be cautious of him, Aizawa warned the group. That boy who just joined was accepted into UA but declined for some reason. He's the only first year from that school, so keep your distance. Aizawa then signaled for everyone to prepare, which meant getting into their hero outfits. The teachers had already moved to their designated area. Where is Midoriya-sama? Miss Joke asked Aizawa, who simply pointed upward, revealing Izuku's legs swinging from the top. Isn't that dangerous? She questioned. Aizawa let out a breath of amusement. As if anything could harm him like that. He'll see any danger coming, so there's nothing to worry about. He closed his eyes, pretending to sleep while keeping one eye open to observe the events unfolding. Miss Joke shook her head and turned her attention to the exam, which was about to begin. Izuku's mind drifted back to a few days earlier when he had visited Nezu's office. He and Nezu were enjoying tea while playing chess, with Nezu currently winning. We would like to ask you something, Sir Midoriya, Nezu began. That really isn't necessary, Izuku replied. Well, we would like to request that you play the role of a villain at the end of the exam, Nezu clarified. Excuse me? Izuku was taken aback. At the end of the second part of the exam, a villain attack will take place. Gang Orca will be the main attacker, but we need something to truly instill fear in the students, Nezu explained. Izuku nodded in understanding. You want me to be that source of fear? I can create enough chaos for them to panic, but Gang Orca will need to be the primary force of the attack. Thank you for your cooperation, Nezu said, unaware that this was more of a test to gauge Izuku's control and reactions. Izuku was determined to give it his all, believing that scaring them a little was acceptable. The students gathered in a tight formation, shoulder to shoulder, as a tired-looking man stepped forward. He looks sleepier than Aizawa-sensei, one student remarked with a giggle. Good morning, everyone. Let's get this done quickly so I can get some sleep. I'm rather tired, the man said, pressing a button that illuminated the screen above. In the first part of the exam, you will each receive 3 marks. You can place them on your body, he explained as several suited individuals walked around, giving each student 3 pats. Place them anywhere except blocked locations, like armpits or under your clothing. Keep them visible, he instructed as everyone began to mark themselves. You will also receive 6 red ball with trackers. Each of you must make your marks count. If all 3 marks hit, you're out. However, you don't need to be the first to hit someone, you can still score points by being the last to hit the 3rd mark on someone. The students felt a sense of determination, realizing that heroism often meant fighting villains first to gain recognition. They nodded to each other as the man concluded his speech. Now that we've explained everything, please do your best to strive as heroes. With that, the walls folded outward, opening the area. The classes sprinted out, with Class 1A holding their ground. We need to stick together, team. We are strongest together, Momo called out, with Ida nodding in agreement. Forget that. If I want to really let loose, I can't have you all around. You'll just get in the way. Bakugo's true concern was for their safety. He had been working on the sizes of his explosions and couldn't risk anyone getting hurt during the exam. But don't worry, I'll stick with him. Divide and conquer, right? Nami nodded in agreement. We can't lose now. Let's give it our all. Split into groups, stay within earshot, and work together. The class cheered, eager to move, but just then, The signal was given, and the same man they had seen before acting friendly was waiting. Slamming his hands down on the floor, his quirk took effect. The ground shook and broke apart, leaving the class disrupted and confused, which they took advantage of. The class jumped up, ready to fight and pass quickly. "It's over for you all." Homing missile madness. One of his classmates shouted, launching 6-ball at the class. The ball shot underground, causing the group to lose sight of them. "What can we do now?" Cammy yelled, not wanting to lose that quickly. "I got them." Achiko called out, using her quirk to lift one of the lost chunks of earth and throw it into the ground, stopping the ball. "Cammy, let's get them." Zero shouted, wrapping tape around Kaminari and throwing him forward into the group. "Team move, I choose you." Zero called as he launched Kaminari into the middle of the other students. "Thunderbolt." Denki screamed, shocking everyone in the area, causing them to shake in pain for a moment before someone landed on top of him. Glass dome, protection. A glass barrier surrounded Denki, protecting the class and capturing him. But Denki wasn't alone. "You won't touch my buddy," Sato shouted, crunching on a sugar cube and rushing forward. The glass shattered as Sato charged, allowing Denki to drop down and give Sato a clear path. He kept going, hitting the large group immediately. "I got them." Zero called out as he tried to trap the class, but they weren't the only ones wanting to take out Class 1A. Suddenly, what looked like 10 extra classes jumped right for 1A. "We gotta go. Leave them and run, we gotta pass." Momo urged, dropping smoke grenades left and right while grabbing anyone she could to run out in a big group. In the end, there were around 6 to 8 groups of students. Bakugo was alone with Kirishima far away, while Shoto managed to escape amidst the chaos. Momo ran out with Nami and Ojiro, heading toward the lake, believing it would be the best place for them. Kami, Kyoka, and Aoyama were running to a warehouse, planning to use a run-and-hide tactic since none of them were hand-to-hand fighters. Zero was still linked to Kaminari, and Sato grabbed the tape, running with them to the safety of the city, hoping for the best. Robin managed to grab Achiko, Toru, and Ida to get to safety, but they were left with nothing but open fields, which could work for them with Robin's plan. They just needed a place to catch their breath. Mina was saved by Tsu, who was rescued by Tokoyami. They headed for the hills to gain high ground and think of a strategy. Last was Shoto, who skated on ice away from the chaos. He had faith in his classmates, so he focused on himself and how he would earn points. No matter how strong he felt, fighting against a larger group would always be problematic, so he aimed to target teams of 2 or 3, teams he knew he could overpower. The first team to split up was Bakugo and Kirishima, or as Kirishima called them, Teams Super Manly and Super Strong. They climbed to the top and came face to face with a second year from Shigetsu High, the same school as the student who had headbutt the floor. But this student wasn't going for points. He stood with one leg on top of a student under the effects of his quirk. "You're not a true vision of heroism, it's all for fame and money," he scolded the student beneath him. "Ah, if it isn't the 2 students from the class of royalty," he scoffed. "So what about it, Meatball? Lay down and let me take those marks off your chest so I can win this thing and impress the princess." Bakugo growled, ready to unleash his explosions. "Yeah bro, I got your back," Kirishima said, hardening his arms. But the student didn't seem threatened. Instead, he appeared irritated. How could such a persona and a lackey be in the presence of his grace and not be punished for such behavior? Bakugo laughed, feeling the sweat build in his gauntlets. "I'll show you. I will beat you up and write a message in your blood." Bakugo shouted, his determination evident. "That's a bit much, Baku bro, but let's just kick his butt, get the points, and move on to the next part of the exam. That'll send a better message to Izubro." The student gasped. "You dare speak of his grace in such a manner? I will beat you into a puddle and then sculpt you into a appealing form for him." Bakugo shook his head, finally understanding where Izuku's disdain for that title came from. He was irritated by this nonsense right from the start. "I'm not letting you walk out of here, you jutty!" Bakugo yelled, using his quirk to propel himself upward, startling the student as he barely avoided Bakugo's explosive uppercut, which sent him flying back several meters. As the battle unfolded, Kirishima used his speed to close in on his opponent, aiming a powerful stomp that cracked the bridge beneath them. The impact nearly pinned his adversary down, but he quickly regained his footing. With a flick of his fingers, they transformed, growing larger and moving in front of him. "Meat puppeteer," the student declared, causing the animated masses of meat around him to shift forward. "Just so you know, while they are under my control, they can still feel pain, so be cautious in your attacks." This declaration put Bakugo and Kirishima in a challenging position. Remember what Eri said, up high, down low. Bakugo shouted, determination in his voice. Let's do this. He dashed off the bridge, launching himself into the air with explosive bursts propelling him forward. Your classmate has abandoned you, the student taunted, but Kirishima remained focused, charging in and throwing punches. None of his strikes connected, but that was part of the plan. Each swing was just wide enough to miss, allowing Bakugo to position himself for the perfect strike. Kirishima managed to land a solid front kick, sending the student stumbling back, just within range for Bakugo's attack. With a fierce blast, Bakugo unleashed two powerful explosions, propelling himself downward. He landed with a massive explosion that sent the student flying forward, his balance compromised from Kirishima's earlier kick. Kirishima seized the moment, rushing in with a powerful lariat that flipped the student over, sending him crashing face-first into the ground, knocked out and bruised. As Bakugo approached, he helped Kirishima to his feet. Guess you aren't a complete waste after all, he remarked with a smirk. Thanks, Baku bro. You're awesome too. Now, guard up, they're coming back, Kirishima replied, as the half-dozen human figures transformed back into their normal selves. Bakugo and Kirishima exchanged determined grins, ready to face the next challenge. Izuku watched the entire fight with great amusement, impressed by how well Bakugo and Kirishima collaborated. He noted how Eri had seemingly helped them develop a team move. However, his attention was also drawn to another part of the battlefield, where a student was creating a massive tornado, lifting dozens of objects into the air. With a single motion, the student shot them down, eliminating a significant number of opponents. Izuku marveled at the control displayed over the quirk, unsure if it was skill or sheer luck. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Miss Joke observed from a distance. Miss Joke frequently glanced up to check on Izuku, while Aizawa kept a vigilant eye on all the students. He was confident they could handle themselves, but he remained cautious, aware that others might target them due to their connection with Izuku. He felt relieved that the girls were able to participate in the exam. He had faith they would succeed, wanting them to earn their achievements rather than have them handed to them. And so the battle continued, with determination and camaraderie fueling their resolve. Momo, Nami, and Ojiro had just reached the base of the lake, breathless and still shaken from their recent encounter. Ojiro broke the silence, expressing his confusion and frustration. What was that? Why did they all just jump out at us? It was chaos. Momo nodded in agreement. I think it has to do with the fame we gained from the sports festival. We became known during it, so they might be targeting us. As she spoke, she pulled out a metal bow staff. Nami, meanwhile, revealed 3 blue sticks, each topped with a blue ball. She skillfully combined them into a unique weapon. What is that? Ojiro asked, eyeing Nami's new creation with curiosity. Nami smiled confidently. I just got it from the support course. It should enhance my quirk. She twirled the weapon before planting it firmly on the ground. Suddenly, a boy with a shark quirk emerged from the water, shouting, "We found them, guys." His long, saw-like nose dove straight for Ojiro. With quick reflexes, Ojiro slammed his tail down and jumped, flipping over the shark and dodging him effortlessly. A group of 7 other individuals with fish-themed quirks emerged from the water, ready to confront the trio of hero trainees. Nami's voice trembled slightly with anger. Though the others didn't notice, Izuku sensed her frustration. The 3 of them took their fighting stances, with Nami and Ojiro facing the group while Momo positioned herself against the lone shark. This isn't a good situation, Momo said, feeling the tension rise as their enemies began to circle them. I've got this, it's time to test this weapon out, Nami declared with a confident grin. She placed her hand at the front of the staff and pushed it forward. Heat ball. She anticipated a powerful fireball, but instead, a small, warm ball of air shot out, surprising the fishmen rather than instilling fear. What? Nami muttered, bewildered by the lack of impact. No worries, she said, shaking her head. Cool ball. This time, she hoped for an ice spear to freeze their opponents, but again, a light blue ball emerged, doing nothing to deter the fishmen. Damn it! Nami shouted in frustration as her attacks fell flat. Well, my final attack. Feel the pain of Thunderball. Instead of a powerful strike, a small yellow ball of static fizzled out, causing the fishmen to chuckle at its weakness. Really? That was it? One fishman said, arms wide in disbelief. Can I try again? Nami wondered, but silence met her question. Forget that. We will take you down now, the The shark quirk user laughed as he approached Nami, only to be struck in the knee by Momo's bow staff. "Remember, we're here too," she shouted, following up with a blow to his face and then his gut. "Retreat," Momo commanded. Ojiro slammed his tail down, creating a dust cloud as they fled towards a small fishing cabin, where they regrouped to devise a new plan. "Nami, what was that supposed to be?" Ojiro asked, bewildered. "I don't know. They told me it was a weapon, not some party trick," Nami exclaimed, frustrated as she crumpled the staff, causing a paper to fall out. Momo picked it up and read it aloud. "If you read this note, please note that the weapon is not yet complete. It was a hard test to be completed, so at this point, use it to get known, or just as a staff." "Sorry about that." Nami's frustration boiled over as she yelled, "I want to throw this thing away." But Ojiro stopped her. "Aren't you going to be a weather witch? How can that stop you? Just think of a way to use it. I'll lead those fishmen away." He stood up, but Momo followed. "We're in this together. Nami, take your time and join us when you're ready," she encouraged. Nami wiped away a tear and nodded, feeling reassured. Both Momo and Ojiro stepped out to confront the fishmen while Nami contemplated how to use her weapon. Ojiro took the lead, shouting, "Ichuai, we aren't done yet." "Oh, you again. What do you want?" "If you bring your buddies here, I might play with you," the fishman taunted. Momo dropped her bow staff, opting for 2 smaller sticks she had used for hockey training with Izuku. The fishmen emerged, now 8 against 2. "This seems unfair, but I really don't care," the leader said, flexing his arm as he prepared to punch Ojiro, who charged at him. "Tail tornado!" Ojiro shouted, while the fishmen countered with Deep Sea Stream. Their attacks collided, pushing them both back, equally matched in strength. "Seems you're not just a weakling riding the tail of the prince," the fishman sneered. Momo and Ojiro exchanged glances, realizing the fishman was referring to Izuku. "You have a problem with him?" Momo asked. "Oh, that fake? I wish I could kick his butt for all his bragging," the fishman replied. "Should have said that about my boyfriend," Nami interjected, now calm and focused, holding the 2 parts of her staff. "What? I can send the perfect message now," the fishman taunted. "If you can walk after," Nami shot back, raising the 3rd stick, the Thunder Stick, ready to show her true potential. A massive cloud loomed above, crackling with electricity. "Thunderbolt tempo!" Nami shouted, slamming her staff to the ground. For a moment, nothing happened, causing the fishmen to lower their guard. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning shot down, striking the group of 8. It was a spectacular display of power, witnessed by everyone nearby. "Wow, what kind of attack was that?" Miss Joke exclaimed, while Aizawa chuckled softly. "I don't know, but it seems UA has a new weather witch." Izuku was filled with excitement. He had always believed in Nami's abilities, but witnessing such a powerful attack was beyond his expectations. He bounced on his feet, eager to see more, but as the cloud dissipated, he noticed the fishmen lying unconscious on the ground. "Well, let's collect our points," Nami said cheerfully. Ojiro and Momo exchanged shocked glances but nodded in agreement. "That was amazing," Ojiro remarked, and they all tapped the fallen opponents to register their victory, moving into the waiting area. Izuku continued to scan the surroundings, curious about his classmates who had been separated. He had faith they would succeed, but he was eager to see how they would handle their challenges. First, he spotted Kami, who, along with Kyoka and Aoyama, was stealthily approaching a warehouse. Their strategy was clever, utilizing their quirks effectively. Kyoka could detect enemies without needing to see them, making her invaluable against invisible foes. Kami could create hiding spots, while Aoyama could launch long-range attacks that would serve as distractions in the dimly lit area. However, they soon realized that no one else was around to confront them. Kami quickly devised a plan. "What if I draw some people in, and you 2 ambush them?" she suggested. With no better options, they agreed, and Kami set off to lure in some opponents. Stepping into the open, she called out, "Hey, where's the charging port?" This caught the attention of a nearby group, who eagerly followed her. "Perfect," she thought, leading them away while pretending to be scared. "I hope they don't follow me to my friends, we wouldn't stand a chance against them." It was a ruse, but it worked, and the group chased after her, confident they would win. They reached the warehouse and Kami winked at Kyoka and Aoyama, who were ready. 3, 2, 1. Now. Kyoka whispered, and Aoyama took a deep breath before unleashing a powerful laser. Kami led the unsuspecting group into a trap, where a large crate was launched at them, sending them crashing into more crates. But they weren't finished yet. They needed to ensure their opponents were stuck. Kyoka quickly used her quirk to vibrate the wall, causing a loose plank to drop a torrent of industrial-grade glue. In moments, the group was ensnared, unable to escape. The trio approached, holding their markers. "Sorry, but we need to pass this exam," they said as they marked their opponents, securing their victory and leaving the glue for others to deal with. Izuku watched from above, laughing at the clever use of glue. It was a brilliant yet comical tactic, and he found Kami's performance amusing. He hoped the glued students would find a way to manage their predicament later. Aizawa, meanwhile, was dealing with Miss Joke's laughter. "Look, those are my students, they've already passed," she exclaimed, pointing out her successful group. "So have mine," Aizawa replied, gesturing to Bakugo and Kirishima. The class had just split apart, and Sato kept running, tape still over his chest as both Shiro and Kaminari were pulled along with him, right into the city area. They stopped only after believing they were safe. "Did you have to drag us?" Sato pointed at Kaminari's chest. "Hey!" Kaminari protested, while Shiro quickly shushed him. "Keep quiet. If we don't, we might get jumped," Shiro warned. He understood Kaminari's shock. One of their targets had been hit. But that didn't matter now. They had to think of a plan to stay safe. Sato nodded as he looked around. "Let's go here." They moved into a building, with Shiro taping some rubble together and Sato placing it against the door to give them some privacy. "We need to think smart about this." "But why are we all the dumb ones?" Kaminari said. While Sato wasn't an idiot, he wasn't at the top of the class either. "So what are we going to do?" The group kept brainstorming as Shiro took glances outside. "Yo, I might have an idea." Shiro walked up, using a piece of rock to carve out his plan on the floor. "First, we're in a city, right? Lots of big tall buildings, sharp corners and stuff." The other two nodded along. "Yes, you just described a city." "Good job," Kaminari chuckled. "With that I can make some sick moves. What if I start swinging around and annoying people?" "Oh yeah, I get it," Kaminari said with a smirk. "You start annoying them, then lead them to us. We take them down and pass this exam easily." "Hell yeah." Shiro and Kaminari high-fived each other, excited about their plan. They refined their strategy further, especially the ending, and now Sato would come into play. So far, it was Shiro flying around to lead them somewhere, with Kaminari shocking their opponents to win the match. But Sato needed to contribute too. "What if you just charge in and tackle them? You're a lot faster than before, right?" Sato nodded. "Yeah, I've been working on my speed." "So what about it?" "Let's use you as a distraction," Shiro suggested with a smile. Sato, however, didn't fully understand what he meant by that. Suddenly, someone yelled from outside, "I found a group, they're in here." The guy's eyes widened. "Oh," they muttered, knowing a fight was coming and they weren't prepared. Sato jumped into action, determined not to lose. He bit down on a sugar cube, got into a runner's stance, and shot forward, using his speed to crash through the wall. It exploded outward, shocking the other students. Right off the bat, 2 lines of tape shot out with him, and Shiro jumped out to gain altitude. "All you, buddy." Kaminari smirked as he held onto the tape, which was connected to the 2 students. Shocking connection. Kaminari fired electricity, using the tape as a guide. The 2 unsuspecting students couldn't react in time. For them, it felt like slow motion as the lightning crept closer until it struck. In an instant, they dropped to the floor, foam at the mouth. "What the hell did you do to my buddy?" a nearby student screamed angrily. That, however, was a mistake. His anger toward Kaminari made him miss the charging Sato, who ran shoulder first into him. The student reacted too late. By the time he wanted to get away, Sato was already upon him. Sato didn't stop and continued charging, while everyone else jumped out of the way. "Let's go, boys. 3 down, 3 to go." Shiro yelled from the side of a building. "Get down here, we need to score points." Shiro laughed as he let down some tape. "Now about you just join me." This was a mistake, as Shiro didn't realize the student he was allowing up was ready to grab the tape with both hands. "You just come down here." With a rough pole, Shiro shot down. His grip on the roof wasn't enough, and he fell toward the ground. Thankfully, with his skills learned from training, he shot out a new piece of tape above him and pulled himself toward it with a twist, using his body to soften the fall as much as he could. "Shiro!" Sato screamed, while Kaminari rushed toward him. "That is my buddy, you!" Kaminari shouted, sounding more like Bakugo than he intended. However, he took a page from Bakugo's book. Pulling one arm back, he concentrated his quirk on the bottom side of his palm, letting it charge as he ran forward. He had no idea what the range was, but this would be a test of sorts, and he was determined to get payback for his friend. His palm shot forward, about a meter apart from the student. Kaminari was unprepared for what happened next. His lightning shot forward, hitting the student in the chest and completely stunning him. What the hell just happened? Kaminari looked at his hand in awe, while Sato stared as well. Get them now! Shiro yelled, holding his elbow as he landed awkwardly. I got them! Sato screamed as he ran back, tackling two of them, while Kaminari prepared for another attack. The rest of the students ran off, and just as they turned around the corner, Kaminari fell to the floor. Ugh, that was tough, he said, feeling his quirk reaching its limit. He was just thankful they had passed. We need to find some cover. Standing out in the open isn't smart, Robin said, closing her eyes as she used Haki. It wasn't strong, but it was a good first test. We should be relatively safe here for now while we come up with a game plan. She looked around at her group, herself, Achiko, Toru, and Ida. Only Ida and Achiko seemed ready to fight, while Toru was more of a support role, and Robin focused on capture. We need a group leader. It's smarter to have one in charge. Who will it be? Robin asked, looking at the others. The plan was set, and everyone was ready to execute it. All right then, Ida, since you have the most speed, you should take the lead. Toru, stay close to me, I'll rely on your support. Achiko, you'll be our main power source. Use your quirk and your skills in martial arts to stop as many as you can. I'll focus on slowing down or stopping the others. The group nodded, eager to put the plan into action. Ida took off immediately, running around to get a sense of what to expect during the exam. They were concerned about other groups passing them, realizing they needed to hurry. Ida returned shortly after. I found an acceptable group. They have 10 members, mostly support types, with one fighter among them. Robin nodded in response. Ida, you and Toru will take the front first. While they're focused on you, Achiko, rush in behind them and try to take out the fighter. Achiko felt a bit left out and said, Why can't I fight alongside you girls? I can help. Robin replied, Achiko, you might be our best fighter, but you also have the ability to attack from a distance. Just get them to float and I'll hold them in place. Understanding the plan, Achiko smiled. Robin, this plan is great. I doubt anyone could do better. Robin nodded as she and Toru moved forward, while Ida carefully placed Achiko on his back to take a longer route and minimize the chance of being spotted. Is this a good spot? Ida asked as he set her down behind a rock where she could hide. Achiko nodded, encouraging him, Give it your best, Ida. He responded with a determined nod before running off. Suddenly, the fighter, a massive muscular man with 8 arms, taunted, Oh look, a little lady lost in the big bad world. Robin crossed her arms defiantly. You mean a lady ready to score 2 points, she shot back, creeping up behind him with Toru hidden nearby. The fighter sneered, Do you really think you can win against me? I could crush you like a bug. Robin recognized his fragile ego and replied, I came here because you looked weak. I thought it would be easy points. Her tone was dismissive, which only fueled his anger. A vein popped on his forehead as he shouted, I'm going to murder you. In that moment he lost his focus. Toru took advantage and landed a quick flick right where it hurt, causing the fighter to double over in pain and collapse. The support members were in shock, unsure of how to react. Fight back, one of them yelled, but it was too late. Achiko dashed through, touching each of them before reaching Robin, who had her eyes closed and arms crossed. New fleur, she declared, summoning 9 arms that grabbed each opponent and slammed them down onto the ground. Ida, who had mostly been acting as a taxi, finally ran up. It seems we're done here. The fighter, now on shaky legs and with tears in his eyes, protested, I'm not done yet. His voice was high-pitched, almost comical. Please, ladies, let me help, Ida offered, wanting to contribute. The fighter shouted back, I don't want you. I want that slot who sneak attacked me. Ida shook his head and took a stance, legs slightly crouched. Ingenium, rush, he shouted, using his speed to zoom past the area and right into the fighter. He delivered a spinning back kick to the man's hip, causing vibrations that shook his body and intensified the pain he felt. The fighter fell to the ground in tears, clearly suffering from the blow. As Ida stood there, Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the scene unfolding before him. What are we going to do here? I'm not really the hilly type of hero, Mina said with a sad smile, wanting to be of use. Better here than there. Tsuyu pointed back, indicating the destruction and chaos that still lingered in the previous area. Just stick close. We will move on to the next part where you can show your strength. But for now, we need to travel through the darkness and attack from behind. Mina felt uncertain. The idea sounded scary. But she stood behind her teammates, determined to follow them through the hilly terrain. It wasn't as dark as Tokoyami had described, but it was still irritating to Mina. Hey guys, I found some, Dark Shadow said as he returned with information. It was 4 per person, right? No, only 2, so a team of 6 would be required as a sacrifice, he replied sheepishly. Oops, because they kind of followed me back. As Dark Shadow spoke, a group of 12 students peeked up, looking right at them. Ah, it's only 3 of them, he said. Let's beat them for an easy pass for Era, Mara, and Or. They all only need 1 more point. The 3 in question were now in a bind, facing 4 opponents each. Oh, ribbit, Tsuyu said, preparing for a tough fight, knowing it would take a good effort unless their opponents were weak. But as 2 of them began to glow, it became clear they were support heroes. Brock, Brayden, go forth, we have to strengthen your bodies, one of the glowing students commanded. Let's go, the 2 boys said, fist-bumping before raising their hands. Mina, melt them, Tokoyami instructed. What? That would kill them. We need to subdue, not harm. Mina exclaimed, causing Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to take a step back in surprise. Not really. Just throw weak stuff on them to scare them, Tsuyu whispered, making Mina gasp as she began to understand. With a dark smile, she walked forward, her hands low. Nobody is here, and I never need to hide the bodies, she said, swinging her arms. Sizzling acid hit the floor, melting small rocks and stones as she approached the frightened group. Lady, it's a hero exam, not a murder scene, so chill. The leader of the group shouted as Mina ran toward them with a smile, her hands dripping with a substance that was no longer acidic. They fell back, screaming in fear as Mina sprayed them down, covering them in harmless liquid. Their panic escalated, and soon 4 of them were crying, overwhelmed by the situation. Great work, Mina, but we aren't done with today's objective, Tokoyami said as Dark Shadow dashed forward, aiming to strike one of the support heroes, only to be stopped by another student. No deal, kiddo. I won't let you touch them, Tsuyu warned before jumping up and delivering a powerful dropkick to the opponent's face. Thanks to Tsuyu's quirk, the impact was much stronger than a regular dropkick. The opponent fell, allowing Dark Shadow to rush in and capture the rest of the group. Using his connection with Tokoyami, he bound them together, taking down 8 of their opponents, more than they needed, but 4 remained. Walk away, and we will leave 2 of your friends alone. We just want to pass, Mina said, raising her hands to show she didn't want to continue fighting. It was a tough decision, but the remaining students had little choice. Most of their team was incapacitated, and the strongest members were either down or in pain. One determined student stepped forward. Instead of Mara, please take me, he said, unaware that he had been dating her for weeks and had been in love with her for years. Mina found this rather cute and accepted his offer. Taking their points, they ran off, passing the exam in an unusual way. Meanwhile, Shoto was alone, skating on his ice and searching for a group of more than 1. He needed at least 2, and anything above that would be perfect. With his ice, he glided effortlessly, using his flames to keep his body temperature up and ready for a fight. He stopped at an industrial area where he found a group of 8, each dressed as ninjas, 2 in red, 2 in yellow, 2 in green, and 2 in pink. What Izuku could see, Shoto could not. 2 blue ninjas were hiding nearby. Ah, Shoto Todoroki, in class with Prince Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, half ice, half fire. How great that we found you, a perfect subject for our special ninja technique, one of the ninjas said. Shoto looked at them coldly. Can we hurry? I wish to pass quickly and not stand around here taking turns monologuing. To emphasize his seriousness, he shot out ice, covering their lower halves. Ah, not talkative it seems. No matter, we know actions always speak louder than words, the leader said, and the ninjas sprang into action. The red ones fired nails through the ice, freeing their comrades, while the yellow ones hurled large bolts, forcing Shoto to skate back and create distance. The yellow ninjas' attack caused the ice to float in place, allowing the green ninjas to jump behind and palm strike the ice, sending it hurtling back at Shoto like a rocket. Shoto dodged each attack with agility, creating new obstacles for himself and the ninjas. He soon realized they were trying to push him back toward hidden forces. Understanding their strategy, Shoto decided to unleash a powerful move. After jumping back, Shoto dragged his arm across the floor, creating icy spikes that formed a frozen forest around him. The ice shot upward, resembling icy trees that concealed him completely. However, he was well aware of each tree's location, allowing him to move freely. "Where did he go?" one of his opponents exclaimed. "I don't know, we lost him," another replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Is he onto our plan?" "I am now," Shoto said, his voice echoing from somewhere within the forest. "We have to do something. We can't just stand here and be defeated by some first year who thinks he's better because of his friends," one of them grumbled. Shoto emerged from behind an ice pillar that had risen to his level. Not just any first year, a confident one with the power to back it up. An ice attack shot out, freezing around the wrists and legs of two of his opponents while leaving their torsos free. Shoto quickly tagged them before they could react. "Get yourselves free," he instructed as he moved on, leaving behind a team of 8 instead of 10. He headed toward the area where the rest of his classmates were waiting. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A had successfully passed the first half of the exam, giving them a moment to relax and anticipate what would come next. "Yeah, you made it." Kirishima cheered as he saw Kaminari, Siro, and Sato approach. Of course. How could the great Thunder God Kaminari not pass? Kaminari replied with a grin. "Thunder God? More like a used battery pack," Kyoka teased, causing Kaminari to laugh. "That was a good one. You remember Oroheim from that manga you like? She dies," Kaminari added, not realizing he had just spoiled Kyoka's favorite character. Kyoka's jaw dropped in shock, and she began plotting her revenge, while Kaminari, oblivious, continued chatting. After a brief wait, the same tired voice from earlier spoke again. "Well done, young students of heroism. You have passed the first part of the exam, but you are not done yet. Villains have attacked." Suddenly, buildings began to explode due to cleverly placed explosives, revealing a chaotic scene filled with injured people of all ages. "Your job is to save everyone and protect them until help arrives. Good luck." The classes sprang into action. "I think this might be time-based, so let's move quickly," Izuku said, smiling as he floated into the air, using his powers to stay aloft. He was ready for Gang Orca to appear, already mapping out the situation. "Please don't mess up. Think of heroics, not anything else," he whispered to himself, ensuring no one else could hear. As the groups split up, Izuku noticed mistakes being made. Many students rushed for quick rescues without coordinating with each other. A makeshift camp had been set up where those with medical knowledge tended to the injured. "Calm down. Remember Aizawa. He doesn't rush but gets it right," Nami called out to her classmates. "True. Manliness can't be rushed. Let's do this like real heroes." Kirishima shouted as he and Sato lifted a large piece of rubble off a trapped family, allowing the remaining students to help free them. From above, Izuku smiled, seeing his classmates starting to understand the importance of teamwork. "Sorry friends, but I'm about to create some chaos," he said, crossing his arms and stretching his fingers wide. As Gang Orca burst through a wall, Izuku prepared to attack. "Oh no, a villain has started to attack. Make sure the people are safe," the voice announced as Izuku launched his assault. Gang Orca and his team of goons, armed and ready, began to move. "We have to take them down before they reach us," Bakugo yelled, firing explosions toward Gang Orca. "I'll support Bakugo, you all keep saving people," Shoto said, skating behind Bakugo as they worked to rescue others. At the same time, Izuku unleashed his power, firing a torrent of light particles into the air. The display was impressive but caused many students to panic. "What is that?" they screamed, looking up to see Izuku floating and attacking. And so, the battle began. "What the hell?" Nami exclaimed as she watched beams of light rain down from above. "Look up. Is that who I think it is?" Kaminari shouted, squinting at the figure in the distance, uncertain. "Yeah, that is him." "What now?" Robin asked, observing the chaotic attacks that shook the ground with each strike. Fortunately, the blasts were landing far from them, only reaching the outskirts where there were no civilians. "Ignore him. His attacks are just scare tactics. They won't hit us. Let's focus on saving the people. They matter right now," Robin urged, her voice steady. Izuku was reveling in the chaos. He rarely had the chance to unleash his full power without worrying about the consequences. Here, he felt free to wreak havoc, but he knew he had to be careful. The students were terrified, with only Class 1A managing to keep their composure because they knew Izuku. The rest were confused, but this situation gave the students a chance to step up and lead. Everyone, don't worry. These attacks are simple scare tactics. Focus on saving people. Momo called out, instilling confidence in her classmates. They rallied behind her. We have two strong heroes fighting Gang Orca. We need to split into smaller groups to cover more ground and save everyone, Robin added, echoing Momo's leadership. Move quickly and get everyone to the refugee camp to the northeast. They dispersed, following the lead of Class 1A, who divided into various groups, all focused on rescuing civilians. I see Hotwire. You following me? Bakugo shouted, using explosions to propel himself forward, keeping his hands warm for combat. Bakugo, you need backup. You can't take on a well-trained hero like Gang Orca alone, someone warned. Forget that. I just need to hold him off. Bakugo retorted. As Gang Orca approached the injured civilians, Bakugo charged in. Howitzer impact, he yelled, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent Gang Orca flying back a few feet, leaving scratches on his metal arm guards. Impressive, young hero. I almost felt that, Gang Orca remarked, unfazed. Bakugo's determination flared. Oh, I'll make you feel it. I'll turn you into fish sticks. Suddenly, a thick wall of ice encased Gang Orca, blocking his path. Now you won't be able to run. You'll have to get through us first, Bakugo declared. Gang Orca assessed the situation. I see. Either I break the ice and expose my blind spot, or I attack you head-on. And get your butt blown all over the floor. Bakugo shot back. Gang Orca unleashed a hypersonic wave that struck Bakugo, causing him to drop to the ground, immobilized. My quirk allows me to use the abilities of a killer whale, including hypersonic waves that paralyze my target. I kept it hidden during my earlier encounter with Midoriya, but it's always good to have a secret weapon. Shoto stepped in, freezing a wall in front of him to block Gang Orca's next move. I won't be taken down so easily, he said, igniting his arm in flames. He stomped down, creating an entire dome of ice around Gang Orca, strong enough to hold even All Might. Fine. I get hit and you get it easy. Bakugo yelled, slowly regaining his strength through sheer stubbornness. Now we're done, right? A beam of light shot past them, cracking the ice and allowing Gang Orca to break free. Impressive effort, young students. Your actions make me proud, but I am not alone. An army of goons appeared, each armed and ready. They fired, hitting Bakugo and Shoto with quick-drying cement. Great, we're saved. Momo shouted as she and Kirishima shielded themselves with a large barrier. This is going to hurt and might be embarrassing, Sato said, downing a couple of sugar packets. He crushed the cement, freeing their bodies but also tearing their clothes. Now get back in the fight. We have an exam to pass. Why did all of you join me? Bakugo asked, bewildered, as Momo threw in a flashbang. Cover! She shouted just as the explosion went off. Sato charged in, tackling Gang Orca. A coordinated attack from UA? How interesting, Gang Orca noted, but he was quickly met with a strong blast of wind from Todoroki, allowing Sato to slam him into the ground. Todoroki now! Shoto commanded, freezing Gang Orca once more with a thick layer of ice. Could you act, please? Izuku laughed, appearing behind Inasa Yurashi, whom he had met before. Sorry about this, friend. He landed a swift chop, sending Inasa to the ground. Now you can fight me, Izuku said with a grin. Bring it on. Inasa shouted, ready for the challenge. Izuku teased, that's rude, especially since I could be your next stepdad. Bakugo's forehead twitched in irritation. You're dead. I'm going to destroy you. That's what I'll tell your mom soon, Izuku replied, dodging Bakugo's explosive kick. Impressive speed, Bakugo muttered, launching another attack, but Izuku evaded him effortlessly. Try something else, Izuku suggested, countering with a spinning back kick that sent Bakugo flying. Now for the rest, he said, ready to continue the fight. Momo struck with a well-timed attack, catching Izuku off guard. Great move, he acknowledged, regaining his footing. Attacking with love is hard to read, but it won't work again, he said, summoning a sword of pure light. Now cover up. Izuku moved at normal speed, aiming a slash from left to right. Momo raised her staff, ready to defend herself. Izuku slashed right through the air, a confident grin on his face. Come on, my raven-haired beauty, try. However, a powerful gust of wind blasted Izuku back several feet. It's an honor. Inasa cheered, thrilled to see Izuku facing off against the prince. The honor is mine. Now let's see what you have in store for me, Izuku replied as Yurashi launched a punch forward. In a flash, Izuku transformed into light and dodged to the side. Nice try, that would have hurt, he laughed. Sato jumped onto him, attempting to hold him in a bear hug, but Izuku remained intangible. No, that won't work. You see, you're all here to entertain me. Or I could free Gang Orca and have you fight him. You're scared. You don't even want to get hit. Bakugo shouted in frustration. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that he didn't want to be hit, but he had a plan. He switched from using the light fruit to the twinkle fruit. Do your worst, buddy. I'm tougher now than you think. Bakugo charged forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike filled with explosive energy. The force of the explosion sent Bakugo flying back, but Izuku stood tall. Don't let up now. Give him everything you have. Momo yelled, swinging a new bat infused with haki to strike Izuku in the face. Sato began punching him from the front while Kirishima attacked from the back, and Shoto positioned himself to contain the chaos. You're able to use flames, right? Yurashi asked Shoto, who had just finished creating a barrier. Yes, why? Shoto replied. Together, we might be able to take him down for a bit. They both nodded as Izuku absorbed the onslaught without flinching. You are all very impressive. Strong attacks, but weak against Diamond, he taunted. Why isn't haki working? Momo cried out in frustration. Sorry about this, Izuku said, jumping slightly, which caused the force of Sato's punch to rebound and hit Kirishima. Now then, let's finish this quickly. I'm getting peckish. Bakugo, determined, activated his speed to zoom in front of Izuku, his hand charged with sweat. Die! He shouted as he struck. The impact was immense, and Izuku felt the pain, but he quickly recovered and dashed back to Bakugo. Grabbing his dislocated arm, he said, This will hurt, sorry. With a swift motion, he popped Bakugo's shoulder back into place, eliciting a scream of pain from him. Please stay down, I can't be sure it's correctly back in place. Just then, Izuku received a haki-infused strike to the ribs. H, he grunted, feeling the impact. Momo smiled at him. Emotions, right? Yes, well done, Momo. Still, a sledgehammer to the ribs? That's just mean, he replied, trying to lighten the mood. I'll give you some healing tea at the dorms, but for now, it was either the ribs or the face, and I prefer to keep your pretty face intact. Gang Orca, still stuck on the floor, muttered, You are supposed to attack the civilians. I mean, villains do what they want, but fine, I'll go bully more heroes, Izuku said, only to be stopped by the students blocking his path. Combine move, Flame Tornado. Yurashi and Todoroki shouted in unison. Todoroki pushed his flames to their limits, while Yurashi expertly controlled the wind to stoke the flames and direct them at Izuku. The flames swirled around, attacking from all angles. This amount of power, hell, not even Endeavor or All Might could withstand this heat, they thought, but then they heard something unexpected. Izuku began to laugh, his form obscured by the flames. While these flames are warm and would burn even the most hardened villain, you must understand that there is always something far hotter, far more dangerous. With that, Izuku forced the flames away, revealing his arm dripping with magma. I've only used this on special occasions, but your strength allows me to test you fully. Ryusei Kazan. Just then, a loudspeaker announced, The last civilian has been saved. Backup has arrived. Please return to the front, where those who will pass and those who have failed will be shown. And with that, the chapter came to a close. Izuku dropped his hands, the magma transforming back into flesh. Oh, you guys did it. Well done, I am proud of all of you. Shut up. I'll get you back for those comments later. Bakugo retorted, walking ahead with his middle finger raised at Izuku, who chuckled in response. I apologize, but I had to get you angry to see mistakes. You did well containing it, Izuku said, still amused by Bakugo's gesture as he continued to walk to the front. Most of the others were doing the same, except for one person. Sir, I am a big fan. Inesa exclaimed, bowing so deeply that he accidentally headbutted the floor, causing a small gash on his forehead. Wow, calm down. We don't want any injuries, Izuku said, glancing at the wound, which was not serious but bled a lot. But it's good to hear. You are. My apologies, I am Inesa Yurashi, first-year student of Shiketsu University. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Yurashi. Let's check your results. Though I have no doubt a fine and capable hero like yourself passed the exam, Izuku replied with a smile as Inesa nodded enthusiastically. They quickly followed the rest of the group, with Izuku using the Pika Pika Nomi to return to Aizawa. That was enjoyable, he said, eliciting a startled scream from Miss Joke. Sorry, Miss Joke, Izuku chuckled and she leaned back, laughing at her own fright. Move it, Midoriya. We need to meet the class downstairs, Aizawa instructed. Izuku nodded, still using his quirk to descend rapidly, waiting on top of the bus with his legs crossed. He was confident that all his classmates would pass the exam. Each of them was trained and strong, with just the right amount of camaraderie to succeed. Izuku noticed that multiple classes had exited far faster than Class 1A. At least 3 classes had left before he spotted the first member of 1A, Ida, who wore a proud smile. The rest will join us in a few minutes. They still have to locate their names on the board. I'm sure they will all pass, Ida assured him. I'm sure of that too, Izuku replied. Ida gave a slight bow. Please give my thanks to Sir Rayleigh and Mr. Beckman for their training. Oh, I'm sure they will drop by again. I mean, Kakashi-sensei will show up for Eri as well. I see. I shall hold my thanks until then, Ida said as he made his way inside the bus. Izuku remained on top, wanting to see everyone approach. It was a much more enjoyable sight than just waiting inside. All the students quickly followed Ida up, each displaying the cards they received for passing the exam. The more excited students shouted loudly. We passed it easy. Mina yelled, throwing her arms in the air. Yeah, wow. We did it. We are heroes now. Nami added enthusiastically. While I would happily think you can make it as heroes, it's only for moments that require it, in great times of trouble, Izuku said. Shut up, buskill. Mina shot back, tossing her jacket at him. Izuku didn't move in time, and it hit him in the face before falling into his lap. That wasn't nice. Guess you won't get the surprise I have prepared for you all, he teased, causing the students to stop in their tracks. What? Surprise? They asked in unison. Yeah, seeing you all work so hard and I kinda got a freebie on this one, so I thought, why not surprise you all? Izuku said, grinning. That's so manly, they cheered. He had known they would pass, so he had prepared in advance. Oh, what is it? I don't like surprises. Fine, I love them, but tell me. Toru exclaimed, prompting Izuku to laugh loudly. He stood up and jumped down with a front flip, landing on his feet, only to receive a shoulder bump from Bakugo. Show off, Bakugo muttered, but Izuku just laughed as Aizawa began ushering everyone onto the bus for a quick getaway. However, it was too late as Aizawa heard the laughter. Shoto, we should do some training together. Our classes could grow. Bakugo shouted. Maybe. Figus. Discuss it with Midnight, we have a place to be, Aizawa replied, pushing the last students in and closing the door. Sit down and let's go. With that, they drove quickly back to UA, where Izuku's surprise awaited them. The drive was calming and fun, all the students were excited, and no one could blame them. They had passed an exam a year early, which was a significant victory in their eyes, and Aizawa was proud of them for exceeding his expectations. Last to the dorm is a rotten egg. Mina yelled, starting to sprint. Hell no, raccoon eyes. Bakugo shouted, following her. The entire group joined in, leaving only Shoto, Ida, and Izuku behind. How does that work? Is it a quirk that will change us? Shoto asked. No, Todoroki, it's a common saying and a form of joy for people. I believe we should join them, Izuku explained. Oh, I am so going to tease Bakugo a bit more. See you there, he added, moving forward with the Pika Pika no Mi, standing at the door with newfound power. He quickly spotted Bakugo ahead. Izuku smiled and raised his hands, his middle finger and ring finger pressed together with his thumb pointed forward like a cone, while his pointer finger and pinky aimed at the sky. Noro beam, he called out as a pink beam shot forward, enveloping Bakugo and stopping him in place. Izuku had started using the Noro no Mi, which allowed everyone else to pass Bakugo as he simply smiled and watched. After 30 seconds, Bakugo was able to move again. What was that? That is so unfair. What did you do? Bakugo exclaimed. Nothing, let's enter, Izuku replied. Absolutely not. What was that power and how did I not move? Bakugo demanded. Fine, it's a weird beam that stops anyone for 30 seconds, Izuku explained. That's all? How weak, Kaminari chimed in from his place on the steps. No, that might be the scariest thing in the world. It would allow Midoriya to attack uninterrupted for a solid 30 seconds, another student remarked. Oh no, how is that even fair? They all murmured, realizing the implications of Izuku's new ability. But wait, think of the teamwork, Izuku said, causing a shiver to run down everyone's backs. 30 seconds of uninterrupted attacks would be more than enough to finish a fight permanently if the user was well trained, and Izuku certainly was. Izuku opened the door, and waiting for them were Nemuri, Eri, and Fuyumi. Congratulations on passing. A banner read behind them, and the table was filled with wrapped presents. Surprises! Izuku laughed as he walked in, lifting Eri as she ran toward him, hugging her father. How did you even know? What if we didn't pass? He asked, to which Nemuri laughed and pulled a string next to her, revealing another banner that read, Better luck next time. Ignoring that, let's go check the presents, Izuku said, getting the excited students to cheer. He walked up to the table and picked one up. Kiri, this one is yours. Kirishima approached and noticed the weight of the package. Wow, thanks bro. He opened it to find a set of 4 axes. These are true Viking axes, created by a family of smiths using traditional methods. Kirishima's eyes lit up. That is so manly. No way. He pulled out an old, traditional Viking outfit as well. That is awesome, thanks bro. Izuku smiled and grabbed another gift. Oh, this one is for Robin. It was a rather large box. You should love it. She unwrapped it and smiled. Thank you very much. What is it, sis? It just looks like old books, someone asked. They are, but there is a myth about when our world first got kings and queens, like Izuku here. It's said to be written on massive unbreakable stones, Robin explained, kissing Izuku on the cheek as a thank you. Let's do the large one at the back for Toru. Toru skipped up and eagerly tore apart the wrapping paper. Oh, my fluffless. Izuku had given her a large teddy bear seat, a limited edition from one of Toru's favorite brands. To speed things up, Izuku tossed another gift. Momo, hope you like it. Oh my, thank you. Momo exclaimed as she opened a very rare tea, only 100 sold each year due to the effort required to make it. Next up is Kaminari. Hell yeah bro, he said as he opened it. Wow, dude thanks. Inside was a brand new gaming console he had wanted for a while but couldn't get due to a filled pre-order list. You're a real one bro. Izuku laughed and grabbed the next gift. Ida, you're next. I appreciate the gesture, Ida replied as he opened it neatly, revealing a heroic book filled with tips from top heroes over the past 150 years. This shall be of great help in the future. Nami, this is for you. Nami opened it immediately, her eyes lighting up at the sight of clothing. What? She revealed a dress made entirely from money. The group burst into laughter, finding it incredibly strange. It's appealing, Nami said, loving the feel of it. It was a short skirt with a tight waist, allowing her bust to be free. I wasn't sure if you would like it. But next is Kami. Izuku handed her the gift. I am calling BS, your girlfriends are getting their items first, Kaminari joked and Kami laughed. Duh, we are princesses, commoner. Yo fam, is this what I think it is? Kami squealed happily as she unwrapped a box set of designer makeup. Oh wow, is that like a subtle hint saying she needs makeup? Mina giggled. I would never, I am not subtle, Izuku replied with a laugh. Oh, this one is for Tsuyu. Izuku handed her a small packet, and as she opened it, her normally bland face turned into a smile. Oh wow, tickets to a water resort. Yes, for you and your families. I heard you all didn't have any plans, so I thought it would be fitting with the break coming up. I appreciate it, Midoriya Ribbit. Thank you for this. My little siblings will love this. Izuku smiled just as the doorbell rang. Oh, seems like my second surprise came a bit quicker than I expected. He walked to the door and opened it, revealing a catering company, the Baratai, a place Izuku and the group had eaten before. Come in, he said as multiple carts filled with food rolled in, all their favorite types of food and drinks. The moment the food arrived, everyone's mouths began to water. The lids were still on the dishes, but the delicious aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone. Thanks for delivering, a man said, bowing slightly before leaving. I'm pretty sure I got everyone's favorites. Dig in. Everyone rushed toward the carts, but Ida held them back, distributing plates filled to the brim. They quickly noticed there was an abundance of food, even after Izuku had received his share. Why the extra food? Someone asked. Why not? Izuku replied, already enjoying a large grilled steak. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yeah, that's okra and shrimp gumbo. I know you like okra, so if you check that table, there should be some of my favorite dish, curried okra shoestring fries. Really tasty. Mina dashed over to try it. The chefs are very skilled, Robin commented, munching on sandwiches and sipping a cup of coffee. Nami nodded, savoring roasted duck with mikan sauce. Now that I think about it, this will work perfectly with this gift, Izuku said, grabbing a package and tossing it to Sato, who had just finished eating. Oh, for me! Sato exclaimed, unwrapping it. A cookbook? Not just any cookbook. This one is created by the royal head chef. It contains the new 99 vital recipes, Izuku explained. What are those? Siro asked, intrigued. It's rumored among chefs worldwide that these 99 recipes can strengthen the user through a combination of skis and foods. Yeah, and now those recipes are entrusted to you. I wanted to give you something else, but Kakashi-sensei said your quirk has more potential than it seems. Though he did say that about a lot of your quirks, Izuku added, realizing he might have said too much. Nami leaned in, playfully tugging at his ear. Come on, you can tell us. Fine, just please stop pulling my ear, he replied, chuckling. Kakashi-sensei is somewhat of a quirk expert. He's my teacher and has helped me with most of my powers. When he visited last time, he noticed that many of you haven't reached your full potential, Izuku continued. I don't know all the details, but he mentioned Sato's quirk. He said that other skis might produce different reactions, and a proper balance could give a good boost. Interesting, someone mused. So, if sugar gives power, maybe salt could provide defense or speed? Yeah, that's what he told me, Izuku confirmed. The group began to ponder the possibilities of their quirks, wondering if they could unlock new levels they hadn't considered before. He'll come by again, right? One of them asked. Yeah, I think he said after the holiday. We're about to have a break, Izuku replied, nodding. Finally, our dates are coming up, he added, feeling excited about the upcoming events. Todoroki, this one is for you, Izuku said, handing him a large box. It was tough figuring out what you'd like, so I went with something to help you in your hero work. Shoto opened the box cautiously. A board? He asked, examining it. Sort of. It's a skateboard with retractable wheels and a flame motor on the back, allowing you to move at higher speeds without leaving a trail of ice behind. I see. Thank you for the gift, Shoto said with a smile and a bow. I'm just not sure how to use it. No worries, I've got you covered. I'm a hardcore skater, Siro chimed in, eager to help. Here, Ojiro, I hope you like this, Izuku said, handing him a soft package. Awesome. Ojiro exclaimed as he opened it to reveal a set of shirts, each with their purpose written on them. As he examined the first shirt, a book fell out. Fishman Karate for Beginners Volume 1. Wait, Ojiro said, grabbing the second shirt, and another book fell out. This time, it was Vol. Does that mean? Izuku nodded as Ojiro gathered all the books. He was thrilled with the shirts, but now he had a complete set of Fishman Karate books for beginners, amateurs, and experts. There are still the MSTR class books, but you have to MSTR the 9 books before them and show them to MSTR to obtain them. When that time comes, I can arrange a meeting with my martial arts MSTR, Izuku added. Tokoyami, while I would have loved to gift you something with Tsuyu, I can do that when you guys get married, Izuku said, causing both to blush. Hopefully I'll be invited. But for now here. He handed Tokoyami a long, thin package. As Tokoyami opened it, he nearly dropped it in shock. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. I'm gifting you one of the swords I've been collecting. It's called the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, or the Sword of Kusanagi, commonly known as the Grass Cutter. The sword had a sleek black handle and sheath, with a simple blade design. After the break, my teachers will be happy to train you in swordsmanship as will I, Izuku offered. I don't think I could accept such a gift, Tokoyami replied, unsure. Don't worry. These swords were made to protect the world, and I think it fits your style. Maybe you can cover it with dark shadow to keep everyone safe, Izuku joked, moving on to the next gift for Kyoka. He placed her gift on her lap. Wow, this is big, she remarked, while Kaminari laughed. That's what she said. Kyoka shot him a glare, already plotting her payback by considering changing his alarm to an earlier time, ensuring he would be tired even if he fell asleep right away again. Kyoka opened her gift excitedly. Oh my god, is this what I think it is? Izuku shrugged. I don't know, you tell me. As she fully unwrapped it, everyone noticed it was an unusual gift. That's a shark guitar? No, that isn't just any guitar, that is the guitar of the Soul King. How did you get that? Kyoka exclaimed. Oh, I don't know, maybe check the back, Izuku said with a smile. The message read, to Kyoka, hope you enjoy this gift and remember to rock to the bone. Yahoho! Yours truly, Soul King. This revelation caused Kyoka to faint, completely unprepared for such a gift. You might have gone a little overboard on Kyoka, darling, Nemuri said, sipping her coffee. It will be fine, though I didn't think that would do it, Izuku replied as Tsuyu and Kami helped Kyoka regain her composure. Izuku moved on to the next gift. Aoyama, this one is for you. Aoyama slowly opened the flat box, and sparkles lit up his eyes. Oh, what magnifique, he exclaimed, revealing a painting of himself. A painting? Izuku asked. Oui. Look at the beauty, the elegance, the sparkles. Aoyama said excitedly. The painting featured him in his hero suit, adorned with a glittery oil finish that perfectly matched his style. Oh, my maman e papa seront ravis, he added, wiping away a tear of joy. Izuku continued to the next gift. Oh, Siro, this one is for you. He handed the present to his laid-back classmate. Thanks, bro. Siro opened it and his eyes widened. Yo, these are sick. How did you know? He revealed a set of tickets for the Japanese National Judo Championships. I noticed the belt during the dorm tour, just wasn't sure which belt until we sparred in All Might's class the other day. Bro, still, these are like front row tickets. That's insane. Thanks. Siro had been doing judo since he was 12, inspired by his uncle, who had once fought on a national level before a villain attack ended his career. Despite that, Siro and his uncle continued to share a love for the sport, which motivated Siro to become a hero. Bakugo, this one is for you, Izuku said. It better be a card that allows me to fight and kick your butt. Bakugo replied. No fighting, Eri interjected, not wanting them to argue. Well, I thought about it. I think you will like this more. I know you're not doing anything, but I planned on camping out and maybe mountain climbing, so here. Izuku handed him a small box. What? Bakugo opened it and examined the contents. What is it, Bakubro? Kirishima asked, playing with the 2 Viking axes he had received as he noticed Bakugo's dark smile. It's an invitation to an underground fighting arena. I first have to climb a mountain, an area filled with bears and stuff. Then, if I'm one of the first 128 people to make it up the mountain, I get to take part in a sick fighting arena. Yes, it's a highly prestigious fighting ring, and you might face powerful opponents, Izuku added. Oh, this will be great. I will take down those weak extras. Bakugo laughed, with Eri nodding in agreement. I know you will do your super best, she cheered, mimicking Bakugo's laughter. Just us 2 left, Izuku said, noticing that only Achiko and Mina remained without gifts. Izuku's mouth dropped open. I did it randomly, I swear, he pleaded as they shook their heads playfully, trying to tease him. He grabbed a gift without looking, realizing it was for Achiko. It was a small box, and she opened it quickly to reveal a laptop. Izuku, I can't, she started. You can and will, but open it. Izuku urged excitedly. As she opened it, her expression shifted from uncertainty to awe. Wow. Like it? Izuku asked. Achiko nodded, her mouth agape. The screensaver displayed a live feed of the galaxy, not just any random image. What how? I just asked NASA for a live feed of the stars. They were more than happy to provide it, Izuku said with a smile. Guess I am last, Mina said, pretending to wipe away tears. Izuku laughed, easily reading her playful emotions. Well, best for last, right? Nemuri, who had been watching, playfully draped an arm over Izuku's shoulder. Oh, really now? She said, teasingly scaring him. I didn't mean it like that. Izuku protested. Then why did you say it like that? She replied with a smirk. Izuku had no retort, but as Mina opened her last present, he handed it to her. Meanies, he said as she tore off the wrapping paper. But I have you. Mina laughed, revealing a high-tier foot massager. She loved it, knowing it would help her sore feet from dancing daily. Thanks, babe, you're forgiven for putting me last, Izuku said with a grateful laugh as he kissed her cheek. As the atmosphere in the dorms lightened, Kaminari was busy setting up his gaming station, while Tsuyu was on a video call with her family, proudly showcasing her present. Kirishima swung his axes around, letting out enthusiastic cheers as he chopped the air. Achiko was being assisted by Eri and Momo to set up her laptop, primarily for Minecraft. Just then, Aizawa walked in, commanding attention with his presence. Can I take a moment of your time, everyone? His calm voice brought silence to the room. You all have done incredibly well. You passed an exam that most people take in their second year and only succeed in their third. Not only did you pass, but you also did better than I expected. The lowest scores came from Todoroki and Bakugo, who focused on fighting the villain instead of rescuing civilians. However, you both fought well enough to pass. Just remember, our primary job is to save people, not to engage in battles. Both Todoroki and Bakugo nodded in acknowledgement. But you still passed. As a reward, I've organized a small party. Lunch Rush is currently preparing around 40 pizzas, and All Might and I just returned from the store with plenty of snacks and drinks. Tonight, drink and enjoy yourselves. Tomorrow, your break begins, which means you will leave UA for 2 weeks. After that, we will have some intense training sessions. The teachers from Izuku will return to give you lessons, and we also have some special lessons planned for you. Wait, a party? Let's go! Denki cheered, his excitement infectious. Wow, let's do it! Mina joined in, while Izuku smiled, recalling past parties he had attended. He was sure this one would be enjoyable as well. I like parties, but I don't think Eri and I will stay for that, Nomuri said with a laugh, and Eri nodded in agreement. Mama said we could go and talk with Kota again. Izuku felt a twinge of worry. Oh, I don't want you unsupervised at a location known to villains. I thought of that, sweetheart, Nomuri reassured him. The yellow-haired man with a teleportation quirk will pick us up and take us to Tokyo, where we'll stay at the hotel you like, the one with the underground playground. Oh, Minato? That's fine then. Eri, you need to promise me one thing. Anything, Papa. Eri exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Promise me you will have loads of fun. Eri nodded enthusiastically, and Aizawa chuckled. By the way, the party is shared with Class 1B, so get along. With that, Aizawa left the dorms. Eri, let's pack up. We will be staying there for a few days, remember? I know, Mama, but I can't reach my dresses. Let's grab them together then. Nomuri took Eri's hand, leading her upstairs, leaving the students behind. I'll be going too, Fuyumi said, with Mina rushing to the door. Why leave? Stay. We were planning to set up dates for this vacation, so we can arrange yours right after. Fuyumi blushed. Who says I want that? She protested shyly, causing Mina to laugh. Not only are you obvious in your feelings, but even more so than Achiko. Hey, I am not that obvious. Achiko retorted, blushing at the comment. I mean, even Todoroki told everyone. Come on, admit it. It makes it easier for us. We will be texting multiple girls today to see if they want to date. What? Izuku asked, confused. Surprise? Nami added, leaving Izuku even more puzzled. Explain slowly, please. Robin, who had made herself a cup of black coffee, smiled as she sat down in front of Izuku. Since we are dating, we would be going on our first dates. We believe this vacation would be a perfect time to expand your bedroom. I see. So, who will you all be texting? Let me think, Robin said, but Toru jumped in. No need, I have a list. So far, the girls we will be texting include the pussycat, though I think that will be taken care of by someone else, Toru said, glancing at Nomuri. Then we will text Ryukyu, MT Lady, and Mirko, as well as Kiana and Bakugo's mom. You ghost! Bakugo yelled from the couch. There are also some others, I believe, some in Class 1B, Izuku smiled. Well, since we are including everyone, I have 2 others I would suggest, Izuku said. Oh, do tell Zuzu. Who do you have your eye on? Mina asked, skipping over to Izuku with a grin. Well, there are 2 women, half-sisters, in the support course at UA. One is Mei Hatsum, a very smart support course student, and the other is Nijire Hato, a third-year student who is among the top 3 strongest at UA and trained under Ryukyu. Oh, Izuku, how daring! A set of sisters? How bold, Mina teased, hugging him from behind. Lucky guy, Kaminari remarked, shaking his head as he resumed gaming with Zero. The girls waited eagerly to set up the dates when the rest of Class 1B arrived. Shortly after, Shishido walked up to the dorm, greeting everyone. Hello, Class 1A. Hey, how are you all doing? Kirishima asked, throwing his Viking axes at a target Izuku had set up. Great. We all succeeded in passing the exam, Shishido stated proudly as the rest of the class gathered around. However, Izuku sensed someone else nearby, Shinso, who suddenly jumped out, aiming a straight jab toward Izuku's jaw. Izuku leaned back, causing his hand to come up in front of his face. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered an elbow strike to Shinso's unguarded ribs, making him stumble backward onto the ground. Nice try, hiding behind Shishido to strike. It was just too slow, Shinso remarked from his spot on the floor. Hi, Midoriya, Yui greeted with a smile as she stood nearby. Hello, Kodai. You look great, Izuku replied, earning a small smile and blush from the normally stoic girl. It's good to see you in great health, sir, Kendo added cheerfully, standing hand in hand with Tetsu. I am healthy as an ox, Izuku said, bumping his chest with a fist just as the door opened. We should start soon, Eri will be leaving shortly. After that, we can start drinking. Yes, we have to set an example. Drinking in front of a minor is not a good idea, Ida chimed in, prompting Ojiro to laugh. But getting wasted when they're gone is, Ida adjusted his glasses with a smirk. What one does not know cannot hurt them. Oh, bad boy. Mina cheered, laughing alongside Ochiko. Papa, catch me please. Eri shouted from the balcony, where she stood high up, Nemuri holding her at the railing. Of course, Izuku smiled as the eyes of Class 1B widened in shock. Eri jumped, and without hesitation, Izuku caught her, spinning her around as she laughed joyfully. Now I will throw you again. Jippy! Eri squealed with delight as Izuku tossed her into a large pillow that Momo had prepared. Momo caught her with a giggle, unable to hide her smile at Eri's cute expression. Kendo, do you want to? Momo asked, noticing Kendo's startled expression. Are you sure? Kendo stammered. Yes, Izuku won't let Eri fall. He is far too fast for that, Momo reassured her. Kendo glanced at Izuku, who nodded encouragingly. Gathering her courage, Kendo easily caught Eri as she was thrown underhanded. What now? Eri asked. Papa, throw me at Papa. Eri exclaimed. Throw as hard as you can, Kendo instructed, taking a deep breath before launching Eri with all her strength. For most kids, this would be terrifying, but for Eri, it was exhilarating. Izuku flashed forward, ready to catch her, but before he could, a massive blonde man known as All Might zoomed by and caught her instead. Have no fear, we are here. All Might declared, placing Eri on his shoulder with a hearty laugh. That is kidnapping, All Might, Izuku said from the other shoulder, having used his quirk to lighten his weight and sit unnoticed. Of course not. Eri is wide awake. All Might laughed, making Eri giggle at his silly joke, which also made Izuku chuckle as he landed back on the ground. All Might, did you make the trip arrangements? Izuku asked. Yes, I already bought my ticket to Kyoto, as well as my hotel. I was instructed not to use my quirk for at least 3 days afterward, so I'll be catching up on some shows that Midnight told me about, All Might replied, laughing along with Izuku. Although I enjoy seeing the princess happy, my trip here was simple. I have a lot of food and drinks, I could use some help moving it, All Might admitted, knowing he couldn't use his quirk fully but was allowed to bulk up. I can help. Eri, go back to the group, Izuku instructed. Eri nodded as he began walking with All Might. I apologize for this, it's rather shameful that the #1 hero would need help with shopping, Izuku joked. Don't worry. I don't like the bags they have either. No matter how much pain I can withstand, those simple plastic bags always hurt my hands more than anything else, All Might replied as they reached a minivan. Really? A minivan? I expected you to be more of an SUV guy, Izuku remarked. Are you crazy? They roll. All Might declared with enthusiasm. Izuku laughed as he began touching the bags, causing them to float around him using his quirk. Oh, that seems effective, All Might observed. Yes, it is. Anything I touch can float, and I can control it. This doesn't include people, but it does include myself, Izuku explained as he floated along with the bags, like moons around a planet. If you want All Might, you can head out. I'll make sure nobody drinks too much. Are you sure you won't drink too much? All Might asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku rolled his eyes. All Might, I've partied with a Russian gang, European royalty, and even the American prince. I've had more alcohol in me than most adults. I'm sure I can handle today. All right then, enjoy yourself, All Might said. As he walked away, leaving Izuku to float with the snacks and drinks. Izuku floated back to the dorms, noticing that Nemuri and Eri had already left, which meant the group had likely started setting up for the party. He soon spotted everyone inside. The doors were wide open, a cooler was being pulled out, and Todoroki was creating a small tower of ice while Kirishima was hardening his fist to break the ice into smaller pieces for the cooler. I got the drinks, Izuku announced, touching the bags and starting to float the bottles to chill them. We need more space for the bottles, he said as he gently floated down to the floor. Raising his hands, he activated his new ability, the Yuki no Mi, Snow Fruit, releasing a blizzard of pure snow that quickly formed a large hill. Now we can push the bottles in and have them cool slowly. I doubt there's anything you can't do, Shinso remarked, his eyes wide in amazement. That's not true, I can't swim, Izuku joked, flashing a smile that made Shinso scoff. We have some nice beers, but we might be lacking in snacks, Kaminari said with a sigh, rubbing the back of his head. Nah, we're good. I can always grab some snacks. I might not have any with me, but we can just order some. I know a great restaurant that has a lot of meat, Izuku replied, but Mina wasn't convinced. She stepped forward and poked him in the chest. For everyone or just for you? She challenged. Izuku laughed and tried to walk away, but he quickly felt Robin's hands on his back. I don't know, but they do for me. Don't you want some A5 Wagyu beef on the grill? He teased. Mina's expression softened as she remembered the delicious taste of the steak. Fine, but consider this blackmail, which is totally not heroic, Mina said, giving him a playful glare. Kaminari pulled out his phone, stretching his hand to point the screen at himself. Yo, brothers and gals, it's your boy Kami D, coming live from the UA dorm because we are about to party, he announced loudly. What is he doing? Izuku asked Kami, who laughed. He's live on Instagram, talking to his fans, she said, using air quotes. Kaminari turned to them, continuing, and you know, sometimes you just gotta ignore the haters. They just want your downfall, so just keep grinding. Curious, Izuku walked closer to see what was happening. How many people are watching? He asked. We're rocking a solid 200 strong right now, baby. Kaminari exclaimed, stretching the last word. Mina started rummaging through Izuku's pockets for his phone. Let's get you live, it would be fun, she encouraged. Izuku nodded and opened his phone, unsure of what to do. Oh my god, what are you, 1,000 years old? Kami said with a dramatic sigh. She quickly set up the live stream and handed the phone back to Izuku, who still looked confused. Now what? He asked. Kyoka approached and glanced at the phone, her eyes widening at the viewer count. She exclaimed, jumping back, which startled the others. Wah! Setsuna screamed, unable to believe her eyes. In less than a minute, Izuku had already attracted around 30,000 viewers, and the number was climbing rapidly. Did I mess something up? Izuku asked, looking around. Robin shook her head, laughing. No, we're just a bit shocked by the number of viewers. Well, hello everyone. Izuku greeted, first in Japanese and then switching to English to reach a wider audience. This is my first time doing this. It's kind of weird talking to a phone like this. He tried to read the flood of comments, which was challenging due to the sheer volume. Meanwhile, Momo called from inside, Girls, come help set up the dates. She and Achiko had a notebook in front of them, having just finished writing down names and numbers. Both Achiko and Mina were a little disappointed they would have to wait for their second date, but they understood. They gathered around the table to discuss the order of the girls who would be dating Izuku. So first will be Momo, then Toru, followed by Kyoka, Kami, and finally the sisters, Nami and Robin, Achiko outlined, having set the order since Izuku and Nemuri returned from their work-study. Setsuna jumped forward eagerly. And me, she shouted, startling Achiko. All right then, Achiko said, writing her name down. Who's next? I already had Izuku agree to take me next, Yui chimed in, and Achiko nodded, adding her name. Me next, me next. Pony cheered, while Ibra and Fuyumi exchanged glances, unsure of who would go next. I'll go last, you can go first, Fuyumi offered, and Ibra nodded in agreement. Okay, now what about those who aren't here? Achiko asked just as Izuku walked in, putting his phone back in his pocket. What are you girls doing, world domination? He joked, making Mina laugh. Not yet, baby. We're setting up the dates. Now we just need to deal with the other girls, like the pro heroes and stuff. Why don't I just create a group chat with all of them? We can see who wants to have a date and who reacts, Izuku suggested. The idea was well received, and everyone agreed it was the best plan. Izuku sat down between Momo and Achiko, eager to check out the group chat. Group chat made, and message sent, he said slowly, still typing as he spoke. Just as he finished, 2 messages pinged back, first from Nijire and then from Mei, arriving just seconds apart. It seems Nijire was first, he noted, glancing at his phone. And then there's Mirko, Oh and Kiana. She asked to join, not sure why though. Achiko nodded as Izuku quickly typed again. Okay, that's Ryukyu, and Nijire and Mei are going to come by. That's fine, right? The group nodded in agreement. The more, the merrier, Shishida added respectfully. Suddenly, more messages pinged in quick succession. Oh, that's the Wild Wild Pussycats and Mitsuki, Izuku continued, reading the names aloud. Tomoko, Pixie Bob, and I guess Shino too, with it ending on Kana. Alright then, now that we have the order, we can enjoy the night, right? Izuku asked, receiving nods from Mina and Momo. Yes, that would be great so we can relax. I believe we've earned it after our rather stressful exam. He chuckled. I really hope that wasn't because of my small involvement. What did he do? Shinso asked, lounging nearby on the couch. Oh, Midoriya used his light powers and started firing them around outside, causing quite a stir, Ojiro explained casually. He did what? Shinso exclaimed, surprised. Yeah, it's not that special when you think about the other things he's done. Turning into a dinosaur, becoming light, summoning a massive demon fox, creating a hill of snow for bottles, and of course, flight, Ojiro continued. Man, all I can really do is brainwash people. Talk about lackluster. Izuku popped out from behind him. What are you talking about? Brainwashing is super handy. Villains love to talk about their plans and powers. It makes it easy for you to take down even the toughest fighters. Midoriya. Kaminari yelled as he approached with a bottle of vodka. Can you make shot glasses out of ice or something? Izuku nodded and began using his ice powers, forming shot glasses with precision. He created more than enough for everyone, far exceeding the 40 needed for all the students. Pour me one as well, he said, and Kaminari cheered, excited that Izuku would join in. As he walked over to the group, he noticed Nijire and Mei approaching. Not the others? He asked. Nijire shook her head. No, Mirio and Tamiki went on a double date with Yuyu and Kao. Who? Izuku inquired. Oh, Bubble Girl. She's from the hero agency where Mirio is interning. She and Yuyu hit it off, and now they're on their first date, Nijire explained happily. Kirishima handed Izuku a shot glass. Cheers, he said, but was cut off as Nijire grabbed it and took the shot herself. Oh, that's strong, she laughed, while Izuku shook his head and took a second shot, showing no reaction at all. Come on guys, just one. Bjorn would be disappointed, he joked, recalling the first time they drank together when Bjorn, the Prince of Europe, had downed half a bottle of vodka without flinching. Bro, you're just not human, Kaminari said, now convinced. Izuku just laughed and shrugged. We really should get some food ready just in case. How about barbecue? Izuku suggested. While I would love to show off my skills behind the grill, I don't think we have one at UA, Kirishima said, throwing an arm around Izuku. That's why Midoriya here is super handy, Kirishima added with a grin. Izuku laughed and turned to Momo. Momo, can you make me some iron bars? Momo tilted her head but complied, dropping around 15 bars onto the table. So Shishida started, but was interrupted as Izuku grabbed the bars and began eating them like candy. Everyone was confused but decided to wait and see what Izuku had in mind. His stomach began to glow, turning a bright yellow with hints of orange and pink, and he pulled out multiple parts made of iron, stopping only after using his powers. Now just this, Izuku said, placing the pieces around a safe spot before using a different ability. He activated the push-push fruit to clear and secure the dirt below. Tada! A nice barbecue, he announced, revealing a large circular grill with ample space for food. We can place wood at the bottom and either put the food on this lower rack or use the upper part as a smoke rack, allowing us to smoke the food while it cooks. The group looked on in awe, excited for the night ahead. That is super cool. But stand back and let the iron griller show what he's made of. We should at least turn it on, Momo suggested as she skipped toward the pit, starting to make a pile of charcoal with her hands. Tetsu was left alone behind the grill, but Kendo and Kirishima stuck around, discussing different grilling techniques. Nah, bro, you gotta start with direct contact and then move them away from the coals. It gives a good crust, Kirishima argued. Tetsu shook his head. No, bro, start with indirect heat. Make sure the inside is nice and cooked, then go for direct. You need that sear on the meat. It gives a way better look, trust me. The two friends began to slightly argue about the perfect burger, which was too much for Kendo. She walked off, needing a moment to herself. Izuku noticed and filled shot glasses, offering one to her. Here, looks like you need this, he said, and Kendo accepted it with a slightly awkward smile. Kendo, you don't need to feel worried. Nothing happens if you relax a bit. It's not like I will execute you, Izuku reassured her. Kendo nodded. I get that, I really do. It's just that my entire life, I've been taught to be on my best behavior around you, with the utmost respect. It's hard to change that. Where is the princess? I will show you I can beat him at arm wrestling. Kendo joked, and Izuku nodded as he walked toward the dorm. Izuku entered to find Bakugo standing at a table surrounded by guys. "Get your butt here so I can beat it," Bakugo shouted. Izuku smiled as he approached. "What are we doing?" "Arm wrestling," Bakugo replied. "Oh, that sounds fun." "Sure," Izuku said, placing his arm on the table and the other on his back. "Bring it, son," he teased, noticing Bakugo's frustration. Bakugo gripped his hand and placed his arm on the table. "You're going down." Bakugo exerted all his strength, but Izuku barely moved. "It's not just brute force, Bakugo. There's a lot of skill involved." Izuku pulled his hand forward, slowly overpowering Bakugo. "Oh, the king of the world easily overpowers Mr. Firecracker," Shinso teased. "Shut up, sleep-deprived emo boy. I'm not being overpowered." Bakugo growled. He released his grip slightly, causing Izuku's arm to dip, but then he gripped back harder than ever. With a burst of speed and strength, he slammed Izuku's arm down on the table. "Boom. I win!" Bakugo exclaimed triumphantly. Izuku shook his head, sharing a look with the others. "That was cheating." "Forget that. There's just winning and losing," Bakugo retorted. "Wow, let's calm down, guys. We don't want to start a fight now, do we?" Shishida asked, trying to defuse the situation. "Oh yeah, I do. I'll fight anytime and anyone," Bakugo growled, but Izuku stepped in. "We're not fighting anyone. It's a party, so why not do a drinking game?" "Let's do most likely," someone suggested. "I haven't heard of that game," Izuku said, looking at Rin, who explained. "It's simple. We'll have a bottle, spin it, and whoever it lands on has to say something like, 'Who is most likely to fart in front of strangers?' Then we count down and point to who we believe would do it. The one with the most fingers pointed at them takes a shot." The game was accepted by everyone, and they moved outside to the yard, where the shot glasses were set up. "Now we just need a bottle," Izuku said, walking up to a vodka bottle that still had some left. "Well, cheers." He chugged the entire bottle and placed it down. "So who will go first?" "You spin it, man. You earned that," Kaminari encouraged, and Izuku spun the bottle, which landed on Tsuburaba. Most likely to fight a lamppost," Tsuburaba said. Everyone instantly pointed at Bakugo. "Come on." Bakugo shouted angrily, but he took the shot, shaking his head at the burn of the vodka. Bakugo then twisted the bottle, and it landed on himself. Most likely to spend a busload of money on their kid. Everyone pointed at Izuku, who took the shot without hesitation and spun again. Most likely to MSTR martial arts. This led to divided responses, with most pointing at Ojiro and Shota, who both took a shot. Shota spun the bottle, landing on Kaminari. Most likely to have the biggest ego, and no pointing at yourself, Kaminari smirked as the guys looked around. "Why would we do this? It seems immature and not something a hero should be doing," Ida remarked. "For eyes and only 2 inches, it seems," Kaminari joked, and Ida gasped, adjusting his glasses. "We shall see," Ida replied, and Kaminari added, "Don't just pull your breeds down now, bro. It's not a measuring contest. So, 3, 2, 1. They pointed, and while most pointed at their friends, one thing stood out. Nobody pointed at Bakugo. The girls caught on and started laughing. "What the heck, guys?" Bakugo yelled. 2 for 4 eyes and 4 for the princess? Really? Cammy smiled. "What can they say? You just give off small energy, while our baby is oozing confidence. That's not nice." Kaminari laughed. "Yeah, it's true. You have small energy. With all the shouting, it just feels like you're trying to compensate," Ojiro shrugged, taking a shot for fun. "Forget you. I shout because I like shouting." Bakugo protested. "Let's just do truth or dare. The girls can join if they want," Hananuki suggested, and everyone agreed. "When do we drink?" someone asked. "Double shots for a skip, no dirty dares, and 4 shots for a lie," came the response. "All right then, I'll go first," Nijire said excitedly, pointing at Izuku. "Truth or dare?" Izuku thought for a moment but decided to play it safe. "I'll pick truth." Nijire smiled widely. "Are there secret groups that you are aware of? Like good guys, not evil?" There are some secret agencies and groups that I am aware of," Izuku replied. "Now then, Ida, truth or dare?" Ida thought for a moment and chose truth. "What is the worst thing you have done?" The group erupted in laughter as Ida fell silent. When I was out with my older brother Tensei, we went to the store. He pushed me to grab a candy from a basket." "So?" Kaminari asked, not seeing anything wrong with it. He often just ate one when buying a bag. So, I, as a hero student, stole something. I committed a crime, Ida stated dramatically, which only made the group laugh harder, finding it all too silly. Ida huffed and looked around. Miss Kendo, I ask you, truth or dare? Let's do dare. Then I dare you to shotgun a beer. Kendo smiled, expecting something less intense. I can do that. She grabbed a beer can, poked a hole in it with a key, opened the top, and downed the entire can. Tetsu watched her proudly. Wow, that hit the spot. Now then, she said, pointing. No worries, I am Nijire Hato, part of the big three at you, Nijire said with a smile and a peace sign. She chose truth. What is it like being part of the big three? Kendo asked, wanting to know more. Well, it's kind of cool, I guess, but I also get a lot of challenges to fight. A lot of people want to take my spot, Nijire replied happily. You with the brown hair and the pink cheeks. Me? I'm Achiko Uraraka. I will pick dare. Throw Izuku. Achiko was eager to do this. She grabbed Izuku by the arm and spun around. Bye-bye, Zuku, she exclaimed, throwing him toward you. Izuku spun around like a frisbee, laughing the entire time. He found it amusing, only stopping when he used the float fruit to hover back to the group. Achiko, please release your quirk, I keep having to float down. Achiko giggled and forgot, pressing her hands together. Izuku suddenly shot down to the ground. Oops. Izuku stood back up as the group continued to play, enjoying themselves. As the party neared its end, everyone was feeling the effects of the drinks. You are all lightweights, Izuku said, looking at the drunken group. The only sober one was Ibra, who hadn't drunk anything. How will we move them? Oh well, I would leave them here and just move with the rest of the girls to my bed. Should be good enough, right? Mostly guys were there, with Tsuyu and Tokoyami already heading to bed earlier. Izuku smiled and used the smoke fruit to lift most of the girls, while Ibra wrapped her hair around the others. As he moved them, Izuku chatted with Ibra. You seem to have quite a high alcohol tolerance. Maybe, but even I am reaching my limit. It's not easy to control your body when drunk, Izuku explained as he reached his room. He placed the girls down, who hummed at the soft feeling of the mattress. Ibra had the same reaction as she lay down. Izuku heard her from the bathroom as he got undressed and drank a good amount of water. After putting on some sleepwear, he joined Ibra, climbing into bed next to her. He wrapped his arm around her neck, her head resting on his chest. Good night, Ibra, Izuku softly told her as he fell asleep. Ibra joined him in slumber shortly after, a smile on her face. That smile remained through the night and into the morning as she woke up feeling refreshed, while most of the students dealt with hangovers. Bro, please don't breathe so loud, you're making my brain feel totally unmanly, Kirishima complained to Shiro, who was laying on the floor. Izuku, sitting at the table, didn't have a headache. He began to think about what to do for his dates. First would be Momo. He wanted something special for both of them. He still had an entire day to come up with a good plan. Perhaps I can get Minato to head to China. There's a great tea shop in Hangzhou, Izuku mused to himself. It was the next day, and Izuku's date with Momo was about to take place. He grabbed his phone to confirm all the preparations. His first call was to one of the teleportation users, Minato, who was renowned for his combat abilities and had placed markers nearly everywhere in the world. Izuku considered him a sort of mentor, and if he were nearby, he could easily open a portal to their destination. Hello, Prince. How was your sleep? Minato's voice came through softly, respectful of the early hour. It's all right, Finn. I slept fine. I just want to confirm our time and place, Izuku replied. Yes, sir. I will be waiting inside UA. From there, I will open a spatial rift to the Wui Mountains, where you and your date will spend a wonderful day sipping tea. I will open a rift again when you send me a text. Thank you, Finn. See you soon. Izuku hung up, got out of his chair, and began his morning stretches. His teacher had always emphasized the importance of a limber body for a clear mind. He enjoyed the routine, it brought him peace and clarity. Although he missed the comforting sounds of Nemuri's snores, he finished quickly and dressed in simple yet comfortable clothing. Izuku, I hope I am not too early, he heard from outside his door. He opened it to find Momo standing there, wearing an appealing lime green Chinese-style sundress adorned with elegant symbols. You look stunning, Momo. Absolutely stunning, he said, smiling. Momo blushed and tucked her hair behind her ear. Really? Don't you think this might be too much? No, you are perfect. He offered his hand. shall we sit in the garden for a bit? Our ride should be here soon. Momo took his hand, linking her arm with his as they walked into the garden. It was an appealing sight, well cared for, mostly by Nemuri with some help from Nami. I wonder how it will look. I've never been able to go. The prices were high but doable, but it's more about the location, Izuku said. Well, with me, that won't ever be a problem. Teleportation has its upsides, he added, spotting Finn approaching, his hair neatly combed back and dressed in a three-piece butler suit. Princess, your ride awaits, Finn announced, gesturing toward a portal that resembled a night sky opening up. Thank you, Finn. I will text you when we need a pickup. Finn bowed, and they stepped through the portal, landing right at the starting point of their hike. Oh my, Momo gasped, taking in the sunrise. The sky was painted in hues of orange and light blue, with a radiant yellow sun rising on the horizon. It was more appealing than any painting could capture. The vibrant greens of the leaves and grass, combined with colorful flowers, made the hour-long walk feel like a dream. As they reached the halfway point, the delightful scent of tea leaves wafted toward them. Oh, Bingsar is at work, Izuku remarked, recognizing the aroma from his previous visits. I know I shouldn't, but if I'm honest, I would like to sprint, he said, laughing heartily. Momo turned red at his words, and they continued walking until they reached their destination. A man with a round belly, dressed in a simple green and yellow Chinese outfit with a light yellow apron, greeted them. Young Prince, welcome back, he said warmly. Hello, Mstr Sunwoo. It's a joy to be back. Izuku turned to Momo, who looked astonished. Oh, sorry Momo. This is Mstr Sunwoo, the owner of the Wooey tea shop. Mstr Sunwoo, this is my girlfriend, Momo Yaoyorozu. It's an honor and a pleasure to take care of both of you. How about a tour first, and then? You can enjoy a kettle? Sunwoo suggested. That would be wonderful, Momo replied eagerly. If it isn't too much trouble, I would love a tour. Sunwoo laughed, patting his belly. I would love to. He began walking, hands neatly behind his back as they toured the simple yet appealing Chinese-style building. We harvest tea leaves south of here, watered by the spring. We plant in batches, so we can harvest tea nearly year-round, he explained. We dry them with fire, using a soft wood that leaves light undertones of flavor in the tea. It's a work of art, passed down for generations. Wow, Momo exclaimed, impressed. Yes, each cup is made with love and care, Sunwoo continued. This is the washing station. We take our time here to clean the leaves by hand, ensuring none are dirty or ruined. He detailed how each batch was worth millions of dollars due to the meticulous care given to each leaf. Now then, here we are, the tea room. It was a simple space with plain beige wallpaper, a small wooden table for two, and two soft pillows for seating. I shall bring you a cup. I hope you do not have a sweet tooth. This tea is best enjoyed plain. Izuku and Momo nodded, sitting on their knees on the pillows, Izuku beaming while Momo looked as excited as a child in a candy shop. Her eyes sparkled as Sunwoo entered the room with a simple metal kettle, slightly rusted. He poured the tea into two porcelain cups, and as the aroma filled the air, Momo nearly swooned. Now enjoy, Sunwoo said with a bow before leaving the room. Momo wasted no time taking a sip, and her eyes widened as the flavors exploded in her mouth. Nature, love, beauty, and an unexpected depth of flavor. Tears ran down her cheeks. It's good, right? Izuku asked. Good. There aren't words in this world to describe how tasty this tea is. Momo declared loudly, making Izuku laugh even harder. I know, Momo, he replied as they sat quietly, sipping their tea. Izuku asked her about her plans for most of the vacation. He already knew his own plans would involve a lot of travel and dates. Well, I have been invited by my parents to take a trip on the boat, Momo said. Well, isn't that fun? Izuku replied. Yes, I might finally beat my father at fishing. Izuku smiled and gently placed his hand on top of hers. They sat in silence, finishing the last of their tea. We should head home. I assume you still have some packing left to do, right? Momo nodded. Izuku took a moment to open his phone and sent a text. Let's go, he said, standing up and placing a stack of cash on the table. Momo didn't notice the amount, and Izuku didn't care. Once you reach a certain amount of money, it stops mattering. As they walked out, Finn was already standing outside waiting for them. Hope the day was to your liking. It was truly wonderful, yes, Momo replied. When they reached the dorm, they walked through the portal. Hey, back already? So how was it? Sato asked while throwing a ball with Siro. Both were planning to leave later that day and were having a little fun in the meantime. I don't have words for it. It was indescribable. I can't say how good it was, Momo said, still a bit overwhelmed by the taste. Yes, it was wonderful. But chop chop, Momo, can't let your father wait, Sato reminded her. Momo nodded, only to stop and run back to Izuku, giving him a quick kiss on the lips. Thank you for the date, she said. My pleasure, Izuku replied, smiling as Momo started to run away. Now, Kyoka, he said softly, looking at his watch. He walked after Momo but changed direction toward his room. He needed to get dressed for the second part of the day, his date with Kyoka. He knew it might not seem fair, but with only 14 days and 20 dates to get through, some of the girls would have to double up. Fortunately, these 2 dates worked perfectly in timing. He had to wait a bit, as Kyoka, like the other girls, had left before. He planned to pick her up around lunchtime, but that was still a little off. He changed into black skinny jeans and a dark blue shirt, rolling the sleeves up to his forearms. Just then he received a text from Kyoka. Hey babe, if you want, you can drop by earlier. You could meet my mom and dad that way, but only if you want. I don't want to force that on you. Izuku chuckled to himself, accepting the fact that he had indeed done that. He shrugged, putting his phone in his back pocket. He walked down and hopped in his car, a normal-looking sedan, and drove to Kyoka's house, which was beautifully maintained. He parked and walked right up to the door, knocking twice. Hello, sir, Izuku greeted Kyoka's father, who opened the door, only for the older man to look shocked. Lord King, the man exclaimed in surprise. Dad, stop embarrassing me, Kyoka shouted from the living room. Kyoka, I think he fainted, Izuku called back, prompting Kyoka and her mother to come to the door. Oh my, Kyoka's mother said, shocked. Kyoka laughed. You really should have told them. I know, but come on, look at their faces, she said, still giggling. Izuku agreed. There were few things as enjoyable as seeing people's reactions. Let's get them inside, Izuku suggested, helping to wake both of them up. What is going on? Mika asked. Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Izuku. This is my mom, Mika, and my father, Kyotoku. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet both of you, Izuku said, offering his hand. Both of the Jiros hesitated but eventually shook his hand. Well, later, we are going on a date, Kyoka said, pushing Izuku out the door, which caused her parents to look surprised again. It was fun meeting you. I promised to bring her home safe, Izuku assured them. Kyoka pushed Izuku until his back was against the car. Now that you had your fun, what do you want to eat? Chicken, Izuku replied with a laugh. Wait, you want chicken or are you calling me one? She joked. Yes. Now get in, I haven't eaten yet, she said, causing Izuku to frown. He lifted Kyoka above his head like she was a doll. That isn't good. You have to watch when you eat, 3 times a day, he scolded. I know, I just didn't wake up in time. I kind of woke up to Momo's call saying her date was over. Izuku shook his head but put her in the car and started driving to a well-known fast food joint famous for their chicken. He ordered 2 buckets of 50 wings, knowing he could share with Kyoka, who, despite her small frame, devoured chicken like there was no tomorrow. Kyochil, I don't want you to choke, he said as she stuffed her cheeks full. But it's good, she muffled out, leaving Izuku with a massive smile on his face. What are you looking at? Kyoka asked after swallowing another mouthful. Nothing, just something stunning, he replied. Kyoka blushed, her earphone jack lightly poking Izuku. Shut it, bully. I'm not lying. I just think you look stunning with chicken on your cheeks, he joked. They finished 1 bucket and started on the second together. Man, I am stuffed. Kyoka leaned back in her seat, her belly slightly protruding. Her skinny jeans felt a bit tighter, and her shirt hugged her midriff like a loose CRP top. They tossed the empty buckets into a nearby garbage can and headed to the concert. It hadn't fully started yet, but that didn't matter. As they parked the car, Kyoka said, Come on, let's go. I will even ask them if they can show up on your birthday. No, don't you dare. You're worse than my dad because you can make that happen. Izuku laughed. As he walked to the front of the car, just like Kyoka, he offered to hold her hand, which she accepted. Together, they entered the venue. They passed the first set of guards, one of whom spoke into his earpiece. The site planner approached them with a smile. Prince, what an honor that you could join us. We weren't expecting you so soon, she said warmly. Oh, I hope we aren't too early, he replied. No, it's all right. Please follow Eric toward the box. Most should already be prepared, the woman said, gesturing to a young man in a security shirt behind her. Kyoka bit her lip, trying to suppress a laugh as she noticed how worried he looked. The walk was silent, both hero students not wanting to add to the young man's anxiety. "Here you are," he said, holding the door open. They stepped inside, and Kyoka was taken aback by the room's grandeur. "Is it acceptable?" she asked. "It is, thank you very much," the man replied, nodding before walking out. He visibly relaxed the moment the door closed. "You get this all the time," Izuku said as he sat down on the couch. The room was large, with multiple HD TVs displaying various angles of the stage. A nearly invisible glass wall provided a perfect view of the stage from above. "If you want a drink, there should be a bar over there. Snacks, however, I believe we need to order," he added. Kyoka shook her head. "Don't talk about snacks, I might get sick." Izuku laughed as Kyoka approached the bar. She opened a fridge filled with a variety of drinks and noticed a coffee maker with multiple settings, including hot water, chocolate milk, and various coffees. Bags of sugar, milk, and tea were also available. "Man, this is insane. Living like this must be a dream," she remarked. "Well, you're living it now too," Izuku said, closing his eyes and leaning back, waiting for the sound cue that the show would start. Kyoka joined him on the couch, laying on top of him. "Thank you, babe. I can't thank you enough already," she said, kissing him gently. They shared a moment of affection, lost in each other's company until the first band began to play. This band was the opening act, energizing the crowd for the main event. They were fantastic. Both Izuku and Kyoka were enjoying the music, with Kyoka sitting on Izuku's lap, her arm around his neck. He gently rubbed her lower back with one hand while the other rested on his knee. "Demon, they're good. I might need to get a couple of their CDs," he said. "Speaking of music, I want your help to create a music studio-like room in my basement. That would be cool. So far, I only have a soundproof room to train in," he added. Kyoka shook her head, choosing to ignore his request for now as they continued to listen to the wonderful music. The excitement from the crowd was palpable. When the main artist stepped on stage, Kyoka jumped up and pressed her face against the glass. "You lied. You didn't say they were going to play," she exclaimed. Izuku leaned back, amused. "What? It was a surprise. Otherwise, they would have shown up at your house." Kyoka ignored him completely. Nothing mattered to her at that moment except the music. For her, the artists on stage were at the top of their craft, unmatched in Japan. To say it was a show would be an understatement. There were flamethrowers, explosions, and holograms of dragons. It was an incredible performance. By sheer luck, most of Kyoka's favorite songs were played, leaving her smiling happily as she absorbed the music. When the music finally stopped, she let out a small whine but quickly checked the time and understood. "Take me home, but I'm sleepy," she said, wobbling slightly as the excitement faded, leaving her with a strong need for rest. With Izuku driving her home, they both began to think about their next date. Izuku smiled as he drove toward Toru's house, recalling the call he had made earlier. "Hi, sorry for the early call, but am I speaking with the manager of Happy Mouse Park in Tokyo?" he had asked. The voice on the other end, an older man, responded, "You are, but who are you and how did you get this number?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he replied, enjoying the silence that followed. He could almost picture the man's reaction. "Yes, Prince Izuku Midoriya. I know this might be out of the blue, but would it be possible for me to rent your park for the day?" "Why you want to rent the park out?" the man stammered. "Yes, if possible. I'm happy to pay double your expected daily fees," Izuku said. "Why, if I may ask?" The man heard Izuku laugh. "Well, I'm going on a date and want it to be extremely magical, and that kind of is your park's thing, right?" The man nodded through the phone as arrangements were made. As Izuku drove up to Toru's house, he chuckled, noticing her sitting on the steps with a pink bear-like backpack filled with supplies for the day. "Hey, Toru." "Hey!" Toru exclaimed, alerting everyone in the neighborhood as she ran toward the car. "Hop in. It seems we can go right away." She jumped into the car, giving Izuku a quick kiss on the cheek. "Where are we going? What park? Come on, tell me," Toru yelled, her excitement palpable. Izuku playfully redirected her questions, but by the time they saw the first sign, her appealing aura lit up like a star. "Really? Oh my god, it's awesome. I've always wanted to go." Toru screamed with joy. As they approached the parking area, she looked confused. "It's empty, how?" Izuku chuckled. "I rented the entire park for us." The moment the car stopped, Toru was out and running around it. "Come on, Izuku, come on." Izuku deliberately walked slowly, teasing her as she tried to pull him along faster. "Don't be a meanie," she exclaimed. "All right, sorry," he said, picking up his pace as they approached the entrance. "Excuse me, sir, we are not allowing entry for today. Please come back some other day," the attendant said. "No, I believe I am the one renting it," Izuku replied confidently. The man opened the booth to check and then nodded. "Oh, all right then." Toru's mouth dropped open when she saw that the attendant was a robot, operating on autopilot. Izuku swiped his card, and a cheerful voice announced, "Please enjoy your stay at Happy Mouse Park, the happiest place on Earth." They entered the park together. "Now then, my invisible cutie, what do you want to do first?" Izuku asked. How about we start off fun and go to the spinning cups?" Toru suggested. Izuku chuckled and offered his hand. "We have the entire day." She nodded, and they began walking through the park. Toru was thrilled to experience the joy of no long lines for attractions. They could just walk straight in. "How fast can we go?" she asked eagerly. "I already tested that once. Pretty fast." "Why, do you want to?" he replied, noticing her excitement. Toru nodded, her cute mouse ears nearly falling off. Izuku placed his hand in the middle of the spinning cup and said, "Hold on tight." He began spinning his hand as fast as the cup would allow, and Toru laughed the entire time. Throughout the day, Toru had the time of her life, dragging Izuku from one attraction to the next. "Should we do Loggy Hill?" she asked. "Yes, and after that, the rocket ride." "I've always wanted to go on that one," Izuku said, kissing her hand. "Today we will do it all, my princess," he added, laughing as he saw her blush. She wanted to run away in excitement, but Izuku held her arm gently. "Don't run, princess. We can't enjoy our date if you do." And they truly did it all. They enjoyed snacks, fun rides, and Toru even took pictures with the park mascots, Sailor Duck, Happy Mouse, and Funny Dog. "Let's do the Ferris wheel," Toru suggested, and Izuku agreed. As they arrived, he noticed the time. Although he didn't want to cut their date short, he knew they had to leave soon. Toru had plans with her friends, and Izuku needed to meet up with Kami later. "I know, Izuku. I already got it on my watch," Toru laughed. "But we still have around 15 minutes for some fun." Izuku lifted her up playfully. "Don't worry, operator, I will bring us up and down," he told the attendant, who nodded and walked away. He floated them up to the cart, and they sat in silence for a moment, enjoying the view. Then Toru made her move, softly kissing him on the lips. The kiss deepened, but just as they were getting lost in the moment, Toru's watch went off. "Damn it," she exclaimed, pouting. "Let's go home. I still have to get ready." "I think that might be best. I could say let's rush, but we can't really have that for our first time, can we?" "You deserve a lot more than that," he replied, smiling as he saw her face light up. They left the park, which meant an early day for the workers as well. Izuku dropped Toru off, waving to her friends Mina and Achiko waiting at the door, before heading home. He was well aware of what Kami wanted for their night out. She wanted to go clubbing and enjoy a fancy evening. Izuku prepared by putting on his custom-made suit, a sleek black undershirt that looked great without being too flashy. He finished off his look with one of his most expensive watches, made of pure gold, quartz, and diamonds. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror, adorned with a pure golden necklace and a couple of rings. It wasn't his usual style, but it certainly looked fancy. For fun, he added an extra pair of sunglasses on top. He felt a bit silly, but if it made Kami happy, it was worth it. As a final touch, he decided to drive one of the cars his father had gifted him, a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. He knew it was an expensive choice. He wasn't going to show up empty-handed, so he placed a small necklace box on the passenger seat, a pure diamond piece he had acquired in an unusual way. He often told a story about how he bought it out of love for a future wife, but that was a lie. He had actually received it from the American prince after a prank war. Izuku had once bought Jordan a store's worth of lingerie, all in Jordan's size and favorite color. In retaliation, Jordan sent Izuku dresses, necklaces, and various feminine products over the course of a year, each delivered with a silly note. At least now, the necklace would be put to good use. As he drove up, he noticed the stares he was getting. In a car priced at around 15 million, he expected nothing less. He walked confidently, not planning to linger on the streets. After knocking, he heard Kami's voice calling out, "Wait a minute, babe, putting on my heels." He took out the necklace and quickly removed the box from his pocket. "Wow, you really went all out," Kami said as she stepped outside, looking stunning. While Izuku felt awkward, Kami appeared almost unreachable, radiating beauty. Her hair was soft and free, her lips bright red, and her outfit was loose enough to move in but fitted enough to take anyone's breath away. "For you, to make you even prettier, if that's possible," he said, and Kami laughed. turning around to let him put the necklace on her. She dashed back inside to admire herself in the mirror. "Oh wow, I look amazing," she exclaimed, mostly to herself. "Enough staring, let's go," she said, heading toward Izuku. "So, do you know the club you're taking me to?" Izuku asked. He shook his head, admitting, "I was hoping you would take the lead. I'm not really well versed in the clubbing life." "I know, baby. Just head toward the North Shopping Center, there's one around the block from there," she instructed. Izuku followed her directions until they reached the club. "I must warn you, I'm not great at dancing," he said. "Oh, don't worry. We can slow dance, or I can give you a lap dance," Cammy replied with a playful smile as they stepped out of the car. They walked right in without any hassle, the security guard simply holding the door open for them. "Wow, I could get used to this no-waiting stuff," Cammy joked as they entered the bustling club. "Let's head to the VIP area. It will be a lot calmer," she suggested, and once again, they were allowed in without any issues. The real date began as Izuku ordered a bottle of champagne. "Wow, you weren't joking," Cammy said as they began to dance softly. While Cammy moved fluidly, Izuku felt stiff and robotic, trying his best not to look foolish. "I learned how to ballroom dance, like the waltz, but I never learned how to dance in clubs," he admitted. "Just follow me," Cammy said, slipping into his arms and guiding his hands to her hips. "Now just keep them here and enjoy the show." As she began to move, Izuku found himself captivated by the rhythm of her hips and the way she breathed. It felt as though the entire club faded away, leaving just the two of them. "You're enjoying this, Izuku," Cammy teased, and it took him a moment to realize she had spoken. "Sure, whatever you want, Cammy," he replied, which made her laugh as she leaned back against him. "Oh, you know how to charm a lady for sure," she said, and before long, they both rushed out of the club, eager to get home and dance a little more passionately. Izuku had fully prepared for both Nami and Robin. All he needed were the two women for their dates. First up was Nami, and he was currently on the phone with her. "Nami, wait there, I'm already driving," he said, eager to pick her up at her house. "It's okay, I'm just getting ready to walk toward you, and it's not that heavy," she replied, trying to downplay the bags she was carrying. Using his hockey skills, Izuku quickly located her. After a short drive, he caught up with Nami right outside her front door, walking in the opposite direction of where he had parked. "Baby, that's the wrong way," he called out, startling her enough to drop one of the bags. "Izuku, what are you doing here?" she asked, a mix of worry and surprise in her voice. "What? I can't just let a pretty girl like you walk alone, can I?" Izuku said, getting out of the car to help her with the bags. Nami sighed, half in irritation and half in worry. "Fine, but keep driving forward. It might be the longer route, but I like it more." Izuku shook his head. "No, Nami, I can sense something is wrong. Just tell me what it is." Sighing deeply, Nami hesitated but knew she had to share. "Fine, just fine," she said with a large exhale. "When I was younger, I spent my first few years in an orphanage. I didn't have much, but then I got adopted by Robin's mother. I didn't expect much, but I was surrounded by love from a mother who cared deeply for me." Izuku already knew this part of her story, as most of Class 1A did. "What we don't like to share is that there's a gang that runs our community. They force us to pay them for protection, and if we don't, we get attacked. They even have the cops on their payroll, along with some heroes." Izuku felt a surge of anger, nearly crushing his phone in his grip. His demeanor shifted, he wanted to confront them fiercely. But he calmed down when he felt Nami's hands softly press against his chest. "Please, Izuku, I need to stop them myself. Both Robin and I made a promise that we would defeat them, but we would love some help." Izuku smiled and took her hand. "I would love to help you crush them, or at least keep them off you while you do." Nami nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Izuku threw his arm over her shoulder. "We're still going past them. If they try anything, I'll make sure they regret it." Nami looked a little surprised. "Wow, that's kind of graphic." As they drove, Nami's grip on his thigh tightened, and Izuku understood they were approaching the gang. He slowed down and soon spotted a large man with blue skin and fish-like scales, lounging in a lawn chair on the sidewalk, sipping a beer. Izuku stared at him, his gaze unwavering, while the gang noticed and smirked, pointing at Izuku's car. Nami felt a weight lift as they passed the man who had caused her so much fear. It wasn't gone entirely, but it was lighter. "Where are we going?" Nami asked as Izuku sped up toward a nearby port where a yacht was docked. "Just out to the open ocean. I was hoping you could help me choose a location," he replied. Nami's face lit up with excitement. I'd love to. I can navigate for you. The drive was short but pleasant, filled with soft music and comfortable silence as they held hands. Oh my, Nami exclaimed as they approached the massive ship. Is that yours? Of course not, I dislike water, remember? Izuku said, recalling the day she had confessed her feelings for him, which had ended with him nearly drowning. Now let's go, he said, stepping onto the boat with all the bags in his arms while Nami skipped after him. I hope you enjoy it, Nami. It's the biggest one-person operated boat my dad has. Nami nodded, excited as they made their way to the top deck. For once, Nami used her quirk to its fullest. Southeast. It's the calmest, with no clouds and little wind, she said, and Izuku steered the boat in that direction. As the sun reached its peak, they arrived at their desired location. Oh, we can enjoy it here, Nami said, stepping onto the front deck. She had changed into a colorful bikini and a large hat. Would you mind rubbing sunscreen on my back? Nami, if I ever say no, throw me into the ocean, Izuku replied, causing her to giggle. He was wearing only shorts as he moved her to a chair where she laid down on her belly. Now coat me please, she said playfully, making Izuku laugh. He squeezed out a line of sunscreen on her back, causing her to squeal. As he rubbed it in gently, he noticed her relaxing under his touch. It seems you're enjoying this, he said with a smile. As he covered her back and legs, even parts that might not have needed it, both of them enjoyed the moment. He leaned down and kissed her behind the ear. Love you, Nami, he said before lying down next to her, basking in the sun. This feels wonderful, Nami hummed in agreement, enjoying the soft wind that made the hot sun pleasant. I love today, she finished with a contented sigh. Izuku noticed Nami was starting to feel tired. Let me nap for 30 minutes, she said. Sure, Nami, just have that nap, he replied. He couldn't resist taking a few pictures of her while she slept, finding her too cute to ignore. He saved the photos to the cloud, chuckling at the thought of Nemuri or his mother discovering them and sharing a laugh. After about 15 minutes of capturing her beauty, he gently woke her by shaking her shoulder and planting soft kisses on her head. As she stirred, one thought consumed her mind: swimming. Not just any swimming, but swimming in the ocean. And swim she did for hours. She dove deep, marveling at the colorful fish that surrounded her. Meanwhile, Izuku kept a watchful eye on the area, concerned about any potential sharks. If anything dangerous approached, he was ready to scare it away. After spending some time in the ocean, they decided to head back, as Izuku prepared for his next date with Robin. It felt a bit strange, but he cared for both of them deeply. He had a few texts to send to finalize the plans. The next day, Izuku wanted to start the date off right. However, he didn't pick Robin up, Minato did, teleporting them to the dorms where Izuku waited. Hello, he greeted them. Good morning, sir. We can move right away if you want, Minato said. I can, Robin, Izuku added. She simply nodded as he took their hands. Prepare yourself, it will be a fast one. Izuku was accustomed to moving quickly, but Robin was not. As they teleported nearly 10,000 kilometers away, she needed a moment to adjust. Are you all right, Miss Nico? He asked. Why yes, I just need a moment. That was quite an experience, she replied. Izuku chuckled. It's fine, Robin. We're here now. Minato, thank you for this. I'll text you when we need a pickup. With a flash, Minato was gone. Now, Izuku, where are we? Robin inquired. Welcome to Italy, the Vatican, he announced. Oh, what are we doing here? He asked, kissing her hand. While I know you enjoy a good cup of coffee, we're here for something much better. Robin was puzzled, but her confusion quickly turned to excitement when Izuku revealed, we're going to the Vatican Library. You can read all you want. Her face lit up with a massive smile. Really? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Yes, you'll have free range to explore. Contrary to popular belief, it's not just Christian texts. Many works were preserved, even those that challenged their beliefs. They first stopped at a nearby coffee shop, ordering the same drink. As they sipped, Robin remarked, How wonderful! I can taste the care and love in each bean. Izuku agreed. They truly mastered the art of coffee making. Can we head toward the library now? She asked eagerly. Izuku laughed and replied, Sure. Let's get a bike for the trip. After renting a tandem bike, with Izuku in front and Robin in the back, they set off. Hold on tight, he warned as he began pedaling with all his strength. His skills allowed them to move faster than the cars around them, and they reached the library in record time. Fufufu, I believe we would have died. Robin laughed, and Izuku chuckled as he parked the bike. Thankfully, the man giving us a tour speaks nearly every language, even some dead ones, he said. Robin was captivated by the beauty of the surroundings, lost in the moment. Robin, wait up. Izuku called, noticing she had started to run ahead. She blushed, realizing she had gotten carried away. Just then, Izuku sprinted forward and lifted her off her feet. Hello, Sir Tim, an old voice greeted them. They turned to see a man in a black robe with a long white beard. Samuel, you look great, Izuku said with a smile. The man chuckled. Oh, Prince Midoriya, you're making this old man blush. I'm still plenty young, only 945 years young. Robin looked startled, but the man reassured her, don't worry, Emdem. I have a rare quirk that halts aging, but my body remains at 94 years old. He began walking, motioning for them to follow. I heard from the prince that you have an interest in old history. Yes, if you could please tell the story for her, Izuku suggested. Robin smiled, feeling as if he had read her mind. Of course, sir, the man replied, stroking his beard. Years ago, long before my grandfather was even a thought, the world was in chaos. War caused death to cover the land, and people argued over everything, bread, land, even the number of wives one could have. This turmoil gave rise to a demon in human form who terrorized the earth. Robin listened intently. This man was invincible, but one man dared to fight him. A man who brought laughter and joy, earning the name Joy Boy. He defeated the evil and became the first king of the world, spreading his legacy through 7 children. Robin was captivated by every word. We have prepared a scroll for you to take with you. The man continued, leading them through the library and explaining how scribes worked tirelessly to preserve ancient texts. Robin was enthralled, eager to learn more. As they entered the room filled with scrolls, Robin's eyes widened in awe. Are these for us? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The man nodded in response. Yes, you may take them. I will cherish them forever, Robin declared, her excitement palpable. That won't be necessary, just know that anyone from the royal house will always be welcome here, the man assured her. Robin nodded appreciatively and approached the scrolls, losing herself in their contents. It felt like a dream come true. Meanwhile, Izuku sat back, engaged in conversation with the older man. He enjoyed listening to the stories shared, tales from the man's countless journeys across the world and the many people he had encountered. It was fascinating. But what captivated Izuku even more was the man's dedication to the written word. Time slipped away unnoticed as Robin immersed herself in the scrolls. Eventually, she reluctantly realized it was time to leave. As they parted, she leaned in and kissed Izuku gently. Thank you, Izuku. This was the best date I could have ever hoped for. Izuku got out of bed, feeling strange not sleeping in the dorms anymore. He had moved back into one of the apartment buildings that overlooked the sea, a choice motivated by his love for the view. Today, he had a date with Setsuna, so he dragged himself toward the shower for a refreshing scrub. After getting dressed in a simple black shirt and blue jeans, he added a face mask to avoid being recognized. For their date, Izuku had planned a trip to America, specifically to Miami, where Dinoland Park was located. This large park featured individuals with dinosaur quirks, allowing dinosaur enthusiasts to observe them. During one of their earlier meetings, Setsuna had asked him about his dino powers, which inspired him to think this would be a fun date. They agreed to meet at a nearby park to keep things simple, especially since Izuku wanted to avoid introducing Setsuna to his parents just yet. As he stepped into the kitchen, Izuku noticed Setsuna had already sent him a selfie of herself enjoying a large breakfast. He quickly ate before Finn, his friend, transported him to the park. With about 10 minutes to spare before Setsuna arrived, they found a nearby bench and played a game of chess. Izuku won, just as Setsuna ran up, cheering for him. So, where are we going? She asked, excitement evident in her voice. Izuku chuckled lightly, that would ruin the surprise. But Finn, if you could please. Finn nodded and opened a portal for them to walk through. Upon arriving, Setsuna's excitement was palpable. No way! Oh my gosh, this is amazing, she exclaimed, hugging Izuku tightly. It had been her lifelong dream to visit Dinoland. Come on, we need to check everything out. Izuku smiled, pulling her closer and reminding her to keep his name private for their safety. Setsuna eagerly dragged Izuku to the entrance, where he paid the entrance fee. A lanky man with thick glasses greeted them as their tour guide. Hello. Please follow me, and we will enter the cart where I will explain each dinosaur we spot. Setsuna bounced with excitement, holding Izuku's hand as they climbed aboard. Throughout the trip, Setsuna was in her element. The first sight was a group of Brontosaurus. Before the tour guide could begin, Setsuna chimed in with facts about them, impressing everyone with her knowledge. The tour guide chuckled, recognizing her enthusiasm. As they continued, Setsuna's excitement grew. "Oh my gosh, that's a raptor. I love raptors," she cheered, nearly jumping out of her seat to get a closer look. Izuku asked her what she liked about them, and she launched into a series of facts about raptors, sharing her favorite game where she had tamed many of them. For the final part of the tour, they had the option to ride a dinosaur of their choice. Izuku, without hesitation, bought the experience for Setsuna, who chose the raptor. The ride was exhilarating, and Setsuna laughed joyfully the entire time. "That was amazing," she exclaimed, running around Izuku afterward. "I never want to leave here." As the day came to a close, Finn opened the portal again. "Hope your day was enjoyable," he said, and Setsuna's laughter confirmed it was. Finn offered to take her home, but Izuku joked, "She could kick your butt, Finn. But see you later, I'm off to meet Yui." Using his Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, Izuku took to the skies, flying toward Yui's house. He had something fun planned for her, a simple evening of cooking together. Upon arriving at her apartment complex, he texted her to let her know he was there and knocked on the door. Yui opened it, saying, "I just need to grab my keys and wallet." Izuku was tasked with feeding the cat while his parents were away for the day. He nodded, contemplating the best way to get home. "All right, we should head toward the shop first, grab some food, and I'll get us a teleportation home," Yui suggested, her expression neutral. They moved quickly, both curious about how each other's vacations had gone. Izuku had fun stories from his dates, while Yui had enjoyed her time with Kendo and Tetsu, feeling a bit like a third wheel at a movie she had wanted to see. "What are you in the mood for?" "I was thinking some nice ribs or maybe a good steak," Izuku said. Yui nodded in agreement. He picked out a couple of items, and they headed to the vegetable section. "Let's grab some asparagus," Yui suggested, and Izuku nodded. They held hands as they moved through the store, enjoying the moment together. Thankfully, their face masks allowed them to remain undisturbed. When they stepped out of the store, Finn was already waiting for them. "Miss Tokage has been brought home safely," Finn informed them as the portal opened. "Enjoy yourselves tonight. I assume pickup will be required." Izuku nodded, and they stepped through the portal together, leaving Finn to head toward Yui's house. Once they arrived at Izuku's seaside apartment, he remarked, "I think it might be slightly early for dinner." Yui agreed, and they decided to sit on the balcony for a while. They admired the sunlight dancing on the waves, breathing in the fresh sea air, and simply relaxed. "Hey, Yui, I was wondering, why are you a fan of those nesting dolls?" Izuku asked. "My grandma used to make them by hand. She was half Russian and used them to stay in touch with her roots," Yui replied. Izuku smiled. "Oh wow, that's interesting. So you're like 12.5% Russian." Yui shrugged. "I don't really have anything from Russia. I just liked my grandma and the time we spent together." "I have a question for you. Why did you choose hero school? You could have been privately trained," Izuku inquired. Izuku laughed, recalling how often he had been asked that question. "I know I could have trained with All Might, Star and Stripe, or any of the top heroes. But something about going to school seemed fun. Eating lunch in a crowded room, learning with friends, it was different from what I was used to. Plus, it helped me meet all of you." Yui smiled contentedly, but her stomach rumbled. "We should start cooking, it seems," she said, standing up. They moved to the kitchen together. "You do the veggies, I'll handle the meat?" Izuku suggested, and Yui nodded, moving to wash the vegetables. Izuku seasoned the meat, hoping to enhance its flavor. "Oh wait, I have a gift for you," Izuku said excitedly as he dashed into another room. He returned with a large box. "Is it the head of someone I know?" Yui teased. "No, open it. Come on," Izuku urged. Yui, having just finished cutting her part of the food, decided to take a moment to see what was inside. She pulled out a large matryoshka doll styled after Izuku, complete with a green top, freckles, and his scar, all painted in his usual UA outfit. Inside was a smaller doll of herself in a UA outfit. Her neutral expression transformed into a smile. She placed it next to him and pulled out the next doll, which was another version of Izuku, this time in his hero suit, complete with his sword painted on the back. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. It was adorable. The next doll was another version of Yui in her hero outfit. "I love it," she exclaimed, her smile brighter than she had ever thought possible. There's more, Izuku said, and she opened the final doll to find a necklace inside. She examined the heart symbol engraved on it, which read, I love Yui. Tears filled her eyes, and she dropped the doll onto the table before rushing into Izuku's arms, nearly knocking him over as they shared a kiss. They stood there, wrapped in each other's embrace, sharing tender moments for what felt like an eternity. We should really eat, Izuku eventually reminded her, and Yui nodded. Sadly, the night flew by, and after a heartfelt kiss, Yui returned home, understanding that Izuku had to prepare for his next dates. Izuku stood at Pony's door, having just arrived on his motorbike. She nearly jumped out of the window when she heard his voice. As she rushed down, she tackled him in excitement. Izuku, anticipating her enthusiasm, smiled. He had planned for them to visit one of the big anime studios to see how they operated, but Pony had a different idea for their date. Yes. It came to me in a dream, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hugged him tightly. I'm okay with it, but it seemed a bit unusual for you to request it, Izuku replied, chuckling. Pony planted a big kiss on his cheek. I love the rodeo. We go when we're on vacation in America. My dad promised we could do some real bull riding next time. Izuku smiled and set her down. Let's head out then. If we hurry, we might even grab some extra manga for Ibra. Pony jumped onto the back of the motorcycle. You need a helmet, Pony. Even if we don't crash, you don't want bugs in your teeth or eyes. But my horns, she whined. Izuku nodded, understanding her concern. That does make it slightly more difficult, but... He pulled out a helmet with holes for her horns. Cool, that's mine, she asked, her eyes lighting up. Izuku nodded as he handed it to her. She quickly put it on, a wide smile spreading across her face as she wrapped her arms around him. Now let's go. Izuku laughed and started the bike, driving toward one of the nearby rodeos. The venue was filled with American-themed attractions, including fast food with oversized portions, giving everyone a taste of America. Pony's favorite was a rodeo bar that felt authentically American, owned by a well-respected rodeo bar owner from multiple countries. Here we are, Izuku said, parking the bike. He didn't even lock it up before Pony dashed to the door, urging him to hurry inside. I need your helmet, he called after her. She quickly removed it, momentarily considering throwing it but then sprinted inside instead. Izuku placed the helmet on the bike and followed her in. She made her way to the bar. 2 root beers, please, she ordered. I can have one as well, right? Izuku joked, making her laugh. No, order one yourself, Stinky Pinky, she teased back. When the old Western-looking barkeep placed the 2 glasses down, Pony slid one over to Izuku. Do you serve snacks too? She asked. The man nodded, tipping his cowboy hat. What can I do for ya? Izuku paused, expecting a reaction, but when none came, he shrugged and ordered, nachos? Yes, please. Pony chimed in, and the barkeep nodded. Strange she didn't freak out. Most people do, Izuku remarked. Oh, he's blind. He uses echolocation, Pony explained, having been there before. You really like America, don't you? Izuku asked. She nodded enthusiastically. I grew up in Texas. We came back because my parents wanted me to enjoy my heritage. I just returned to Japan in my last year of high school. That must have been a culture shock for you. I've had some fun in America before, and it's definitely different. You don't know half of it. In America, it's normal to walk and eat. I used to run to the store during breaks with my friends, snacking while walking back. I tried that here, and everyone stared at me like I'd done something terrible. Izuku laughed as the nachos arrived, and they both dug in. Might not be breakfast food, but these nachos are great, he said, stuffing his face with the gooey cheese-covered chips. Pony wanted to agree, but her mouth was full. After swallowing, she called out, Barkeep, is the bull ride open? The barkeep nodded. It is. Just walk toward the cow and talk with Jimmy Boy. Izuku chuckled. Excuse me, is that his name? The barkeep laughed back. No, it's part of his title, Jimmy Boy, Bull Controller. Same for me. I'm Billy Jones. As they walked toward Jimmy Boy, Pony was eager to hop on. Zuki, whoever can hang on the longest on the hardest difficulty is the winner. Izuku smirked. But don't come crying when you lose. Pony hopped on the machine, gripping the handle with one hand and raising the other in the air. Impossible difficulty, she laughed as the machine began to shake violently. She was thrown off after just 6 seconds. Izuku took his turn, securing himself on the machine. Look and be amazed, he said with a smirk as he started. He easily surpassed her time, holding on for 12 seconds before stepping off. It was a good effort, Pony. It's not just about strength, he teased. She stuck her tongue out at him, but soon they were both laughing and enjoying their time together at the table. It had become a tradition for them to take half a day for fun, allowing Izuku to also spend time with Eri or his family. With 20 dates planned, 2 a day would give him 4 days for himself. After their time at the bar, Izuku brought Pony back home, both of them filled with joy from their adventurous day. Ibra was waiting there, and Izuku approached her with a smile. "Ibra, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I went on my afternoon walk, something I always do for both health and enjoyment." "I hope that's all right," she replied. Pony laughed as she kissed Izuku. "Well, my show is about to start. Bye-bye, sweeties." "And Ibra, no funny business," she teased, prompting Ibra to protest about how she would never do such a thing. "Ibra, it's fine, she's just joking. But are you okay with riding a motorcycle?" "I thought I'd add a little adventure to Pony's date," Izuku said. Ibra nodded. "I am, but I hope you have a spare helmet." Izuku pulled a helmet from his pocket. "Here, it looks great on you," he said as Ibra put it on. "Thank you," she replied, feeling a bit more secure. Izuku sat at the front, and Ibra climbed on the back, her hands resting gently on his back. "Ibra, you need to hold on tighter. I don't want to lose you on a sharp turn," he said, and Ibra tightened her grip. They drove to a nearby location where Minato was waiting. With a flash of yellow, Minato appeared before them. "You summoned me, milord," he said with a grin. Izuku groaned. "Sorry, Princess Eri enjoys that sort of talk." "Of course. I'd like a trip to the garden," Izuku said, and Ibra's eyes widened in surprise before they were teleported away. As her eyes adjusted to the new surroundings, she felt a flutter in her stomach. When she blinked, she saw a vast expanse of green, the most appealing place on Earth, hidden somewhere in Asia. This top-secret garden had been created by Inko's grandmother, carefully preserved for those who truly cared for nature. Rumors had spread, making it a legendary place for those who loved plants, much like how fishers spoke of the all-blue. This was a realm of greenery, untouched by humanity, the size of a city, with only a few small camps made from natural materials. "Ibra, welcome to the garden, an untouched part of the world," Minato announced. Ibra's mouth dropped open in awe. It's real," she stammered, stepping forward into the dreamlike landscape. "It's appealing," she whispered, wandering through the garden as Izuku followed, enjoying the moment. He recalled the 2 weeks he had spent there, living off the land. "Let's move south," Izuku suggested, and Ibra followed him. After an hour of walking, they arrived at an open field filled with colorful flora. "It's appealing," Ibra said, struggling to find the right words. Izuku smiled and laid out a picnic cloth. "Let's talk," he said, sitting down. Ibra took a moment to gather her thoughts before joining him on the ground. "I appreciate you bringing me here," she said. "I understand you want to show me respect, but since we're dating now, you can relax around me," Izuku replied, causing Ibra to blush at the memory of their time at the hot spring. She looked down, humming in understanding. "I know, it's just, I'm getting used to it. You're saved in my phone as Izuku now," she admitted. Izuku laughed. "That's sweet. I just want to know the real you. What do you like to do? What's your guilty pleasure?" Ibra blushed, looking a bit guilty as if she had just confessed to something. "I enjoy eating junk food and watching action movies, the violent ones." "Really? That's cool. So, like fights in action?" Izuku asked. "Fights. I know I shouldn't, but it's not exactly Christian," she replied shyly. "Who says?" Back in the 800s, there were Christians who fought to convert others. It was quite effective, Izuku said, recalling stories he had heard. "Some still train in boxing today." Ibra smiled. "Now, what do you like to do, aside from hero stuff?" "Well, I love messing around with the other royalty, but when I'm alone, I enjoy gaming. Junk food is the best, I could eat it for hours," Izuku said, and Ibra giggled as her stomach growled. "I brought sandwiches. They aren't fat juicy burgers, but they're vegan, just like you wanted," Izuku said. "But you aren't vegan, right?" Ibra asked. "I'm not, I like meat. But I thought it would be nice to enjoy some meatless sandwiches here in the garden," he replied, pulling out the food. They ate together, lying back as they watched the stars. "Achiko would love this too," Izuku said. "I know she likes space. You could send her into space, but she might explode if you try," Ibra joked. "A simple life is a fulfilling life," Izuku said, rolling over to face her. "Now, let's walk back, or do you want to enjoy some more time here?" he asked. Using her courage, Ibra rolled over and kissed Izuku deeply, pushing him back onto the ground. I don't know. What would you like to do? She asked playfully. Oh, I could think of things, but that's not for before marriage, right? Izuku replied with a grin. Ibra nodded. Yes, but I can at least tease you a bit. Mina said it's quite enjoyable. Izuku laughed. I'm definitely getting back at Pinky for that, he said as he hurried to gather their things. Are you sure, Nem? Are you really okay with no meetups? Do you think Eri is okay with that? Yes, baby. You just have fun with the girls. Eri and I are about to get that Finn boy to open us a portal, and we will be spending the rest of our time with Grandma and Grandpa. Izuku nearly dropped the phone in laughter. They really like that, don't they? But I gotta go, Nijire is knocking on the door. Good luck, lover boy, Nemuri replied before hanging up. Izuku walked to the door, and as he opened it, Nijire stumbled in, landing on the floor. Hey, Nijire, Izuku laughed as she joined in the laughter. Sorry to drop in, huh? She joked, getting back on her feet. So, what is our date? Her bright smile lit up the room with excitement. Well, you didn't give me a lot to work with, Izuku said, showing her the text that simply read, Tea and questions. I was thinking of maybe trying to get some pro heroes together and letting your mind go crazy, but having people show up at our date might be a little weird, so. Izuku smiled. We will head to a nice little tea shop. According to my mother, it's the best in our area. We can walk into a small room and I will answer all your questions about my powers, weapons, dreams, and even the world if you want. For a brief moment, Izuku thought he saw stars in Nijire's eyes. She was so excited she seemed to vibrate with energy. You already want to go, I guess, he said, and she nodded vigorously, nearly shaking her head off. Well, let me grab my keys and we will head out right away. Izuku walked to the key bowl and then out the door. They made their way to the garage, and Nijire instantly ran to a car. This one, please. I need to see the inside. Izuku laughed. Sure, that's Tank. It's designed to keep things safe. You could hide behind it from an assault rifle and not even get a scratch. Nijire jumped into the car as the doors unlocked, crawling around to check every part. This is so cool. Izuku took his seat behind the steering wheel. For him, the drive was normal, but for Nijire, it was a whole new experience. She smiled as they parked, but to Izuku's surprise, she had asked 0 questions. He expected a flood of inquiries, but she held them back until they arrived at the tea shop. Good morning, young prince and princess. I expected the two of you a little later. Tea is still brewing. Thank you, sir. Could we enter the room already, or not yet? Iroh nodded slowly and walked toward the back, opening a door. It might not be fancy, but true pleasures come from life's true simplicities. Izuku smiled at Iroh's words. I shall bring you a kettle of jasmine tea when it's ready. You two get comfortable. As the door closed, Nijire had her first question. How did he know jasmine tea was my favorite? Was that pure luck? Is he a tea wizard, or did you tell him? If you did, how did you figure that out? Hi, he is a tea wizard, but I told him. I figured it out because when you got tipsy at the party, you were talking tea with Momo for a bit. Nijire laughed as they sat down together. Okay, Nijire, so what do you want to know? Please slow it down a little, I do need to answer them. Nijire nodded. Those swords from your room, why do you have them? I collect them. Over the years, many legendary craftsmen have created bladed weapons, some far surpassing what a normal blade can do, and I wish for these blades to be in the hands of the good. Nijire jumped right into a new question. Which one are you really looking forward to getting? This was a tough question for Izuku. He wanted all of them, but he had to think. Ace. The blade is called Ace. It's my grandfather's sword. During a surprise attack, his sword was stolen, and it's one I have my eye on mostly because it hasn't been seen since that day. Ooh, what is your favorite? Power? Dang, you're asking good questions. Before answering, Izuku was interrupted by Iroh knocking on the door. He walked in and placed the tea on the table. Here you go. Tea created with love and care. Enjoy. Iroh left as quickly as he entered. Izuku filled both their cups with jasmine tea. But my favorite? I guess I would say a couple of them. I really enjoy my light and lightning powers. Both are very versatile. My dragon as well, but the most fun is the rubber one. The reactions I can get are way more enjoyable. Cool. You gotta show me them sometime. Nijire took a sip. Oh my god, this tea is great. It's like super tea. Izuku laughed, knowing that reaction was normal. He had drunk this tea a lot. His mother was addicted to the taste. Nijire kept questioning Izuku, who answered everything honestly. They had one final question before they had to go home. Why date us? Why not go for some super hot model that most boys want? Huh, you know that's a question I have been asked before? Because while that might be fun for a week or two, I prefer to have a real connection, like our love for knowledge. Izuku finished his cup and stood up, linking arms with Nijire as they walked out of the building and drove back home. On the road, Nijire decided to get out, saying it would take her less time to get home from there. After kissing his cheek, she flew out the window, heading home as Izuku drove toward the Todoroki compound. It was a long drive, but he didn't mind. It gave him time to prepare for what needed to be set up. He parked in front of the Todoroki compound, admiring the garden as he walked through it. "Oh, Midoriya, welcome," Rei said, tending to her plants. "Hello, Miss Todoroki. I am here for Fuyumi. I will get her." As soon as Rei walked inside, Enji, Toya, and Natsuo emerged from the building, each wearing serious expressions. "Midoriya, I understand and respect you and your ranking as king, but if you hurt her, I will be forced to take action." While most people would be intimidated, Izuku had been taught by Izumi Curtis, a formidable figure disguised as a housewife, so Enji and his sons now looked like cute little puppies to him. But he understood what they wanted. "I understand, I would never want to cause your daughter any hurt." Toya and Natsuo wanted to say something, but as Fuyumi and Rei walked back out, it stopped. Fuyumi grabbed Natsuo's ear while Rei grabbed Enji and Toya. "Stop, you three. Fuyumi, you just enjoy your night. Now that you three have some free time, how about you help me with composting?" As the door closed, Fuyumi and Izuku heard a scream for help. "So, Izuku, what will we do?" "I know I wasn't helpful with my interests, I couldn't come up with anything," Fuyumi said. "Don't worry, Fuyumi," Izuku reassured her. They both stepped into the car. "I came up with a great idea. I hired us an old-school soap opera, one I hope you like. While we watch it, we can enjoy some homemade ice cream, created with the help of the best chef I know, Zeph." Fuyumi giggled, then quickly covered her mouth. "Sorry, just a chef named Zeph caught me by surprise." Izuku laughed. "Oh yeah, I get that. When I first met Zeph, I couldn't stop laughing. He's really fun about it, he doesn't mind at all." They arrived at home quickly. "Prince, Princess, welcome," Zeph greeted them. "Wash your hands and we can start right away. From my understanding, Izuku really likes buckets of food, so we have a good amount prepared. Should we start?" Izuku looked at Fuyumi, who nodded. "All right then, I have enough for 6 buckets of ice cream, which is about 480 servings. That should be a good amount for you, right?" "That's a lot of ice cream," Fuyumi whispered, and Izuku agreed. "Yeah, it should be good for at least a bit." "Izuku, isn't that a bit too much? That's like 120 times the normal ice cream pint," Fuyumi said, her eyes wide. "Yeah, but we already have it, so why not?" "I know you want to," he replied. Fuyumi blushed slightly before agreeing, eager to taste the ice cream. "All right, let's start right away." He placed a big pot on the flames. "We have to do this 3 times. First, we're making 160 servings of vanilla ice cream." Zeph poured in 30 cups of white sugar, 40 cups of heavy whipping cream, and 90 cups of milk, stirring it on low heat. They kept stirring the large pot until the mixture was hot and small foam bubbles began to appear around the edges. Then, they removed the mixture from the heat and poured it into a different pot that wouldn't continue cooking it. In the new pot, they added 1 3/4 cups of vanilla extract. "Unless we want to wait overnight for this to cool in the freezer, I suggest the prince cools it," Zeph said. Izuku nodded, but Fuyumi stopped him. "I can do this." She smiled and touched the mixture, instantly cooling it down. "Now that's impressive. You can cool down anything you touch," Izuku remarked. Fuyumi nodded. "My quirk allows me to alter the temperature of anything I touch." "Very handy," Zeph said as he pulled out a massive ice cream maker. "This needs to be frozen completely." Izuku touched the mixture to cool it further. "All right." Zeph lifted the nearly 40 kilo worth of ice cream and poured it into the mixer. After the mixture was left for 20 to 25 minutes, they spent time preparing the next bucket of ice cream, including brownie and cookie dough mixtures that Zeph had prepared earlier. By the end of the night, the buckets were filled. "Well then, you kids don't eat too much, and see you later," Zeph said as he walked out. Izuku grabbed the first bucket of vanilla and moved it to the couch, holding 2 spoons. "Floor or couch?" he asked. Fuyumi tried to lift the bucket but found it too heavy. "Floor, I don't want to be crushed." Izuku nodded and threw down pillows from the couch, creating a comfy spot on the floor. They sat down and started enjoying the ice cream while watching the soap opera. Fuyumi, having already watched the show, provided Izuku with all the necessary information. By the end of the night, they had finished half the bucket and watched 4 episodes. What are we going to do with the other buckets? Fuyumi asked. I'll keep one for myself, and the others are for you to enjoy. If you ever want them, just text me and I'll get them to you, Izuku said as he dropped Fuyumi off at her home with a gentle goodbye, heading back to his own place to rest for their next date. Izuku smiled as he rode tank toward Mei's home. He had lost contact with her the previous night to finalize their plans. The last message he remembered was Mei saying she was going to work on one of her projects before going to bed. He hadn't prepared much for their date, which was simple yet perfect for Mei. They were going to build a robot and have some friendly battles. He stepped out of the car, smiling as he noticed people looking out of their windows at him. Ignoring their stares, he walked up to Mei's house and knocked on the door. When there was no response, he knocked again, a bit louder this time. Mei, are you awake? He called out. Finally, he felt her approach the door. Oh, Izuku. What are you doing here? She laughed, her clothes covered in grease. Our date is now, Izuku replied, glancing at her watch, which she had modified to clean itself. I see you've been busy working on your projects again. Mei placed her hands on her hips, wearing grease-stained overalls over a brown and black shirt. Well, let's go, she said cheerfully. She turned around, revealing that her shirt had white stains all over it. My shirt is white, she exclaimed with laughter. Okay, first you need to shower, Izuku said, watching as Mei shrugged and turned to head inside. As she moved, Izuku was caught off guard by her sudden change of clothes. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, chuckling at the clothes strewn across the floor. He noticed a picture on the wall of Mei with a large, burly man, who must have been her father. They both shared similar features, including goggles and pink dreadlocks. Wow, Mei really looks like her dad, Izuku remarked, noticing the resemblance. He continued to look around and was amazed by the numerous half-finished gadgets scattered throughout the room. I wonder how she would react to meeting some advanced robotic characters, he mused, imagining the possibilities. After a while, Mei came down, dressed in neat but comfortable clothing. Let's go, I am ready, she said with a smile. You look absolutely stunning, Izuku replied, genuinely impressed. Unlike his previous girlfriends, who often wore makeup, Mei had a natural beauty that shone through without any grease or makeup on her face. First, we need to grab something to eat and drink, Mei said, and they walked out together. Much like Nijire, Mei immediately ran up to Tank and began asking questions. Just as Izuku pulled her away, she attempted to dismantle the car. Calm down. I'm happy to show you the blueprints, but please don't break Tank. Let's get some sandwiches first, he said, starting the car. They drove quickly to a nearby gas station for sandwiches. Izuku had a peculiar fondness for gas station food, even though he appreciated fine dining. They shared a dozen sandwiches, evenly split between them. Now, let's have some fun. I'll do as you say, just need to change my face, Izuku said, transforming his appearance into a character Mei had never seen before, complete with a wide smile and a large mustache. Nice face. Now let's go. We need to create rockets and laser guns, she exclaimed, stepping out of the car. After checking in, they were allowed to work on their gadget for a total of 7 hours, with an hour for combat and repairs included. They dove right into brainstorming and inventory. Mei drew inspiration from a test gadget she had created when she was 9, a robot inspired by All Might that would attack with vibrations to dislodge and break other robots. The next 6 hours were spent building the robot. Izuku's role was to ensure everyone stayed safe. He faced 3 close calls, dodging a rocket fist that nearly hit him, saving Mei from an exploding jet engine, and preventing a laser from melting the table. Despite the chaos, their robot, named Robot Might, easily outclassed the competition, but Mei eventually fell asleep, leading to their loss. Afterward, Izuku quickly changed into a suit using his powers, as he had to take Mei home. He then grabbed a different car that suited the fancy restaurant where you wanted to go. Driving his Ferrari, he smiled when he saw you waiting for him, wearing a appealing black galaxy-style dress with her hair tied up. Are you amazed? She asked happily as she got into the car. I am very amazed. You look appealing, he replied, and she smirked in response. Now, how many stars will we eat? He joked. 3, of course. It's the maximum, but I was thinking Yukimura. It's absolutely incredible, you said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With that, they set off for their evening together. Driving toward Tokyo, Izuku glanced at you, noticing her worried expression. Are you okay? You look a little worried, he said with a laugh as he sped down the highway. He could go faster, his instincts guiding him to avoid other cars. I have just never been in a car with the roof down, you admitted, her voice tinged with anxiety. I can go faster, we're going 130, but this baby can reach 300 easily. No. You exclaimed, clutching the seat and the car door tightly. Sensing her fear, Izuku quickly put the roof back up, calming her slightly. Thank you. I might be a pro hero, but I don't do well at high speeds. So, no amusement parks for me, I guess, she said, a hint of humor in her voice. Izuku thought about how training would come after their dates. With the roof on, you felt much safer, and they soon exited the highway. After about half an hour, they arrived at the restaurant and parked. A valet opened Yu's door, and Izuku offered his hand as they walked inside. Hello, sir. Please follow me, we have a wonderful window seat overlooking our garden, the hostess said, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead as she tried to make a good impression. I'll bring you a menu right away. Would you like something to drink in the meantime? I'll just have water, I'm the driver, Izuku replied with a friendly smile. I would like some sake, please. I'm not sure what's good, you added. The hostess nodded and excused herself. They're adorable, being so scared of little old you, Izuku joked. I remember when I was 8, we had our yearly royal meeting in America, and when we walked into a fast food place, the cashier fainted. You burst into laughter, so much so that she snorted. Quickly covering her mouth, she said, Why, you heard nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, I did. I heard something totally adorable. I never expected you to snort when you laugh. Why hide it? It's cute, he teased, noticing her blush. It might be cute for you, but in high school, it earned me the nickname, Pig-you, she replied, her cheeks turning even redder. Kids are idiots. They should have seen how amazing you are, Izuku said, holding her hands. I wanted to be the one to make you blush, she confessed. The hostess returned with their menus. Ooh, there's so much to choose from, you exclaimed, and Izuku nodded with a smile. I think I'll start with their signature sea urchin dish, then some karasumi soba, and maybe some fried sweet fish, she said, liking her lips. I might just gorge on these delicious foods. I'll work it off some other way, maybe with you, she added with a wink, causing Izuku to blush and smirk. Oh really now? He leaned forward, intrigued. While I would love to work off some calories with you, it might feel a little rushed. I mean, this is our first date, he replied, trying to keep things light. You leaned forward, resting her arms on the table. Did you say that to Nomuri, or Achiko and Mina? She teased. Izuku coughed in surprise. They talked about that? You laughed as Izuku signaled for someone to take their order. Yes, sir, what would you like to order? The server asked. Everything, please. Just bring us everything, Izuku replied. Feeling hungry, huh? Oh, I know what could satisfy you, your hunger of course, she joked, and Izuku groaned playfully. I could really go for something stronger right about now, he said as their drinks arrived. Slowly, their food began to arrive, and they started eating. Izuku was adventurous with food, willing to try almost anything, while you preferred to stick to what she knew. However, she discovered a love for the desserts. She ate until she was stuffed, mostly indulging in the cakes. As she leaned back to relax, she noticed something. Izuku. He looked up, and you pointed at him, laughing. You have grease on your chin, she exclaimed, giggling. Izuku quickly wiped his chin, realizing the large grease spot covering it. The entire drive home, you couldn't stop laughing at him, capturing the moment with pictures and sharing them in their group chat, explaining the fun day. Izuku stepped out of the shower, a large pink towel wrapped around his waist, his chest still slightly damp. He had just finished getting ready for his date with Rumi, recalling her playful warning that she would be upset if he made any plans without her. To tease her, he had jokingly replied that if it involved her, he already had it all figured out. While he found it amusing, Rumi took a while to respond, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment each time she considered typing back. As he settled onto his couch, enjoying the refreshing feeling after his shower, he became engrossed in the latest episode of an anime that Pony had recommended. He was so absorbed that he forgot he was only in a towel until the doorbell rang. He walked over to open the door without a second thought. Hey Rumi, how are you this appealing morning? He greeted her cheerfully. She looked up at the ceiling, clearly taken aback. Why are you just wearing a towel? Izuku chuckled. Sorry, I was watching TV after my shower. Come on in, he said, stepping aside to let her enter. I still need to eat and get dressed, so what are we doing today? Loose clothes, so you can fight easily, Rumi replied. Fine, he said, quickly returning fully dressed. You're weird, Rumi commented, standing awkwardly in the room. Izuku gestured to the kitchen island. Come sit. I can make some breakfast if you're hungry. Rumi nodded. Something with carrots, please. How about carrot and greens eggs? Sounds good, right? He suggested, and she nodded in agreement. Izuku got to work, opening his large double-door fridge to grab green onions, carrots, and eggs. In about 5 minutes, he had breakfast ready, and they began to eat. You're a good cook. I guess you could become my forever chef, Rumi said, and Izuku chuckled as he finished his last bite. Well, what should we do then? He asked. Rumi smirked. We fight. No special powers. And if you win, I become your forever chef. But what do I get if I win? He replied, raising an eyebrow. Rumi grinned, showing her competitive spirit. If you win, I become your SBSV, darling wife, and I won't complain about it. Fine, but bring your best, he challenged, excitement building between them. Well then let's go. I assume you know a spot? Rumi asked. No, I thought we would just fight outside in a parking lot or something, Izuku laughed, checking his phone. Sure, I know somewhere, he said, leading her to an empty boxing gym in a nearby hotel. As they entered, Izuku kept his outfit on, but Rumi had some gear to change into. He settled into a corner of the ring, eager for the match. Rumi approached him confidently, wearing a schoolgirl outfit and a tiger mask. Why are you wearing that? Izuku asked, surprised. Rumi smirked, swaying her hips as she stepped closer. Does our supreme leader have a thing for these outfits? Let's just fight, he urged, wanting to get started. Rumi backed off, and Izuku transformed into a hybrid form using his Zoan powers, the Nico no Mi, model leopard. Let's see if the tiger can challenge the leopard, he declared, cracking his back as he dashed forward to kick. Rumi ducked under his attack and countered, spinning low to kick his heel, causing him to fall onto his back. She leaped high, aiming a downward kick at his head, but Izuku rolled out of the way and swung back at her. The force of his swing sent her bouncing off the ropes, and she sprang back toward him, but he caught her with a lariat, sending her flipping to the mat. Come on, Rumi. Are you a tiger or a kitty? He teased. Shut up, she shot back, quickly bouncing back up. She launched a series of kicks at him, one to the face that he blocked, another to his ribs that he managed to deflect, but the final kick landed squarely on his knee, weakening his stance. Just as she landed, Rumi followed up with a forward kick to his chest, pushing him back against the ropes, but she didn't stop there. She went all out, kicking and punching, while Izuku could only cover up and wait for his moment. Who is the kitty now, you weakling? I am unbeatable. Because Rumi spoke, she took a breath, giving Izuku the opening he needed to attack. Kicking off from the ropes, he flew forward, wrapping his arms around her and lifting her up before slamming her down hard onto the floor, knocking the air out of her. Izuku quickly mounted Rumi, his fist raised. Now, who will be my appealing SBMSSV wife? Rumi growled, and just as she was about to respond, Izuku flipped himself to the bottom. Oh no, I give up. What? No way. Izuku leaned in and kissed her. Rumi, I knew you were holding back. I've seen you kick. You didn't even crack a rib. It seems like you wanted to lose, didn't you? Rumi was shocked. She thought she wanted to crush him, but her body had acted weaker than expected. Even her powerful spinning heel kick, which could have caused serious damage, had been restrained. Well, I would love to keep fighting, but... I know, let's just go, Rumi said, realizing they couldn't fight all day. The rest of the date, Izuku and Rumi sat on the couch. Izuku was using his phoenix powers to heal himself. He wasn't broken, but he was still in pain and didn't want to stumble through their date. See you later, Izuku waved Rumi off. It was a facade. For the last hour, Rumi had snuggled up to him, but she needed to get dressed for her hero duties. Izuku stayed behind, waiting for his date with Ryuko, where they would go present shopping. Not just for Ryuko, but for everyone. Now he had an hour to relax, and he took it. It was great. He got on his phone and had a real-life match in his game against Jordan, who should have been sleeping but was able to match against him due to his poor sleep schedule. Izuku lost, thanks to Jordan's skills, but it didn't matter because Ryuko arrived, and Jordan was quickly ushered to bed. Much like Rumi, Ryuko showed up at the door. I hope I'm not late or too early. No, Ryuko, you're right on time. Please come in, we can still enjoy a cup of tea or coffee. Ryuko nodded as she walked in. What a appealing view, she said, looking out at the ocean from the large window. I know, it's a great view. Here's a cup of coffee, Izuku said, handing her a cup as he leaned back in his seat. I hope it's not inconvenient. I'm a bit of an early sleeper since I have a big trip tomorrow. It's fine. We can spend as much or as little time as you want, Izuku smiled. I've got everything, my keys, wallet, bag. She placed them on the table, and Izuku grabbed her wallet, placing it out of reach. Nope, I'm going to spoil you rotten. I'll pay for everything. I still need to get some stuff for Eri and Koda, and maybe some more jewelry for the girls. What about you? A ring? Earrings? No, that might not fit the dragon vibe. Necklaces are out of the picture. Ryuko placed her hand on his lips. Calm down there, Nijire, she joked, causing Izuku to lower his head. I really didn't expect that to come out. This piqued Ryuko's excitement. Sorry, what? When I get excited, I tend to ramble. The first few times it happened, my mom almost called a priest because she thought I was possessed. Ryuko burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I can't help it. As Ryuko calmed down, they moved out of the house, both going incognito. Ryuko wore a cap and some non-functional glasses to divert attention from her face. Izuku styled his hair backward, making it look more black than green, using industrial-grade hair gel. He also wore a face mask to complete the look. Jumping into the tank, they set off. Look back, Ryuko. Our goal today is to have fun and fill the entire back. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at the shopping mall. First, we're going to get you some things, Izuku said, leading Ryuko toward the jewelry section. Much like the dragon fable, Ryuko loved collecting shiny items. During her college days, it had often been frustrating when she had to skip lunch to afford rent and her trinkets, which was why she had banned herself from late-night shopping shows. Here, try these on, Izuku said, pointing to some thin golden necklaces. Ryuko, however, was drawn to a hairpin shaped like a golden, diamond-engraved crown. We'll take it, Izuku said, pointing it out. All right, sir, she replied, and Izuku picked out a few more items, including a ruby ring and a necklace with a small jade cash symbol. After that, they visited a few more stores, collecting dresses, shirts, skirts, shoes, and even socks. Then they headed to the toy section. Okay, grab a cart and fill it with anything. If Eri or Koda won't like it, I'll add it to the monthly donation of gifts, Izuku said before rushing in. Ryuko laughed as Izuku pushed his arm into the Barbie section, tossing items into the cart, and she followed suit, doing the same. Shopping without worrying about the price was the best experience. They had filled tank with so many bags that even Ryuko had a couple resting under her legs. That was very enjoyable, thank you, Izuku, she said with a smile. Don't mention it. I do have one request, Izuku replied, a playful grin on his face. Ryuko raised an eyebrow, curious. Show up after the break and train a bit with my class and the teachers. I want you to stay healthy and safe, he explained. Ryuko nodded in agreement just as they heard a scream in the distance. Someone was shouting about a bank robbery. Well, I gotta go be a hero. Guess I'll start my job a little early, Izuku said, determination in his voice. Before she could respond, he received a quick kiss from her, and she dashed off after the villain. Well, that's one way to end a date, Izuku chuckled to himself as he drove home, thinking about his next outing. Izuku smiled as he sat in the back of the bus. It had been a while since he had used public transport, and he was excited to see Shino, Tomoko, and Ryuko, who had affectionately been nicknamed Pretty Kitty. The three of them wanted to plan a date, as Izuku had a lot on his plate and deserved a bit of relaxation during his vacation. For him, it didn't matter much what they did. He enjoyed talking with Eri at least once a day through texts. If they wanted to take the lead, he was fine with that. As he sat back, he noticed some people glancing at him, one even approaching to compliment his cosplay of the prince. Izuku held back a laugh, thanking the stranger and acknowledging the mix-up with the scar. He understood why the next king of the world wouldn't ride a public bus, but he was genuinely curious about how public transport worked. He had taken subways and trains before, and while he had flown first class a few times, most of his travels had been by his own powers or in private jets. This experience was new for him, and he loved the idea of a large bus filled with people, saving money and reducing emissions. He even thought about how a business could utilize buses to transport people for work, although that would require funding. Izuku made a mental note to suggest some ideas to mathematicians regarding government compensation. As he moved toward the Pussycat compound, he wondered what kind of date they had in mind. Perhaps it would involve lounging around at home, something he would happily enjoy. He imagined the girls hugging him as they relaxed together. With his phone out, he played games that Eri had downloaded, particularly enjoying one called The Strongest Hero. After stepping off the bus, he had a 20-minute walk ahead of him. Just 2 minutes into his walk, he received a FaceTime call from Shino. "Hey, I'm on my way. I hope I'm not too late," she said, shaking her head quickly. "Of course not. There's plenty of time. I was just wondering if you needed anything right now," Izuku replied. Tomoko jumped in, grabbing the phone from Shino. "Hey, Izuku," she greeted cheerfully. "Don't speak so freely, Tomoko. Have some respect." Shino exclaimed, but Izuku laughed as he walked. "Since we're literally going on a date, I think it's only right for us to speak freely," he teased, watching Shino turn redder than her hair, which made Pixie Bob laugh. "Now, Shino, you can call me Izuku, or use a nickname," he said, nearly stumbling as he noticed Pixie Bob wearing a towel. Shino noticed too and shouted, "Ryuko, we're on FaceTime. Go get dressed." "Maybe I want the prince to see me like this. I might be trying to stuck him," Pixie Bob joked, and Izuku managed to keep a straight face. "Perhaps I'll stuck you instead. I'm quite capable of it, you know," he replied, enjoying the playful banter. "Oh, that sounds like a challenge. I like it." Pixie Bob laughed, stealing the phone from Shino. The first one to make the others stutter, blush, or forget what they were talking about wins. "Alright, just know I've dealt with Nemuri before," Izuku said, knowing the implications of his words. So have I. Before you even met her, we were friends. I was her roommate for over a year and taught her some tricks," Pixie Bob replied confidently. "I want to join too. I can charm Izuku with my superwomanly charms." Tomoko chimed in, playfully posing. "Sure thing, the three of you against me. It's only fair you get all the help you need," Izuku said, causing Pixie Bob to burst into laughter. She dashed to her room, pulling out a stylish outfit, determined to win. Shino rushed in, protesting that a candy bra and panties were not suitable for their date. "I'm really sorry about this, Midoriya. They're just crazy," Tiger said, picking up the phone as he prepared for an upcoming powerlifting competition. "I understand and good luck, Tiger." "I heard Koda is cheering for you," Izuku replied. "Yes, he is. I'll do my best to surpass my limits and win the competition. The Quirkless division has many capable competitors," Tiger said with a laugh as Izuku approached the Pussycat house. As he reached the door, Tomoko suddenly rushed at him, tackling him playfully. "Oh wow, just in time," Izuku exclaimed as she clung to his back. "Am I making you blush?" she teased. "No, but you're making me glad I set this date up," he replied, nearly causing Tomoko to blush herself. She quickly composed herself and hid behind him just as Shino and Pixie Bob came down the stairs. Shino wore a simple turtleneck and skirt with leggings, looking elegant. Pixie Bob, on the other hand, wore tight jeans and a shirt that hugged her figure. "Wow," Izuku said, taken aback by their appearances. "Oh, that reaction, just from little old me. Is something wrong?" Pixie Bob posed playfully, and Izuku smiled. "Oh, how could I not? Such a pretty kitty, almost enough for me to purr," he joked, making Pixie Bob look away with a shy smile. Shino quickly tapped Pixie Bob on the head. "Please enter Midori, I meant Izuku. Please enter Izuku." Izuku nodded with a smile. "I will happily, Tiger. Best of luck," he said as Tiger walked out. Shino dragged Pixie Bob in, holding her by the ear. "Shiny please. My ear hurts. I don't want big ears," Pixie Bob cried, following behind with Tomoko clinging onto her back. Izuku sat down with a smile. "What sort of tea would you like?" Shino asked as she walked into the kitchen area. "Whatever you three want, I am more than happy with," Izuku replied as Tomoko crawled from his back into his lap. "You're warm," Tomoko said, curling up in his lap like a cat. "I can turn it up slightly," Izuku said, using his heat fruit to increase his body temperature just a bit, which made Tomoko purr happily. Pixie Bob slowly crawled over as well. It wasn't that she was cold, but she was very cat-like and liked warm places. "Oh wow," Pixie Bob said as she clung to Izuku's arm, rubbing her head against his shoulder. When Shino walked in, Pixie Bob froze. What are you doing?" she asked, looking startled. "Shiny, it's so warm, like a cozy thing we could hug," Tomoko said without lifting her head from Izuku's lap. Shino sat down on the other side. "So, what is the date going to be?" "I love this," Izuku said happily, circling his hand above Pixie Bob and Tomoko. "Yes, we discussed this. We thought it might be fun to either stay here or move toward our own animal shelter and hang out with some animals." Izuku smiled at both possibilities. Kitties might take up my spot," Tomoko said, making Izuku chuckle as he gently patted her head with one hand while sipping his tea with the other. Then let's just stay inside and relax. We could play some board games. Izuku nodded. Hey, Izuku, Pixie Bob said, leaning in close. Izuku turned to see her, and he felt his cheeks warm. I win. I am the sexiest woman alive, she laughed, raising her fist in victory. Izuku, however, was determined not to be outdone. He moved his hand to her chin and kissed her deeply. Your reward, he said with a smirk as Pixie Bob turned red. Let's move over to the living room where we can be more comfortable, Shino suggested, trying not to blush at the kiss her date just had with her best friend. All right, Izuku replied. Carry me, Naya, Tomoko asked, making Izuku blush again at her cute request. He lifted both of them up. All right, lead the way. If you want, you can hop on my back, he suggested to Shino, who just shook her head. As they moved to the couch, she sat right next to Izuku, allowing him to wrap his arm around her back and pull her slightly closer. Pixie Bob took her spot on Izuku's other arm, wrapping her arms around it and pressing it between her. Tomoko settled right on Izuku's lap, humming as she watched TV. The warmth Izuku radiated was wonderful, and all three were glued to him, forgetting the time until it was time for dinner. Oh, we should eat. Tomoko, you removed the meat from the freezer, right? Izuku asked. Oops, Tomoko said with a coy smile. Let's just order takeout. I haven't had Thai in ages, Pixie Bob suggested, prompting Shino to sigh. Fine, but it's going to take a bit because we have to drive out there. Izuku laughed as he removed his hand from Shino's back and grabbed his phone. This one is good, he said, and the three nodded in agreement. He called the restaurant. Hello, Rice and Shine, it's Izuku Midoriya speaking. I would like to place an order. Oh yeah, you guys do DLVY, right? The three pussycats looked at Izuku in silence as he ordered Thai food from a restaurant that did not deliver, yet they were willing to make an exception. Yes, that is all. Take your time and thank you, Izuku said before hanging up. The three of them stared at him in disbelief. What? How? Tomoko exclaimed, jumping up and grabbing Izuku's head. People don't really say no. I know it's not really fair, but I do tip well when they do, Izuku laughed as they waited for their food. Afterward, they enjoyed their meal, and later, Izuku prepared to go home, ready for his final date before having a few days to himself. Izuku smiled at his outfit. Just like his American friend, he wore swim trunks and an open Hawaiian shirt, his hair a mess as usual, and plain flip-flops on his feet. Checking his phone, he noted it would be quite sunny. As he walked down the hallway, he grabbed a bag he had prepared earlier. Passing by a hanger, he spotted a straw hat with a red piece of fabric at the base. Nah, I doubt I need that, he chuckled as he walked out. He headed to the garage and got into a red convertible, driving with the top down toward his home where Mitsuki stayed. He knew the house would be mostly empty, as both Jean and Alfred were with their families or spending time with Eri and Nemuri, who were getting the royal treatment. Eri was treated like a princess, and Nemuri was expecting a baby. As expected, the area was quiet. He parked in front of the door and knocked before opening it. I'm coming in, so cover up. Izuku had been using that joke ever since their first meeting when she had surprised him. He smiled as he walked past some weapons and artworks on the walls. In the living room, he found Mitsuki wearing very tight shorts that resembled panties and a sports bra. Hello, Icon, Mitsuki greeted with a coy smile, winking at him. Izuku cleared his throat, causing Mitsuki to laugh as she fell back onto the couch. Oh, look at your face. Ha, she exclaimed. It's really not that funny. But you're going to wear just that, he replied. No, I have some looser shorts. I just wanted to tease you a bit, like the old days. Izuku pouted slightly before dropping onto the couch beside her. Go get dressed then. The tournament starts soon. This made Mitsuki sit up. The what? Izuku chuckled. I forgot to tell you, I signed us up for a couples volleyball tournament. I hope that's all right. Mitsuki laughed. That's fine with me. Though we have to make sure nobody faints when they see you. Izuku agreed, thankful for his powers to help with that. Your grandfather maybe? He suggested. I don't think he would work for this. But I have an idea. Now if you go get dressed, I will get ready and meet you outside. I can just move quickly. With a smile, he got up and headed outside. He was well aware of where he needed to go, so he transformed his arms into bluebird wings, using the Tori no Mi model Phoenix. By the time Mitsuki walked out, Izuku was waiting for her. To her surprise, he had transformed his face to resemble a slightly younger Shanks, complete with a straw hat. Now this should work. He is rather mysterious, Izuku said. Mitsuki nodded. Acceptable. She teased. Oh, of course, he is far better looking than you. How could I ever have a problem going on a date with such a hunk? Izuku pouted again as he stepped back into the car. Mitsuki sat down with a smile. Now you better not drag me down, I don't want to lose to some wannabe amateurs. Izuku's pout turned into a smile as her competitive nature shone through. I will give it my all within my human capabilities, so don't expect me to start using the 6 powers. Mitsuki understood, and they drove off toward the beach. The couples tournament was massive, with 8 fields and a total of 64 teams, leading to 32 matches to reach the second round. Mitsuki and Izuku found themselves in the second round of matches. It started slowly, and they quickly lost 4 points, which made Mitsuki angry. She smacked Izuku on the serve, allowing her to get some spikes in, bringing their points up to 2 quickly. It was then that Izuku started warming up. With a slightly high pass from Mitsuki, Izuku jumped up and spiked the ball with too much force, sending it flying past both opponents and embedding itself in the sand. Oops! Mitsuki laughed, and this turned the tide for them. They scored 8 points against their opponents until they reached the final match. Oh Mitsuki, you're doing volleyball again. I didn't think I would see you on a court after that day, one of the opponents remarked. Mitsuki put on a facade and smiled back. Oh, I forgot all about that day. But she didn't forget. She turned around, grabbed Izuku by the ear, and pulled him to a corner. We need to annihilate them completely. What? Why? Izuku asked, surprised. When I was in my 20s, I was part of a volleyball team. We went against that girl for the final. She explained, her expression serious. She cheated with her quirk, but I had no proof. It made me want to confront her and the ref who was blind. Izuku laughed, understanding her frustration. He dropped his hat and shirt into his bag, moving faster than before. He spiked the ball harder than ever, and both Izuku and Mitsuki dominated the match, not losing a single point. As the match ended, Mitsuki walked to the net to smack talk, but Izuku lifted her up at the hips to stop her from confronting the other team. She started yelling about how the other player had tried to cheat and, when she lost, accused Mitsuki of cheating. Mitsuki kissed Izuku as they reached the gate. I will walk, I need to blow off some steam. You need to hurry up and meet Kana, I can't use you. Izuku laughed before Mitsuki stepped out. Also, keep an eye on Katsuki. I talked with him, and even if he is now kind of your stepson, he doesn't want any handouts like that hockey ability, and he gets quite hot-headed. I will, Mitsuki, I will, Izuku promised, kissing her once more before driving off. Hey, Kei, didn't expect you here yet? He greeted as he arrived. Sorry, Izuku, it seems my arrival was a bit early. Yeah, but it's fine. Let me just get dressed and we can grab lunch on the way there. Kana nodded, and as the door closed, she walked into the kitchen to prepare something for them. However, Kana was not the best cook, so she had to make do with her current skills. Grabbing half a loaf of fresh bread, some cheese, ham, and butter, Kana prepared one of the only things she could, grilled cheese sandwiches. Some were slightly burned, but they were all edible. Oh, what luck! I'm getting a meal cooked by such a appealing woman, Izuku remarked, a smile spreading across his face. Kana returned the smile, and with a playful tone, she responded, I just hope they don't poison you. This was an inside joke. Kana was one of the few who knew all about Izuku's powers and his training, including his poison immunity from the Doku Nomi, which had the unfortunate side effect of causing him some discomfort. Izuku sighed as he sat down and began eating the sandwiches Kana had made for him. It didn't take long before the plate was clean, save for a few crumbs. Now that you've eaten and are dressed, shall we head out? He asked. Kana nodded. The date didn't have a set time, so they could go whenever they wanted. With Kana here, there was no reason to wait any longer. Should we take a tank or something else? Izuku inquired. Let's go with something smaller. We don't want to stand out too much, Kana suggested. Kana was quick to take the wheel. You know you don't have to be my bodyguard, right? You can act like my date or even my girlfriend, she said, a hint of teasing in her voice. Kana coughed lightly. Keep in mind, I've been your bodyguard for years. It will take some time for that to feel natural. Izuku laughed. I know. Now let's head toward the shelter. He pulled out his phone to show the route. The drive was enjoyable, with Kana asking about his school and whether he had kept up with his training. When they arrived at the shelter, they found a charming building. The first part resembled a cafe where people could eat, drink, and most importantly, interact with animals available for adoption. I know you love it here, so I thought, why not have our date here? Kana said, her eyes lighting up as she took Izuku's hand. It was a new experience for her, and they walked inside together. Hello again, Setsuna. Welcome back. One of the workers greeted them as they settled on the floor. The animals quickly noticed them and swarmed around. Kana was soon on the floor, surrounded by playful animals. "It's great to see you like this, Kana. You look like you're enjoying yourself a lot more now," Izuku commented. "I love animals. They're so cute and pretty," Kana replied, cradling 3 dogs in her arms with a couple of cats nearby. Izuku had 1 dog on his lap, gently petting it. "At least you held my hand. I hope you can relax a bit around me," he said. Kana understood. "I know. Let's just focus on us and these adorable animals for now." They sat together in comfortable silence, watching as the dogs showered Kana with affection. Izuku smiled at her laughter as she was playfully tackled by a larger dog. "Wow, those dogs really love you," he said, standing up to head toward the lunchroom. He returned with a cup of tea for himself and a cup of coffee for Kana, her preferred choice. As they resumed their conversation, a worker approached them. "Excuse me, but this group of dogs is in need of a walk." "Oh, could we do that?" Kana asked, looking excited. The worker replied, "We've allowed certain guests to walk our dogs before." "I'm fine with it. I promise none of them will get lost," Izuku assured. With that, they began putting on the dogs' harnesses. "Is there a park nearby?" Izuku asked. "Yes, just go out the door, follow the street to the left. And if you'll need to pick it up," the worker explained. "Alright, I hope you have bags because I'm not a fan of going without," Kana joked, causing both her and the worker to laugh. "Tell Nomuri that," Izuku said, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as the worker handed him the bags before quickly walking away. "Did you have to say that in front of people?" Kana teased. "Couples often tease each other with embarrassing things," she added with a laugh as she led the first group of dogs outside. It was a wonderful date, ending with Kana kissing Izuku before leaving him alone in his apartment for 4 days. "Welcome back, students. I hope each of your vacations was as enjoyable as mine," Aizawa said, surprisingly friendly and cheerful. Momo, curious, asked, Sir, what did you do?" Aizawa smirked at her. "I didn't have to deal with anything. I even got a solid 8 hours of sleep for an entire week." Izuku laughed, finding it amusing. "But that is over now and school is back. From what Nezu told me, we will be training with some powerful people, but that will be after lunch." Aizawa dropped to the floor in his sleeping bag to nap before they had to begin training. He didn't mind, he was okay with getting stronger, mostly to see if he could MSTR the 6 powers. "So, what did you do, Izuku, after your date with Kana?" Mina asked as she sat on his desk. Izuku shrugged, admitting he hadn't done much. "I caught up on some TV shows and tried talking with teachers to get some information." "And?" the group of students around him inquired, but Izuku shook his head. "Nope. They said nothing, absolutely nothing. So just be worried for what is to come." As they began discussing their vacations, Bakugo chimed in, "Yeah, I came in 6th, but those competitors were crazy martial artists. The winner had this massive axe with him. He was called Sentomairi or something like that." He smirked as they walked toward the training area. Upon arrival, they saw a large group of adults waiting for them, a few of whom they recognized. You showed up, Rayleigh?" said with a smile as he approached the group. "Now we just need the second group to arrive so we can start." Just then, 1B showed up. "I hope we aren't late," Vlad King said as they followed behind him. The girl Izuku had dated quickly ran up to him and hugged his arm. "Good. Now, I hope you know who is who among us, but I will go over it shortly. I am Rayleigh, and I will mainly focus on training the women who are dating Izuku. Those who require skill in close combat will be training with Izumi Curtis," Rayleigh continued as she walked up and cracked her knuckles. "I'm going to help you improve your skills." Her intensity startled most of the students. Those who just need to enhance their quirk skills will be trained by Kakashi. Kakashi waved at them, still engrossed in the book he was reading. "None of you use weapons, right?" Kamakiri raised his hand. "I kind of do, sir. My quirk creates blades that I use." "Just train with Izumi, that fighting style probably won't work well for you," Rayleigh advised as he pulled out a list from his pocket. "Now the ladies know where to go. Bakugo, you've earned that right too. Do you want to train in hockey or not?" "Absolutely not. I don't need that to beat him," Bakugo replied confidently, believing he could surpass Izuku with just his quirks and the 6 powers. Then those with quirks that don't do much for them should move with Izumi. She had already started walking away from the group. Kakashi did the same, but they quickly noticed one more member, Shanks. "Now then, Prince, I will be in charge of training you and the teachers, so follow me to an area with a bit more freedom." Rayleigh led the girls into a larger warehouse. Now, ladies, we have already learned a bit about hockey, so right now we are just going to improve on that, Rayleigh said, holding a thin stick in his hands. Let's get started. He began walking around them, prompting them to dodge. Fight me with all you've got. Izumi shouted from a distance. Kirishima, confused, asked, what? Just then, Izumi dashed toward him and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying down the road. I said fight me. Face me with everything you have. Kamakiri reacted immediately, creating 2 large blades on his forearms and charging at Izumi. He spun, aiming the blade at her midriff, expecting her to dodge like most would. Instead, she caught him, surprising Kamakiri. What? He exclaimed as Izumi kicked his legs out from under him and struck him with a powerful palm, sending him flying back toward Kirishima. Am I teaching hero students or toddlers? She wondered, wanting to gauge their skill levels. Manly! Tetsu yelled as he steeled himself and began swinging, hoping to at least land a hit. However, Izumi swiftly countered, slamming the back of her hand against his chest. She stepped in, throwing Tetsu slightly off balance. But she wasn't done. She slipped her arms under his, using speed and force to execute a judo toss. The fighting quickly concluded as Izumi overpowered everyone. Well, that was a nice warm-up. You all fight like children. I expected at least a bit of skill from you, she remarked, slightly disappointed. This generation of heroes relied more on their quirks than on skill, while the older ones focused more on skill than quirks. Izumi aimed to teach them the balance they needed. In contrast to Izumi's lesson, Kakashi's was much calmer and more supportive. Now then, who here can create air walls? He asked. Tsuburaba shyly raised his hand. Good. As I see it, the best way to give you a boost is to help you breathe more air, as more air means more protection, right? Yes, sir, that's the understanding we have at UA, Tsuburaba replied. Good. So, you will sit right here and do this exercise. Kakashi went one by one to help them grow. You will hold your breath for as long as you can while raising your arms gently above your head. Once you can no longer hold your breath, slowly bring your arms down and exhale through your mouth. Just breathe out until you catch your breath and repeat this 4 times. I also want you to count each time you hold your breath to see if you improve your time. Understood? Tsuburaba nodded and sat down, following the instructions repeatedly. Ah, Todoroki, did you know I once had a mission with your older brother, Dabi? He has incredible skills with his flames. But once I'm done with you, you'll outclass your entire family. The problem with your family is their body temperature, but you don't have that issue. I'm going to help you learn to manage your heat by forcing you to overheat and then cool yourself down. That check? You're going to freeze it completely before heating it up again. This will not only strengthen your body but also your will. It's a technique I learned in a small village in Russia. They take ice baths in frozen water before rolling in the snow afterward. It's an incredible experience. You can ask the prince about it. Shoto nodded as he walked toward the small building to do as instructed. Now then, you have a sentient quirk, correct? I do. We are the duo of souls that dwell in a single organism. Alright then. You need friendship and companionship. You need to be one in both body and mind. I can't help you with that. It's a journey you need to take yourself. I suggest you meditate on it. Now then, young lord, I believe it's best if you train with a sword. Find one that you wish to train with, and I will focus on training your teachers in the art of the 6 powers a bit more. I know some of you should already know a little about it, correct? Yes, both Aizawa and I know a bit, one of the students replied. Good. Now then, All Might, are you able to use Iron Body? All Might shook his head. No, I never really saw the use for it. There isn't much that can hurt me in my hero form. Shanks knew that was just arrogance speaking. The man had been gravely injured, and if it weren't for the skills of the doctors Izuku suggested, he might not have survived. Well, you're going to MSTR that whether you want to or not. This is an order from Eri. She cares too much about you to see you hurt. All Might laughed. Well, it seems I have to study once more. I can't go around being the #1 hero and embarrass the princess, can I? Now, Present Mike, I've observed how you fight. It's impressive how long you've been able to survive. You overpower your opponents with sound, but a deaf villain could still deal with you, Shanks said, prompting Present Mike to shrug. He knew it was true. He didn't really fight. Sure, he knew the basics, but that was it. Aizawa, I would ask you to teach the teachers the basics of the 6 powers. I know you should be able to use Soru. Aizawa nodded. I do wish to learn a bit about your swordsmanship skills, however. That's fine. The prince and I will spar for a while, Shanks said just as Izuku walked up, carrying a simple white blade, Wado Ikemanji, a gift for getting into UA. Let's start, shall we? Izuku said, unsheathing his blade and pointing it at Shanks, who unsheathed his own blade. The teachers wondered how they would fight, waiting for a moment until both vanished and reappeared in the middle of a clash, sparks flying. More force on your back leg, Shanks instructed Izuku. This was quickly demonstrated as Shanks softly tapped the inside of Izuku's knee, causing him to buckle inward and receive a knee to the ribs. Give me a break, it's only a warm-up, Izuku said, rolling away and sending an air slash at Shanks, who deflected it sideways, resulting in the front part of a fake store being broken. Villains won't hold back when aiming for the king's head, Shanks said, firing a slash back at Izuku. He deflected it, but instead of just breaking the front, the entire building was caught in half. Good move, never block when there's no need for it. Shanks used Shave to arrive at Izuku, aiming a downward slice to cut him in half. But Izuku simply blocked it, letting it slide to the side. He then pushed Shanks back with a shoulder tackle and moved his sword forward, trying out a new move his swordsman teacher had taught him. Obad Ku Droit. As he pierced the air, an air bullet fired forward, which Shanks had to dodge. It connected with the wall behind him, creating a massive hole. Huh, it seems you did learn something. Don't slack now, the hard part is only beginning, Rayleigh instructed Momo, giving her a light tap with his cane. She nodded, rubbing the spot where he had tapped her. Training had only been underway for an hour. Rayleigh then aimed another tap at Setsuna's neck, but she managed to float away just in time, only to receive a gentle tap on the top of her head. I was very specific about no quirk use, young lady. You can't rely on just that. But who says this will help? What if we get jumped by a billion people? Pony complained, frustrated that she kept getting tapped because she couldn't dodge quickly enough. Then this will still help you succeed and win, Rayleigh replied. I don't believe you. It just seems like too much, Pony said, still rubbing her lower back. Well then, let's test that out, Rayleigh said with a sigh, pulling out one of the many BLNDFLDS he had prepared for the next part of the training. He covered his eyes completely, leaving himself in the dark. Now attack me all at once. The group stood in shock for a moment, unsure of what had just been asked of them. Either you start attacking me, or training will continue, he added. This snapped them out of their surprise, and they decided a little payback would be acceptable, even if it meant teaming up with an old man. All the girls grabbed their bamboo sticks and began swinging them at Rayleigh, who effortlessly dodged each attack as if he were dancing around them. They came close, but that was only because Rayleigh moved with minimal effort. This is only the first stage. This is the use of observation hockey, which senses danger. I already explained the others to you, but that is not important right now. When you perfect this base form, you will be able to evade all attacks when you're level-headed. Emotions often cloud judgment, causing you to lose focus, and once you lose focus, you can be defeated, Rayleigh explained, sounding like a teacher giving a lesson rather than someone evading attacks from 12 girls. But once you are the base of armament as well, protecting yourself will be beyond easy. Rayleigh demonstrated by coating his arms with hockey, easily breaking the bamboo sticks. He remained unharmed, showing that nothing had touched him. See? It's one of the most useful abilities. While armament allows you to attack, some teachers might believe the best defense is a good offense, but it's not. The best defense is the one that prevents you from being hit. And that is what I am teaching you right now. It might be a pain, but it's necessary. On the other side of the training ground, Izumi had just finished the warm-up. Are you all done already? She shouted at the students groaning on the floor. I thought you wanted to get stronger, not stay weak forever. Kirishima was the first to struggle to his feet, rolling his shoulder. It's not manly to just give up. You're right, Tetsu added as he also stood up. Girl power, right? Kendo chimed in, pushing herself to her feet. Soon, a small army stood before Izumi. Good. At least your wills are not pathetic. You have a chance to grow into something. Now let's start the real training. It will be the 6 powers. That prince already taught you the base skills, so we will train in finger pistol. Ma'am, which one is that? One of the students asked. Izumi crouched down and stabbed her finger into the concrete, creating a perfect hole. This is finger pistol. Now get started. Izumi laughed as she encouraged everyone to increase their punching speed. Spread those legs before I pull them off and beat you with them, she yelled at Sato, who quickly complied. It was then that they realized Izumi cared, in her own way. Sure, When someone messed up, she was tough on them, but it was all part of her training method. That punching form is horrendous. I need 1,000 perfect form punches right now, she shouted at Awais, who briefly faltered but then resumed. Your elbow inwards. Izumi said, tapping Awais' elbow with a bamboo stick, prompting him to start punching again. Don't start to disappoint me now, she yelled at Kendo, who had started off strong but was beginning to slip. It's hard, Kendo protested. I don't care. All I care about is that you keep moving those arms. Unless your arms fall off, I expect them to keep moving. Izumi was relentless, ensuring that each of them was drenched in sweat, with puddles forming beneath them. She focused on those who were sweating the least. It has been 60 minutes, start hydrating, Izumi announced. She wasn't just helping them train in the 6 powers, she was also instilling extra willpower by forcing them to drink every 60 minutes. She did this because of her own training experiences. Sometimes, you needed to keep your body moving even when it screamed at you to stop. So she worked them hard, causing nearly all fluids to sweat out, only to wait until it was time to hydrate. What they didn't know was that it wasn't always every 60 minutes. Sometimes it was 90 or even 120 minutes between drinks. Kakashi was going around to each of the students, helping them one-on-one. You're Ida, right? Let's see, he said, going through his list. Engine. You're fast. Well then, that's easy, just gotta build resistance. I already jog, sir, Ida replied. Kakashi chuckled. I mean real resistance. Wait here. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, only to reappear a minute later standing on a box. Wear everything in this box and then start running. I shall, sir. Thank you for the help, Ida said, though his gratitude faded as he opened the box and began pulling out the first item. Yes, sir, are you sure about this? It's very heavy, he stammered. I am. Now no slacking. Start wearing the pieces, Kakashi instructed. Ida complied, pulling out a weighted suit, shorts infused with weight making them 15 kilos, 10 kilo ankle weights, and a 20 kilo weighted vest, along with a 10 kilo belt. 15 kilos around his collar and 15 on each of his wrists meant he was supposed to run with a total of 110 kilos of weight. Bakugo, explosions on your palms, how unique. I never expected that. You need to work on your recoil. Grab a metal bat and start swinging it full force into the ground. Once it breaks, come talk to me for the next part of your training. Kakashi's voice was steady, but Bakugo felt frustrated. What is that supposed to do? I want to get stronger, not get comfortable at my current level. If you aren't going to teach me anything useful, then why am I here? Bakugo shot back, his impatience evident. Unlike you, I see the bigger picture, Kakashi replied, dropping his book and looking serious. I've been a teacher longer than you've been alive. I've fought more battles than you've seen on TV. I've trained with emissaries who could still defeat you with a chopstick. My methods may not be clear, but they are effective. Now get to work. His tone was so commanding that those around him momentarily forgot to breathe. Bakugo scoffed but grabbed a bat, slamming it against the floor, grunting through the vibrations. Meanwhile, Shanks had just finished his spar with Isuku and was now observing the teachers. Nah, Aizawa, your foot placement is wrong, it's causing you to lose speed. Turn it like this. As he adjusted Aizawa's stance, Izuku spotted someone he hadn't seen in 2 weeks. He ran toward the gate, ducking low to pick up Eri. Hey, unicorn. How are you? Izuku exclaimed excitedly, catching Eri off guard. She quickly hugged him back, laughing. Papa, I missed you super duper much. Eri exclaimed. I missed you too, baby. Izuku wrapped his arm around Nem, who joined the hug. Hey, sweetie. He smiled at her, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek, which made her smile back. Unlike her hero outfit at UA, she wore normal jeans, flat shoes, and a modest green t-shirt. Eri finished her schoolwork quickly, so we thought we should join you for a bit. Fuyumi will join us soon, she wanted to make some lemonade. Oh, and you're on ice duty, Nem added. Izuku laughed as he crouched down, lifting Nem onto his arm. I think people are going to be excited to see you, princess. Eri giggled sweetly. I missed everyone too. Can we play? She asked eagerly. Not right now, princess. They are training. Izuku began. But Papa, I said I wanted to play, Eri insisted, her pout catching him off guard. He crouched in front of her, trying to explain. Eri, sweetie, we need to have a chat. Why are you upset? Because you said no. I'm a princess, they don't get to say no, she replied, crossing her arms. Eri, even if we are royalty, It's important to treat people with respect. We can't force anyone to do anything. Right now, they are training to become stronger heroes so they can have good lives. You want that, right? Eri nodded, still pouting. So, when training is done, if they aren't too tired, you can ask. But if not, then we can play later. Okay, Papa. Sorry. Eri looked down, but Izuku lifted her into the air. Now turn that frown upside down, he said, catching her and turning her upside down. He shook her gently, making her laugh, and then spun her back up with a smile. Oh, you're still here, Fuyumi said, approaching with a cooler in her arms, followed by Rumi and Yu. Ryuko tried to show up, but she had a shift. She might drop by later, but that's when I start my shift, Rumi said, and Izuku greeted each of them with a kiss on the cheek. As expected, Fuyumi blushed, Yu giggled shyly, and Rumi smirked, hands on her hips. I hope I can join the workout. I need a good warm-up before my patrol, Rumi said, excited about the late shift when the most action typically occurred. Yeah, sure, but that means staying clear of the teacher. She has entered her SDST state again, Izuku said, shivering at the memory of past training sessions. Izuku approached Shanks with determination. I'm going to work on myself for a bit. Please just message me when it's dinner time, he said before heading off to train privately. He intended to focus on mastering his various devil fruits, especially the Pika Pika no Mi, which he had nearly perfected through extensive training. However, he realized he hadn't utilized the rubber fruit as much as he could have. As he walked toward a different training gym, he closed the gate behind him and smiled at the empty room. Taking a deep breath, he used the Poke no Mi to pull out an old scroll. This scroll contained tales of Joy Boy, his distant ancestor, who had mstred powers similar to his own. It was one of the most valuable items in the world, but there was a rumor that only those of royal blood could read it without dire consequences. Izuku had used these scrolls to train his abilities, with only his father or grandfather allowed to see them. He recalled how his grandfather had been fascinated by the Gomu no Mi. Although Izuku found it useful to avoid punches and bullets, he preferred his other powers, like turning into light or magma. Still, he felt a sense of duty to the rubber fruit, especially since his grandfather had seen potential in it from a young age. After reading the scroll once more, he sealed it away and prepared to train. Let's try this again, he muttered, feeling a bit fatigued after repeated attempts with little progress. He punched forward, his arms stretching nearly to the wall, but he struggled to control it. Frustrated, he thought, why doesn't this work? Wait, perhaps that could work. With renewed focus, he punched again, this time covering his arm in haki. As he extended his arm, he manipulated the haki, causing his arm to bend and move as he intended. Excited by the progress, he tried again, but this time his fist came back toward him, aiming for his face. He braced himself, attempting to make his head flexible like rubber to avoid the impact, but instead, he accidentally punched himself hard enough to fall backward. Damn it, he groaned, feeling disheartened. He thought of his grandfather, who had faced challenges with a smile, even in his final moments. Free, Izuku whispered to himself, recalling a lesson from their training sessions. His grandfather had once told him, only when you are truly free can you become who you were meant to be. Izuku pondered this advice, wondering if it held the key to unlocking his powers. Meanwhile, in another part of the gym, Izumi was sparring with Kirishima and Tetsu. Is that really all you've got? I've had worse injuries in the kitchen, she shouted, landing a roundhouse kick that sent Tetsu flying. She challenged Kirishima, who charged at her with a battle cry, but she swiftly blocked his punch and twisted his arm, forcing him into a difficult position. Kirishima struggled to break free, but Izumi was relentless. She stomped on the back of his knee, bringing him down. Move more, and this arm breaks, she warned. Undeterred, Kirishima roared, break it. I won't stay down. He leaped up, but Izumi was quick, pulling his arm straight and bending it in the wrong direction, causing him to stumble back. Get to recovery, girl, and come back right away. I'm not done with you yet, she ordered, turning her attention to Kamakiri. Bring it, boy. Show me what you've got. Kamakiri, never one to back down, jumped in, ready to fight with the blades on his forearms, but Izumi was prepared for him as well. Izumi easily dodged the attack, blocking it by grabbing the blades. The only other way for your attacks to be more obvious would be if you screamed them at me beforehand, she yelled as she grabbed him by the arm and threw him a couple of meters away. What do you mean by that? He asked uncertainly, always believing his attack pattern to be hard to follow. Those blades on your arms, that's what I dodge. I don't have to dodge anything else because that's what you attack me with. Izumi dashed forward, looking as if she was going to punch him. But he didn't see her fist move. All he felt was the painful force in his stomach as Izumi kicked him hard. She then aimed for a roundhouse kick to his face, but he went low, right into her fist as she landed an uppercut on his chin. Kamakiri dropped to the floor. I only have my 4 limbs to really attack with, she told him. You have those blades you can just pop out. Use them. But don't just use them. Start the fight with your fists. Then move to the blades when it's a stalemate. Even then, just use them. Aim with your fist. If they dodge the first, then pop out the blade and boom, you made contact. Now get back in formation and start punching, bug boy. Izumi shouted, pointing at Sato. Get over here, muscles, and fight me. She rushed at him, ready for a crazy fight. Meanwhile, Rumi growled as he smacked her on the head once more with his bamboo stick. She spoke through gritted teeth. Maybe if you explained what was going on, I would do better. Bun, it's your own fault. You shouldn't have jumped in without explanations. It's fine. The basis is just, I am going to hit you and you need to dodge like this. Rayleigh swiped the stick toward Robin's head, but Robin crouched down, dodging the hit. Well done, Robin, he said toward the bone-folded woman, who had grasped the concept quickly. So what is the trick? Do I just sense it? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Though first, Rayleigh used his haki to awaken it in both her and you. This should make it easier for you to unlock it. He signaled for them to cover their eyes again, which they did, as he went back to swinging his stick around. The girls he had been training for the past couple of hours had a basic understanding by now and dodged around 1 in every 10 hits, while Robin had improved to dodging 1 in every 4. However, he was increasing his intent significantly. In a normal fight, it might have only been 1 in every 50 to 100 hits for the group and every 50 to 25 for Robin. Rumi wasn't one to use that type of strategy. She mostly overpowered and speed blitzed everyone. If someone was surprisingly equal to her in those respects, she would outlast them with her endurance. She had yet to face anyone against whom those tactics didn't work, well, except for Izuku, of course, but he was an exception. Kakashi observed all those he had trained, ensuring they were training correctly. To everyone else, he appeared to be sitting on the ground reading a book called Make Out Paradise. Lift up those knees, Ida. I said running, no slouching. Why, sir, Ida called out, covered in sweat and barely moving, just wanting the torture to end. Todoroki felt the same way. He was starting to feel dizzy, his entire body sore. He had been covering the entire room in ice, freezing everything, including himself. He held this for as long as he could before the cold became too much, causing his fireside to burn and heat his body until he felt like he was on fire, only to then freeze the entire room again. The problem was that the cold started to feel hot the entire time. Hey Todoroki, come here. We will start your second stage. Kakashi knocked once on the door of the building. Why yes, he responded with a shiver. They walked toward a large pot, big enough to fit Shoto if he sat down, covering him right up to the neck. See, you're going to sit in this pot. All right, Shoto said, still enduring the effects of the ice and fire. Then I am going to light the fire below it, and you will cool your body down, just enough so the hot water doesn't feel hot. But what if I can't do it? Well, then you just sit in the boiling water or jump out of it. Kakashi looked at his watch. But that is after lunch. All from group quirk training, you can take a 30-minute break and have something to eat. Am I doing this correctly? Present Mike asked as he tried to use Soru, but the way he was forced to jump off troubled him. No, smaller steps. And to start, raise your knees higher. If you don't lift your knees, you will fall to the floor, Shanks explained, tapping him with a stick. Toshi, stop putting too much force in your kick-up, Aizawa said, extremely annoyed as All Might zoomed past him. Sorry, I'm trying to get the hang of it. Well, you're not. You shouldn't create that much wind force. You're just running really hard. Shave is skipping through the air. The fact you move should be a surprise to everyone but yourself. As Shanks explained this to All Might, he demonstrated by using Shave to appear in front of him. See, you're just running, and while most will be caught off guard by it, perhaps one day you will get caught because of it. All Might nodded and returned to training, while Shanks went to help Vlad, King, and Aizawa. On the opposite side of the training area, Nemuri sat next to Eri and Fuyumi, looking at the large group that was training and scrolling on her phone, only to be surprised by a hug from behind. As she looked, Nijire was hugging both her and Eri at the same time, a large smile on her face. Sorry, I tried to stop her, I really did. Yu apologized for Nijire's behavior, but Nemuri just laughed, as did Eri, who hugged back. You here for some training? Nem asked with a smile as she saw the other members walk up. No, we were looking for Aizawa. He wanted to talk with us about some stuff, Mirio said, a little disappointed he wasn't able to join the fun-looking training session. Shua! Nemuri exclaimed, her voice echoing like present mic. Aizawa paused his training and walked over. What now, Nem? If you're going to bring up that stuff about being a queen and me acting like a chair, I will show Midoriya those twin-tail pictures. No, not this time. These four were looking for you. Aizawa shook his head, rubbing his eyes. The sweat from his forehead blurred his vision, and he realized he hadn't noticed them until now. Sure, he could guess Tamaki was crouched most of the time, and when he wasn't, he hid behind Mirio. Nijire was still on the floor hugging Eri, but both Mirio and Yu stood out in the open. Mirio looked like a mini All Might, a big smile on his face and his fists on his hips. Sorry, I totally forgot about it because of what we've been doing today. I wanted to discuss the work studies with you guys, but that can wait. So you're free if you want, Aizawa said. Cool. Is it fine if I join the training? It looks fun, Mirio asked, and Aizawa shrugged, not seeing a problem with it. Mirio took this as a yes and ran toward a nearby locker room to SWH into more suitable clothing. On his way back, he ran into Izuku, and they made their way back together. Come on, let's have that spar. Mirio urged, eager to spar with Izuku, a chance he hadn't had before during Izuku's training with Shinso. Fine, any limitations? Izuku replied. Nah, everything is fine. We heroes gotta adapt and overcome, right? Mirio laughed as he combat rolled to warm up. Thankfully, Izuku had been training and was warmed up enough. Wow, Zuki, you don't look good, Nem laughed as Izuku approached, looking as if he had just been in a fight. Which he had, with himself. His nose was slightly bloody, and he had smudges of dirt on his clothing and face, but he was still smiling. Oh, seems we are going to get to spar already, Izumi said with a wicked grin. Rest if you want. You're done with me for today, she told her trainee, who instantly dropped to the floor in exhaustion. Do your best, Prince. If you lose, I will have to revise your training once more. Sorry, Mirio, but you will have to lose, Izuku said, taking a real fighting stance. Mirio laughed, still standing casually, but he was ready for a real fight. Eri, can you throw a napkin in the air really high? He asked. Eri nodded happily at her father's request. So we start at the drop, Izuku said, and Eri threw the napkin up with a cute-sounding fa. It didn't go very far and began to float. Downward. The moment it landed, both parties moved quickly. Izuku dashed forward with shave, but Mirio phased through the floor, leaving no trace behind. Back on the sidelines, Nijire sighed happily as she removed her hand from Eri's eyes. Mirio had worn a special outfit that phased with him, not your average shirt and breathes that would have just dropped. Mirio popped back up right behind Izuku and swung at him with a backhanded hammer fist. But Izuku saw it coming, dropped low, and spun around, sweeping his leg. This phased through Mirio, who sunk back into the floor. I see you want to play Whack-A-Mirio, Izuku muttered to himself. Annoyingly enough, he wasn't able to sense Mirio, as none of his attacks carried any intent to harm. He was treating this purely as a simple spar, waiting for the danger signal and relying on his own reaction time. Izuku chose to hold back on his quirks unless he was really close to losing. When Mirio popped up again, this time to his side, he was ready for a kick aimed at Izuku's head. Izuku punched for Mirio's chest, the biggest target, but just like before, it phased through him. The kick was a feint. As it went through Izuku, Mirio landed a quick strike to his ribs before phasing through the floor once more. The punch hurt, but Izuku could only laugh. He knew Mirio was holding back just as he was. Going all out in a simple spar wasn't that fun, especially when one was so much stronger than everyone else. Now let's see how much he can take, Izuku thought, calming his mind and standing completely still, eyes closed, waiting. Mirio popped out again, this time right in front of him, fist pulled back and ready to punch. But this time, Izuku was prepared. He took a step forward and moved both arms out, his palms connecting with Mirio's chest and knocking him back. You're quick. Normally, it takes people 5 or more hits to even get an understanding, Mirio said, laughing as he got up. What can I say? Using feint attacks is not something I'm unfamiliar with. But let's get real, Izuku replied, using shave to appear in front of Mirio, who never lost his smile. Izuku's fist was low, aiming for a simple upward strike to the gut, but Mirio was battle-hardened and knew how to respond. He blocked it by lifting his knee, stopping Izuku's hand, and quickly aimed an elbow strike at him, which Izuku blocked in return. Izuku used the palm of his hand to block Mirio's elbow, but as he did, his fist, which had been stopped by Mirio's knee, moved toward the outside of Mirio's striking arm. With a firm grip on Mirio's arm, Izuku attempted to shoulder toss him. The move was only partially successful. Mirio landed on his feet and, using the momentum from Izuku's throw, reversed it and sent Izuku flying away. That was so much fun! Mirio exclaimed excitedly, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. This was indeed enjoyable. Izuku dashed forward again, aiming to hit Mirio with a flying knee. Mirio stepped back, only to quickly block a forward jab with his elbow. He then phased through the haymaker Izuku attempted, disappearing into the floor. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Izuku began counting slowly to himself as he scanned the area for any sign of Mirio. At 15, Mirio reappeared right behind Izuku, initiating another flurry of fists. Mirio charged at Izuku, phasing through him and the floor once more. Izuku resumed counting but took a couple of steps to his left. Just as he expected, Mirio popped up right where Izuku had been standing after 15 seconds. Izuku was starting to understand Mirio's quirk better. He reacted quickly, delivering a high kick aimed at Mirio's face. Mirio easily dodged by jumping backward, but as Izuku's leg came down, the force of his kick created an air blade. Tempest kick. The air blade shot toward Mirio, who, still smiling, hurriedly jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding it. The blade continued forward and was stopped by Izumi, who hardened her fist and punched it to halt its momentum. As Mirio dove out of the way, he vanished back into the floor. Now let's test this, Izuku said, starting his count again. Once he reached 15, he kicked low and to his side. Just as he predicted, the moment Mirio popped out of the group, Izuku's timing was slightly off. Instead of delivering the full force of the kick, Izuku wasn't able to fully extend his leg, but it was still enough to send Mirio flying to the side. Mirio landed on the floor and burst into laughter. "You're the first one besides my sensei to hit me like that." Izuku laughed as well, sitting down on the ground. This was a new experience for both of them. Mirio rarely got to spar with anyone while going all out. He knew from his battles with villains that his punches could break bones. His durability and reaction time were above average, so most fights ended quickly. But against Izuku he felt challenged. Izuku could have easily won using his quirk, but even without it, they were evenly matched. As they sat there laughing, Izumi lifted Mirio by his shirt. "You're going to train with me now," she said with a mischievous smile. Mirio, ever optimistic, replied, "Happy to." Izuku shook his head and rolled out of the way just as a tempest kick came his way. "You're not done yet, Your Highness," Shanks said, raising his weapon. "Better you than our teacher," Izuku chuckled, feeling a bit sorry for the challenge Mirio was about to face. "Raise your weapon. Once you hit me 3 times in a row, we can eat," Shanks instructed Izuku, giving him the responsibility to decide when they would take a break. And so, the training continued. The training concluded quickly, and everyone who participated in the exercise made their way to the 1A dorms for a large dinner together. The teachers, however, still had some tasks to complete. As they shuffled away, weary from the training, Nemuri couldn't help but laugh at them. "Who is going to cook?" Mina asked the group. "Pure food," Izuku said, glancing around at his friends. "So everyone is good with egg fried rice?" "Sure, but where are we going to find an egg that can fry rice?" Kaminari joked, eliciting laughter from the group. Izuku shook his head, a smile on his face as he grabbed a large wok pan and some extra containers for the food. He filled the rice cookers to the brim with rice. With about 20 minutes to spare, he allowed himself a moment to relax. Taking his time, he began to cut the vegetables and gathered enough eggs to mix in. I could have done that better," Bakugo remarked, watching Izuku's knife skills with a cocky grin. "Oh please, show me then," Izuku replied, knowing he was doing just fine. He smiled as Bakugo scowled in response. "And no, I don't want to," Bakugo lied, crossing his arms. Izuku found himself unable to move after an exhausting workout. As he relaxed, his body decided it was time to shut down. "That's what I thought, but here," he said, and with that he quickly prepared some carrots, peeling and dicing them with a single, precise movement. "Show off," Nemuri scoffed, glancing at the new house Eri had built in Minecraft. It was vibrant, made entirely of wool in various colors, resembling a teddy bear. "Duh, why else would I put in the effort?" Izuku laughed as he continued cutting the other vegetables. Just then, the rice cooker dinged and he pulled out the rice, preparing to put a new batch on. Hey, Denki, can you bring that rice to me when it's done? Izuku called out. Kaminari responded with a thumbs up, knowing he had been chosen for this task on purpose. Izuku had transformed himself using the Tama Nomi, turning part of himself into an egg just for fun. Kaminari walked in shortly after Izuku finished, perfectly timing his entrance. Yeah, you can bring this stuff back in and start eating. The second batch will be on the way shortly, Izuku said. Sure, Kaminari chuckled to himself, enjoying the moment. Hey, I wanted to ask before, but you were busy fighting Izuku. What is that work-study thing you talked about? Kyoka asked, having accidentally overheard Mirio talking about it. Oh, it's great. You can intern with a pro hero, and it's like being a pro hero yourself. Nijire excitedly explained, though it didn't fully clarify things for everyone. I'll explain it a little better, don't worry, Nemuri said with a smile. The work studies are usually reserved for second-year students. You have the opportunity to work alongside a pro hero. This left most students confused. So, like the internships? One of them asked. Nemuri shook her head. No, during internships, you are just an intern. In work studies, you are essentially a sidekick. You do patrols, write incident reports, and might even participate in missions. It would be your first real job as a pro, and it's meant to prepare you for the future. Just then, Izuku walked in with the rest of the food. What are we talking about? He asked. Oh, just nothing. It's for tomorrow, he laughed, filling the plates with fried rice. I wonder who will take me, he joked. You can always intern with me. Sir Knight I will most likely be okay with it, Nemuri suggested. That might be a good choice. I wouldn't recommend joining one of your girlfriends just yet, emotions can often get in the way. Izuku shrugged and started eating. Meanwhile, the teachers were having a discussion with Nezu. Sorry to have pulled you away from your rest, but I have some troubling news, Nezu began. I assume it revolves around the prince, Shanks said, and Nezu nodded. Izumi dropped onto the floor in frustration. Oh, for goodness sake, what has that idiot done now? Rayleigh raised his hands. Calm down, Izumi. It's not always his fault. It could be due to his rank, like it usually is. Kakashi and Izumi chuckled. Yeah, like the Soul Eaters and that drag ring he and Jordan had to fight. Fine. Most problems he creates, but now, Nezu, what is the issue? Shanks asked. Well, it seems a group from his recent past has resurfaced, the group that held Eri captive. That Yakuza group, right? We tried to hunt them down afterward, but the leaders just vanished, Shanks confirmed. That is correct. However, we have received a lead that could spell great trouble. They have made contact with the League of Villains, Nezu explained, showing his computer screen. It displayed a man in white robes with a bird-like mask shaking hands with Twice. That was the right-hand man of Overhaul. That is rather troubling. Do we have any idea why they met? One of the teachers asked. Nezu shook his head. That is why I asked you all here. Contact pro heroes in the area. Make sure they keep an eye out and report back to us. I would like to stop this before it escalates. That concluded their meeting for the day. The next day's training was cancelled, as the students needed rest, but it didn't stop Izuku from doing some training with the girls. Izuku encouraged Robin and Kami, reminding them that they had time to learn hockey. It's better if we at least have a base understanding of it now, Nami added, though she was distracted when a small water-filled paintball hit her in the chest due to her BLNDFLD. The training session involved everyone working together, helping the girls master their hockey while Izuku focused on dodging attacks. At least we have a base understanding, perfecting it is the hard part, Momo noted, aware that knowing how to use a skill and mstring it were two different things. Yes, mstring takes ages but at least you can dodge, Setsuna chimed in, her hair soaked from the paintballs. Mina giggled, just dodge and there isn't a problem. Izuku reminded them, just be glad these aren't bullets or real paintballs. The training didn't last for hours, but it was still exhausting. Let's go back, I need to relax, Mina complained, rubbing her legs. Pony jumped onto Izuku's back, asking, Zakai, can we watch some TV together? She did it partly out of affection and partly because she didn't want to walk. Sure, we can. It's not like anything will happen today, Izuku replied as they headed to his dorm room. He playfully tossed the girls onto the bed and crawled in beside them. I really like this bed, it's like it's made from clouds, Setsuna said, already drifting off to sleep. It's a trap, I swear, Nami teased as she too began to succumb to sleep. You guys are just too weird, Izuku remarked, turning on the TV to play one of the anime Pony wanted to watch. Normally, Nemuri or Eri would join him, but they were in Eri's room reading stories to help her fall asleep. It was a bonding time for them, as Nomuri saw it as practice for when the baby arrived, and Eri simply enjoyed the stories. She had even started learning to read the same books with Fuyumi, wanting to share them with the baby. Meanwhile, Kakashi expressed his doubts to Aizawa as they arrived at the last known location of the Yakuza and the League of Villains. "How strange," Kakashi said, sniffing the air. "What? I just smell garbage," Aizawa replied. "Yes, but look around, there isn't anything that should smell like that. With my sense of smell, it's clear what it is, death or postponed death. I've dealt with something like this before." Kakashi's expression turned serious. "We have a bigger problem than we thought." The smell was rotting meat, reminiscent of an attack he had witnessed on a safe house belonging to the royal family. He realized this was an early version of the Nomu, indicating that All for One was involved. This could signal a collaboration among the villains. "We need to know more about the Yakuza. I don't trust this at all," Kakashi told Aizawa, who was already on the phone with Nezu. The headmaster was reviewing police reports, hoping to find useful information. "Vlad, please take All Might and check out Area H5. There's a disturbance with some masked men," Nezu instructed over the intercom, prompting the heroes to spring into action. All Might was eager to return to hero work, having regained his health thanks to the doctors Izuku found. Although he couldn't manage a full 8-hour shift yet, he was allowed to do light work. "I will scout ahead, you ask around," All Might said before leaping off. Vlad chuckled to himself. Mr. Perfect still can't use shave, as he entered a nearby store. "Excuse me, have you seen any men wearing coverings?" he inquired. "Nezu, we have a second lead." There were 2 of them, both wearing the same style of mask. They just came through here, and there was almost a fight when the bigger guy wanted to engage, but a strange bubble stopped him, Vlad reported. "Thank you, Vlad. I will inform the police and increase patrols in the surrounding blocks," Nezu replied, pulling out a large city map. "Highlight the road in H5. The computer complied, showing the highlighted area. "Now, highlight nearby empty or vacant buildings," Nezu directed, starting to eliminate potential hiding spots. "And that is what the work study means for you all. Not all of you will be going on a work study. Most of the time, you will get it in the second year. But you all are special, you all are different." Aizawa explained the significance of work studies to the students. It was an opportunity to get a foot in the door with real professionals, but they had to earn it themselves. It wasn't up to the school, it was up to the pros. "But sir, how do we contact them? It's not like we can just call them, right?" Nami asked, hoping for a less awkward method than making a phone call. "That is exactly what you are going to be doing unless you want to go agency to agency and speak with them in person." Aizawa pulled out a stack of papers. "You will be writing a type of resume. With this, the heroes can see your grades and a little about yourself. We will then scan them online so that during a phone call, you can email them the information." He started distributing the papers to everyone, handing one to each student as he spoke. "For the rest of today's lesson, we are working on this. After we finish, I will text Midnight so she can help prepare you for the interviews that will happen." Sir, is that really needed?" Kami asked, prompting a sigh from Aizawa. "Like my old teacher used to tell me, presentation is key. Your resume is just turning the handle." "But sir, no offense, but you look like someone who doesn't understand a sleep schedule," Mina remarked, causing the class to laugh at her blunt but fair observation. "Yes, I do, Ashido. But I didn't always look this way. In my younger days, I combed my hair, slept at normal hours, and showed that I was the best version of myself. Only after I became a pro and earned my reputation could I look like this." The class began working diligently on their hero resumes. Each student focused quietly, leaving Aizawa to check on their progress. Meanwhile, they were investigating nearby areas for clues, but nothing seemed to lead anywhere significant. It always circled back to dead-end buildings or stopped abruptly. Nezu concluded they were dealing with a teleportation user. This indicated they were getting closer to their target. Nezu hoped the heroes would reach them in time, as they were up to something potentially dangerous. However, he scolded Aizawa for emailing him instead of focusing on his class. "You really think Sir Night Eye is okay with having an extra intern?" Izuku asked Mirio as they walked toward the agency. Mirio shrugged, unsure of the answer. "Maybe. You just have to make him laugh, I think." "That's what I did," Mirio replied honestly as they entered the building. "You could have given me a bigger heads up than this," Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. "Guess I should have," Mirio chuckled. but it was too late for Izuku to prepare himself as they quickly reached Night Eye's office and walked in. Mirio knocked on the door before entering. Inside, they found Sir Night Eye, a tall, slender man in a plain suit with glasses, and his dark green hair neatly combed. He was at his desk, focused on one of his two sidekicks, Bubble Girl, a striking woman with light blue skin, wearing a visor and a CRP top. She was reading through incident reports when Night Eye interrupted her. "Bubble Girl, this is getting boring." She immediately looked nervous and apologetic. "I know, sir, but there is a lot to get through." Night Eye stood up quickly, capturing Bubble Girl in a playful grip. "Now say it with some joy." She stuttered as she tried to respond, but it wasn't amusing to him. He activated a device that sent out two small robotic arms, each holding a feather. "You know what must happen." He adjusted a dial, and the arms began to tickle Bubble Girl, transforming her worried expression into one of laughter. A boring incident report means 15 minutes in the Laughatron. Now then, Night Eye turned his attention to Izuku and Mirio. "Royal Prince Midoriya, what can I do for you?" Sir Night Eye gave a small bow to show respect before straightening up again. Well, I would like a chance to do my work study with you, sir. And please, Midoriya is fine. I am not here as a prince, but merely as a hero student." There was a moment of silence before Night Eye spoke, his tone shifting. "All right then. Why would I want you in my agency? At the moment, we are running smoothly with me in charge, 2 sidekicks, and 1 work-study student. What do you have to offer?" Izuku considered the question. "Well, I am at the top of my class, fluent in multiple languages, trained in various martial arts, and my powers are adaptable to nearly any situation. But..." He realized this wasn't what Night Eye wanted to hear. Those were just academics, and while useful, they didn't prepare him for the real world. "I have dealt with villains before. You can ask around and see that I can work well independently, and I am more than capable of filling every role the team requires of me." Night Eye remained silent, not giving any immediate response. "I still don't believe you would make much of an addition, but I will give you a chance." He pulled out a stamp. "Take this from me, pull it from my hands, and stamp your paper. That is the deal. You have 2 minutes to do it. Use everything and everyone to your advantage." Izuku smiled, nodding as he began to look around. He dropped his bag, and Night Eye offered his hand. "I understand how your quirk works, sir, but sure." Izuku took the hand, maintaining eye contact with Night Eye while smiling. Mirio stood in the center of the room, filled with excitement. This was incredible. Izuku walked to the opposite side of the room and activated the Pika Pika Nomi, the light fruit. "Being able to look into the future is impressive, but it doesn't mean much if you can react in time," he said, a grin spreading across his face. With that, Izuku surged forward at light speed, attempting to outpace Sir Night Eye. However, Sir Night Eye deftly sidestepped. "If speed doesn't do it, I know what will," Izuku declared, crouching down and rolling up the legs of his breathes. He revealed springs that had been concealed beneath the fabric. Activating the Bane no Mi, the spring fruit, his legs transformed, allowing him to bounce effortlessly. He leaped, easily reaching the ceiling. "When speed won't work, I'll attack from every possible angle, making dodging useless," he announced, launching himself around the room. With each jump, he gained speed, becoming a blur as he bounced off the walls, floor, and ceiling. No one could track his movements, but he was biding his time. Sir Night Eye remained calm. He had faced opponents who believed they could outpace him before, and he already knew the outcome. "Wow, this is some ridiculous speed," Mirio murmured to himself, barely able to keep up with the rapid movements of Izuku, who seemed to come from multiple directions at once. In a flash, Izuku reached for the stamp and successfully grabbed it during his 7th pass of Sir Night Eye. However, he was moving too quickly to stop in time. He burst through the door, inadvertently pulling it off its hinges. As he leaped off the corner of the opposite wall, he finally passed through the doorway. Using the moonwalk technique as an air brake, he managed to halt his momentum. "Wow, that was quite a workout," Izuku said, walking back into the room and rubbing his legs. It had been a while since he had pushed himself like that. "That was awesome," Mirio exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You did well. I expect incredible things from you, Midoriya," Sir Night Eye added, nodding in approval. As the meeting began, Sir Night Eye turned to Izuku with a serious expression. "Now shall we get to work, Ekuma?" he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "That's quite an interesting hero name you've chosen." Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Sir Night Eye took a moment to explain what he expected from Izuku during the internship, outlining the tasks and responsibilities that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Nami and Robin were engaged in their own internship, working alongside Yu, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms. Yu had facilitated the meeting, but it was clear that decisions would be made collectively. I understand that you helped arrange this meeting, Kamui Woods said, but she doesn't make the decisions alone. This is a group decision. So, what do you have to offer us? At the same time, Kirishima was pursuing a work-study opportunity with Fatgum, who had also taken Tamaki under his wing. Achiko and Tsuyu were invited by Nijire to join her in seeking a position with Ryuko. Mirko, on the other hand, had chosen not to take on any work studies, preferring not to oversee someone else. Tokoyami was the only one who received an invitation for an internship. He was currently on a phone call with the number 3 hero, Hawks, discussing his potential placement. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Shoto were being evaluated for their own opportunities. In the dormitory, the atmosphere was a mix of excitement and uncertainty as the students contemplated their upcoming work-study opportunities under endeavor. For many, the choices were limited. Some were unable to participate due to poor grades, others felt overwhelmed by the demands of school, and a few simply couldn't find a suitable placement. Mina approached Fuyumi with a hopeful expression. "Hey Fuyumi, can you help me make dinner tonight? I'm not the best chef right now." Fuyumi nodded, glancing at Eri, who was focused on her math homework. "I can help in a bit. Eri just needs to finish this one little thing, and then I'm free." Mina observed Eri, who was diligently working through a challenging math problem. Miss Fuyumi, am I doing it right?" Eri asked, pointing to a previous problem she had solved. "Yes, just like that. I believe in you," Fuyumi encouraged, her voice warm and supportive. Eri smiled, motivated by Fuyumi's words, and continued to tackle the problem with determination. "Kamen Tokoyami, you gotta at least keep up," Hawks said to his work-study student as they patrolled the street. "I have not yet located the ability of flight within the darkness, thus being unable to keep up with you at your current speed," Tokoyami explained. Hawks understood, his motto was to get things done quickly. Even this patrol felt slow for the high-ranking hero. By this time, he would have completed his patrol twice. Yeah, just keep up. We're halfway done. Just the final part, and then we can have breakfast." Hawks had called Tokoyami at 4 a.m., allowing him to meet at 6 at the Hawks agency. After a quick meeting with the staff, they dove straight into the first patrol. Hawks, at heart, was quite lazy. He preferred to finish tasks swiftly so he could enjoy more leisure time. He lived frugally, investing most of his money to have plenty left over to live life on his own terms. With this early schedule, Hawks usually finished work by 2 or 3 p.m., just as most other heroes began their more demanding patrols. It was the perfect routine for him, and Tokoyami was grateful to be part of it. "By the way, why haven't you worked on your flying?" Hawks asked. "What?" Tokoyami replied, confused. Hawks flew down next to him. "You know that thing people say about floating? You just gotta lean and support yourself." This only added to their confusion. Okay, how about this? Why not have Dark Shadow support you while you support him? He can move freely around you, right? So, wrap him around you so he leans on Dark Shadow while Dark Shadow uses you to move around. It could give you flight. This unconventional idea, one that seemed like it could only come from someone tired, might actually work. "Well, have you tried it?" Hawks asked. "And no, we have not," Tokoyami admitted. "Well, you try it then." With no real reason to refuse, they went ahead and attempted it. Dark Shadow wrapped around Tokoyami and lifted him upward, just as it usually did. Tokoyami found himself in the middle, lying on its back. To Hawk's delight, they managed to stay afloat for a few seconds before losing balance and landing back on the ground. "That's what you're going to be working on with me. Flight is too useful not to learn," Hawks said, flapping his wings and rising into the air. Meanwhile, others in the hero course were starting their first day as well. Robin and Nami arrived at Kamui's agency around 8 a.m., having not eaten as instructed by the heroes in charge. As they entered the main room, they saw multiple tables filled with food. Good. It's your fill. Every piece of food here is healthy and will surely help you grow as hero trainees, Death Arms announced. It was ironic, considering he was known to be a chain smoker. "Now then, first up for you all will be training," Kamui said. He had heard from you about their training and wanted to see their abilities firsthand to maximize their potential. "Okay, how?" Nami asked, having just finished her meal. "Death Arms will train Durga, and I will train you, Weatheria," Kamui replied as Death Arms led Robin away while he and Nami walked to a different area. "Now then, Durga, I need you to punch my hand as hard as possible, Kamui instructed. Robin took the request literally and punched normally. Nope, too weak. Stronger, he said. I am not a real fighter, I focus more on support, Robin explained. Why are you the only one able to punch multiple times in one go? Just hit me as hard as you can. Robin was puzzled but thought about it. I am not sure, she admitted. Death Arms rubbed the bridge of his nose, finding it simple. Fine, I guess I will have to spell it out. But I am not here to hold your hand. This is not an internship. Next time, figure it out yourself. Create more arms on your arm and punch me with all of them at the same time. Robin nodded, it made sense. If one punch didn't hurt, create more until it did. She concentrated and soon had multiple fists lined up next to each other. Meanwhile, Nami didn't have a quirk focused on fighting, she specialized in speed and movement. To make sure you don't get caught, you're going to move. I'm going to try and capture you. Survive for 30 seconds, and you can patrol. Fail, and you'll be stuck doing paperwork tomorrow, he said firmly. Though strict, Nami found it fair. They were being paid like sidekicks, so she had to work like one. Thus, it began. Nami was forced to run, jump, and crawl to survive. Kirishima, on the other hand, had hoped for a more active hero study, but Fatgum didn't start his patrol until the evening. Until then, Kirishima was stuck doing paperwork. Come on, sir. Don't you want to see me at work first to trust me? He pleaded. Fatgum, however, had his feet on the table, munching on his third sandwich. Why would I want that? Aren't you a UA student? If you got Tamaki to vouch for you, you're not a complete failure, at least. Just finish that paperwork until we start. In reality, Fatgum knew what Kirishima was capable of, and that was the problem. He appreciated Kirishima's energy. It was the kind of pure, manly drive that heroes needed to save everyone. Fatgum needed to ensure that his sidekicks could follow orders and stay back when instructed. His quirk allowed him to absorb damage, but it came at the cost of his body fat. This was why he always kept snacks on hand. Beneath his orange hoodie, he bore scars from his reckless past, scars he didn't want his sidekicks to earn. He envisioned them living healthy lives into their 90s, surrounded by families. Dying young would ruin those plans, and it was crucial for him to know whom he could trust. If Fatgum asked someone to handle paperwork and they refused because they found it tedious, how could he trust them to watch his back in a dangerous situation? What if that was boring too? He needed someone in his agency he could trust completely. Kirishima understood that if he wanted to be a hero, he had to tackle even the most mundane tasks. With excitement, he shouted and rushed to his desk, determined that not even a mountain of paperwork could deter him. He was determined to be unbreakable, just like his dreams, which amused Fatgum. However, Kirishima's enthusiasm waned by the second page. His head rested on his desk, and one thought echoed in his mind: this paperwork is boring. Many of the questions seemed pointless and overly specific. The first question was straightforward. Who was the hero in charge? Fatgum, of course. The next question asked about the incident, but thankfully, Kirishima had plenty of folders on his laptop to reference. Then came the odd questions. Was it sunny? What was the temperature? Wind force? Wind direction? Time? What Kirishima didn't realize was that this paperwork was a prank. Fatgum had created that folder nearly 10 years ago to tease his new sidekicks. It was a way to keep them busy and see if they could take a joke. If they got angry and left, that would be the end of it. If they laughed about it later, Fatgum would know they had the right character to be a sidekick. Strength could be trained, but character was innate. Meanwhile, Ryuko called both Uravity and Froppy into her office, with Nijire present. She made it clear that she was not Izuku's girlfriend here. She was their boss, Ryukyu, the Dragoon hero. She expected them to address her in a professional manner, not as classmates or friends of Izuku. She was serious about this. Taking Achiko as her sidekick was a risk, as emotions could complicate matters and lead to dangerous situations. After a previous discussion with Nemuri, she felt it was important to clarify expectations. We completely understand, ma'am. We are here as normal hero sidekicks and do not expect any special treatment, they replied. Ryuko smiled, pleased with their response. Good. Now we can start. You will be working as sidekicks, and you will be compensated accordingly. She placed a paper in front of them, revealing a number that made Achiko gasp. She hadn't expected such a high pay for a sidekick. Ryuko continued, I expect you to be here from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. every Monday and Friday, and once every 2 weeks on a Wednesday. Is that acceptable? Both girls nodded eagerly. Great. Now let's go on patrol. If we encounter any trouble, you'll have the chance to act. This prospect excited both young heroes. They set out with Ryukyu and Nijire, patrolling the area. The day was quiet, but on their way home, they finally had their opportunity to shine. A thief appeared. "Tsuyu, that one," Achiko exclaimed, touching Tsuyu's arm to remove her own gravity and float upward. Tsuyu grabbed her waist, launching her like a dart toward the thief. In a display of skill and grace, Achiko pinned the thief to the ground using her martial arts training, much to Ryuko's pride. "My rules are simple. I am in charge. You will follow my orders, or you will go home. If I tell you to jump, your response should be, 'How high is sir?' Not, 'Why?' or 'I don't want to,' or any of that. Am I understood?" Endeavor's voice echoed through the somewhat empty room. Shoto and Bakugo stood in their hero outfits, back straight and gazing ahead. They were not alone. A group of 4 other heroes, the newest sidekicks of Endeavor's team, stood with them. "Yes, sir," they replied in unison. "Good. While I don't expect you to fight on the same level, I will still expect some level of usefulness from you all. You don't have to be able to lift mountains or reach light speeds. If you have experience in search and rescue missions, especially if you can locate heartbeats, that is more than acceptable." Endeavor walked around them as he spoke, explaining his expectations. Then he shifted to what they would receive in return. "Each of you has already seen the base salary. Do better work, and you get paid more. This does not mean to get reckless, as that will only make you a liability. We also have at least 1 mandatory training day each week, which includes 3 large patrols. Apart from that, we are here training. The other leading heroes and I will do our best to improve any skills you may already have." With that, Endeavor finished and released them to their sidekick in charge. His system was efficient, with top heroes, mostly him and his wife, overseeing lesser heroes and well-respected sidekicks. This included figures like Dabi and Burnin, who often trained the other sidekicks because they knew the ropes and how to handle the grunt work efficiently. Shoto and Bakugo worked directly under Dabi, who was pleased to have his little brother on his team. "Good, you two are here. It's about 8, so let's head out for our first patrol of the day. Make sure you are stocked up on H&D CFFS, a beeper, bandages, and an emergency response beacon. These items were essential in case something happened. H&D CFFS to capture any villains they might encounter, a beeper to monitor incidents and call for backup, bandages for any injuries, and most importantly, the emergency response beacon. This would alert Endeavor and their HQ if a villain appeared that they could not handle." "We've got that, brother," Shoto said, but received a light punch on the head in response. "It's Dabi during work hours, Shoto. By the way, get a new hero name, that one is boring." Bakugo chuckled at Shoto's hero name, which was simply his own. "Yours is only slightly better, Ground Zero. The main issue with 2-part names is that it can get confusing. You could be called Ground and Zero in a pinch, so maybe consider something shorter. But enough chit-chat, let's move out," Dabi said as he pulled out his phone and turned to walk away. Each week, all heroes were given a patrol route to ensure they didn't overlap with others. Ground Zero, keep a friendly face. You're a hero, remember, not an edgy villain. Bakugo scoffed at Dabi, who, despite his appearance in a ripped raincoat, was smiling at passers-by. Suddenly, disaster struck. About 250 meters ahead, a storefront exploded, catching the heroes by surprise. They quickly sprang into action. "You two, first make sure those around are safe and check for injuries," Dabi shouted as he sprinted forward. Bakugo and Shoto moved swiftly with their quirks. Bakugo propelled himself forward at high speeds using explosions, while Shoto created ice to glide ahead, quickly encasing the building in ice to shield the civilians from the villain. Dabi, however, had a clear path inside. With a burst of flames from his arms and feet, he charged in. The villain, taken aback, attempted to react, but Dabi was already on the move. He launched a fireball into the man's chest, pushing him back against the ice barrier Shoto had created. Meanwhile, Shoto was helping those who had fallen from the blast. "Are you hurt, sir?" Shoto asked a middle-aged man trapped under a lamppost. "My leg is stuck. I can't get out," the man replied. Shoto nodded, feeling around the leg to check for injuries. Finding none, he carefully pressed on the leg, confirming it could be moved. He encased his hand in ice, creating a small tower to lift the lamppost. "Let me help you." Bakugo then stepped in, gently pulling the man away from danger and checking his leg once more. Meanwhile, Izuku, who was on patrol with Mirio, had not encountered any villains. They were simply chatting like the good friends they had become. "So wait, You bought an entire store's worth of female underwear for him? Mirio asked with a grin. Izuku nodded, a smirk on his face, prompting Mirio to burst into laughter. As he looked up, he accidentally bumped into someone emerging from an alleyway. The man wore a white coat with a hoodie, his pale hair peeking out. Izuku noticed the arrow-like points of his hair, one longer and reaching down to his chin, while the other stayed around ear height. "Oh, sorry buddy," Mirio quickly apologized, but the man appeared shocked, arms slightly raised as if he had seen a ghost. That ghost was Izuku. Izuku stood frozen as he made eye contact with a man nearby. "Are you okay?" he asked, concerned and wanting to check on him. However, a large explosion 2 blocks away interrupted his thoughts. "Sorry, we gotta leave," both Mirio and Izuku said in unison before sprinting toward the source of the explosion, leaving the man behind. As Izuku turned the corner, the man finally took a breath, his hands clenching into fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Go ahead. Just be safe," Izuku said, nodding before vanishing in an instant, utilizing his shave technique. He arrived at the explosion site, where he confronted a group of villains he recognized. They were part of a religious sect known as Mortem Regis, which translated to Death to Royals in Latin. This sect had existed long before Izuku's father was born, believing that royals were the root of all evil and that only their removal would allow humanity to thrive. Izuku had dealt with them many times before. Yes, the rumors were true. "Now Prince Izuku Midoriya, you shall feel our blades," the leader shouted as the group of 8 men pulled daggers from their white robes. Izuku sighed and covered himself with the Kira Kira no Mi, transforming his body into diamond. The men charged at him simultaneously, but as their blades made contact, they splintered against his diamond skin. "Now surrender peacefully," Izuku commanded. "Never." "Mortem Regis," the leader shouted, throwing a punch at Izuku's stomach, but his fist merely cracked against the diamond surface. Just then, Mirio appeared, phasing through the floor and popping up behind 3 of the villains. He punched 2 of them forward, causing them to collide and knock themselves out against Izuku. Mirio then grabbed the 3rd villain by the collar and phased back into the floor, slamming him down hard. Mirio emerged again on the opposite side, where 2 others stood. Instead of using Izuku to incapacitate them, he slammed their heads together, letting them drop to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Izuku decided to join the fray. He grabbed the leader and delivered a powerful diamond elbow to his jaw, sending him staggering back and knocking him out. With a swift motion, he swung his elbow back, taking down another villain. The attackers were more crazed than skilled, and despite causing an explosion, it only damaged one of their own cars, ensuring no innocent bystanders were harmed. Meanwhile, Mina was running laps, feeling bored as a large group of students had left for work studies, leaving the class empty. "This is so boring," she whined. "I know, girl. Is this without Izuku to look at?" Toru joked, making Mina laugh. "Ashido, Hagakure, no slacking off," Aizawa shouted, startling the 2 girls and prompting them to speed up. "Go mommies go, you are the best." Eri cheered from beside Aizawa. Having completed all her homework, she was allowed some free time and wanted to play with everyone. Since they still had PE class, she decided to cheer on her classmates, providing them with the energy they needed to finish strong. In a dark room, a man wearing a blackbird mask observed a screen displaying Eri and Yue. Such a world, such a world. How did our scared little lab test turn into that? He mused, glancing at the others in the room, all of whom wore masks that concealed their faces. "Not long now until we can use her to rewind our boss back into his former self," he said to himself, ignoring the deep, beast-like breaths coming from behind him. Eri smiled as Fuyumi finished explaining the latest grammar lesson. Although she still didn't fully understand it, she was trying her best, and according to her papa, that was what mattered most. With a calm day at UA and most of the 2nd and 3rd year students out for work studies, the dorm was quiet, leaving just Eri and Fuyumi at the dinner table surrounded by books and papers. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the building, startling them. Fuyumi rushed to the nearby window to look outside, joining the teachers and students who were also drawn to the commotion at the UA gate. To their shock, the gate had been blown to pieces, with debris scattered everywhere. A large force approached, and among them were 10 figures that stood out, particularly 2. One was a smaller individual in a black bodysuit and a white bird mask, while the other was a man in all white robes with a steampunk mask. But the most alarming sight was the monstrous figure of Overhaul, transformed into a Nomu, advancing toward UA when it was at its weakest. Aizawa growled as he assessed the situation. "Stay here," he commanded before jumping out the window to confront the threat. Present Mike and Vlad King followed him, ready to fight despite being outnumbered. Mike, work on crowd control. Vlad, will pick off the strays, Aizawa instructed. Mike grinned and took a deep breath, unleashing a powerful scream that sent visible sound waves toward the enemy. The Nomu Overhaul leaped forward, slamming its hands down and unleashing a wall of deadly spikes aimed directly at Present Mike. In response, Mike shouted again, shattering the spikes and leaving a crater where they had struck. Vlad activated his quirk, using his blood to form a shield and a mace, while Aizawa focused on using his abilities to neutralize as many threats as he could. However, the sheer number of enemies made it difficult to maintain control. Meanwhile, Momo gathered her classmates. We need to head toward the dorm to protect Eri, get our phones, and text Izuku, she said, and the class nodded in agreement. Agreed. Protecting Eri is our first priority, Ida added, suggesting they move with Class 1B and have those dating Izuku stay back. This suggestion sparked frustration in Mina. What? I'm just as capable as you. I don't need protecting, she protested. Kaminari intervened, trying to calm her down. Mina, it's not about capability. You and the others are important, and it's our job to keep you safe. Toru chimed in, emphasizing their role as the last line of defense for Eri. They rushed to Class 1B, who were preparing to fight the villains. What are you doing here? Setsuna asked. Our dorm is under threat. We need to protect Eri, was the simple response. The now united group of 26 students made their way through the school toward the dorm, believing they would reach it without issue. However, they soon encountered a small group of 3 leaders and around 10 lesser villains. One of the men with shark-like teeth grinned menacingly. Oh boss, can we play? Please, can we play with our food? He taunted. The students felt a chill run down their spines. They needed to inform Izuku. Eri, where's the phone? I need to call, Fuyumi asked, her worry evident. Eri, still focused on her homework, replied, I'm not sure. I know Papa took his phone, but I don't know about the rest. Fuyumi bit her lip, recalling that her phone was charging in the teacher's lounge. Let's go to your room. You've earned a reward for studying so hard, she suggested, and Eri smiled, rushing upstairs. Fuyumi quickly followed and, after locking Eri's door, went through several safety precautions. She whispered to the protective homie in Eri's room about the situation before locking it out and engaging Eri in a game to keep her occupied. Meanwhile, the homie ventured down to Izuku's room, where it retrieved a katana, a simple yet deadly blade. Back in the common room, Aizawa called out, Vlad, watch your 6, as he used his scarf to ensnare one of the thugs, pulling him closer for an attack. A group of villains stood idly, only the large Overhaul Nomu moving in response to direct threats. A loud command rang out, capture them, boss. The Nomu charged, targeting Present Mike, and despite Aizawa's quirk, it seized Mike by the throat, leaving everyone fearing for his safety. As he gave it his all, he screamed louder than he ever thought possible, directing the sound waves toward the Nomu's head. But nothing happened. The creature didn't move, flinch, or react at all. It then slammed Present Mike headfirst into the floor, leaving him trapped under a rock. Overhaul moved with incredible speed, appearing in front of Vlad. Instead of grabbing him, he punched, and the sound of crunching bones echoed through the air. Vlad's body flew back, limp, hitting the floor with a thud. The force was too much, and his hardened blood returned to a liquid state, leaving only Aizawa standing against the overwhelming force, completely alone. Aizawa blinked, and suddenly Overhaul was right in front of him, his fist poised dangerously close to Aizawa's head. The impact would have shattered his vision had he remained conscious. Aizawa shot back. Good, now let's collect them, just in case he shows up and our boss isn't able to handle him this time. The man in the white robes removed his mask, revealing himself to be the same individual Izuku had encountered during his patrol with Mirio. The 3 heroes, barely conscious, were captured and dragged along as the group made their way toward the dorms, where the students were fighting for their lives. Setsuna floated above, trying to avoid the shark-toothed villain. We've got to beat these guys, she shouted just as Tetsu fully hardened and punched the man in the teeth. Normally, such a blow would break bones, but this time, the villain's teeth remained unscathed. Despite their numbers, the students lacked the power to win. If only that training had happened earlier, Shiosaki sighed. If she could harden her quirk with haki, she would be able to capture their opponents more effectively. But every time she tried, the villain with chainsaw fingers cut right through her efforts. No matter how close she got to capturing his wrist, he always slipped away, tearing at her hair in the process. "We must stay focused," Ida called out as he attempted a high kick, only for it to be blocked by a villain with a rotund belly, who absorbed the impact. This villain, nicknamed a second-class fat gum, grinned sickly, revealing rotten teeth and a foul stench. "A stomach that blocks it but doesn't protect your ugly face," Kaibara taunted, spinning his fist at high speeds and slamming it into the man's cheek. The impact caused the villain's head to snap to the side, and he crumpled to the floor, shocking those around him. "W," the chainsaw-handed man stammered, his confidence shaken. That moment of surprise allowed Ibra to wrap her hair tightly around his wrist. "Let's go!" Tetsu cheered, feeling they had reached a turning point. He delivered a powerful kick to the shark-toothed villain, aiming for maximum damage. "Zero, launch me!" Kaminari shouted. After a brief setup, he was flung toward the remaining 7 thugs. As he landed, he smirked and quipped, "Don't fault me for this," before releasing a surge of electricity into the area. The shock acted like 4 tasers hitting all the villains simultaneously, restrained enough not to harm their friends but sufficient to incapacitate the foes. As the electricity dissipated, the villains collapsed to the floor. The students rushed toward the dorms, hoping to catch up with the 3 who had moved ahead. However, they still faced the challenge of a stuffed teddy bear wielding a sword and the duty to protect the princess at all costs. Meanwhile, the owner of the Soul, who was at the Night Eye Agency, sat eating his 12th sandwich. He attempted to text some of the girls and Fuyumi, but received no responses. Izuku assumed they were busy or something similar. He didn't expect anything bad to have happened. After all, he hadn't heard from Nemuri. But unbeknownst to him, Nemuri was trying to reach him, and Nezu was attempting to communicate with several pro-heroes, including All Might, Endeavor, and Sir Night Eye. Unfortunately, their messages were blocked, as while the Overhaul group attacked from the front, AFO had sent a few lackeys to disrupt any electronic communications. "Damn it, it seems we are in a significant amount of trouble right now," Nezu muttered to himself. He lacked the power to confront these enemies directly. He was not a fighter. Instead, he focused on doing everything he could to stop the invasion and thwart the villains. Unfortunately, all electronics were malfunctioning. However, Nezu managed to summon the robot army, typically used for exams but more than capable of handling ordinary villains. "Let's find Gran Torino. He might be able to help," he decided. Nezu began jogging through the hallways, mentally recalling the schedule to remember where Gran Torino was conducting his lesson. Suddenly, a group of 3 leading villains burst through the dorm door. "Princess, we have come to play with you," they called out. The trio was led by Toya Setsuna, who possessed the quirk of larceny, allowing him to steal anything and summon it to his hands. He wore a beak mask that covered the lower half of his face and appeared confident and relaxed. The second villain, Yu, was much larger and heavily muscled. His bald head gave him an intimidating presence, and he wore a plain white mask covering his mouth and nose. His quirk, Crystallize, enabled him to grow numerous crystals over his body, making him formidable in both defense and offense. The last of the trio, Sormitsutabe, was the creepiest of them all. He hunched slightly and wore a large piece of cloth tied around his neck. His eyes glinted with hunger as he looked at the homie standing in the middle. "You have forfeited your life by trespassing here," the homie declared, raising its blade. The intensity of its gaze shocked the 3 villains, causing Toya to hesitate and not use his quirk to steal the blade. He was taken aback by the sight of a talking teddy bear. "What is happening? Is this some kind of hallucination?" he thought, feeling disoriented. He didn't flinch when the homie charged at him. "Die!" it shouted, and the sword pierced his shoulder. Fortunately, you tackled him, preventing the blade from striking his heart. "What is this? It's real. Kill that thing!" Toya screamed, the pain from his shoulder causing him to cry out. You covered his fist in crystals, forming a blade-like weapon, and swiped at the homie, who jumped back and blocked the attack. "Leave now. To take Princess Eri, you must defeat me," the homie declared, preparing for another strike. Toya seized the opportunity to use his quirk and stole the blade from the homie. However, the homie was not just skilled with the sword, it countered with a spinning kick. You remained cautious, not taking any chances. A large crystal grew from his shoulder, pushing him back but inadvertently sending him crashing into Soromitsu. The impact caused Soromitsu to stumble, and the homie took advantage, striking at him and causing a critical blow. With the homie defeated, Yu and Soromitsu advanced, while Toya staggered into the kitchen, bleeding heavily from his shoulder. He frantically searched through the drawers. "I need to stop the bleeding," he muttered, turning on the stove and placing a butter knife on it to heat it up while he searched for bandages. Just then, the other two reached the top floor. Eri, it's time you come with us, they called out. Hearing their voices triggered memories for Eri, and she froze in fear, shaking uncontrollably. No, no, no. Papa, please, she cried, desperately crawling away from the door. Fuyumi steadied herself, determined to protect Eri. She readied her quirk, waiting for the door to open. When the handle turned, she recognized the room immediately from the sign that read Eri's name. Leave now. Fuyumi shouted, her voice firm. Though she wasn't a hero, her father was Endeavor, and she was not an easy opponent. From her hands, a wave of ice shot out, shattering the reinforced door and nearly striking Yu, who had just entered. To save himself, he covered his chest in crystals, which protected him but sent him crashing into the wall. Sora, do your job, he commanded. Sorimitsu, driven by hunger, lunged forward, biting through the ice as if it were nothing. Get away! Fuyumi and Eri screamed as Fuyumi attempted to create more ice. But Sorimitsu continued to chew through it, thanks to his quirk, allowing him to consume anything in contact. He quickly created a small opening, just enough for Yu to slip through. Enough of this! Yu shouted, and a crystal grew rapidly, striking Fuyumi in the throat and knocking her back. She gasped for breath, her quirk faltering as she fell to the floor. Eri, come here! No more games. You will help us! Yu shouted, grabbing Eri roughly by the hair and dragging her out. Fuyumi, despite her injuries, managed to grab Yu's ankle. Let her go, she pleaded, but Yu kicked her in the face, knocking her out. Should we take her? Yu asked, glancing back at Sorimitsu, who was still fixated on Eri. No, leave her. She's of no use, Sorimitsu replied, drooling slightly. As they made their way back to the dorm door, Toya leaned against the wall, bloodied and exhausted. Just then, the first-year students appeared. Free her now, and we will bargain for your lives, Ida offered, determined to protect Eri at all costs. It was best for everyone if they let her go, but the villains had other plans. Yu grabbed Eri's hair tightly and lifted her up. Don't even think about touching us, came a voice through Eri's cries. The group felt a surge of rage and anger, unsure of how to fight back. Setsuna took a step forward, but Yu aimed Eri at her. Don't try anything. We wouldn't want the pretty princess to get hurt, now would we? The students took a step back, creating an open space for the villains to walk through. With confidence, they moved among the students, but just as Yu reached the center, he attacked. Multiple crystal spikes shot from his chest, hitting several students and knocking them down. Yu chuckled, showcasing Eri once more. Just as the group was about to retaliate, Mina stepped forward, tears in her eyes. You won't get away with this. Izuku will come for you. Keep thinking that, Yu replied. If he tries anything, I'll make sure the princess pays the price. Now stay back, or I'll show you what I mean. The group was forced to back down. Meanwhile, Nezu found who he needed. Sora, I need you to contact everyone. We're under attack. Gran Torino, who had been resting in the teacher's lounge, woke up immediately. I'm on my way, he said, jumping out the window and flying toward the nearby hero agency. It took him about a minute to arrive, just enough time for the villains to regroup. Gran Torino, what are you doing here? Asked the hero Glassmass, whose quirk allowed him to manipulate glass. Villain attacks. Recall heroes quickly. Without needing further explanation, Glassmass activated an emergency signal that sent out a brief message. UA attack, bring help. Gran Torino continued to contact multiple heroes, including All Might, Endeavor, and Best Genist, knowing he would likely need all of them. He was worried about the attack and how Izuku would react. Would he hold back, or would he unleash his full power? Do you know who is injured? Glassmass asked, but Gran Torino shook his head. He had no idea. I'm going to get back soon and see what I can do, at least try to stall them for a bit, he said, sighing as he stepped outside again. All Might received the message and accidentally broke his desk in his haste. I must hurry, he declared. All Might burst through the wall, opting for speed over caution. What's happening at UA? Endeavor asked, startled as he reviewed the week's patrols. Mo, Dabi, Rei, Bakugo, and Shoto were all in the room. Who is on a work study today? Just Uraraka, right? Bakugo replied, but Shoto added, no, I think all of them are there. Realization struck them all at once. Eri, they exclaimed in unison. We must hurry, Endeavor urged, worry etched on his face. They rushed down to the first floor and headed toward the bullet train, knowing they didn't have the super speed of All Might or Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a shiver run through him as he regained part of his soul. Everything that had happened with the villains became clear to him. In a moment of pure rage, he unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Even surrounded by pro-heroes like Sir Night Eye and Mirio, they collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. They're done for, Izuku thought, a new wave of power surging through him, cracking the floor and knocking furniture over. What is happening? Sir Night Eye asked, struggling to stay awake. Izuku then activated his Pika Pika no Mi, leaping up and breaking through the ceiling, reaching for the clouds. FO observed the unfolding events from a distance, contemplating his next move. He had considered using his robotic bugs again, but he believed that an intelligent rat could exploit the frequency the robots used to send feedback to him, potentially relaying a message to the heroes that he could not. Sitting atop a rented floor, he utilized a stolen quirk that enhanced his vision based on the number of carrots consumed, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the day's entertainment. He noticed Gran Torino making his escape. If AFO's plan succeeded, Gran Torino and his allies would be long gone, and their group would owe AFO a debt. While AFO could easily eliminate them, he thought that more resilient minions would be beneficial when he eventually claimed his rightful place as king of the world. He took a sip from his glass, enjoying the chaos he had orchestrated, smirking as he heard a radio call for backup around Yue. It seems the old man has some fight left in him after all, he mused. Meanwhile, Izuku was consumed by a storm of emotions. Villains had invaded his school, breached his dorm, and were searching for his daughter. He was uncertain about the safety of his friends and teachers at UA, and he seethed with anger at the thought of their intentions. He would uncover their motives later, after he dealt with the intruders. High above the city, Izuku oriented himself towards UA. He quickly sucked powers, transitioning from the Pika Pika no Mi to the Mado Mado no Mi. He tossed a paper from his pocket, marked with Eri's name, which flew toward her location. After reverting to the Pika Pika no Mi, he activated Moonwalk, propelling himself toward UA, indifferent to the windows he shattered in his path. A bright light streaked through the air, followed by a powerful gust of wind that shattered glass. Gran Torino arrived slightly ahead of schedule. He had been on his way earlier, and upon arrival he found the villains gathered, preparing to leave UA with a grim message written in the blood of the 3 heroes they had captured. Hold on there, folks. I think it's best for you to leave the princess and go. We can't have her crying because of you, can we? Gran Torino interjected as he confronted them. The villains merely laughed at the elderly hero. While these old bones may not move like they used to, believe me, I can still hold my own. The only question is, can I do it before one of you sick minds lays a hand on the princess? Eri's terrified scream pierced the air as one of the villains, yanked her hair, causing her to cry out in pain. Shut your mouth. If I hear another sound from you, I'll cut out your vocal cords. This infuriated Gran Torino, but he knew he had to remain focused. He scanned the area for a way to help. His gaze landed on Aizawa, who was injured but conscious, lying in a position that allowed Gran Torino access to his knife. They exchanged a knowing look, and Aizawa nodded. Gran Torino understood the plan. He would blitz the villains, grab the knife, free Eri, and escape. They both recognized that Eri's life was more important than their own, not just for their beliefs but for the world. Taking a deep breath, Gran Torino leaned back slightly, making the villains think he was giving up. Then he lunged forward with incredible speed, catching them off guard. In an instant, he was at Aizawa's side, retrieving the knife before darting toward Yu and Eri. He had 2 choices, but he opted for the one that was guaranteed. He swiftly cut through Eri's long hair, then dropped the knife and scooped her up in his arms. With one final burst of speed, he dashed away, Eri safe. Gran Torino believed he had escaped, but a glance over his shoulder revealed the Overhaul Nomu closing in on him. This creature, a terrifying amalgamation of strength and speed quirks, was a formidable foe, even for All Might. It seized Gran Torino by the leg, yanking Eri from his grasp and breaking his arm in the process, before violently throwing him to the ground. In a twisted voice, the Nomu spoke, and Eri heard Overhaul's name. I never leave Eri mine. The creature shuffled back, dropping Eri to the floor where Chronostasis, Overhaul's assistant, grabbed her. Now you're never leaving. Just then, a beam of light struck the ground, shaking UA to its core, as if an earthquake and a meteor had collided. Emerging from the dust was a furious Izuku. Hand me back my daughter, he demanded, his voice laced with anger. As the villain smirked, Izuku unleashed a wave of pure rage. Now! The sheer intensity of his presence shook the group. They had known Izuku was powerful, but they had no idea of the extent of his abilities. The atmosphere shifted, and it felt as though they were facing a god of war, one they had just provoked. Only one among them, undeterred by fear, stepped forward to confront Izuku. Rappa, eager for a fight, pet his fist back. Fi, but he never finished his sentence as Izuku raised his hand and fired a laser straight through Rappa's gut, halting him in his tracks. Izuku had no time to dwell on Rappa. He would deal with him later as he fell to the ground, clutching the wound. The laser was aimed directly at Chronostasis, who had his hands on Eri, only his hands as the top part of him was gone. The light beam Izuku had fired had taken that part off. Eri, come to Papa, Izuku spoke softly for the first time. Eri quickly ran over, tears in her eyes. Izuku wrapped his arms around her and turned his back to the villains. They didn't matter to him at that moment. Eri, I need you to go with your mom and head back to the dorm. Papa will follow soon. He just has some things to take care of. Eri hesitated, not wanting to leave. But Setsuna had heard him and quickly ran over to grab Eri. Be safe, she yelled back before lifting Eri up and sprinting away. As this was happening, the failsafe on the Overhaul Nomu activated. It grabbed the remains of Chronostasis and infused them within itself, making it slightly larger. 2 arrows hung on the side of its head. Eri comes back with me. Overhaul growled as Izuku faced him. You have caused me and my friends far too much trouble to die quickly. I will make it as painful as possible. Izuku transformed into an old favorite of his, the Uo no Mi model, Surayu. His skin turned blue with scales, large horns sprouted from his head, and a dragon-like tail grew behind him. His legs bent slightly inward as his nails sharpened. You will die today. You will die painfully. All because you hurt my daughter. Izuku cracked his neck before dashing forward, only to be stopped by a golden barrier that covered the group of villains completely. This barrier has my full attention. Not you, not all might could break through this. You have far too much faith in your powers. Only a fool would believe they are unbeatable. Izuku raised both hands, interlocking them before forcing them down on the barrier. Like a hammer on steel, it rang loud, and this time, steel cracked. The entire barrier shattered as if it were glass. Izuku looked disappointed. It really only took that. He raised his hands again. Hekiji, who had the barrier quirk, tried to repair it quickly, but Izuku slammed down with even more force. The barrier broke, but as that happened, Izuku began to feel disoriented. Did you drink one too many on the way home? Sorimitsu moved in, aiming to attack Izuku quickly. But Izuku turned, using his tail to slam into Sorimitsu. The snap that echoed caused those who heard it to recoil in shock. The sight of their friend's lifeless body falling to the floor was devastating for the shy Hasaikai. You killed our friend. You screamed, being one of the closest to Sorimitsu. He covered himself in crystal and rushed at Izuku. But Izuku was unfazed. He simply slammed his hand down on you, breaking his neck and pushing his head inward. I really wanted to take my time with you all, but you are so weak. Izuku threw Yu's lifeless body back at them, hitting Rappa, who rolled back in shock. Forget this, I'm going to hide until the police arrive, Hekiji said, terrified. He didn't care anymore. While he owed Overhaul his life, he wasn't willing to sacrifice it any longer. He covered himself in a stronger, smaller barrier, making himself as small as possible to ensure its strength. He believed he would be untouchable. As most of the group retreated, speaking with the Nomu about a plan, Izuku allowed it to happen, letting them have a semblance of hope. He approached Hekiji's barrier and chose to stop his transformation back. Crouching down in front of him, he said, You won't break it, don't even try. Izuku chuckled. I don't have to break it to get to you. He crossed his fingers and activated the Bari Bari no Mi, summoning a small dome that appeared between Hekiji's legs. It began to grow slowly. Before Hekiji could react, Izuku created another dome that was just slightly larger, while the first one continued to expand. Slowly but surely, the space diminished, crushing Hekiji within, ignoring his desperate screams for mercy. End of chapter.